Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In our today's video, we're going to start building our Babymart e-commerce website. As you can see over here, we're going to have a particularly an application building using the React Native. Then also you're going to have building our client-side application, which going to using the Next.js, and then we are going to having a for the admin portion, which we're going to use the Vite.js to create that. We're going to having an API segment where we're going to use the Node.js and the pure JavaScript over there. So if you are going to looking forward an overview for that, I'm going to provide that link of this video in the description. You can find everything related how we're going to create that, what kind of functionality it is there, except the mobile version. All are explaining there about the API, about the dashboard, about the client side. So you can find everything there. The most of it, what we're going to do, we're going to build this application like full entire structure in a 4 segment. First one we're going to build is our server. The first part going to contain the server, because without server we cannot perform any kind of actions. Then we're going to create our client admin application where we can just upload the product and let things to be worked. And then we're going to build our client-side application by Next.js. Then we're going to build our React Native. So there should be a 4 segment, and this all 4 segment gonna come part by part. So first part, we're gonna bring our server in this today's video. Second part, we're gonna bring our admin. Third part, we're gonna bring our client, and number 4, we're gonna build our application. And every part, if I finish the server, we're gonna deploy it. We're gonna finish the admin, we're gonna deploy it. So everything we're gonna finish time to time. Right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna start building. So stay with me, we're gonna finish everything from tip to toe, and we're gonna make that happen entirely. So in our today's video, we're gonna start building our server. And to start with, first I'm gonna share with you a repository link. So this is the repository by which you can just this contains the entire code by which you can start with, and a proper guideline. As you can see, the Babymart e-commerce platform and what kind of project is there, an overview how we're going to build this structure, what are the technology stack we are using over here, like the Frontend, Backend, and for the UI management and quick start guideline. So everything is right here so that you can adapt it, you can use it for having a proper understanding. And why I build up this, because these things you better to make it a star mark here, because this thing gonna be always updated, like each and every single month. I'm gonna just come in there, just toggle through the dependency and put everything in a right position. So this is the one which you need to have to start building this application, just to have in your arsenal. If you doesn't have that, follow through the videos. We can just build this entirely without having those ideas. And also there should be a client side property. So let's say client dot, and that should be, I think we can just open the application. I think this is the one, the link I'm going to provide in the description, which is the babyshop.reactvideo.com, which is like holding all the client-side activities you can find over there. And also there is that admin and babyshop.reactvideo.com, which holding the admin directory. You can just log in. If you have the credential, then you can just see whatever and what kind of structure we are just having here. You can view all of those properties entirely in a very good fashion. So first of all, to build that, we need to get this repository thing within our local machine. How we can do that? As you can see, it's a public repository. Either you can clone it, you can just go directly to fork it from here, and what I say again, requesting you is mark. And of course there's a lot of people, you are here around 85% people, you are not subscribing the channel. Please do subscribe. It's gonna help a lot for me to like encourage myself building some more stuff, and also for my growth. Okay, so I really impactful it will be for just a single click subscription. It can do a lot more things for you. And please do like the video if we are building something awesome. And to do that, you can also, either way, you can go download zip. You can also open with a GitHub desktop, and pretty much if you click on that, it's gonna just automatically open directly within GitHub desktop, and you can clone it. So this is the one way. And if you just want to go and if you just want to clone that copy, also you can use the same thing, but I'm going to use that my GitHub desktop just to clone it. So let's clone the repository, not like that. I'm going to just go with that. I think I have that, so should be Babymart YT. So should be Babymart YT. Okay, still not finding. I need to refresh it. So now you can see, so this is the one which I will choose. I'm going to clone it directly within my local machine. So as you see, it's clone, and this is a bit of bigger because this have a 4 segment right here. So you're going to open it using my Visual Studio Code. You can use any kind of code like Cursor or others. It will be and very excellent just to open the project within that easily using that particular scenario. So from there you can see the structure. There is a readme, so what we are actually accessing beforehand, so you can find all the details right here. Then we are going to having that we're going to have the admin, which the application is created, just the simple packages, and all the configuration is done to build up with the Shatshian and other, same as with the client and also with the mobile app and also with the server. So we're going to open all by one to see what kind of things we are happen to be there. If we put ls, as you can see, we are now happen to be there in our local server. So it's having in the main directory. So be careful, once you are putting in ls, you must be seeing that directory, otherwise you are having a problem. So we have admin, client, mobile app, readme, and the server. So let's go cd into admin, and I'm going to make that npm I to install everything from there. You can use either pnpm or you can use the bun or yarn, doesn't matter. If you're using any other except that npm, just remove that package log.json file and then install everything. That will be perfectly fine. And if you're cloning it, if you want that, no, I will just clone it myself. I'm not gonna do and follow anything. You can just make a simple command that rm-rf.git. So you're gonna just remove that git credential from there, then you can push it in your particular like own GitHub repository. And let's go cd into client, and also I'm going to make npm I to install everything, and then I'm going to go with that our server. Let's go cd into server, and there should be npm I, and one is pending, which is the mobile app. This mobile app we are not gonna fill it right now because this gonna be entirely once we're gonna start building, because you're gonna learn a lot of things from there once we're gonna building structure directly. So this we're gonna bring it later on. So right now, as you can see, our admin is running. I'm gonna just simply make that npm run dev to run it in localhost 5173 as we build it using the Vite.js. Okay, it's starting, and also okay, and also to run that, I'm gonna just make that npm run dev to start our server. So that's the server gonna run. So I'm gonna just open it 5173. So as you can see, it will be nothing that much fancy here, just a Babymart admin dashboard. You can just directly go in the admin, and from here we have the env setup, what kind of credential we are needing. If you just remove everything from here, your application gonna be empty. So this is the file which is filling everything, just providing you an overview. So that's it. So you got the idea that we have a basic structure to start with. Similarly for the server, if we just go in to open off that localhost 8000 here, so this is our server, and for especially for the server, as you can see, just a little bit of documentation here, just so that you can go and understand a bit about that. And also for the client, is gonna be a little bit heavy. Okay, if we just make that npm run dev, so that will open in localhost 3000, which actually happened to be in our client side. And if you just go roll back to our admin portion, as you can see, that's the same proportion of the things which we are building to make you understand that what kind of facilitating or what kind of materials you're gonna build by so far, just providing an overview so that you can understand it better. And if you view that one, same thing, same like the admin, just providing an overview how you're going to start, like admin, client, and backend. So this is just let you understand what kind of things we're going to building by so far. So our first priority is to start building our server. So this the server proportion we're gonna start building. And in the server, as you see, we're gonna happen to use to bring our credential here, which gonna provide that .env, and we're gonna having the port, we're gonna having the Mongo URI, because we're gonna using the MongoDB. We're gonna having the JWT secret, Stripe secret key, Stripe webhook secret, Cloudinary cloud name, API key secret key, and possibly we're gonna having our admin URL, client URL, and whenever we're gonna round up in our production, we're gonna also passing that our production server UI. URL. So this is our server specific scenario. And right now, if we go in our localhost 8, so in the server, first I'm going to provide what kind of things we're going to build. In the server, as you can see, whenever we are logging, our user also going to be happen to be stored in our MongoDB. So everything going to be handled from there. So all this data going to coming from our API. So we're going to build everything such a measure that you can understand that it's going to build in a very, very solid way. To start with, we have that index.js file. So this is the file, and there is a lot of things you're going to find by so far. By default is providing to you. We already start using the express.env error handler, which we're using that error middle handler. If you just go the middleware, and you can see we are also shaping how the error going to handle, how the status code going to handle, and same way how the auth middleware is going to work, how it going to protect, and also how it going to decipher of the admin request and others. So this is the same thing which we build up. We just provide that to you, so that, and of course once we are gonna using that one, we're gonna explain everything. In the utils, the email service setup is there, but right now in this application we are not gonna using the email setup because already it's gonna be a long video, like long project, because 4 setup things gonna be there, so I'm not gonna hang it with that. Then we're gonna also having the generate token, we're gonna use that. So right now let's start building our application. So first we need to provide that our .env, right? For the and .env, first we need to provide that our MongoDB URI and that JWT secret. And for the JWT secret, I'm going to just go directly in our token generator. So token generator.reactivity.com. From here, you can easily generate a token. So as you can see, I'm going to generate a JWT secret. So it's just going to generate that one. Let's generate. You can make it bigger if you want it to. I don't want to provide the name. I'll just go with the sub credential like that. I'm going to copy that. I will use that wholesome amount, so I want it to be bigger. Okay, now you can use any kind of secret. It's simple. It can work for you. Like if you can remove that. So this is the 3 category which must needed be. And also you can just simply make any kind of like SSH key. You can just generate from this website pretty simply. And also, by the way, you can also decode, like whatever code I generate, I can decode, I can get the value. So this is a tiny bit of website which can really help you to go and work with that. So feel free to use it. And if you are finding it really helpful, you are always can make me provide a coffee. That would be a much more appreciate if you do so. The link, it will be in the description, so find it. And also here you can find the video, like what kind of things we are building. You can get all the data. Like if you just open that, that will provide you a structural description about what we are going to make it so far. So after that, we need to set up our MongoDB, right? So we're going to directly go in our mongodb.com, and on that MongoDB, either you should happen to be open an account, or you can simply get started to register. So what I'm going to do, I'm already having an account, and on that account, I'm going to directly go with using my Google to sign up. I just use my Google account to log in that MongoDB. And by the way, if you are looking for the source code of the project, you can still finding that here, in especially for that Buy Me a Coffee. You can directly go in the shop, and on the shop you can find this is the project which holding every single code of there. So you can directly purchase here, and you just everything is right there, all the setup, all that like readme md file and setup md file, everything there to let you do. Just you need to provide that credentials. All the code gonna working perfectly fine. We already tested by so far, so you can find each and every single segment, all the responsiveness, everything gonna work. If you want it, you can just get it from there. So right now, our first thing is that to provide especially our MongoDB credentials. So to do that, as we are logged in, you're gonna come back right here. So this is the tab where you can see the browse your collection. So first thing is that you need to go directly in your network access, and that one, if is not in that 0.0.0.0/0, because by default it can be accessing your current IP, then remove the current IP. You can use that one, so you can access it from anywhere, right? So we make sure you are doing that. Then you need to also set one more thing, which gonna be that database access. So as you can see, I'm already having a user, so you may not have any user, so you just need to add new database user, and from there it's gonna create the password. So I'm gonna make that Babymart YT. So I'm gonna go with the similar fashion for the password and keep the password simple with the text and number, because otherwise once it's connecting it can having some minor error. So never try to copy paste whatever the credentials I'm using right here. It will not help you, it will not work, but it can open a flag for me that just a warning that somebody is using, which is not a good thing to have. So please don't use that. So this is the credential which you're gonna have, and after that also you can just use your like auto generate secure key. As you can see, it's also using that number pattern. You can just use that one too, but I'm gonna use that one, the simple one. And if you want also keep the user description, for me it's okay. And make sure you add a built-in role, and from there I'm going to use that. Now you can make that Atlas admin, which having to do everything with an account. You can read and write to my any database, or only read any database. I'm going to make that as an Atlas admin, so it can do each and every single separate every single actions from there. Let's add a user. So now I'm having a user for the Babymart YT. Let's directly go to our cluster over here. So this is the one which holding everything, and as you see, it's just refreshing on that because we are setting up a new user. So it's gonna just let it be a little bit of time till it get green. And as you see, not green, just that loading is disappear. I'm going to click on that connect tab, and here I'm going to use that compass, and from the compass I don't have MongoDB compass installed, so I can now copy this code from there. And then after copying this code, I'm directly going to go within my application. I'm going to paste that one, or I'm going to just make a string over here, paste that one right here. So this is the MongoDB credential which I'm gonna follow through. And also what I'm gonna do as it's just gonna set on that particular clusters. So I'm gonna just provide it a little bit of, let's say that should be, so that's the username and DB name. So what I need to do, I'm gonna make that a Babymart YT, which is the username, and also the same password of that Babymart YT. And after that, if I don't put anything there, it's gonna just simply set that one or save that one as a test database. I don't want to be as a test. So if you directly go in my browse collection, I already having one collection here, which is for my Bangla channel, which is the YT baby shop. So here I'm gonna make a different collection. So the collection name, it should be, let's say, Babymart YT. So this is the collection which it gonna access, and from there what I want it to be, retrieve rights should be true, and majority and app name cluster 1. So I'm gonna just providing it a permission so it can read and write within my database. That's it. So that should analyze a proper connection within my database scenario. So if I go directly here right now, I'm gonna make that localhost 8000, and especially without going for directly over here, like as you can see, you can go like that, but this is not a good practice every time. Like you can just render it directly from there, but what I recommend is using that Postman. You can use any other platform to use that one, but Postman, what I feel really useful on that. And on that platform, on the Postman, as you can see the collection here, and also in that collection we can just create a new collection. So I'm just gonna create a new blank collection here, and I'm going to provide the name of that. I'm just gonna provide that name should be Babymart YT. So this is my new collection, and on that collection what I'm gonna do is a simple way. I can just make in the Babymart, I'm gonna just copy, like click on the three dots, I'm gonna add a request, and that should be a test request, let's say home route. Okay, so I'm gonna make everything as a camel case, not in this snake case or other. So here what we can do right now, as you see where our application is running, we can simply go copy that and simply paste it here and hit enter, so that you can find that response is 200 and everything is to be done. So as you can see, especially over here, I don't know why the sign is this one is coming. There should be Babymart, okay, because when I was generating, I was keeping it name as a baby shop, but later on I changed that it should be the Babymart. That would really be inconsiderable. So here, as you can see, you can get the details, but for now over here, I'm gonna just simply make that a simple resolution here. So let's just rest.send. I'm gonna just simply pass that, and on that message, I'm going to pass that server is saying hello. Okay, if I just hit enter, I'm going to find the message key. Server is saying hello. So this is the server which actually helping. And also you can measure your health about that, error handling about that, and also the port. So this one no need to have this much, so I'm going to just provide that API server is running. So I'm gonna just need that console. Other console, I'm gonna just remove it, which is not required right now. I just keep it for the testing purposes so that you can easily use it if you are looking forward to. So just remove it, little bit of clean face. So now as you can see, API server is running. Okay, good. So what we need to do, as you can see here, especially in that index.js file, there should be coming a lot of other parameter. So our first parameter we need to use to bring one user here so that we can now start pouring the data set and others. So I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it too. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller here so that we can work with that easily. So we need to create the route, then we need to also initialize our database sector so that we can have every single thing to be done directly there. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to implement our MongoDB structure so that we can connect our MongoDB. As you can see, the connect database structure going to be there. So what we're going to do, we're going to initially make this config directory here. As you can see, we have the setup for the Cloudinary. We have the setup for DB config for the database configuration. We have that for the Swagger configuration by which the Swagger gonna happen, which also you can initialize that documentation about how the documentation gonna read. Every single thing is just written for you there. So you just need to implement the setup and it will work perfectly fine. Now, our first initial task is that connecting our database. So how we can see, if we see in the DB, we are using that Mongoose from the Mongoose. As you can see also in the packages, this is already installed, the dependency here. So you can simply find it right here. Now, after importing it, we are connecting here, creating a MongoDB connection using that mongoose.connect, and we are just passing that process.env.mongo-URI. That's why we need to provide that URI right here, otherwise it can't access. And then if it's connected, we are actually console logging that. You can either connect it the host name, or I'm going to just make it simple. I'm going to just pass that as, let's say, I'm going to just make that database is connected, or DB is connected. That's the way you prefer. If you're having the error, you're gonna just simply log the error and the process gonna be accessed from there, and that's it. So now let's go in our index. After that list of that comment, we can simply bring the function which gonna connect our database. So we're gonna make that connect DB. And if its import is working for the DB.js, most probably it will not come as JS. It's gonna coming like DB. So if it's coming like DB, you need to import that JS also. So now if everything working, as you can see, API is running. So that is the database also gonna connect. You can see it's making that bad authentication is failed, so means we having some problem. Our database is not working properly. So I'm gonna just go and ensure that for the database access, we are having that Babymart YT. I think that this is the password which we use, Babymart YT, and also the baby. Oh, actually, there is the T is missing. You see that? So that T need to be there. So that was the problem. So I'm going to come in index. I'm going to save again so that this time I believe the connection gonna work. So let's see 1 2 3 4. Okay, database is connected. Now right now supposed to be not happen to be anything, but we're gonna see if we can access any kind of actions. No, it will not access right now. Once you're gonna hit directly there, it's gonna access. So now our database is working perfectly fine. So how we can create a user? So basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna use our code base and use our for our postman to perform each and every single task. Why we're doing that? Because you're going to think about like a backend engineer who doesn't have an access in the front-end design and other parameter. We know the backend structure, so you're going to create the backend structure as a backend developer, right? So first of all, we need to create our route. So this is the route going to happen to be make everything to make in a proper delegation. Also, as you can see, for that course origin is just right here. So for the cross contamination, it will not happen to be to you. And also app.io, so this is the one is using. We also having the debug middleware for other routes. And right now what we're gonna have, we need to create our entire route setup. So what we're gonna do is that first of all we're gonna create our route setup. So our first route gonna be, I'm going to make that as app.use, and that use method we're going to use that /API / that should be the auth route, and we need to create that auth route. So to create the auth route, I'm going to go and access especially our, it doesn't have a route directory here. I'm going to create a new folder or directory which going to be named as routes. So in that route parameter, we're going to create our file which going to have our SA auth route. So I'm going to create a new file. This should be auth route. I'm going to make it as camel case 2 auth route.js. And that should be multiple route, should be routes.js. Now over here, we need to import Express to generate that one. So import Express from, it should be coming from the Express. And over here, we're going to make this simply that const router should be is equal to Express dot, and that will access that router to build the route structure done. And also we're going to make that export default, and that should render our router directly there. So also you can simply come in here, and also you can just import that auth routes. So right now, I think first instance, it will not directly coming there. So I'm going to just import it here. So let's say all the routes import going to come in here. So import auth routes from, that should be coming up from, I think, oh, sorry, should be from, and that should be coming like on only a single dot and the routes, and here auth route.js. So this is the one which gonna handle our route. Now if we just come in the auth route, we can simply pass that a simple method, simple mechanism by which we can maintain that yes, our route is working, that everything going fine. So what I'm gonna make, router dot, I'm gonna make a get method just to see it's working, and that should be coming as login. Just make that. We're going to change later on, break response. So from here, I'm going to pass that rest.send. Let's say login is working. Okay, that's simple. Just a login method. So of course it will not be a get method, it should be a post method, but we're going to modify it later on. Over here, as you can see, we have that localhost 8000. We're going to just go directly with another route, localhost 8000. Remember the way we created our API, we are just passing that directly here using that /API /auth, right? So after that, localhost 8000, you need to provide that /API /auth, and after that, that should be our login. So if we hit enter, and as you can see, login is working, means our route is performing the tasks in a proper way. So we can now go structurizing our data and others. Now, as it's happened to be working perfectly fine, we're gonna create or implement the full setup, the full module, the way it will work. So now this method, it will not be a get method, it would be a post method, right? As the login method gonna be substantially for happen to be a post mechanism. So that should be, let's say, login user. So actually first one is better to create the user, but anyway, or we can, instead of login, I'm going to just keep it same. For right now, I'm going to keep it same. That should be, we are not login. We're going to create first this at the register user. So that should be our first route. And of course, it would be a post method here. And what we gonna do, instead of login, it would be a register mechanism, right? So that should be our first route. If we click right here, it will find an error because that route would not be found. So I'm gonna just comment that our login. First, we're gonna create our register route by which we can bring back our register setup, right? And to do that, what we need to do, I'm gonna comment each and every single route. So should be, let's say it should be login route. And here it's gonna coming register route. So what kind of things gonna having under this register route? Router dot is should be a post method, and over here it should be coming / register, and on that register we're gonna make that a register user. So this kind of functionality we're gonna decipher to build it in a separate conception, because this is the file where we're gonna put all the routes set up, right? Now if you are familiar with, especially for that Next.js build up, you know, we can create that server right here, but we are separating each and everything, because this route is gonna also passing the data directly to our database for our mobile application and others. So we're gonna build up a perfect structure of database, not just a manipulating or just a simple data structure, but a proper and a perfect structure of database which you can use it anywhere, wherever you're looking forward to. And so that what we can do, we're going to create a middleware, right? So that is the middleware which is going to help us to bring back everything. So this is the old middleware setup by which we can not the middleware, we are going to make that controllers, right? So the controller is going to happen to be bring like hold all of the controlling, like all the functions, whatever the route configuration going to work, all things going to be passing in our controller. So I'm going to create a controllers directory. Over here I'm going to create a simple file which it would be auth controllers dot, or that should be controller, a single controller which gonna happen to be make things right. So this is the controller which gonna do everything to go and pass by. So it will be a simple function, so that should be a register controller, register register user. Over here you're gonna just simply make a register user function. So let's say register user, and that function should be coming from async handler. Now first of all, if I just go in our packages, do we have that async handler? Express async handler. Yes, we do have async handler. Now you can simply search in the package managers to find that library here, Express async handler. If we just go here and let's say if we go in the npm, and by the way, whatever the packages, see for the running the application which is already configured, you can see we are running using the for especially for the depth, we are using the node one. So our server is keep on running, is not a finish yet. Like if we used the node only instead of node one node, and one time running it will just stop. Because of the node one, it's not stopping, it continuously running that. Find more about that using that, just go through that node one documentation, you can find a better understanding over there. And now why we're going to use that express async handler with a simple middleware for handling exceptions inside of async express routes and passing them to your express error handlers. So this is the simple way we can handle all of our error using that simple mechanism of that handler. Now to do the other setup, what we're gonna do in the controllers for the register user, we're gonna happen to build those entire things. First of all, we're gonna use that async handler, and over here there should be an async mechanism, because remember we're gonna register our user in the database, so there should be a downtime till the server is making us the timeout. So we need to wait a specific moment to set the things in our server. So that's why we will make that async and await. If because JavaScript working just a single threaded language, so if you didn't put that async await, it will just hit and run, which is not we want. We want to save the user in our database. Now over here we're gonna make that const, which gonna coming to a name, coming to an, or I'm gonna get nothing right here. I'm gonna simply just log over here. Let's say I'm gonna make that I'm gonna just simply make request that rec, and here rec dot body, whatever passing in the body, right? So this would be a simple parameter by which we can just pass that. Let's say rest.send, we're gonna just passing a status, or I think we can just simply pass that rest.status. Right now I'm gonna just pass a status of 200 that everything is good, and from that status I'm gonna pass a JSON, and over in the JSON I'm gonna pass the message. Let's say over here I'm gonna make that saying register route is working. So, and also we need to export that, or you can either make default, or simply you don't need to make the default, you can just simply make that as register user. Or if you don't want to export from there, you can directly export from there also. But what I love that to export in a single instance, so I know if I am having any extra credential there. So export user, and as you can see, that's just passing that controller here. That should be happen to be auth controller dot JS file. Okay, so right now everything is working perfectly fine. So whatever we're gonna passing in our request body, if I put register, as you can see, register route is working, but we request is undefined. We didn't receive anything because we have no data accordingly, right? Now to create a user, what kind of data we're gonna pass, right? So we need to bring back the user, right? So for having that particular user, what kind of data field that user is requesting? So we're gonna pass that using that params over here. A user should have a name. Let's say I'm going to provide my name, and you can either pass that param or you can directly go with the JSON. We're going to try in both way. I think it will work for if we go in the register. Let's see. No, it will not. We need to pass that as a JSON parameter, so it will not work like that. So from here, I'm going to go in our, let's say, in the body. And from there, I'm going to choose that like a none, or I can go with the raw body. And from the row, I'm going to choose as JSON data structure. So I'm going to pass everything as a JSON format. And to do that, first of all, I'm going to pass that as an object. So first, I'm going to provide the name. So on that name, I'm going to provide the name as my name. And then I'm going to provide an email. That's just a simple email over there. And then every user should have a password, right? So password, let's just put that I'm going to make a stringify password, not just a number password. So let's say 345678. So that's the password we're going to provide. And every user should also have a role. So by default way, all the users should be happen to be role as not admin but user. I'm going to provide that role as a user role. And then also we can set the user address right now for the registration. Whenever you are registering a user right now, if you just go back in our let's say in our client-side application, as you can find it when we are registering a new user. So as you can see, sign up. In the sign up, we are not holding to be providing the user address. It's not a good practice. So what we are doing, we're getting the name, we're getting the first name, last name. We are also accessing those things. We're getting the email, and because that's the name gonna concat and providing the name, right? Then we are just getting the password, role by default role, or we can access any role, then sign up. So what we can do to initialize that data for the empty address and others, we can just access that from the the database. We can just pass from there whatever we want. So right now, if I hit enter, and as you can see, I can now access in the request name, email, password, role. So that's the same thing which we are looking forward to. So what I'm gonna do, instead of passing directly here, instead of, as you can see, this is coming just an object, right? So you can simply make that, we can just destructure the object from the reg.body and request body. What, as we are using that JavaScript, it will not suggest anything like what the TypeScript is building. And after this project, we're going to happen to be working another project, and that would be built entirely with the TypeScript. There you're going to find how you can build that structure, like server structure, using TypeScript, which is blazing first, and also it will let you do less error. So we're going to build up next on that. So you're going to get the name, we're going to get the email, we're going to get the password, and also you're going to get the role. So this is the entire structure going to coming from our structure of there. So right now we also gonna, whenever we're gonna setting the name of that, but as you can see, we started building the process. But if we directly go in our Mongoose, so let's say Mongoose, if we directly go in the Mongoose over here in their documentation, Mongoose is gonna working like a model. So every single setup, like every data structure, as you can see here, I'm passing that ID, email, password, about a role. This is just a model. So somewhere in the model, we need to provide that those things gonna explain that what is just kind of a definition of the product. So what we are saying user, but what a user look alike. So that's what we need to define here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new directory here, which gonna be simply pass our, let's say it should be all the models gonna be entering here. First one should be our user model.js. So this we're gonna create that. So import, and I'm going to just make that Mongoose from Mongoose. And over here, let's say we're going to pass that user schema. that should be coming from Mongoose schema, mongoose.schema. So let's say schema here within the function, we're going to pass the object. Now over here, there should be a multiple scenario. First of all, we're going to define how our user, so I'm going to just enclose others. So a user gonna have a name which gonna type is a string and required is true. So a user must have a name. Then also a user must type is a string and required true. And like, how are you going to decipher a single user? So a single user going to decipher not by using an username and others, but according to the email. Like with a single email, you can just create a single user in my application, or you can just also passing that using other parameter like to make it username, or you can manually create the username making your own identity, but I'm not going to handle that. We're going to make that email as a unique, and the password also type a string required true. So make sure, are you making that required is true? If it's not making required true, then it's going to access in some other portion. And after that, and now why I am just copy pasting that one, this can be a good question to you. I'm just trying to consume the time a bit. You can just pause the video, or you can just wait a bit and you can type those things. This is very simple to go with that. So first, then a user gonna have an avatar which is type is a string. Now default value, I'm gonna provide a default image. So this is the default. Later on we will be having the functionality by which we can use like upload the user using that Cloudinary, right? We are gonna do that later on, by which we can access those. Then we're gonna having also a role which gonna type a string, and a name of that role we're gonna having the admin, user, delivery man. So we know what kind of roles it's gonna set. Default gonna passing that as user. And after that, we're gonna also having a certain kind of scenario right now. So that should be passing an address. A user must happen to be have to address. As you can see, user having address for, like, as you can see, is an array of address having the wish list, array of wish list, a card item, array of card. So also gonna happen to be get the orders and others. We're gonna pouring all of those things. So address, we're gonna having the street number, which gonna be type of string required true. We having the city, the string required true. We're having the country, postal code, and is default either is it true or not. Like we're gonna having a multiple address scenario. So whatever the default one and whatever not, we can mention by this segment. And for the other parameter, we're gonna also passing that wish list and others. So this is the address. And here also for the wish list, we're gonna bring it later on, wish list. And after that also we're gonna bring our card, because remember, a card gonna be accessing our product scenario, the product data gonna handle there. So we cannot directly inject it right here. And that's also gonna contain our timestamp. So let's say timestamp gonna be passing that. Let's say timestamps. Is it gonna be working here? It's supposed to be here, but why is not? Okay, I think it will not make that time TMPS gonna be true. Okay, so this is the accessing that the user schema, and right now we are not gonna access any other thing. We're gonna just simply pass that const user. So user is equal to mongoose.model, and from there we're gonna pass simply the user, and the user gonna having that user schema, right? And from there we're gonna just simply export default, and that should be our user. So wherever now we are needing that user, we can simply access that schema. There we can pass that. Now the wish list, card, and also the orders, other data gonna fill up later on. Once we're gonna passing that, also it gonna coming up, let's say it gonna also pass the order. So a user order, we're gonna access that one also here. So right now as it's working right here, so we can set the controller such a way so that it can measure on that. Now first of all, as you can see, a user registration must require, like whenever a user is registered, we will not let them to register again. We can pass them a message that you have an user, user is already exists, just go back to login. So we can now simply take an object user exists. So this gonna hold to pass that if the user is available or not. We're gonna await on that. Then we're gonna just simply go in our database over here. And of course, you can see right now you need to put that JS to go hold an user model. And over here we can, as you see, we have one unique proportion is that find one where we're gonna pass that simply our email. So we have the email is unique. According to the email, we can get the user directly. So now we can pass logic. If the user exists, what we want restore status to be sent as a 400, okay, and also we can either simply throw an error, or also you can pass simply a .json file by which we can go that. So we can just, it's up to you how you want it to. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna process that throw an error. So this, whatever mechanism you're looking forward, you can use that, and that should be throwing a new error, and the error gonna be saying that user, let's say user already exist, try login. That's it. So if the user exists, it's gonna pass that method. So what's gonna happen if we doesn't have that, like we are not happen to be that user existed, that's particularly coming a new user. So const, we're gonna simply take an object as user, so that should be await, and we're gonna user dot, we're gonna use that create method, and that's the just a MongoDB accessories. That's the how Mongoose gonna work. So first of all, we're gonna create a user using the name, using the email, using that password, and using whatever the role is you are providing, and then we are gonna passing an object called an address. Remember why we need that. In the user model, you can see we provide that address. So that's the address gonna be street, city, country, postal code is default. This is not like mandatory. You can skip that, it will work. But what we really need is that to provide such a dimension so every user can have that. So this is the way we can combine. We have the name, email, password, role, address, right? And now if we are having the users, I'm going to remove this one, because now we're going to provide a proper method. So if the user is created, so this is the method which providing the user. If user is created, there should be rest.status, and we're going to provide the status of 201, and we make sure to search in the Google that HTTP code of 201. So let's see what kind of things it's just returning from there. Yeah, as you can see, status code 201 created indicates that the client's request was successful and a new resource has been created on the server. So you can simply search those things and find an answer. So I don't want to go and explain each and every single time. Now we're going to pass the JSON. In that JSON, we're going to return some of data. So we're going to return, keep that underscore ID. Why underscore ID? Because whenever you're going to create a document, especially in MongoDB, it's automatically binding an ID with that underscore ID. So I want that to be similar on that whenever you're going to supporting the client, and the ID should be user underscore ID because the user is created, right? So this is how it's gonna access the things to be there. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the other parameters. So user should have an ID, user dot underscore ID, name should be coming as the username, email should be user dot, and that's the new user which we created. You can keep it as a, you can also call it a new user or user, that's up to you, just an object, and which gonna receiving return value of that, right? So then we're gonna having the avatar, role, and user address. Okay, so this, as you can see, after if, we can also pass them an else method if we are having that problem. So rest of status, and in the status we're going to provide a 400 method because the error is providing, and let's say throw new error, and the error gonna contain, let's say, invalid user data. Okay, fine. Now what we can happen, what we can get actually, if we click on that, we're supposed to get that a user, right? So let's say click there, and right now, as you can see, we're having that ID directly from the MongoDB. We're having the name, email, avatar is there, user, and address. So let's go here, and I'm going to refresh that entire structure. So let's see what we are going to receive from there. And as you can see at the top, Babymart Vite is right here, and this is the user data which is coming by so far. And here you can see we have the name, we have ID, name, email, password, avatar, role, address, created at. But as you can see, the password, this is not a good deal to keep the password like that, right? But here, as you can see in our other one, our password is encrypted. So what we need to do is to make an encryption on our data so user data cannot be accessed from anywhere. So I'm going to just delete that one. So now we're going to access to create other parameter in that user model. We can simply decipher how it can be. Either you can do in the model, also you can do in the controller. But as you can see, we are having a lot of things in the controller. So I'm going to provide something here in that model to be handled on. So now, after using that, as you can see, before passing that one directly here, we will make some of the combination, which going to pass that, let's say it will match user, enter password to, let's say should be hashed password in database. One should be matching that password, another it will encrypting the password, right? So I'm going to just simply pass the two. So one, whenever we're gonna, you see, whenever this mechanism is required, especially you are just getting that password in there, but whenever you are registered, like login method is happened, but right now we are not going to match that one, as we are not having the login mechanism here. It's just registering the user. So what we need here, encrypting the password. So we're going to simply pass that user schema dot pre. On that pre method, we're going to simply pass that save. So before saving that, we will just get an async function over here. So async function, and on that function, we're going to pass a validator, which going to be extracting the next mechanism. And from there, if, let's say, if this dot is modified, let's say is modified, and from there, if the password is coming, so let's say password, and over here we're gonna simply pass that next. Okay, so if the password is not is modified, then simply it's gonna do the other action, and after that we can simply pass that const salt. Let's say salt should be is equal to, we need to use that Backend.js to make that things to be happen. So we're gonna use that Backend. So let's say in the package, if we are gonna happen to be past that Backend yet. So this is the Backend.js. I think, yeah, we are having that. So we need to import that one at the top. So it should be coming, let's say import Backend from Backend.js. And right now, if you go back to the package, if you are just not passing that, as you can see in our type, we are having the module. That's why we can directly import like that. If it's in common, you need to just make const similarly like that. Const Backend from, or not from, it should be require. Then you need to pass that. So this is how it's going to work. But right now, as we're using the module, so we can simply just pass directly like that. So now over here, what we're going to pass directly is that Backend dot, we're going to simply use that gensalt, and we're going to pass a 10 gensalt. Feel free to read the documentation about how this salt is working, how the things is passing like that. So this dot, we're going to just post the path, like put the password on that, should be await, and then we're gonna pass that Backend dot hash, and from there we're gonna simply pass that this dot whatever the password we are passing, and then we're gonna simply pass the salt. So this is how we're gonna combine those everything in real time. And also we need to make one more setup, is that we need to ensure only one address is default. Because whenever user having address, like it can have a 4 or 5 address, one address should be a default address, which they can, whenever user going to the card, automatically that will be set. But so I can just pass you a demo over here. Let's say I'm gonna just log in, and from there I'm gonna go with my account right here directly. Okay, I think the password may be like that. Okay, so right now, if we just directly go in over here, as you can see, we have our address. So over here, I think there, yeah, if we just cut that, you see, this is the default address. So this user can have multiple address. I don't know if this having the access or not. So this is the add address parameter. So let's say, let's. No, there is some problem with that, because this is in live. I need to like make some configuration by which I just stop, because a lot of requests coming and my database is getting full. So I'm just stopping that one here. Also, by the way, we can simply pass that. Okay, I think something is wrong in my proportion here. Okay, if we go back here, yeah, right now it will work. Okay, as you can see over here, if we directly go in the proceed to checkout, I think, yeah, From there I can easily add a new password here. So let's say I think 245 over here, 245, and then Dhaka, and also okay, add address. Okay, I think I need to work on that. Yeah, I think I stopped the database to populate. So just as you can see, that would be one would be default. There will be another address which, and there should not be default to address, only single address can be default. So that's the one we need to ensure over here. So what we're gonna do, user schema. And same thing, if you're finding any error, let me know in the comments, because then I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna pass that error, like for the, especially for that address mechanism, I'm gonna fix that, because I just remove some things to be entered there, either because a lot of requests gonna coming in the database, which can cost money. So I stop some of the parameter to be populate data from there. So same, before is saving, I want to access that, and over here again, simply I'm going to create that function, and that function you're going to populate the next parameter. And over there, what we're going to do, we're going to just simply pass that. We're going to pass a simple mechanism here. So we're going to pass that if pre is modified and addresses, then it's going to passing the default address. So the this dot addresses, you're going to find that is default should be passing that as a default address. So if it's default, so then it's going to just go in that make the default. So first one, if it's a default address is not there, then it's going to set, otherwise it's going to make false, and then you're going to pass that as the next parameter. So right now what we're going to happen, if we just go directly within our postman over here, and of course come in the index, make every load, like save the data, and it will automatically reload. If we just go and make send, that user is gonna create again in MongoDB. So illegal arguments, string object, stack illegal arguments. Okay, there is something we did wrong, and what it could be. So this is our out routes, this is our user model. I think something we have been missing here. So okay, I think also you will just provide that one just to pre-match the data, like user methods of match password. It can also go with that bcrypt.compare, so that method can inject. Now this time if we try, okay, internal error. So I'm gonna just enclose that, and let's say npm run dep to rerun again. I don't know what's the wrong here. So this is the Bcrypt.js. So if I just go and manipulate all other thing, let's say I'm gonna just provide like that. Is it gonna work? Okay, this is gonna saving. Okay, fine. So this save again, and I'm gonna use a different email. This time we try. Okay, illegal arguments string object function. So Babymart server index file server. Okay, we are having some of the problem. What we installed here, we have the Bcrypt.js, right? So that's supposed to work. So in the package, we are also having the Bcrypt.js. So let's see what kind of things we need to modify. The problem is not for the first mechanism here. The problem, I believe, is that, remember, we making the salt, right? Now over here, as you can see, the same parameter is happening. We didn't use that await, so it's not waiting till the salt is creating, because we are not like by default you can create also, like you can encrypt your password by your own. All the method is there in the Node.js, but you know, we're not handling so many things, as the Bcrypt is providing the data, so we can make the Bcrypt data property. Now that Bcrypt also happen to be hosted in a server, so what we are doing, we are getting the salt value where we are hitting in the Bcrypt mechanism, and we need to wait till the result is coming. So now if we try, and that time we should be able to get, as you can see, user is created. So let's go back in our MongoDB and refresh again. So here it's gonna populate two. So first one I'm gonna remove because it's just created just to testify for that. And this one, as you can see, we have the ID, name, email, password, avatar, role. We have the address array, and the good thing is that we have the password which we can't inject like that. So right now, even your database is compromised. Nobody can find your user email or like address, and can't access that one, right? That's a good thing to be implemented like that way. So let's go there and try to create the same thing again. As you can see, bad request user already exists, and as you can see here, we are implementing such a way our server is not dropped, right? Even we are requesting getting a 400 like a bad request, but server is okay. It's because we are managing with the async handler all the error properties. So I'm gonna go try to make that with the previous one, and that time again the two user we are having that. So good thing is that we are got that point. So now we need to create a login mechanism, right? So let's go back to the auth route. So we have one post mechanism by which we are creating our auth. So user model, I think this match of user enter password is hashed a password in database. We can also populate that one. That should be a good one. So we're gonna simply pass that. So to do that, it can be simply just go with that user schema, because that's where we can simply call in the login, we can call that mechanism, because both model gonna access this same thing. So it's gonna pass that user schema.methods.match password. If it's there, enter password, it's gonna take that value, and then it's gonna compare with that enter password, then it's gonna pass that true. So right now, what we're gonna do, let's go back to our auth route here. So in the auth route, we as we did for our, especially for our login register is done. So right now, I think I'm gonna bring it back below the login. So here it's gonna be our route for our register. So let's say there should be router dot again the post method, and the post method gonna be login, and here it's gonna get that login user. So that also be a function in the auth controller, which we are gonna create right now. And what kind of things it's gonna decipher on that especially. So this is our register, so I'm gonna just concat that, and here it's gonna be login user. So in that, simply create a function which gonna be a login user, and again that should be similar using the async handler, and over here it's gonna get that async mechanism. Let's get a request and response. And now feel free that you are doing a very fantastic job without any AI, without doing any other mambo jumbo. You are purely coding. AI can provide you that, but we need to understand the mechanism, how the things can do, how the things can really aligning it all together. When you understand the proper mechanism, you can build anything, and AI can help you. In my next project, I'm going to build an entire segment using AI, which just we're going to do by coding, and we're going to build up a lot of things together. Okay, so no worries, we're going to build that very shortly. So right now, what we're gonna do for the login user, it would be simple, similar way. We're gonna make that, and we're gonna simply pass that email and password from there, and that should be reg.body. And over here, what we're gonna do, either you can also put await if you want it to, but it will not do such kind of parameter. It's already handling that. So you can also make that await if you wanted to, so no worries for that. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply make that login just to see. We're gonna simply pass that login attempt, right, just to see what is coming. And over here we're gonna just pass that email if that email is requesting or not, and then we're gonna just simply pass that rest.status, and on that status gonna pass 200.json, and over here you're gonna pass a message. Let's say the message should be login. Hate it. Okay, so here it would be a login user, and we need to import that one. Not import, yeah, we need to import that one right here, login user for the controller, login user. So as we are having that one as the registered, then I'm gonna just go and make a duplicate one. So that route is registered, so that one gonna be a login. So let's say it's gonna be login user. So on that, instead of register, we're simply gonna pass the login, and over here in that body, instead of, I'm not needing that name, I'm not needing that role, right? So we just need to be happen to be providing that email and password. So that's it. Send. And as you can see, login hits, and over here we can pass the email. So our attempt is okay. We know we did a perfect job. Our route is working. Now we're gonna build this structure. First of all, once we hit, we need to get back our user is equal to await, and we're gonna pass that user one. So we can or if user.find1, we can make that mechanism. This already we did that, right? We are finding using the email for the existing user. The same thing we are dealing right here too. So after using that email, now we also need to do some of the thing. If we have the user and after user, we also gonna make that await, and there user dot remember the match password, we are having that. So that's the one we are now going to implement. Whenever user.match password is just passing with the password, remember the model which we are passing, you see the match password, so that's the method it's going to access. B, make sure the name should be the similar of that, otherwise you're going to find a very fantastic error. So if the user is available and user the password is matched, then we're going to pass that, let's say, response.json, we're going to shoot from there. And also you can make this status, you're going to pass the status to do the things in a very good way. I think where the error is coming, something I'm maybe missing. Let's say I'm gonna do it again. So user, so we have the user and okay, that should be here. I will just in on one close together. So rest.json, I can pass the status, or you can say status, pass the status at 200, and then passing the JSON here. So in the JSON data, we can provide the data, whatever the data we are looking forward to. Remember, we're gonna pass that ID, should be user ID, name, username, email, user email, avatar, user avatar, role, user role. Now you can simply pass that user directly. It will work. No worries. If you're directly passing, like instead of passing that object here, right, in the object, you are simply passing your user, it will work too. But the problem is now you can concat a message, you can pass, because here we will pass a token. Okay, later on we will pass the token. According to the token, we can set the user in our local storage, right? So if we have user, we're gonna do that. If we doesn't have the user, we'll pass the status code, which gonna be happy to be a 400, and we are going to throw a new error, and the error error, and the error should be passing that invalid email or password. That's it. So now let's go back here. So if we try, and here, as you can see, we should be receiving the data. Now you can see we are having the ID, we are having the name, email, avatar, role, user. So we are now accessing that one from our database. So right now, as we are passing that, we need to also pass a value called token. So the token, and the token should be generate token. I think did we have that? I think we created that middleware, the configuration, the token or not. So I think if we go in the utils, yes, so that's the generate token. So now also we need to provide that JWT secret. So let's go in the env. So now you can create any kind of JWT secret. So I'm going to go with that our token generator, and here I'm going to just simply, as you can see, I think we are having that. Yeah, we provide already, so no need that one. So now as you're having the JWT secret, what actually is happening there, especially on that utils, it's just getting that JWT from the JSON web token, and we're just making that const generate token. We're passing that ID. So whatever the ID is, we are passing that. We're gonna pass the ID as the email or others. I think the better option, it should be, we're gonna provide the ID of that user ID. So that's the ID we're gonna take. Then we're gonna return the JWT.sign ID. Then we're gonna pass that secret, and it's gonna get an experiment of the 30-day. If you want that 1 hour, you can just simply make that 1 hour, or you can, I'm gonna just pass that 7 day, not 30 days, not even practice, 7 day at least maximum. And also you can create a refresh token. So whenever it's expired, it's gonna automatically handle that refresh mechanism. Let me know in the comments if you're looking forward to have that refresh token or not. If you want, I'm gonna provide that, but right now I'm gonna go in a simple way, and later on it's just providing the token. So it's almost getting that sign mechanism. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with that let's say generate token over there. So this is the method we are going to use. So generate token, and on the generate token, we're gonna pass that user dot underscore ID, and we need to import that generate token. So import, I think it should be coming simple like that from, let's say, dot I think, and that should be coming from the utils generate token.js. So now we should be receiving a token entirely, right? So let's go back to in our over here. So right now, if we just, as you can see, this providing the ID, right? So you can take multiple instances. If we just create, we should be receiving a token. So if I just copy that token and let's go back to our website again. So, and over here there is a decode mechanism, so we can simply access that, paste the code and decode that one. As you can see, we are providing the ID, whatever ID we are passing. So right now we can do a lot of other parameter. We can pass the ID, or you can simply get the user, right? You can pass that entire user as an object. And over here, whenever in the out controller, you are simply can generate with according to your user entire user data, right? So what we're gonna do right now, it's gonna be a little bit heavy if you are doing that. So we're gonna just try to log in again. So now, as you can see, it's a big bunch of data. And if I copy that, and right now, if I go in my website over here and let's clear again, let's paste it and decode token. Now you can see we have the user ID, name, email, password, avatar, everything we are receiving. But it's not a good practice to provide everything, especially the password. You know, it's not a good practice at all. So we are not passing that. As you can see, either you can like pass that email, password and others, but what I recommend you not to do that, to providing the entire user. I'm going to go with only the ID, because whenever I'm getting the ID, now I can destructure the ID and get the data from the database, because if my ID is matched with the data, that's fine, that is enough for me. So this is the one which can handle. Okay, ID is not defined. Okay, I didn't provide the ID. Where is that? Sorry, this is the ID. I just forgot to enter that. So now we are okay, what's wrong here? Auth login. Okay, email, something was fishy. What it is, let me see. Yeah, now it's got, we got that. We're good. So now as you're having that, we got that our login user mechanism. Okay, good. We got our register user mechanism. Good. And now we're gonna create a get user profile mechanism by which we can create the user profile. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create some more user from there. So this is, we can create instead of that, I'm gonna create an admin user. So let's say admin, and I'm gonna provide the role as admin. Let's hit send. So that's gonna create an admin user. So we are gonna deciphering what kind of action gonna perform by which user we're gonna do and build the mechanism. And again, I'm saying you, we're gonna working like a real backend engineer. We are not gonna focus in our decipher knowledge of our structurable scenario, how the client gonna look, how gonna admin gonna look, but we're gonna create a full entire mechanism act as a backend specialist, like a database specialist, so that we can go and explore all the models and do the needful things for that. So as we did that, so now let's go to the out route. We're gonna bring back all other routes that are what we are gonna actually doing. Now, as you can see in the Swagger, so especially we're gonna make one thing very clear cut on that. So we're gonna just directly go in our local host, and that should be API and docs. Right now, it has nothing, but we're gonna set up the Swagger. So as you can see, that's already set. All the object, it's already in the repo, so you can grab everything right now, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back to the index just to provide that documentation, so that we can simply go and create the setup. So after that route, we're gonna just set that it's gonna be, let's say API, sorry, it's already there. So the API documentation, how it gonna be, so app.use, and we are gonna use that /API or should be a /API /docs. And from the docs, we are going to manipulate some of the setup. So let's say it should be Swagger UI. So it should be Swagger UI dot serve, right? So now we need to bring back that UI mechanism to, we need to, as you can see, we need to provide that Swagger Express. So let's go back to our package. Did we have that? So especially for the, yeah, we have that Swagger Express, and feel free to go to directly in the npm just to find what kind of things we are exercising, what kind of packages we are using. If it's working, it doesn't mean you don't need to learn at all. You need to learn, you need to go directly on that. So as you can see, this module allows you to serve auto generated Swagger UI, generated API documentation from Express based on a Swagger JSON file. So that's the one which we are provided here, the swagger.js file over here. And then the result is leaving documentation for your API hosted from your API server via a route. So that's the one which it's gonna compile on that. So if we directly go on that instances, we need to go to import that. So let's go at the top. So I'm gonna just import that Swagger UI, getting Swagger UI Express. And after that, we also need to provide some of the mechanisms. So we are providing that serve, so not server, it should be serve only. So that's gonna serve the Swagger UI. So if we save right now and we hit enter, so right now it's still AI docs getting nothing app.use Swagger UI.serve, which is gonna serving on that. And okay, I think we need to provide the setup. So let's make that Swagger UI dot setup, and from the setup we need to also provide that specs, and then we're gonna, not like that, specs, then we're gonna pass the entire object formation, or we can just bring back the entire segment like that. So that should be similar of this one. Okay, so now we're getting the serve method, we're getting the Swagger UI setup, which you're gonna passing the specs, explorer true, and the custom CSS getting the Swagger UI, top bar display none, and custom title baby shop, or instead of baby shop, we are simply gonna go with that Babymart API documentation. I think I maybe manipulated something. Okay, let's try this. No, what we did wrong? Let's say over here. Specs Swagger UI setup, okay, in the env. So maybe we are missing something over there, maybe in the specs or some other parameter. So let's see what actually we are missing by so far. So in the specs, specs are not defined. So this is the mechanism. We are passing the specs, but we're not importing on that. So remember, we have a configuration file. This is the Swagger, and on the Swagger configuration, we are passing something called specs over here. So this is the entire, this is the options. This is the options, and this is the specs which you're gonna passing the Swagger JS docs, that options, all this parameter providing as an specs, right? So what we need to do in the index folder, in the index file over here, let's say imports, we're gonna import that specs, and that import gonna be coming from .config config / swagger.js. So right now, if we go and come here and hit enter, we should be having a good documentation here. You can see, you can authorize that one. You see, we are having the token. So right now we go over here, and if we just directly get the login, so let's say login, and we logged in, and then we're gonna grab our token, right? So we're gonna grab the token here, and we're gonna pass the token. We can now authorize, say we are now logged in, so we can access the user data. You can see user having the ID value, string value property, and also we can get other property. Right now you cannot see that because we didn't implement the mechanism how it gonna rerun on that. Just think about that, especially for like auth route in the auth controller. Think about, I think the route that I'm gonna work for that. So in the auth route, I'm gonna set the Swagger mechanism so that it can provide all the entire setup, right? So I'm gonna go and pass that. So this is my login setup. So I'm gonna pass that one, right? So at Swagger, so it does, the Swagger gonna handle on that. So API auth, and then the post method we are providing it. So you need to be careful what we are doing. So right now, I think I need to provide that. So let's just see what you see. Yeah, auth login. So right now you can see how the things can work. What if I don't provide that description? Let's see what's the fallback. Okay, no, there should be the fallback. Okay, that should be the fallback. Okay, so this is the mechanism. So if I hit on that, especially entering on that, So let's see, I'm going to go directly on that authentication mechanism. So right now, as you can see, we are just providing that swagger for our login mechanism. So all the login parameter can be passing over there. I'm going to go again, API docs. Okay, what's wrong here? I think my server is got down. Yeah, my server is crashed. Okay. Okay, I think I need to provide those setup, otherwise it can't access. Yeah. So what actually we are passing that? We are passing that login route, Swagger, API auth login. We are passing the summary, that post summary, login user, authentication parameter, request body. So feel free to go with those responses and others, how it can be redirecting on that. So now let's hit again. So right now, if we try to go authorize, we can already authorize that one. So as in this, we can see the schemas and others. So right now, I'm gonna just try it out, right? So let's see, we are having that. I'm gonna just use my, let's say I'm going to use that admin@gmail.com, and we're going to provide the password, execute. And then as you can see, we are getting the mechanism not allowed by course. Okay, so we need to provide that course configuration, of course, otherwise it will not let the swagger to work on that. So to combine with the course configuration, I think we are already providing that 8,000. So in the index, let's see. Yeah, so Android, okay, Android simulator and others. So it's supposed to take that action to go with that, but I don't know what's actually is not helping to execute. API auth login. Okay, that should not be in that way. So no worries about that. We can set the course policy later on, because we need to also go with the client, admin and others, as now we're not gonna like passing that data requirement, but you know how to set up that Swagger just to go and to provide all the scenarios. So I'm going to close this one. Let's go back to our auth route, and I'm going to just remove the others, which is not require, and index and the DB. So right now, what we need to do is that as we are making that our login method, so there should be overall some more mechanism to be indulged with. So first of all, as you can see in our user routes, especially like the auth route, gonna handle a lot of other parameter which are gonna be in exceeded way. First one, the register. Second one, the login. And the third one, it's going to be, let's say I'm gonna provide that, let's say it should be, I'm gonna just comment that. Another gonna provide that, let's say it gonna get that profile value, and another one get the logout mechanism. So that two parameter going to be get. So now the profile is gonna come. So as you can see here, for every single particular user, they can get their user profile, right? But we need to protect the profile value, because not everyone can get the profile, right? So first of all, we're going to make that router dot get. So it should be a get method, and that get method gonna get / profile, and here we're gonna pass that protect mechanism, protect. And remember, if we just simply go in our mechanism over here in that auth controller, not I think it should be coming in that like middleware, in that auth middleware, we have a function called protect. And in the protect, in the async handler parameter, we are getting the token from there. And if request headers to authorizations and request headers to authorization starts with the barrier, so the bearer token, if the bearer token is available, right? First is the authorization, then the bearer token. If both is available, we are destructuring the token, like split up the token from there. Then we are decoding our token using the same JWT secret. Then we are grabbing the user. If the user and also getting the matching with the password, we are providing next. Otherwise, we are just throwing the error. So now if there is no token, also 401 error is going to happen to be there. So first of all, we need to get the protective value from here. So we just simply go at the top. I'm going to just minimize that one. So at the top, and let's say import, and that should be coming a protect from middleware.js, right? So that's protect mechanism gonna work, and then it gonna bring back get user profile function from our auth controller, right? So we need to grab that one. So that should be let's say get user profile. So now we need to maintain that one. So how we can do that? It's a simple way also. let's say it should be get user profile, and then we're gonna also use that async handler, and over here should be an asynchronous call over here, async, and there we're gonna pass that request and response, and over there we need to combine all things together. First of all, we will grab the user is equal to await, and that should be coming user.find by not one, should be find by ID, as we are providing the ID, and should be rec dot user dot underscore ID. So that's, we are not getting the body, but we are passing on the forward slash on the route, right? And if there is the user, then we're gonna do something, should be, let's say, res.status should be 200, and then we're gonna pass that JSON data, and over the JSON data, not like that, should be passing the JSON data. So over the JSON data, we're gonna pass the whole user scenario, so that should be getting that overall the user profile, like the ID, name, email, avatar, role, address. We're not passing the password, that's why we're restructuring that. And if there is no user, then we're gonna simply pass that, let's say console.log, should be console log, we're gonna just pass that log, or you can just make that console.error, and over here we're gonna pass that profile, and should be user not found for ID, and over here we're going to simply pass that reg dot user if the user is happen to be passing the ID, and here we're going to just pass that res dot status. We're going to pass the status code, which going to be, let's say, 404, which mentioning that not found, and let's say we're going to provide that throw new error, and the error, not like that, error, and the error going to combine user not found. That's it. And from there we will just simply pass that get user profile, and that way we can simply grab the user profile. And why we're doing that, remember, in certain positioning, especially once we are logged in on the profile, once we're gonna get the fresh data, right? This data first, once we logged in, is saving in the database, like in our state. So we are showing some data from the state, but every time a user coming in the profile, you know, they're gonna like the card gonna update, address gonna update, or the orders gonna update, a lot of things gonna happen. So that time we need to update that particular scenario, so we're gonna use that profile mechanism. So let's go back directly in our, let's say over here we are just gonna duplicate that login. So let's just duplicate. I'm gonna save that one first. So on the duplicate method, so this is, I'm gonna provide that as it gonna be a get method, and should be get user profile, and over here instead of auth login, it should be passing that as, let's say it gonna be passing that at profile. If we hit enter, we're gonna grab, see, no authorized or no token. First of all, what it gonna take, that's we need to maintain. So if you just see, we need to provide an ID. So I think the rec user.id, so I'm gonna pass that one as underscore, so should be not that, should be underscore ID. Now I'm going to go log in a user just to grab its ID, and over here I'm going to pass its ID. So let's just grab the ID and hit enter. You see how the ID is getting to the route. You see it's not unauthorized 404. So now what we can, I think 41 not authorized. Now I'm going to go in my login user. As you can see, that's the token. So this is the bearer token I need. So once I'm going to log in, I'm going to get the token, right? So every time I'm going to pass the request, I can get the token. So here are how I can change. As you can see in the auth, in that auth, I'm going to select that bearer token, and over here I'm just gonna select remove everything. I'm gonna pass that the token which I'm having here. I think okay, I put it in, I think I'm putting in a wrong position, not here but here. So as you can see in that auth, I think in the auth on the bearer token, I'm going to remove that, the dummy one, save and hit enter. And if my token is matched, I can get the data. So that's the way we can directly get our data flow. So here I'm going to just try to get another directory, and the directory going to be, I'm going to rename that directory as, I think it should be renamed. And here I'm going to make that as, let's say auth, user auth or auth. Okay, and on that auth I'm going to select all 2 3 4. I'm going to dragging on that auth. Okay, so for now I know where the mechanism is gonna hit. So from here I can I think home route I'm gonna not put it in the auth. So auth gonna having the get user profile and others. Now there should be another mechanism here which gonna control our logout, right? So as you can see on that particular instances, we also gonna create a logout mechanism here also for the logout router dot. That would be another post method, and that post method gonna be coming as a logout mechanism. Also need to be protect, like without user nobody can log out. So logout user mechanism we need to create. Simply gonna go over here, that should be logout. So const let's say logout user. So I'm going to just provide the similar name of that, and over here that should be a same as the other function, but it's going to be a simple parameter on that, and that should be async handler. And then we're going to also pass that async method, and there should be a request and response. And from there what I'm gonna do, res.json, I'm simply gonna pass that success gonna be true, and also I'm gonna pass the message which gonna be logged out successfully, and I'm gonna also passing that res.status which gonna be 200, and then pass that logout user. And one more things you can do, you can also cache, like you can clean your entire application cache if you wanted to. But first, right now I'm going to go in a simple mechanism, and here I'm going to just duplicate another method. So let's say duplicate this one, and that should be passing that as logout user. So that should be logout user, and instead of login that should be passing the mechanism on that logout. And of course, as you can see, it need to be protected. And what kind of things it's gonna do? So it's need to be protected, but what we are passing now, if we just hit enter, you can see it's not getting that, because the protect mechanism is not getting that what we are having in the login. You can see we are having that our token, so we need to provide that token here, otherwise we cannot make logout, right? So we need to just get the token, and let's go in our let's say info that logout, and over here in the auth we just simply go past that token. That's it. Hit enter. Okay, what it's saying, cannot find the route. Okay, logout user is not defined. I think I didn't pass that. So let's just hit enter, and here we need to provide that we need to get the success method. You see, success is also 200, and then message is getting the logged out successfully. So this is the proper user mechanism by which we can log out the log in the user and actually handling all the authentication parameter by so far. So right now, as you can see, we have the auth method. Now we're gonna go and create our user mechanism by which we can handle all of our user. And for the Swagger, you can do whatever the way you are feeling to access the Swagger, right? And what gonna do according to for the user route? So user route gonna access, as you can see, if we directly go in our admin, so that you can understand what's the mechanism we're gonna build for, especially for the user route. And on the admin, whenever we're gonna directly get the user, we can add a new user, we can delete any user, we can edit user. So this all functionality gonna happen, and not everyone can perform those tasks, right? Only the admin can access those mechanisms. So we need to create a separate route which can handle all of this parameter. So let's go back to our over here in the index file. We're gonna create another route which gonna hold our entire setup for that. So that would be our route, and that should be app.use, and the use method gonna passing that a /API. You can now also pass that within an object parameter. You can do that, but right now I'm gonna go in a simplest way possible. So that should be users, and here we're gonna pass that user routes, right? User routes. So what we need to do, we need to create that user routes over here. Should be user routes dot. JS, and the same conception, the same thing it's gonna be implementing here. So we need to just, I'm gonna go in fast forward just to provide you that it's gonna be protecting that one Express. It also gonna get that protecting mechanism here. Then what we can do also, we need to provide that const router should be passing that Express dot router, and from there it should be, let's say, export default. It's gonna just simply grab the router, and here in our index we can simply pass that our route should be user route. It's not providing the input, so we can just simply go at the top to get that user route. So let's go at the top, and over here we can simply just implementing that. So this is our user route. And also, as you can see, we have the auth directory. I'm gonna just minimize that. Then we're gonna create a new directory here, which is gonna provide us to bring back our users, right? So this is the user routes, which is gonna holding every single data about the user. Now, what kind of parameter a user route should have, right? So this is gonna having with that, let's say, a user route gonna perform it should be having that / route, which gonna access on the actual parameter, and also it's gonna have / id route, by which we can just simply pass that data requirement. And also okay, I think okay, I need to go and calculate again. I think I make it smaller, and then it's gonna perform other tasks like that. It will go directly on that / id, and then it's gonna also pass that addresses. So in that way, so we can manage the addresses by the user addresses and others. So that would be also passing a very good mechanism on that. There should be another route, because we can then like provide an address, and then according to the addresses ID. So all things we're gonna maximize. So first of all, we need to provide our home route, which gonna handle all other parameters. Should be router dot, and we're gonna just simply go and create and access the route. So that should be / home. So that's gonna be and direct route, which we are going to head back to our / you see the API user. So that is gonna be actually access that route. So I'm gonna just go over here, and let's say I'm gonna create, or I'm gonna just simply duplicate that request. So duplicate over here, and I'm gonna just bring back within the users. Over here, what I'm gonna do, it should be passing that API users. So let's just hit back on that. Right now we're not getting anything, so that should be users. Let's say get users. Okay, that's the get method we're gonna pass, because it's gonna hold two methods. One should be the get method, one should be the post method. So on the router.route in / this plan on that should be passing a get method, and that method gonna asking for a protect, and also that method can asking for the admin, and then it gonna get that get users. And why the admin is required right here, as you can see, we're providing the reg.user, and reg.user.role should be is equal to admin, and if the admin is accessing, only then he can perform whatever the things we are letting him to do. Otherwise it's gonna be 403 not authorized, so then it will be not authorized as an admin. So that we need to provide. So now we're gonna create that get users mechanism, by which anyone can grab the entire users parameter. So let's go in the controller. We will make that user controller. So user controller .js file, and here we're gonna make a simple function. So const get users method. So also need to better to put a comment mechanism. So get users. So get users. Now on the get users mechanism, again it should be passing as an async handler property. I'm just gonna bring back that in the top, or we can just simply also we need that user parameter. So we're gonna get the user here, and also okay, right now that's enough. So now we're gonna go with that async handler, and on particularly on that method we're gonna go with the async function, and here should be okay, this should be like that. Okay, no need that, should be request. Okay, should be request and response. And from there, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that const user should be getting that await, and here we're gonna get user.find. So here we're gonna pass an empty object, right? An empty object, and from that object we're gonna go and select select, and whatever the things is passing to be minusing having the password, it gonna access that. If you're not passing that also, it will directly get that, but it's better to pass that. And rest.json, you're gonna provide not the JSON directly, I'm going to provide any status, and the status going to be passing at 200, and then the JSON, we're going to provide the JSON mechanism. Let's say we're going to provide that success true. You can initially provide the success true method if you want, and then you're going to pass the users, right? So we're not momentarily passing that success true, but I'm going to pass that so that you can also put a mechanism that if the response.status or response.success is true, then you can pass that. So this you can combine if you wanted to. And after that, if we're going to pass that export, we're going to simply pass that get users from directly here, and let's say gonna combine that get users from that users controller. Right now, if we come here, localhost API users, if we hit, we're going to receive something not authorized. So what we need, if we go back directly, okay, I need to provide that. I will just drag it in the user directory. So it's not it yet there. So I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to drag it in the user directory. Okay, here. Okay, so now what actually we need to do is that we need to get the token, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my auth, I'm gonna go for the login user because I need to have the token. So right now, as you can see, I'm not an admin, right? If I get the login, so I'm not logged in as an admin. As you see how the token is, it will expire more than like it will. Okay, I'm gonna logged in, I'm gonna close the others. So let's say close other tab. Yeah, close other tabs. So I just copied that. Now let's go get users, and over here you can set it globally. Okay, you can set the a token globally, but I don't want it to. Again, I'm saying I want to do everything as manually. If you're looking forward, let me know in the comments. I will make a separate video where I can access everything, every single mechanism, how a postman, how you can use the postman like a pro. So as you can see, 403 forbidden, and the message is that not authorized as an admin. So what we need to do, we need to log in as an admin. So I'm gonna go in my body over here, and I'm gonna, instead of user, I'm gonna provide an admin. Admin has access for the admin route. So over here, I'm gonna just copy my segment from there. So let's save it here, and then let's go get the user, and I'm gonna remove previous one, set this one, set hit enter. Now this time, as you can see, success true, we got an array of users, right? Because if you just go directly in our MongoDB, so as you can see, admin is a role as admin. So now we are getting the proper admin, and we are receiving the data. In that way, if even anyone logged in your admin dashboard without admin, they can't access the data. They can't see nothing. It will pass a simple message, which we're gonna later on fix to populate the data, that no, you can't access. You need to have that admin permission to fulfill these actions. So now you know that get method, get user mechanism is working perfectly. And still you are watching this video and didn't subscribe, I again requesting you, do subscribe the channel. It will help me a lot to grow, and I'm gonna build a lot of things for you guys, and it's gonna be coming, and you can buy me coffee if you're looking forward to. That's up to you. Okay, so we get that things, we have the route by which we can access for that mechanism. Then again, as you can see, get method, we're gonna simply go and do the post method, and in the post method it should be also protect, and also it need to be have an admin access, and that could be create user, right? So this route can create user. So now let's go back to our controller, and over here we will create such a route by which we can create a user, and you know, it can be really handy to do those things. So let's say it should be create user. So what kind of things it can do? Const create user. So create user, and it should be is equal to async handler, not like that, should be create user async handler, and from there it should be an async mechanism, let's say getting the request and getting the response, and from there directly passing that. We gonna directly, you see the mechanism which we get the register user, the same thing, the same parameter we're gonna exercise in here, nothing fancy. But this to perform these actions, like this gonna access to the admin, not directly the registration which we happen to be get. So this having the permission to manipulate each and every single segment. It can go name, email, password, role, address, every single thing it can manipulate that one. As an admin, it has the functionality to provide and populate all the data. Okay, so right now what we can do, we can just grab that, and again we're gonna check if we are having the user exists. So the same parameter which we use for our creating the user, register user, the same mechanism we're going to use. That's why I'm not providing you that much. So if the user exists, we can simply pass that user exists 400, and then we're going to pass that create user. Okay, and after that we also pass that if the user is created, like if we have the user is not created, we are going to create a user. So should be similar like that. Const user gonna be await user.create name, email, password, role, and if address is there, addresses, otherwise an empty array. The same parameter. Now we're gonna just populate the similar synonym. You see, if the initialize the empty cart, for right now we are not gonna providing the cart because I didn't create the cart model. It's gonna throw the error later on. Also, you're gonna creating the cart, you're gonna populate it everywhere. After that, we're gonna just do that. So now the status is getting 201, which is the ID getting the ID, name, email, avatar, role, and address. If this is not happening, you see the status code 400 invalid user data. So now let's go back here and let's try to create a user, right? So that should be a create user route /. So the get users route, right? This is the / users, right? So that's the same parameter gonna happen. I'm gonna just go add a new request here, and that should be providing a post request, and the request name should be create user. And over here that should be hitting the same route. You see, every single route, first in the auth route we are deciphering everything as a separate mechanism. Now we're gonna hitting in the same route. We're gonna coming as a get method, we're gonna coming as a post method, put method, delete method. In that way we can work it together in a very good fashion. So now it can be able to create a user. How we can do that? First of all, let's say if I hit, let's see what's not authorized, no token. So we need to set the token. Now you can again, I don't want to set it in a global way because there is some complication, because otherwise you will not know what kind of error you are getting. So from here the barrier token, not barrier, bearer token. So I'm going to save it and hit send, and let's see what's not authorized token failed. Okay, why is failed? Oh, okay, I'm gonna log in again. So this is my admin, send again. So that's the new token here. So let's get the token and create the user, and over here I'm going to remove and save and send. Yeah, cannot destructure property name of request and others because we are not providing an actual data, right? So how we can send the data? We need to go, especially for the register user, the same parameter it's going to work here also. So I'm going to copy that, and let's go and create user. Let's go in the body, and also from there I'm going to pass the raw data, which JSON is selected by default. And over here let's hit I'm going to hit in admin. Let's see if it's creating or not. You see user already exists. So now I'm going to make that test@gmail.com. that should be passing as a test user, and hit. Now we should be able to see, get that. You see the test user is created. Let's go back to the get user. If we hit send, we should be able to see that's the user. There's 2, 3 test user is right there. So now once we're getting the user, we can also pass a lot of other mechanism by which it can be more fantastic, like the providing the ID, providing the separation, pagination, a lot of things we can do. But right now for the user, I'm gonna make straightforward by which way you can really understand that things can work in a very simple way. Later on, so you're gonna create the product, we're gonna enter a lot of more and more logic. So not dumping all at all together, like at a time, but simply slowly you're gonna jump all of that. Okay, so as we did that, so now we need to create another route. So I'm going to go a little bit of faster forward, as just it's going to implement such a things which can really access those route setup. So as you can see with the ID, we're going to having especially for the 4 route segment. One is the get user by ID, another is update user, which is just a put method, another is the delete and a protect admin and delete user. So it should be a 2 mechanism. One is that using that ID, like /ID, we're gonna provide that user ID. Then we can like getting the user, same the user which we are actually getting beforehand. So that can happen, and then the update user, and also can be deleting user. So first one we're gonna implement is that user controller. We're gonna get that user by ID. So that should be, let's say, get user by ID. So const, let's see, we're gonna bring that up. That same function should be get user by ID. Also, let's get with that async handler, async mechanism, request, response, and the same thing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply authenticate the user. As you can see, we're getting the user find by one, then passing that, should be passing that get user by ID. So that's the one mechanism to get the function. And another function is gonna have that update user, right? So this is gonna be a put method which we need to create that. So this also need to be providing such a very good way. So I'm gonna come over here and should be passing that update user method, const update user. And now let's pass that async handler, and then async mechanism, same request response, and then we are good to go. So over here, first of all, as you can see, we need to grab the user. Now actually, as is, it cannot be accessed in the global layer, as it's just not in JSX function. So we need to provide an scope, but we can declare in a global layer to provide the function. That's up to us. So again, what I'm saying, I'm gonna making that as simple as possible. So now what we're gonna say, if we doesn't have the user, that's time, like if we doesn't have the user, we can simply pass the mechanism on that, gonna be 404, throw an error, user not found. And for the update user, you see we need to be happen to be protected, but no need to be having an admin. Only admin gonna delete the user, right? So what I'm gonna do for allows user by themselves or admin. So what let's just pass that mechanism right here. So you're gonna be passing a simple comment. So allows updates by the user themselves or admins. So two setup gonna happen. So if we're gonna just concatenate the two separate separation on that. So if the user that ID in string, so right now if the user is getting that if so what we are doing, if the user ID and the request user ID is not equal to and user role is not in admin, we are gonna throwing a new error. For right now we can only provide the mechanism for the admin, right? So we can simply protect that things. For right now, as it's just passing handling on the admin parameter, we'll just give the permission to update the user by admin. So let's just go, or I think this one not require, you see, it's not is equal to admin, because we're going to give anyone to update. We're not accessing the admin. So I'm going to skipping that. So I'm going to just simply get the username and other dialect parameters. So first of all, I'm going to provide the value over here. The username should be request body name is or username. If the password is available, user password, request body password. If the role is providing from the body, should be coming the role. And then user address, if the user passing the address, otherwise getting an empty address, whatever the address is passing by user. So this is going to happen. And for the avatar, that should be an avatar set gonna be there. So I'm gonna setting up later on. So const updated user should be, let's say await, that should be let's say user dot save. We not user, yeah, user dot save. We just gonna save the user, which gonna be as an updated user. And also we're gonna pass that, let's say rest.json or res.status gonna be 200, and .json, let's say you can pass the status, but I'm not gonna do right now. I'm just gonna simply go and grab that. Let's just provide that one. We're gonna update that scenario. That's it. So now we're gonna passing the JSON status. If the user is having, we're just updating the user. So the mechanism gonna access passing that should be passing on the let's say gonna be coming and update user, and also can get user by ID. I'm gonna keep the delete user later on. Now we can test that two mechanism get. I'm gonna just go with the put method, which gonna be update user. So let's say I'm gonna, as is getting the create user, I'm gonna just duplicate that one. So duplicate. And over here, instead of that post method, let's say it should be not create user, update user. Instead of post method, it's gonna be a put method. And over here on the body, I'm going to go in my register mechanism here, or not register, in the create mechanism. Remember, we created that test user. So let's go in the put method. I'm going to just simply pass that updated user. So instead of test, I'm going to just make a test. So, and the role, I'm going to make the role as a user. So hit save and let's try. And as you can see, I need to provide an ID, right? So what I'm going to do, according to that particular instances, I need to log through that. So let's log in the user, and that should be passing that test@gmail.com. Hit send. I'm can logged in, and this is the ID for that user. So let's go in update mechanism. I need to provide the params. So the param should be passing that ID, and the ID should be getting that value. And hit send, and we should be getting, okay, it's providing the 404 not found, because this is the mechanism. So it's getting the users. So users/id. So okay, API users. So I think we need to, okay, let's get user profile here. Okay, /user profile, then underscore ID we are providing. So / I think we need to provide that underscore ID maybe. Let's see. No, we didn't get the route. So update user, that's /ID. So we need to get that. So that should be within the same route, users. Oh, okay. Users, it should be coming /. I think so. Yes. No. That should be, okay. This is the ID, and that is the body is getting that. So why is providing the problem? 404 not found. So we need to work with that route setup. So this is the user route. So this route is not accessing that. So /ID. So users /ID. I think it should be similar of users /ID. So directly grabbing the ID. So the users /, if we just pass that ID, I think yes. Instead of users, we can directly map that with the ID. No need to, because it's accessing the ID directly. So we need to provide that way. So as you can see, it's having the test user. So I'm going to change again. So now let's say it should be new test user, and also we can change the test like the email. So new test, and hit enter. And as you can see, we have that new test user, and in the get users method, if we just send on that, we can see that one is changed. And also if we go directly in the database, if we just reload on instant refresh the data, we can see that particularly the data is changed and we got the entire segment. So right now, as you can see, our update method is working. So right now we also gonna get user by ID and delete mechanism. We're gonna testify. For the delete method, we need to create another function which will help us to create that delete method, which will be simply a delete method. And to delete that, the route must be a protected and also the admin, and then we're gonna use that delete user controller over there. So let's go back to our user controller here. So let's go directly in that here. So after update user, we're gonna just make another one, which gonna be, let's say, the delete user mechanism. So it should be, let's say, delete user. And over here, we're gonna write this function delete user, which gonna handle with that async handler. What we're gonna do first, we need to grab our user, right? So whatever the parameter we have update, as you can see right here, we are passing that in request params.id. It's gonna directly come to request param.id, right? If we have the user, then we are going to do something. Okay, there should be the condition if we have the user. Now if we doesn't have the user, it would be a simple procedure to go with that it's gonna provide an 404 status that user not found. And if we have the user, what we can do, first of all, we're gonna make that there should be some proportion user's card we're gonna implement later on, and also multiple table, not in the same table, otherwise the data would be congested. If we keep in separate table, we're going to delete according to that, right? For right now, I'm going to keep it as commented, show it the user, and we're going to just make that await user dot delete one. That's it. We're going to just simply run the function and it going to delete that, and also need to provide that the race.json. Here we're going to simply pass that, we're going to make that of 200 as we make the success. So we're going to provide that status code status, and here we're going to provide that JSON format. We're going to simply pass that. You can simply do that same status code, which can be success, or you can pass in a true false value. Like if it's happened to be there, you can make that success true if you want it to, right? So I'm going to make the status success, or you can just simply make that success as true. So you can also go like that. And then we're going to make that for the JSON format. We're going to pass the message that user deleted successfully. That's it. So now what you need to do, we need to like pass from there. So that should be let's say delete user. Okay, fine. So now let's go back to our user route. Over here it should be passing at the delete user. So our controller is ready, but the route is the same proportion of the route. If we directly go, as you can see, that's the mechanism we use for the update user. So I'm going to copy that, and or I'm going to just make a duplicate example on that, and on the duplicate, the copy one, that should be, let's say, delete user. And over here, instead of the put method, it should be coming as a delete method. And if we send that, we're supposed to get, okay, cast to object for value. So ID, okay, ID is not, I think that was the problem. So the user, remember, we already functionalized that, but somehow we copied that and it was coming there. ID did not be there. If I just send that data, as you can see, success, user deleted successfully. So what's the user we deleted? If we directly go and get the user, there should not be that user. So I have my name too. As you can see, test user is deleted perfectly. So now our delete mechanism also working like the way it's supposed to be, and it's doing a very good decent parameter. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna introduce all of my model. So you need to be paying a close attention on that particularly, because now we're gonna capture entire model setup so that we can bring it one by one. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the model, and over here in the model, what we are going to implement is that I'm gonna just bring everything one by one. So let's say there should be no worries about that, because I'm going to explain to you what's actually going to do within that particular scenario. So I'm going to just bring back all together. So replace the one which is coming existing. Now I'm going to close all. So here you need to pay a close attention, and no worries about that. All the model, I'm going to pass that. So as you can see, so whenever you're going to clone the repo, you're going to find that models there. So I'm going to pass all the model there, all the model controllers and others. You're going to pass, you're going to get that except that env. So no worries about that. The model, I'm going to pass that. So we have the user model. Remember previously what you did, and in the user model, we're going to adding something very unique. That is that there is the wish list, which going to coming from Mongoose schema types object ID, and the reference going to be coming for the product reference, which you're going to having the product model. As you can see, that's the product model which going to be coming as a reference parameter. And then also in the card, same schema type going to be passing as the reference for the product, because every card should having a product, like product ID is going to be there as an object, and also having the quantity. Like if I add 5 products in the card, every single product have that ID and the quantity, not the entire product list. Is because the product list would be heavy, so we need to just update whatever the ID is there, and from the ID we can access the product from the card, right? So now this is a fully functional of that user schema, like user model here. Then we're gonna go one by one. That's the banner model. And what kind of banner? In a banner, the banner has to be have the name, should be having the title, start from image and banner type. So this is the banner and providing the timestamp and passing that banner model. That's it. Then we're going to have the brand model similar of the banner, but this one only have the type, and then like for the name and image, and then the timestamp. And as you can see, we are just exporting the banner as well. Then we have our cart model. In the cart model, we are having the product ID. Remember, every product should having passing an unique ID to there. Like whenever you're going to create a product, you should get an ID same as user. So bring the scenario like that. So if I go to simply of our, let's say we are here in our admin. If I directly go in the baby shop, so let's see, try on that. Now whenever I am adding one product, it's accessing our like the cart, right? If we go directly here, okay, it's just running an ad. So as you can see, I am getting the cart, this entire data I'm getting from the database. But what I'm doing, I'm storing only the keys, like only the IDs of that particular product as a cart. And from the ID, I'm calling to my database to get the product because I have the product data as well. So the same thing is gonna happen. There should be a product in, like as you see in the addresses, there should be a cart address parameter here. Right now, whenever we're going to create a new one, as you can see in the user model, we should create it, that wish list and cart. Like if I go directly here and let's say we're going to create a new user, so get user, where is the create user? So that's a create user. I think that one is deleted. We're going to create the test user right now, and we should be having a user. I'm going to refresh that data. And then whenever we are going there, as you can see in the test user over here, we have the wishlist array, we have the card array, and also we have the address array. So that's all the formalities we are just passing directly from here, that it should having all the properties. Previously I was skipping that because we are not doing the model. So now you know what's actually going to do. So in the card, as you can see, the card, it just happened to be an array. So in the array, we're going to keep like this object ID. So this ID gonna be there. If we have the 10 products, 10 ID, it will be there. That's it. Simple. Then we are also going to have the name, price, quantity, and the image. So that would be the card. And then we're going to define the card schema, which is going to having the user ID, and that user ID could be coming, it just kind of linking together beside on that. So the type should be that user schema, then record true, unique true, and item should be the card item schema. So that entire item schema should be passing as an array over there. Okay, fine. Then you're going to having the category model. In the category model, like category have the name and image could be optional. As you can see, we are showing all the images, especially if you go at there. As you can see, those images coming right from the category model. Then we are gonna having that order model. So if you directly visualize about the data layer over here, and if I go to see my order, view my order data, okay, this account is, I think there is no orders yet. Anyway, so here the order should be, again, the product ID should be linked up with the product, and the name, price, quantity, image, if it's available. Then in that order schema, we are injecting that every order should be having that user ID, should be items, which gonna be orders item schema. And then we are going to having the total value of there, which going to be a type of number. By default, we're going to take a 0 property of the value. Then also you're going to passing the status. Now every single order should be passing some kind of status, which going to be coming through and pending. Once it's paid, it's going to be paid, then the completed, and also can be the cancelled. By default, all the orders getting to be pending, because once the payment is successful, you're going to make it paid. Once the order is delivered, you're going to make it completed. If the customer or by somehow we cancel the order, it would be cancelled. And for the shipping address, what we can do is that every user gonna be also passing the shipping address, and that address gonna be related like of our state, like the similar of that address schema, which gonna be passing that any street, city, country, postal code. And then after that, this is coming from the shipping address, right? Then we are having that payment intent ID, that Stripe session ID, and paid at, and the timestamp. So that could be our order schema. Then one of the most complicated one is that our product model. In the product model, every product should have the name and also having the description. And you can see the name should be unique, because we can generate the slug according to that. It's up to you. I'm again keeping it simple as possible. Then also we're having the price, which is going to be a number, default value is 0, having the discount percentage, type is number, default 0, mean 0, max 100 can be there. And then stock, actually max not to be 100, we can can could be the 90% the max discount you can provide. If it's 100% discount, we're just providing that as free. Also, we're going to having the stock parameter, and then coming to the ratings. And as you can see, ratings should be according to the users, then also going to the min max rating, minimum 1, maximum 5, and the created parameter. Then coming the average rating parameter, image, and also required true. Coming the category, which gonna mention of the category schema. Coming the brand, also passing true the brand schema, passing the timestamp. And now here is the calculated rating scenario is right here, which gonna calculate if the rating can be we're gonna just maximize. Like if you can just see over here this product rating, if we just go in the single product here, as you can see the review, no review. If there is review, it like 1.2, 1.3, it's gonna calculate it all together to go provide a very good length properties over there. So this is kind of model we are going to use by so far. So that's all our model. So right now, as we are having our user model, so what we can do is right now, especially on the user route, we're going to create some more route over here. So let's go in the, and now I'm going to go in a fast forward, because you are going to have every single thing with you. I'm going to provide all the code to you, so you know what actually you are getting by so far. So right now, as you can see, we are gonna make something over here which gonna be passing through that. I'm gonna just remove that here. There we're gonna passing that about that router.route, which gonna just, I'm gonna create that one first, which gonna create that ID, and we're gonna pass the address. So the post method and could be protected, and also coming, it's not that admin, any user can add the addresses. And now we're gonna create that add address functionality. So let's go directly in the delete user. After delete user, we're gonna create an add address method, right? So it should be, let's say, add addresses. Okay, so now in add address, similar a function const add address, and over here similar way the function gonna be run. Or instead of doing that, as all the things gonna be for you people, so I can simply just dump it right there and then explain to you. You just take your time to type, not to just copy the code from the existing, better to write by yourself. I'm just doing that to just reduce the time consumption. In add addresses, we are passing that address like the parameter of our ID. Then we are finding the user according to that ID. If there is no user, we're throwing error not found, and only allow user to modify their own addresses or admin. So we are maximizing that one. If user ID is not mismatched, and also if the role is not according to the admin, it can show the error that not authorized to modify the user address, because only that users and the admin can change anyone's address. Like over here, if you can see here, the users, when they're having the address, admin can change anyone's addresses. So there's no big deal that anyone can do. But the good thing is that a user can also update their address. Now for the state, city, country, postal code is default. We're getting from request body. If none of this one is available, like street, city, country, and postal code, providing that all address fields are required, you can destructure the error to make it looks more valuable, more easily guided. It's up to you, but I'm going to keep it like that way. And also, if this is set a default, make other addresses not default, non-default. So means if you are sending, like if I have multiple addresses, if I go directly in the card, as you can see, if I go proceed to checkout, which as you can see, that one is the default. If I have to, like if I add a new address and I make that one as is default, that should be removed from the default, because only at a time on a single address can be happen to be is default. So that's the function is just modifying that one. Then if this is the first address, make it default. So if I have only a single address, like a length is 0, then user address dot push, and I'm making default as true. Or you can just simply concat all together, like you can just simply pass that like whatever you're receiving in the address property, you can simply pass that too. Then otherwise, what we are doing is default, we're keeping it as default, otherwise making the address as false. Then await user save, and we are passing the JSON response success true, user address is just addressing. So you see, I'm using different method. It's not, I'm not following any success method. It either is true or is success, receiving success, whatever status is success. But why I'm doing that one, so that you can trying to figure out which method you're gonna use. creating those loopholes just for you to testify, so you can follow a certain pattern which one you may feel better for yourself. So now what we're gonna do over here, we're gonna make that add address just to import from here, and then let's just save it here. And over here in the user route, we need to just import that add address. That's it. So there is one, so we can just simply go and testify that, and then there should be another 3 routes need to be implemented. One is that it could be to implement that coming with the ID addresses, then the addresses ID, where we can update the address, also we can delete the address. So this address going to be either we can maximize to update and delete. So that's the same parameter going to take action. So we're gonna just go and create the same controller over here, which is gonna make that it should be update address. And over here, as you can see in the parameter, we're gonna passing that request parameter, the params.id. Then the same thing, not found, we are just going through that, and address and addresses ID we are capturing, and then we are receiving whatever the mechanism we are passing from the request body. We're destructuring that one and then using it. After this destructuring, you can see we are getting the address from the address street is equal to street. Then whatever the value we are passing from the body, we are just updating that one. And if default is there, also we are updating them. Then we're just sending address updated successfully. So this is the update mechanism. And for the delete mechanism, the same parameter it's gonna happen. So let's say delete user, delete address. Okay. In the delete address, also the similar pattern, we are providing that params ID over there. If there is no user, you can make those one as a global function if you wanted to. The same setup of condition is right here. Then passing that, getting the actual address from there. If there is no address, address not found. If there is address, like it was default, we are making its address default, and then user address dot pull request params dot address ID. And if the default is there, immediate the next one. So if I have like a 10 addresses there, now I remove one which was the default address one. Then initially the first one we're making it as default one, then we are saving the user, and then address deleted successfully. So that should be one that update address, and that should be delete address. And over here we can also access that two separately, and then address. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create the address just to testify how we're gonna access those things. So right now, if we go and create the address parameter, this is the ID which you are using, so get user. So now we're gonna get all the users right there. So right now what we're gonna do, we need to, like, you can update. So that's the same parameter, same message it's gonna happen, which can update, delete, and put all the mechanism by so far. So right now, what was the contradiction for every address? As you can see, ID / address, right? So I'm gonna just this one is for the add address, which gonna be as a post method. So I'm gonna go in a post method over here, or I'm gonna just copy on that. I'm gonna duplicate this one right here as a similar parameter over here. So that should be add address, right? And instead of put method, it should be coming as a post method. Now don't need to push that ID over here, remember. So that should be the according to the ID, then passing the address. And if we save, there should be coming an error, user not found. So we are not having the user because our user is updated. If we go directly over in that create user mechanism, that was our user. So let's go over here, hit save, and we're gonna just change the user ID. If we click right now, we should get an error, all address field are required. So we need to go to the body, and as you can see, we cannot use those things. So right now, whatever the mandatory field to create an address, so let's find it out. So that one is the add address. Here what we need is that to fill that street, city, country, postal code is default. So we're gonna pass that street. So let's just put that street, which is going to be, let's say I'm going to provide a state. I'm going to make that stringify. So let's say I'm going to make it 19, and then it's going to also come in the city. So let's say city, as I'm living in Dhaka, I'm going to make that Dhaka city. You can also destructure how the way you want it looking forward to. I'm going to make that country, and the country should be, I'm going to make that as Bangladesh. Then also the postal code you're going to make postal code, And the postal code right now where I'm living in Dhaka city, it should be coming 1216. So that's the postal code. So I want to check is the postal code is getting it's a number or whatever the value is right there. If I go in the user model, because that could make the problem. No, string yeah, all are strings. So yeah, that's a good thing. So no need to go and access on that. I can easily grab that. And also getting that is default. I'm gonna make it as true, or I'm gonna, okay, first thing first. So first let's go with a happy path. So let's go create the address. And as you can see, after return, we're getting the success to add address. If we go directly here and if you refresh, we should be having another address which can be making scenario pretty good, decent way. So if we go in our user here, we are having an address, an object, and that is the is default is true. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do in a separate path. I'm going to create another address. I'm going to make that address of a 48 of sorry, over here should be a 48 of a street. Okay, this one I'm going to make this one also is default as true. Hit send. So we're going to see what actually you're receiving. If we go in the get user, so we can see whatever the address parameter we are receiving. Now from the users, we're getting 2. So the 48 should be true, as you can see, because that one is getting automatically false, right? So this is how we are tampering the address and others. Now, you know how to testify, so you can go forward, because as you can have the code and also you can write it pretty well. I can trust you people. You did a very decent job. If you are till here, don't forget to subscribe till now. Okay, that's my moral request for you people. So now here you can check the update address. So same thing. Now update, I'm going to show that to you, and the deal. Okay, I'll show it. It's better. So what I'm going to do at address, I'm going to just copy that. Let's say duplicate. And over here, it should be an update address. So update address. And on that update address, it should be a put method. So on that put method, it should be addresses. So after the ID, the addresses, then it need to provide the address ID. So if we go, I'm going to just remove some of the parameter, which is I'm not using. So remove that. Get users I'm using. So okay, fine. Okay, save. And then delete mechanism, add address, okay, update user. Okay, so now from here, as you can see, I want to delete that 19 street, right? So update the 19 street. So I'm gonna copy the address path. So that's the ID is right here, then / the address ID. So first, what is the mandatory is that, as you can see, we're getting the user ID, we're getting the addresses from the address, then we're getting that address ID. So whatever address we are updating. So right now in add address, I'm going to copy this entire segment, and over here in the body, okay, is 19, right? I'm gonna make it is 1, and also is default. I'm gonna make that one as a default true. Let's see if it can update. So now, as you can see, it's updated. So the street is 1 and the default is true. By the way, that one default is false. So as you can see, everything is working in a pretty decent way, the way we are looking forward to and let it to work. And the same thing we're gonna implement whenever we're gonna create that our admin portal. So as you can see, creating, deleting the user, deleting the product, everything gonna be happening right here, the same fashion how the way we are building our backend right here. Now one more thing is that delete the user. Of course, the same thing, address ID need to be required. So as you can see, I'm gonna just duplicate that one, and that one should be a mechanism called delete address. So delete address. Okay, here it should be coming as a delete method. Okay, so now as you can see, that's the address. So this is the ID of our first address. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass that, send it directly. Okay, something wrong, because after the address, okay, we didn't duplicate the copy one. So okay, I'm gonna delete the first one, right? I'm gonna keep the 48. So let's copy that, and after the address, I'm gonna provide the ID and hit send. That's it. As you can see, now I have the 48 because the one is already deleted. If I go in my cluster and if I refresh, I should be able to receive the new data. which having only a single address. As you can see in the address array, we have only single address. So, okay, very good. Our all the entire user parameter is working perfectly. Now what we need to do is to create the other parameter, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create and go to one by one the segment over here. So let's go in our route. We're gonna bring another route is right here, which can really workable. So I'm gonna create a route, and one of the important one is that to create the product route, right? So we're gonna add the product, and that should be one of the fundamental route for us. So let's go and create that one. That should be product routes. Yeah, I think the routes should be enough. Yeah, routes.js. So in the product route, what's kind of things gonna happen? We're gonna create our product, we're gonna add product, delete product, update product, the same parameter, we're gonna just render on that. So first of all, if we just go directly over here, we're gonna use some more mechanism. Let's say import Express from Express, and also we're gonna make the router should be is equal to express.router, not like that, router, and we're gonna just simply make that export default router. Okay, and also if we need to also engage that one directly within the parameter on our server, so let's go to just enlarge it all together. So that's the API users, and here let's say app.use, and over here we can make that API /products, and here it should be passing as our pro. Okay, why is not coming product route? That should be coming out. So PROD products. Oh, that should be, I think, the product route. Yeah, product routes. And here just need to import that route. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it, which is for product routes, and here it's gonna pass that as product routes. So let's see. Yeah, everything working fine, we're good to go. So now in the product route, what kind of things we are going to implement? First of all, as you can see, we're going to having some separate route segments, and which gonna be our first route should be, let's say it's gonna be a creating the get products, right? So that should be get products, by which we can grab the products, and also we can give like that to create the products, right? So that's where it's gonna be more fundamental to, or you can make that like all the function, because as in the home route, or we can just simply create that. So that should be let's say router.route. First we're going to create, it should be in a home route, and here we're going to create a separate route segment. First we're going to make that route a get products route, right? So we can make that, it should be a get method which going to get that get products route. So now we're going to get nothing. So first I'm going to create that create product route, right? So it should be a post method, and in the post method it should be a protected, so protect, and also only admin can add the product. Beside, now I can make that as create product, right? So we need to create that create product functionality by which we can go and make that. So what we can do, similar of that controllers of the users, we will create that product controllers.js. Now over here, first one, we're gonna create that our create product method. So of course we need to bring back our entire segment. We need to get our product model. We need to get our cloudinary by which we can update the user activity and others. And by the way, we didn't try that okay, did we configure our cloudinary? I think we configure, but we didn't test that one. No, we didn't configure our cloudinary. Okay, we can update, we can create an update whenever we're using the product, because we can also do that for the users particularly, which we didn't do it yet, because every user, like if we just go over here in our user model, not user, I think in the user route. So over here we didn't implement that one, update user, allow updates, avatar. Yeah, that's the one was pending. Anyway, we can go and create that one, then we're gonna also pass that code right here. Okay, so for the product CRUD in the product controller, we can do a lot of things to be implementing that. So first one is that we can do the first one to get the get method, but right now as we doesn't have the product, we're gonna create that for that create product. Okay, so const create product, which gonna passing that async handler. And let's see, async should be request, not like that, request and response. So from there, what we are going to do, we're gonna grab a lot of things from the body. And as you can see, that should be a recommending parameter over here. We're gonna get the name, description, price, category, brand, image, discount, percentage, and stock. This entire calculation gonna be coming from the request body. So that's the problem we're gonna face once we're gonna uploading the images, because as you can see in the request body, it should not work like that. We need to pass that in the params. So especially whenever if we are facing something, whenever we are updating the product, that one we can calculate over here once we are just updating product from that server, like from the admin portion here, because here the image proportion gonna work perfectly. So we're gonna fix that. But right now, as we are triggering that one according to the body here, so if it's not helping, we can just customize that. So no worries about that. Now what we're gonna do, the first thing first, same what we did for the user, we're gonna first check if product with same name exists. We are just gonna differentiate using the name over here. You can do with the other parameter also if you're looking forward to. So const should be the product exist, and the product and that should be, let's say, await, and they're gonna be matching with our the model over here, product dot find one, and we're gonna just go with that, and we are going to finding them according to the name. If the product exist is available, means the product is available right there, we'll just simply go and return passing response, which gonna be that response status 400, product with this name already exists. So you cannot enter a multiple product with the same name. That's what we are just not providing that. And now here we are going to make that upload, let's say, image to Cloudinary. Okay, Cloudinary. So we are gonna push that one for a bit right now, and also we're gonna go in that our product model, and in the product model what we're gonna do in every single product, as you can see, require true, we're just gonna skip that part right now just for this one. Later on we're gonna implementing that. So now the Cloudinary implementation, we're gonna skip that for a bit because here we're gonna save that one. Now what we're gonna do, const product, and that should be is equal to await, and then gonna pass on that product dot create creates, and on the create mechanism we're gonna simply pass that as a name, and also passing the description. We're gonna pass that price, we're gonna pass that category, we're gonna pass that, let's say, brand, and also you're gonna pass that, let's say, discount percentage. If the discount percentage is available, then okay, fine. Otherwise we're gonna pass that as a 0 value because we don't want to keep that as an empty. And also stock, if if the stock is coming directly from the scenario, you're going to provide the stock. Otherwise you're going to pass that as the 0. And right now if the stock is available, I think it should be or value 0. And for right now, I'm going to make that image as an empty value right now because we're going to provide the secure URL later on. And here what we're gonna do, if we have the product, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply restore status, which is gonna be coming as a 201. Remember when we create the user, which gonna helping us to provide the message. And also we're gonna pass that a JSON, and in the JSON we're gonna pass our entire product data so that you can easily understand. If nothing is available, then pass the same thing. I think this time invalid product data, so you can simply pass that invalid product data. That's it. And from here we can simply make that export. Let's say that should be create products, and in our product route we can simply import that one as the create product, and controller, don't forget to provide the JS. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go pretty decent way so that you can understand it very easily. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another folder here which gonna taking all the segment for our products. So that should be products. And in the products, I'm going to create one more route here and a request here, which going to coming through for create product, create product. And that should not be a get, it would be a post method or post request here. So I'm going to copy one of the requests here. So API, that much would be enough. So let's go remove that, update it at, so all the other which is not required, I'm going to just passing to remove it. So the product, this is the product route. Okay, create product. So API / API. Then I'm gonna go in my index. Let's see what's the route we're providing. API / products. So products. And if we hit, we should get something. You see that's not connected. Okay, so API / products. So we are missing something. Okay, something is broken right here. What is that? What actually is broken? Not found middleware CM. So okay, imported at user Babymart. Okay, in the product route we use the middleware which it was not finding. Okay, this is the one, culinary. We didn't like created that one, so it's not finding that anyway. And also one more parameter could be models, product model. Okay, cool. In the product controllers, you're having the controllers. What's the problem here? Cannot find. Okay, document. Okay, alt middleware imported server product route. Oh, where we use that in the product route, we use the alt middleware. Where we use create the product route, blah blah blah. Okay, we use that admin or others. Okay, it should providing the line also. The problem, I think it was the middleware here. You see the alt middleware should be JS. See, the problem is right here, how you can find it. So that's, be careful. Even me, myself, having the problem. Okay, not authorized, no token is because, as you can see in the users, we need to have the authorization for that. So let's go directly here. We're gonna log in with the user. So where we are having our auth, we're gonna log in user and we're gonna try with the admin. So let's say admin@gmail.com. Let's log in, and what we need is that we need to have the token. So let's grab the token, and after grabbing the token, you're gonna go create the product over here, and in the headers we're gonna add that, like in the auth, let's say in the bearer token, we're just gonna remove that, passing that, hit enter. And as you can see, cannot distract property name of it. So we need to have those kind of property value right here. Of course, we're gonna pass that in a good masses, but right now we know what's actually we are doing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in the body, and over here we're gonna select for the raw body data JSON. So in the object, we're gonna provide a name. Let's say we're gonna provide name, and that could be test product. And after that, we're going to also having that, let's say description, and in some text for test product. And after that, we're going to also grabbing the price, and in the price, I think it is a number property. Of course, that should be. So in the product model, need to be careful about those things. So as you can see, rating number, stock number, price number. Okay, good. So the price value, I'm going to provide 100. And also we need to provide that after the price, we need to provide the category. So let's say we're going to grab the category. So it should be just category. And then it's gonna getting the brand. So let's go the brand. Then passing that just brand, and after that the discount percentage, which I'm gonna provide that as 20, and after that stock and image. So let's say stock going to be 20. That's it. Hit enter. Now we should be able to see the product validation category cast to object ID failed. It because first, before creating the product, remember in the product model we are developing a mechanism by which we need to provide the schema to user. We have the user, but remember, it doesn't have the category, doesn't have the brand. So we need to create those things because it's going to highlight it according to that particular brand data. So now what we can do, as you can see, we're going to create those brand property right now. So what I'm going to do right here, so that should be in our product route. We're going to create a different route for to like to create the brand and also the others that could be. I'm just going to bring that together. So that should be similar property over here. You can easily understand. So in the brand routes, what we are doing, we're experiencing to providing the express route parameter. And here we are providing some kind of parameter data here. One in the head route, which gonna get brands, and the product, which gonna be create the brand data, right? And in that ID, we can create brand by ID, and also we can update the brand if it's the admin like protected, and only admin can do that action. And also we can delete the brand. So what we are doing actually 4 action. One is the get brand, one is that create brand, then get brand by ID, the similar of the get brands. And also like it's a single brand only coming, we can update, we can delete. So this is the brand ID, and also we can simply get that brand controller here. So let's go bring back. And why I'm passing that like that, because now you know what's the things can be done like that. So you understand those things, right? So it's very simple to decipher, go on that. Again, the culinary parameter I'm going to skip for right now. So the culinary, or I think we can say the culinary because we're using it and it can make messy things around. So I'm going to go in our, let's say to adopt the culinary, we will simply go directly over in our config here. So in the config, the culinary, okay, it's already here, but we need to provide the key, right? So you know this already setup is there. So in the culinary, what's actually is happening, we are uploading those things. So first one is getting the get brand, and this is the description for this providing the data in that way. You can keep it or you can remove it if you wanted to. Now in the get brands, we are just getting the brands according to all the brands we're getting. And for the get brand by ID, we are passing the ID in the request params.id, and then we are getting actual, if there is brand available, we are passing the brand, otherwise an error. And you can destructure it in a decent way if you're looking forward to. And to create the brand, we're getting the name and image from the request body. And if the brand is exists according to the name, like a single brand cannot have multiple name, a brand should have a single name, and that can go according to that. And if brand is exists, providing the error. If the image URL is not there, it can grab the image URL like result. We can upload in the culinary, then we can simply get the secure URL from there, and we can simply save the brand there. If the image URL there, okay, otherwise the URL is undefined. Now if the brand is there, we are providing status is 201, which is created, then passing the brand as in the JSON. And after that, also updating the brand the similar fashion, getting the name and image from the body and the brand, requiring the params. We are capturing actual brand right there because it's gonna passing to directly the params for getting the value. If brand is available, then okay, fine. If the image is undefined, we can set the image in a new way. Otherwise, we can just pass the secure URL. After that, we're updating our new brand, and then that's done. Now for the delete brand is there, same the async handler where is coming. First we're getting the brand, and then we're deleting one according to that particular ID. That's it. So now this is the one which we are publishing the mechanism. So this is the brand for that, and then another which is going to be coming for the category one, the similar fashion, the same thing, just 1 or 2 fields going to be some of the decipher over there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop that route over here. So that would be our category routes consisting the same parameter, same data layer, just coming some more, and the Swagger is already added here, and then getting of the get categories and also create categories. That's the one thing. Then it's coming to get that get category by ID, update category, delete category, similar the brand data. And also for the controller for the category, we can also pass the category controller here. So okay, so let's go bring back the category controller. So in the category controller, we are going to also passing the similar fashion. As you can see, we're getting the controller, and then over here in the category controller, as you can see, oh, okay, oops, we just deployed the category route here. Should be passing that category route. So I'm going to grab that category controller. Now in the category controller, the same as the brand. So first we're gonna using the pagination right here. You can see things getting interesting because it's not getting differentiated. Because for the brand, having some few brands, but for the categories, we are using the pagination. As you can see, we have a multiple. You can just go and view the next page categories from there. So in the pagination setup, what we are doing first in the get categories method, the pagination is going by. So first we are declaring as the page one. I'm keeping all the comment section right here, so you can go through the code, you can understand it, you can get things the way you are feeling better, so that you can understand in a good mechanism. So first of all, what actually we are implementing, first we're getting the page. So parse init, we're getting the page from the data layer, and also we're getting the request. The request always gonna coming as a string value. So now we are making into parse integer. We're getting the page value. If there is no, we're getting the default is 1. Same the per page, keeping the default as 20. Sorter order, sort order is getting the ascending as by default of ascending value. Now validated page and per page. So that's the way we are validating the page and per page. We're validating the sort order also, and then we're skipping through the value to just use the proper skip value properties. Also we're providing the total number, which the category dot count documents. You can see here, we can see the value of total. You can see the total number of 17. We can actually grab it, right? And then we're getting the categories. So we're getting actually all the categories. We're passing the skip majority of that. As you can see, we're getting the page minusing 1, then also multiplying with the per page. So one page getting 20, 2 page getting 40. So every incremental value is going to provide on that. Then also providing the sort value, getting the total pages. So all entire total divide per page. If we have the 40, like right now we have the 70 product here, I'm making the per page 10 here. So if we divide, we get 2 page. So that's the 2 page you are viewing. The first page getting first 10, the second one getting the last 7. So that's the one. In the response JSON, we're providing the categories, providing total page per page, total pages. Now here is the deal, the same setup you can do it for your users, for your brand. So this two I keep it for you people can try. I implemented others all route should have those functionality, page per page, pagination, others, everything is right there. Now get category by ID, getting a single category. The similar thing, we are just grabbing the ID, then if ID category is available, passing the category, otherwise throwing the error. Now creating the category. In the creating category, you're getting the name, image, category type in the request body. So now if the name is not is not a string, then we're providing the error here. Then also we are validating the category type, featured, hot categories, top categories. So that category type, it should be there. If it's no match with that, invalid category type. Then the category, first we are selecting the category type. Either if category type is mismatched, then we are throwing the error. Then we are checking the category exists. So the every single category should be having a unique name, not a single. It should not be a multiple category in the same name. Then if category exists, throwing the error. If the image URL is not there, we can set the image URL according to the same setup of the Cloudinary. Then we're getting the category name, image URL, then the category type, and if the category created, passing the category, otherwise throwing the error. The similar pattern for the update category, like the validated the types and passing the mechanism. And the same of that mechanism working for the delete category. As you can see, find by one, then we are deleting the category and we are passing our entire value segment. So right now I'm going to go in our index file here, then we're going to make that app.use. So we're going to create a multiple. I'm going to bring it top here. So because before products, we need to create our brands, so like brand and categories. So I'm going to keep it at the top layer of that. So let's just move it at the top. So first, it should be our, let's say, brands, and here it should be brands routes. Okay, so should be brands routes. Why the route segment is not coming? That was the tricky. So I'm going to just bring the two together. So one should be, okay, I'm going to keep the category top, category routes, and the brand routes. That should be our two separate routes. So the category and brands. Let's just bring that route to at the top. Okay, If we put that, I think everything working perfectly fine. So now let's go back to in our over here. So what I'm gonna do in the products, first of all, I'm gonna create a branch, right? I'm gonna go one by one. So over here, I can duplicate that one. So this one, let's say create branch, and instead of the products, it should be passing the route of brands. If we hit enter, we should receive something. Okay, test product. Okay, as you can see, because we are providing those things here, and it's accessing the image and other property, as you can see, we're providing a lot of things, but it's just taking the name of the brand and the image, right? So we should not providing a lot of things right here. So it should just getting the name and image. So the name should be our, let's say, test brand. Okay, hit enter, and the test brand is created. I'm going to go in our database. Let's just happen to be refresh the data. Now, as we have the users, we should have the, you see the brand, categories, products, all three route is right there. So now I'm going to, that's the test product. I'm going to remove that. So we have a test brand. We're going to create a simple product right now. So first of all, we are having that test brand. Now we are going to duplicate that one. So let's just duplicate, and that should be coming as a create category. So create category, and over here there should be category. I think so, that's the route setup. So create categories, not category. Okay, in the categories, so let's go in our category controller here. I want to see what kind of things required to create the category. So first of all, to create the category, we need to provide those things. Create category in name, image, category type. So we have the name. So in the name, it should be coming as, so we need to have the type. Let's say it should be passing new arrival, and that should be category. Image, I'm gonna still skipping, because image we're gonna hold it once we are doing in our backend. Invalid category type. So now, as you can see, for the category type, if we go in our category model, so category model, so in the category model, we are featuring those, either the hot categories, top categories should be featured. So we cannot use like whatever the name we are looking forward. So those data, remember, once we are going to create the category, especially from here, we can see whatever, you cannot enter more than that. So we're going to not maximizing that. We're going to limit the user not to implement those. If we send now, we should be happen to be create the category. So you can see, so now we have the category, we have the brand. So now what we need to do, you see the ID of the category, right? I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to create my product here. For the category, I need to pass that ID, right? And also for our, let's say we're going to have also, I think, save, create category, create brand, and also in the brand, I need to grab and pass that ID. So like that. And if we hit enter, so right now we should be able to get the brand and like create the product. If we go to see our product, right now, as you can see, we are now having our product, a fully structured product which can utilize and use it. Now you can try the create mechanism, update mechanism, delete mechanism, everything, it will work perfectly. I know, I guarantee that to you. And whenever I'm going to passing the code, and how you can get the code, that was the really good question for you people. So right now, what I need to do if I want to provide you the code, as you can see the .env, right? So I'm going to create another function over here, which is going to be, let's say I'm going to copy that, paste again. That should be, I'm going to make that env dot example. Okay, so that's the one. I'm going to pass that to you so that you can use directly here. Okay, so I'm going to copy that and like that, remove. So okay, so simply you can remove, you can exclude on that. In the git ignore, I'm going to I'm going to use that env. So the .env, or you can make that, let's say I'm going to create it like example.env. So example.env, okay, so that it can directly go in your push method. So now here I'm gonna implement that. So right now, how we gonna provide the code to you, right? You need to have the code somehow, right? So how we can do that? Remember the GitHub repository, which I'm gonna just promise you to provide, and it will already in the description over there. You can grab it and you can use it. So I'm gonna tackle some different mechanism over there. As you can see, especially here, the Shofi, not here, the Babymart Vite. So that is the repository which you are grabbing. In the main, you're gonna have the main setup, right? So what I'm gonna do, instead of creating the main here, I'm gonna go and take another repository. I'm gonna create that git checkout. I'm gonna make a branch. The branch should be server setup. And as you can see, we are now in the server setup. Let's say I'm gonna make that git add dot git commit, and let's put a message server setup initialized, and let's say git push. Okay, I need to provide that git push origin server setup. So now it's gonna push that code directly in that repo here. So now what it's gonna do, as you can see, I need to change the branch. If I go in the server setup, now I can see my entire code structure, and as you can see, okay, it's ignored in the server. I should not be able to see. Okay, .env is coming. It should not be so. Okay, I need to change some setup. Anyway, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy that. So I don't want to provide that the Mongo URI to you. It's not a good practice. And of course, I'm gonna get the error right now. It's gonna just start crying like from the everywhere that I leak one error here. So let's say git add dot git commit. I need to change the .env updated git push. So right now, if we just check, if we go in the env, okay, yeah, it's good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just use it right here. Okay, very cool. We're good to go. So right now you can find entire code structure, entire simple code scenario over here. So you can simply use it directly from here, and it will be fine for you to go and initialize that. So right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide all other properties, all other parameter, because we need to build a separate client, admin and the admin and client and app. So it's going to be a lot of hacky text. So now, as we have the product route, what kind of more routes we are going to have? So I'm going to just initialize those things. Then we're going to go and implement, start building the setup. So if we go directly in our server, so let's go in our index package here. So we are having that products route and others. So in over those parameters, we are going to have some more route setup. So if I just go into provide and put that initialization, so I'm going to just bring it all together. So I'm going to just grab it, so no worries of that. So here we are going to have some more route setup of that. So first of all, if I go directly here, as you can see, we're going to have our, let's say that's the product. After product, we're going to have the banner routes, right? Banner is test route, orders route, wishlist routes, cart routes, analytics routes, payment routes. Now, what I recommend you, whenever I'm explaining, even it's just gonna be taken half an hour, be listen carefully, just see what I'm just explaining to you, because you need to understand those things. Because right now we're not gonna hit with the Postman to create any data. So whatever the data we have been created using the Postman, for your understanding, I think that would be enough. So now I want you to figure out, to learn what kind of route setup we're gonna create, because right now what I'm gonna do is that to implement that one directly in our admin panel and also directly reflect in our client side, because the same thing I need to explain one on one. Why I created those page, just that you can understand how a backend structure can work. So now we're going to go directly in a full phase so that it can utilize to you. So the first one we're going to explain is that banner routes. Take your time, stick here, because that will be very, very important that you understand that. Otherwise you're gonna pass the error, then you may cry that why Node is not working with me. But trust me, you have a lot of complaint about that. You people are doing that, why is working with you, not with me? Because of those things, you people are sometimes skipping to listen. So first, for the banner routes, we're gonna go and create the banner routes. And not to create, I'm gonna bring back to you. So let's go directly over here. In the route setup, we're gonna have our banner routes. What is the banner route? Same thing, I already implemented the Swagger for you. In the route parameter, we're gonna get the entire banners portion, and only the admin can create the banner. So create banner method, and then from the banner we can get banner by ID, update banner, delete banner, right? So now what we need to do is to make that banner controller over here. So let's go directly implement the banner controller. The same thing, get banners providing the entire banners. Now for the banner, I'm not gonna making the pagination because it's gonna only 2-3 banners right there, because what we are using especially in the home, as you can see, that's the banner data is coming from there. Okay, and we can get banner by ID. We can also create banner name, title, start from image, banner type, and that's going to creating our banner. And like that, we can update the banner, and also we can delete the banner. That's it. So that's the banner data is implemented. And also for our banner route setup, we also can go through implement all the route parameter from there. So what I'm gonna do, I think I'm going to provide it's all at the top. So the banner should be at the top here. I'm going to comment the other routes. Okay, so right now I will check that one if it's running or not. So now we got the banner route, and after the banner route, what's the next route is that we are providing our stats, orders, wishlist, card, analytics, and payment. So I'm going to bring all of those routes together to you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, let's say 5, 6. So that would be the banner route, like other parameter. And also I'm gonna bring the controller. So the controller is gonna exceed on that state controller, payment controller, order, and then card, banner. Banner already have analytics controller. Okay, and also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove that alternative scenario here. And also that can be remembrance to remove those scenario here. If we are missing anything, we can just simply get one hit. Okay, so right now what we are expecting is that to create the entire route segment and setup. So first of all, we need to see the state route. In the states actually getting the states data. As you can see, we can having the account parameter, and also we can see the statistics. That's the how it's gonna define to provide the data for me. And what actually is going to do is that we are getting the route and get stats, one single parameter. And what we're getting the user count from the user documents. We're getting the products count, categories count, brands count, orders count. That all are coming from particularly of that model. And what we're doing, we are also counting the revenue data, from that particular instances. We're calculating the total revenue from there. And also we're getting the rows, like whatever the rows we are having, then we are aggregate according to the rows distribution. Then we are also making that category distribution. As you can see, this entire differentiation is just coming right here. We have users, revenue, orders, products, and also the category data, whatever the product is, no sale and others. So all are explaining from that test data over here. As you can see, total value and the categories distribution, user roles distribution, we have 7% admin, users 93%. So that's how the brand distribution is there, which brand product is more. So all distribution is coming from there. And after the category distribution, you have the brand distribution here. Then we are passing the entire value segment according to the stats, which gonna getting that as a stats value property. So this is the one. Then we're having the orders. So in the orders, what we are actually doing, we are happen to be creating the orders. So as you can see, you can get the orders for get only we can get the all orders for the admin, and then we're getting the orders only for to get orders for the user, which is protect, and create orders from cart value is there. And then also we are getting that for the get order according to the ID, which can user can get order by ID, user can delete the order, is up to the user. And also there you can get the order status, so also the protect method only user can get that. Then also the put method to update the order status, which can happen to be working with that webhook status. Now we're gonna go with that our get orders admin. Now the admin gonna get all the orders, and the pagination gonna work for that, filter gonna work for that, status gonna work for there, and then we're gonna making the skip value to calculate the data. And in the orders, we're populating for the user ID, name, email, and the item property and other. We're providing the total value property, and also we are transforming the orders according to that. And after that, we are passing the entire orders. You see the transform orders total we are providing in the Frontend, so we're getting the orders data from there. Then also we are happen to be create order from the cart, and in the order controller we are creating order from the cart. We're getting the items shipping address, and if there is no item, no shipping address, we are providing the error over there. And if there is no address, city, others, blah blah blah, we are also providing the error. Then we are checking if the items is valid, and if is valid, then we are providing the returning the product ID, name, quantity, image parameter. We're calculating the total value. Then we are creating order with the pending status, because the first initialization is getting as a pending, and that is actually triggering over here. If you go in over in this parameter in the proceed to checkout, once with the pay with Stripe, that's the when its things is triggering, that's the when it's getting things done. So that's the one the order is created and passing that method. And after that, in the orders created, we can also delete order accordingly. We are passing the ID, and with the ID we can delete. If the admin only can delete the order, we are putting that. Also the user can delete if you are looking that too. Then we can also update the order status, which can simply get that order. I will remove that, not require those things. If no request body is there, passing the request is missing, body is missing, then from the request body we're grabbing the status, payment ID, intent ID, Stripe session ID. That's all we're gonna pass that to there directly. Then we are validating the status, pending, paid, complete, cancelled. According to the status, we are forwarding the value. If it's error, we are providing the error. Otherwise, we are getting the order first. If there is no order, passing the error. If there is order, we are okay. I'm going to remove that log, not require. And then if there is request user, so first we're getting the owner, admin is pending. We are deciphering all the setup. You can see, you can read the comment to understand it better. That if there is user is not admin and not owner or order is pending, you can deny the access. That could be true for that. And if that okay, we are preparing the update to the order according to the status and the updated app. So we are updating, like if the pending like paid, then we are making the payment intent, and if the status session ID, we're providing the session ID and also the updated value. Now here you can see after at the end we are updating the order. So also we are disabling validation to avoid shipping address issues, just to testify on that. Then we are providing the order status updated. So among all of the things, the order is little bit complicated. So what I recommend you, go through that status, also for the update order status, you can see how we are gonna just using the parameter to update our entire order segment. Feel free to go there. This is the one of the complicated one, but once you understand, that's very simple. And for the wishlist item, we're getting all the wishlist product, and also we're getting the add to wishlist, remove to wishlist, and then get wishlist products. So if you go directly here, get user wishlist is that we're finding the user according to the ID which we're providing there, and then we're getting the select method as a wishlist. If there is no user, throwing error if user, we are providing the user wishlist data. And add to wishlist, passing through a product ID. So whenever you can see in the Babymart, if we are adding that, we are requesting that one in our database, because that is the where is saving there. And what we're doing, if there is no product, we are getting the product ID from there, because we are saving the product ID in our database, not the entire product. It can happen for the card, it can happen for the wish list, it can happen for the orders. We are just putting the IDs, not the entire product data. data, which can, like, it can, every time we are saving something in database, all a data. So if we put some data, my database operation gonna be much more heavy, which I don't want it to happen. So that's why we keep it like that way. Now after that, if there is no product ID, providing the error. If there is the product, we are providing. If there is no product, first of all, we're providing the error. If there is the user, okay. If there is no user, providing the error. The same thing, if there is user wishlist includes the product ID, we already see the product already in wishlist. That could not be happen, but even though, put a check if the product is already in wishlist. Then we are adding in the wishlist, user wishlist.push the product ID, await the user save. We are providing the response. That's it. The similar thing, the remove from wishlist, the same parameter, the same checker is happening. This time we are just removing that user.save. We are removing or filtering whatever the ID we are passing. Instead of the state, we are using our actual database. And for the get wishlist products, you see that's the typical things here. So now whenever we are going to grab that wishlist item, if I go here, I have only IDs. How I can get, you see, if we go card response, getting a little bit weight. If we go in the wishlist, you see a little bit more weight. So it because of that products which I'm getting here. So now what I'm doing, if there is no product IDs or no array of product IDs, and throw an error, that product IDs is required to get that product. And for the products await product find, we are passing that in all the products ID and also the populate the category and the name and providing the products from there. So that's the way we are getting entire products using the product ID. Now after the clear wish list, if you just come back here and if we just go directly clear all the wish list, we can simply do that, you see, and that is happening here with the function. And find by one user ID, we're getting the entire user, and user.wishlist, we're making it empty. Very simple, user save, that's it. So this is pretty decent one to go with that. Also happen to be the cart routes. In the cart route, you can see the route is the protect route, cart.use, which is the protect. And then in the cart router, we have the get cart and also the add item to cart, delete, which is the clear cart, update cart, and also that's it. So delete, update, and add. So if we go in our add to cart or get cart is getting to the according to the user, the path is the cart ID, model is the product. So that's how we populate the product. No user, providing the error, we're validating the items, then passing the validated items to the directly to get the cart. And also for the add item to the cart is that we're getting the product ID and the quantity as 1 from the request body. And here we are providing the validation for that. And then we're getting the product. If the product is already in the cart, we're providing the product not found, this can be there. If there is no product, we can found the error. If there is no user, provide the error, and also the existing index, we are checking on that. Then we are providing all the validation and providing the path name to get the populate the data, and after that we are passing that valid card items. That's how we're gonna go that. Also the update card, you can see that that's also simply providing all the data layer, then also getting the remove item from card, which actually removing entire item from the card. We're having the clear card, similar as a wish list, we are just making the empty properties over there. Okay, after the card, we are gonna get that analytics. So that's where we're gonna get enter analytics. So feel free to go explore that. We're also having the payment routes. So this route I'm gonna talk about. Also, you're gonna make the payment. There's a lot of things gonna be implementing there, coming of the payment engine, coming with this Stripe webhook. So I don't want to explain right now. Once we're gonna dealing with that, we can explain. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also like dispatching that entire things to you. So let's just go over here. I'm gonna okay, not like that. I'm gonna go grab the value. So let's go .env, which is in the server. So I'm gonna just copy those things. I don't know, it's because maybe the folder is structure. What I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna provide the entire code structure to you. So my entire setup of the server is now with you. Git add dot, git commit, and server setup, done. Git push. So now what we can do is here, okay, what is that? Some refs, okay, Location controller, something has. Anyway, I will pass that to you. It's just happened to be getting some of the error which is parsing on that value. No worries about that. We will fix that. So I'm going to provide that to you. So no worries about that. It can go directly to there. This is because you see the payment controller right here is grabbing the secret. So I don't want to be, yeah, that's a good one here. So it's avoiding me to go directly over there. It cannot push there. So what I'm going to do, I added that one, I removed that. So let's just add this one and update it. The payment controller. Okay, let's commit this time. And I'm gonna push directly here. Okay, I think that should be enough for that. Okay, right now I got that code and passing over there. So let's go try to Babymart over here in the server. So it should be happen to be get everything good. The payment controller we need to check. So let's go in the controller and we're gonna try with using the payment controller. So that's the payment controller here. And then in number 8, I think that's okay. Very good. So now, as you can see, what is now most important to you to try to check entire setup. Get everything first, then run in the server. Okay. Now fix everything. You see all the. I think the example is not required. You can see the .env here. You need to fill the data within the env file, and then it will be fine with you. And I think I need to remove that example env because we are using that directly here. So that should be a good cause here. So right now I'm gonna just use that. Let's say example.env removed, and that should be coming in clear. Get push. So now you can grab the entire segment right here. So now I think that would be a good practice to you people. So you try. And because later on what we are going to do is to create our entire setup to build our server. So as you can see, that should be building our admin. So as we are server, our server is ready. If we go directly here, and what is causing the error is because neither API key not okay stripe. It's because the stripe, you need to grab the stripe configuration here, otherwise you're gonna get the error because we use the stripe there in the payment. So you better pull that to stripe secret key. So wherever you are using this stripe secret, you can see right here in the payment we use. So you need to find that and you need to use it. So that's the one which is the handling the error. So if we want to not to show the error for right now, what we can do, it will show the error for sure, because as coming the secret, you need to be putting something else. So what we can do, we can just simply pass something. I think we can do that. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, that's the one is working. Or it gonna, yeah, it's working. So you can just put some value here. Now if we go directly in our localhost 8000, so localhost 8000, and over here, if we go in the API docs, you can see you have a valid structure of data by which you can testify all the parameter, whatever you can authorize use it directly, and you can use it from the browser configuration. So right now, this is the safety net for till now. What we need to do is that, okay, I'm gonna also I'm gonna make that as test secrets, or you can say your stripe secret will go here, so that you will not get the error. That should be working properly. Stripe error fixed. Okay. So now what we need to do, basically, we can just start building our dashboard. So right now, as you see in the server setup, we are pulling entire setup on that. We have the server setup. Now we're going to create another branch where we're going to go and make that admin setup, because as you know, our server is must required for our entire application. So we need to initialize the server first. So we did that. Now what you're gonna do, you need to take a pretty decent understanding about all the setup here. It's pretty complicated, but you need to go one by one, all the setup details and others, how we made that, how we gonna handling that, how we gonna generating all the setup configuration. Then later on, we're gonna use our like the admin model. like the admin application where we can access entire things directly. So all the best, finish that. Then next we're going to build our admin portion. Hello everyone. In our previous video, we just finished to set up our server. We did everything to make our server up and running, which as you can see, our running from the localhost 8000 and API docs you can see. And as you can see, every single scenario, all the data structures is right here. If you still didn't finish that, just try to watch the video. I'm gonna just hook up the link in the description. Besides, you can also find the entire code segment on that Babymart Vite, which is just an start setup. If you just change your directory as the server setup, you can find entire code segment, especially for the server setup. All are available here. Also, the link, it will be in the description, so feel free to go from there. And if you want to watch the video, you know, the already is in that like your video is tagging in the playlist, so you can just find the first one from there. So what we are going to make today is our admin portion. As you can see, that is the admin. If we logged out, that will be the initial setup for the admin, and from there you can make the sign up with the form, and also you can make the sign in from the form. And as you can see, I'm running directly in the production, so I'll just simply go and try to log in as an admin. So let's say gmail.com, and I'm going to put my password over here. That's it. And after entering, if everything validated, as you can see, I'm using as an admin flag, so means I'm an admin user. And from there, it's also a toggle responsive one. So if you just go and just minimize it, you can see how the way it can capturing together. So first of all, your admin dashboard going to be a very important things for your business, because you're going to get all of your calculations, all of your dashboard scenario from the admin, which is really connected to the server. Now of course we're going to having our client application, but it will not hold that much data the way the admin gonna be holding, because this one, it will be your eye opener about your business. So what kind of things are you gonna have in our dashboard? We can view our total users, total products over there, how many categories we have, brands, total orders, and total revenue from there. So we can actually see every single scenario. From watching the dashboard, we know what's happening around our business. We have the categories distribution, user role distribution, we have the brand distribution over here. Then we're also having the account, and the account's gonna holding all the account purposes. As you can see, we have the paid orders, pending orders, and revenue, total orders, and like a data, and also kind of best selling products, whatever the products is, right? Their recent orders we can view, and also the products which is the moving faster, like performance is like stale products, and no sales product which is moving faster and which is not moving at all. In that way we can understand what kind of products we need to get more in our production layer. And then we also gonna have the user basis, and from the users you can add more users. You can, if you wanted to, you can add it user, you can delete user if you wanted to. Like this one, I can simply delete and it will be disappear from there. I know it will be disappear. We're gonna fix every single thing, because so many people they're using in the production, you know, lots of people they are just trying it, so I don't want to let them go from there, so I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, no worries about that. And also you can filter according to the role, like I can see whatever the users is right there, or how many admins is right there. So I think I'm only one admin right here right now, so I don't want others to be making so many things here. And also I can search based on the user, so every single thing working perfectly aligned. I can refresh the user. There is the pagination setup, which I really didn't finish it, because there is some text for you, you know, hidden text which you will fill up, and I'm going to tell you how you can fill. So that's why I'm creating some of the loophole which you need to fill out, but the code it will be there. If you cannot do it, you can directly go back to the code, you can fill it up yourself. So first of all, if you just go in the orders, here in the orders, as you can see, there is the pagination working. That's what I told you. I was keeping that one by in purpose. Now in the orders view, we can see our order details, like about the order. We can just view the order entire segment details, and also we can edit the order, you know, if it's pending. If I just go and make it let's say is paid, and it will flag at is paid. So as you can see, the order is paid. I can do anything as an admin, you know. So also from there you can directly get the status by pending, or also you can go by paid, by pending. So whatever the things you are looking forward to. By the way, if you just want make the search 1D, you can see how the way it's reflecting. So everything gonna working perfectly aligned. And then we are having our invoices. So now it's the most important part in any business, that you're gonna generating invoices for the people. But how you can do it? we are using some of the plugin, which is really helpful to build the entire setup from the scratch. So now this is my orders. I want to generate one invoice according to that. This click is generated at the bottom. I can now preview the invoice. As you can see, I can see my logo, my address, and the invoice date, due date, and also the summary of the biller, then the order details, the product details, subtotal, tax, shipping, and entire cost total. Also the no terms and condition, thank you for your business, and then baby shop, every single notable things which is required for running a production level business, you can find it right here. Now from there, you can generate, like if I want to generate this one, and if I see the preview, that's the one which is generated. So, and also you can do one more thing, you can share it. You can share, you can copy the link, you can share the link from there, you can share in WhatsApp, Telegram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever you want. You can print the invoice. If you click, it will print. You can also download the invoice. As you can see how you can do that. You can just connect. This is the downloader. So it will just go and open in a new window so that you can download. I will just do one more time. You can see. So that's how you can do. So this is the open. You can print, download, do anything you are looking forward to. You can also search by status, and also you can search by anything. Now here is the most important part where we're gonna fill up the data layer. This is the one of the fundamental part which is really required to understand. This is our banner, right? So our banner is going, we're not putting anything static, pretty much everything coming from the server and also doing in a lightweight. So here what we are doing, as you can see, we have the bets deals today banner and also the hot this week. We can add more banner if you want. We can edit the banner we want, and you can see we can go the title, this like the name, title, start from hot deal, and also we can update the image from there. Also we're having the product. Now pretty much everything the way I showed you, this the simple categories working for everywhere. So we're gonna just hook up there. Now for the product, you know how we are refilling, we are connecting every single product with particular brand and category. Without that, you can't upload the product. You need to bear in mind when you are uploading that. So this is the way we can go with that. We can go in the ascending descending format. We can refresh the data. Then also we are going to have our categories where the similar of that, you know, how we link up the categories. Then we are having the brand, all the brands gonna be jumping over there. So this is kind of things which gonna make your application layer pretty much smooth. Like you can do anything from here. You wanna update a new product, you can just upload it from here. And also in the demo, the first one I explained, I do a lot of things there. So I don't want to go over and over. It's not so ordeal. So we're gonna start jump to build our things. First of all, if I logged out, as you can see, without logged in, I can't go in the dashboard. No, it will never ever let me go in my dashboard. So let's go in the dashboard. Never. Oh, this one is not found. I think, okay, I think /account. Okay, this is the not found page, really. I will try one more. Let's say admin. Okay, if we go from here, okay, this is the admin. Okay, this is the dashboard, and here was the this is the account. Okay, so this is the account. Suppose this the link is should be exposed together. If I try to go and try to access that, no, there is some refresh error. We're gonna fix it because it's coming from the domain as we using. As you can see on server we reload, we just need to go directly from the route. I can fix it, but I'm gonna fix it once we are delving in the production. That's I'm keeping that problem till now. So stay with that. We're gonna fix at the end, like whenever you are deploying any Vite.js application in Vercel, why these things is happening. Like any route, except the home, if you just route your page don't know where to go because it's need to be redirect from the home that it can access other routes, but right now it can't access. Only in the home it's gonna work perfectly. Other route, if you reload, it will be having problem. You're gonna fix that too. So right now let's go out from there. Also, you know what to do. If you wanna just clone that, you can just simply clone it and open it. Now our admin is running from here. So let's go. This is the dummy admin setup is there. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna cd into admin. Let's make npm I. I think already everything installed. npm I think it's installed. So let's, okay, npm run there. So it's gonna start running our application within the localhost 5173, which is the Vite, like the default port. So now this is the Babymart admin dashboard, complete administrative control panel to your e-commerce platform. We don't want any dummy. We're gonna build everything from the scratch. And also here the thing is that our, especially if you see the Tailwind CSS is set up already there, Shatshian also set up. So as you can see, you can find the utils right here, which is coming from the Shatshian, Tailwind, Shatshian, everything is set up. So you just need to go jump on the build, make things up. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my app.tsx. This is the where the everything gonna coming from. I'm gonna delete everything, take a simple div structure over here. Let's take a p tag, like a simple p tag. So that should be Babymart admin. It's saved, and we are now here Babymart admin. And from this one, we're gonna turn it into this one entirely to build our entire structure. So let's jump and build these things together. So first we're gonna set up our route and all the entire layout setup. As you can see, the pages and others. Then we're gonna go directly to assign our server setup and others. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, we need to create some pages, especially because as we are working with the Vite.js, so there will be no custom like the Next.js page, how it's supporting, it will not be there. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use that React route. Go and read documentation, and that can make a lot of sense. So it's we are not going to use the old React router. We're going to use the React router, which is the new one, a user obsessed, standards focused, multi-strategy router you can deploy anywhere. So I'm going to go with the documentation. From the documentation, what I scenario to understand it better, but for me it just be alongside that I know how it gonna work and what are the things I need to go and keep in the motion. So first of all, we need to install the dependency from there, and that is the version 7, not the 6. So now this is upgrading and other. I'm going to go directly in the installation process. So this is how you can start by creating a React router, like router project, and then go with that. But as you know, I'm going to go with the setup with that. So you're going to get the create router latest my React router app. So we are not needing that one. But first of all, this is the view template. If we go the routing and installation, okay, this is their documentation is little bit, I think they upgrade it a little bit. So what I'm gonna go directly in the npm just to go and easily be done from there. Should be React. Open my terminal, and I'm gonna take another one. Remember, whenever I'm gonna take a new terminal, it's gonna be always in the root. If I put ls, you can see I'm in the root directory. So as it installed, we can now start using that particular thing. Let's go directly in our main file, which is the main. Also, you can check in the package.json if it's installed or not. As you can see, 7.8.1 is installed. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make this one a little bit smaller. Also, this one is smaller, because now you can feel free to go to the documentation to overflow here. But for me, I know what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna go directly jump in my main application. So this will be the main.tsx. Over here, we're gonna first set up our router, then we're gonna start the other thing. So first of all, what we need to do is that from the file, which is the React router, I need to import something. So at the top, I'm gonna import that, should be import, and that should be coming some more of the object from there, coming as a function from React router. Either you can use the React router DOM, it's up to you. Also that will work, but that's not the updated one, which is the 6, but the React router is the updated one. So create browser router, and also I'm going to get that router provider. So router provider. So these two which are going to handle my route setup. And from this scenario, I'm going to remove everything from there, right? So what I'm going to do, let's say router provider, and over here I need to pass a router. So I need to define a router which can really exercise using my create browser router. So it should be const an object of router, and here I'm going to use that function to create browser router and passing that object from there. Not an object, it can take an array of router. Every single array can take the valuable property. So let's say it could be the path for the first one, and the element I'm going to keep it as the element of, let's say I'm going to just keep that app right now, because as we are having the app, and as we set the router up, we can now simply provide that router as the parameter of router. If I put, as you can see right now, still we have the app, right? But if we change something, I don't want to pass that one. What if I just want to make an empty dependency? Hello, let's say just a hello from router. If we save that, as you can see, hello from router. Now we can put anything. It doesn't mean, because our application, the main entry point is going to come in from that instances. So now what we're going to do, we're going to setting up all of our router setup by which we can go and combine and make things in a very, very proficient way. So first of all, I'm going to create all the pages. So I'm going to go here in the source, create a new directory which going to be passing all the pages here. So the first page, at the list one, it should be our app, which going to handle everything. Then I'm going to create an account. I'm going to go just come with the camel, like the letter spacing cases. So TSX, RFCE, that should be our account page. You can rename it. I'm going to keep it like that. So save. Then we are going to also coming a banner page. So that should be banners.tsx. Right, yeah, I think banners plural is the better, because we're going to keep some banner data. Or instead of banners categories, okay, we can keep like that, because it will be just an import. And then, or instead of the banners, this not looks good for me. I think I'm going to simply keep the page's name. So let's just I think in that property ratio, we're going to keep it like, or I think, yeah, RFCE, just keep like that, nothing to worries. Then we're gonna have our brands.tsx or MCE, that should be our brands page. And of course, we're gonna have our categories.tsx. If you know how to create the pages and go by, you can skip the video and then just create all the pages. Then also you're gonna have that dashboard .tsx, which gonna be our dashboard page. And after that, we're gonna have our invoices.tsx, that will hold our invoices page. And we're gonna have our login.tsx, that would be our login page. And same as we're gonna have our orders.tsx for our order page. And after that, we're gonna have our products.tsx, FCE, so that would be our product page. Then it's gonna be having our register.tsx, register page. And after that, one more should be users. Let's say it's gonna be users./.tsx RFCE, that would be our users. So I'm going to go in our again main, I'm going to select that one, close other. So now we know we are having all other page, and strict method I'm not going to using right now here. Router going to set up everything for me itself. Now what I'm going to do, first of all, in this root element set right there, I'm going to create a separate setup of that. So this is the app. I'm going to create a page called login, right? So that would be our synchronous way. It should be the first priority. Of course, we're going to set the router setup and others. Now, as you can see, unexpected application error 404. So need to import, I think, yeah, login page. Unexpected 404 can provide a way UX. Okay, I think if we go in our login, so this is our login page. It's supposed to reflect over there. Let's try one more time. Okay, okay, because it's the first route we need to define. Okay, so first I'm going to keep the define as the home route. Otherwise, because we need to handle the error property, so I'm going to just make it smaller. Then I'm going to make that separate to route, which going to be, let's say, it's going to be coming as a path should be / let's say it's going to be login. And then the element, which we're going to keep it as login. So that's the one element. Then it's going to coming up another element. Let's say path. It should be, let's say, register, and of course the register, and don't forget to keep that forward slash. And over here the element, let's say element gonna be register. So now it will work perfectly. Okay, I forgot the comma. Okay, fine. So now this is our login and other setup. So now under this tree is the independent route, right? If you just go directly over here, okay, oh okay, why I renamed that. Okay, these all are independent route. If I go directly like /login, I should be able to see login page. If I go /register, I should be able to go my register page. Now this would be the independent route. Or the parent layer like the path, because whenever I'm going to log in, like especially if I just get the login initialization, and after login, as you can see, we are landing our home page, and all other route it's supposedly to be under the home page, not independent, because they are constantly coming like /dashboard, /account, something like that. So that's what it's gonna be there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define it in a very delicate and easy way. First of all, it should be passing as a children property, which gonna be an array, and the array can take a multiple objects. First, I'm going to provide the index, and index should be true. And what would be the index? Index would be, let's say, path, and the path I'm going to provide a dashboard path. That should be our index path. And over here, we're going to pass the element. Let's say it should be the element, and the element should be coming as a dashboard. So whatever the dashboard page is, that would be our element. So I'm going to just that should be one, then it should be our account page. So I'm going to just grab it, but I can grab all other pages, so it would be a simply understandable. So I'm going to copy that and passing all the route setup. So now as you can see, /dashboard /account, which going to be our account page, /dashboard orders going to be our orders page, and that should be our not like that, should be users. Okay, that would be our users page, that would be our invoices page, and here is our products. And after that, we're going to also having our banners, and then be our categories, and then it should be our brands. So now our entire route setup is correctly aligned. If I just go /dashboard, you can see we are now in the dashboard, because that's reflecting our dashboard account. So we need to go directly the dashboard, meaning, so if we know it's not, did we have dashboard? Yeah, we have the dashboard, but it's not reflecting. So I think we need to go directly in the dashboard, which is the home page. And let's say I'm going to go in dashboard account. Okay, in some reason, this children parameter is not taking in hit. So this is our element. Okay, that will not take the hit, because remember, in our app, we are not passing any children. Okay, so children or outlet, because now as you can see, we passed that as a children, right? But it still is rendering only that single parameter, like the parent parameter, because we are not passing the like outlet or others that it can be setting in the middleware and can pass each and every single data like so. So what we need to do, we need to pass that variance the way it can be visible. So I'm going to go in my app, and over here after that I'm going to pass a key which should be outlet, and that outlet should be imported from React Router. And if we save, you see now /account, if I go dashboard, it should be /dashboard. So we know, because using the entire app file, we're going to create this entire of that, like every single page have that header, have that sidebar, have that footer. So all the things is coming directly from the app. So you need to set that in a single page. So no need to just create each and every single time in different or multiple page scenario, right? So you're going to create that under loop, then we're going to go and state or other properties. So first of all, what I'm going to do, we need to have to be in the components, because in the components we're going to create a lot of other files there. So on the components, I'm going to go directly in the, let's say I'm going to go simple way. Okay, you can make directory structure the way, like the pages setups different, common is different, but I'm going to just simply keep the UI, whatever the UI I am building, I'm going to keep it for in the Shatshian. Otherwise I'm going to keep all other in there. So first let's just install the Shatshian property. So npx Shatshian at latest should be at, and as you see the button is already there. page, I'm going to use the card, I'm going to use the dialog component, I'm going to use the from component, I'm going to use that not others, also alert dialog, and then it's gonna come in here input label, and also select skeleton table. So that's the things it gonna initialize. If you just simply go in the section UI, you know how from where I'm grabbing it, you just can simply go with that and go in the documentation here for the process of, now we're using the Vite.js. You just need to be configure that, which we already did. Like if you want to anything, any single components, you just need to go in the components, search any of that, same like using the card. You can just get the card and get that command and run it in your terminal. That will do every single thing to just use that. So it's a pretty interesting library, not like having any dependency over there. So I'm gonna just providing some time to install all of this, like the creating all of those components for me. So as you can see already, it's skipped, I think, override, okay, because the button is already there. So now as you can see, we have the other dialog, badges, cards, dialog, from, input, label, skeleton, select skeleton, and table. So all file is created. We're going to use it wherever we are needing those one. So right now we're going to create our entire loophole to combine each and everything. So first of all, we need a header, right? We need header, sidebar. I'm not going to create the entire things right now, but we're going to just make that understanding that what we are actually building. So as you can see in the components UI, which holding entire of the section property, here I'm going to keep my other setup. So I'm going to make that header.tsx, let's say tsx rfce, that would be our header. Okay, so that would be our header, and as you can see, React is not requiring that one right now. So it's just coming with RAFCE for the React Native snippet. Very soon I'm gonna also going to launch one extension here by which you can create or generate the component, whatever the platform you're looking for. So it will be dropped by within the end of this month or you don't need to make that headache like every single time you create a pages using RFCE. Now with this extra, which is not required at all. So now over here, the header as is right there, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring our header especially for directly to combine it all together. But right now, let's see our Tailwind CSS if it's working or not. Class name text should be red. Okay, this is working. And if it's not working in your machine, pretty much you just go open your settings from there and try for the Tailwind CSS. So as we are using that version 4, so you need to go with the edit in setting JSONs. Now there you need to combine your path. So in that, as you see, Tailwind CSS experimental config file, maybe if you are watching the updated version, maybe it will not be there. That time you can change that. So admin source index main. So this is, I'm now in the admin directory in the source, and then it's coming directly over here in that index.css file. I need to just define the path to find the actual parameter from where it's just working. So my thing is working perfectly. Now over here, we need the header, and also we need another properties which call a sidebar. So let's say sidebar.tsx rfc. And if you don't want RFCE, you just simply can make that function sidebar. It should be simply an arrow function from there. And over here, you can return. Okay, I think I need to make that an equal. So in the return, you can simply return a div, let's say sidebar. And over there, you can make simply export default sidebar. That's how you can create it. That will work also. And if you don't work another way, any kind of function, you can just combine and toggle through together. So first on the div, I'm going to keep, okay, that outlet should be there. Then after that, I'm going to keep my sidebar. Okay, so this is the sidebar at the side. And after that outlet, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to keep a div here. Then I'm going to paste the header. After the outlet would be in the middle. So first I'm going to provide our header. So let's say the header here, and header outlet, and I'm going to keep the outlet in the main tab as it's going to be containing the main properties of the application layer. So that would be my outlet. And also we need to define a toaster which going to happen to be handling all of our toaster messages. Now if we go in the section UI, if we just directly go in the section, there is a toaster, but they are not recommending to use it anymore. It's just getting deprecated. You can just go directly in the toast, and as you can see, you can go directly directly like get the Sonar documentation, or you can directly go in the old, but we're not going to use the old, we're going to get directly the Sonar. So this is the way it's going to be combining that. And how we can do that, you just need simply make that npx shetchen at latest at Sonar. So I'm going to just open that, just paste it. So now it's going to add all the Sonar functionality, and from there we can just directly inject that one, which can be really helpful to build that. So I want to see what kind of functionality it's just providing here in the UI. There is the Sonar. So this is the combination pattern by which it's displaying everything, passing the theme and others, or toaster props. So anyway, just keep it as the default one. And what I'm gonna do now, you can use that one also, or you can use the default variable of the Sonar, the way it can be useful. So now over here, I need to define my toaster. So toaster from the Sonar UI. That's it. So I can now use the toaster directly within my application layer. Like if I just make a button here, let's say I'm going to just provide a button. So let's say it will be a button from components. Let's say I'm going to make that click me. That's it. And this is now not going to be a server component on others, so it can be working perfectly. So I'm going to go back to my home. So Babymart. Did we miss anything? Okay, this is our dashboard page. Okay. I think maybe we are having some issue. So let's just check. So in the console here, okay, node modules sonar.js provide an exports name toast props. Okay, I think I saw it before. So that is the export. Okay, its type must be imported using type only import when okay is enabled. Okay, or pretty much if you just want to make some default parameter, okay, we can just skip that. Maybe they have some issue on that. We can simply just make that Sonar. That's it. That will also work. So we can just directly use the Sonar parameter. Now if we want to click on that, let's say this button, we can just make on click function here, just a simple function. Let's say toast dot success, let's say hello from admin. Now if we click, you see hello from admin, that is coming right there. If we just pass the error, it's gonna provide the error. If we just make that click me, click, you see hello from admin. But there is, you can make lots of combination here, but right now we'll not go any combination. We're gonna just keep it simple, but later on we can bring the flexibility. Now there are some of the, this is not the layout which we are going to talking about, or with what we are actually using in the application. Layout should be like that: sidebar, header, and then the content. So we're gonna implement that layout. First of all, in that overall layer, I'm gonna make that class name should be height, should be screen, and also we're gonna make that flex bj should be background. Now for the class name, for the css property and others, I'm gonna go with the default variable, because right now why we're going that, because in the baby shop there I'm gonna make that everything as a proper theming, proper combination. You can see the colors and others. That's how beautiful one. But as the admin, so I want to give you much more freedom, so you can work with your own admin to make it better, make it capitalized, usually make it flexible the way you feel it better. So that's up to you, but I'm gonna keep it pretty simple, then you can utilize that. But for the client, it will be perfectly aligned, and that's all the design setup need to meet the requirement perfectly. So now as we did that part, so now also we're gonna make that so the background is okay. Now after that, what we need to do is that we also make that one as the div. So let's put like it will be flex column by default, and then I'm gonna make that as a flex one, so that would be the flex one proportion. And after that, also we can just make that, or we can just simply make of, let's say, max weight. I think we can just simply use that max width of screen to Excel, or similarly like that, which can be breakpoint to Excel. You can do like that, and also you're gonna put a width of, let's say, or we can also make that margin left from, let's say, 64 right now. I'm going to just put the default. As you can see, it's providing that grip as the pretty much very sideway. So I'm going to just remove that click button, which is not required. For instead of, also you're going to make that bg of let's say I'm going to make a gray color, so just to gray of 600 just to see. So now this is the entire statement. So that's the sidebar which is getting, which going to coming from margin left side, because our sidebar which going to contain that left proportion, we're going to implement that one. So let's go back to the sidebar just to keep a little bit distraction here, which can make things a little bit cooking up. So what we can do right now is that I'm going to go in our sidebar over here. We're going to direct some of the class name, and that class name, it will be, you see, it will be fixed. Okay, so entire sidebar will be in fixed, and then we're going to also make that fixed inside Y, or I think we can simply go and remove that background color. That would be a good things. Or okay, so we can see, okay, that's the sidebar. Now what we can do, okay, also I think it's not required, we can just remove the others proportion, which is not mandatory. Now in the sidebar we have the fixed inside Y0, left 0, Z index 20, flex column, border R, which going to providing that border grip here, and border R, which is a slit of 800 by 50, and BG gradient 2 from the bottom right, it will be there. From bottom, from slate to 900, we are slate 800 to slate 900, shadow 2 axle, hover effect, and text white. So right now it's gonna coming and a hover effect. So what I'm gonna go in my index.csx, because whenever we're gonna proportioning a hover properties, that effect going to be there. So right now you can see we have didn't implemented that one. So I'm gonna just bring that hover effect scenario right here. So that also the button properties, so that two property gonna be there, hover effect, which gonna transition all, duration 300, easy in out. Why you need that? Once we click, as you can see, that's the animation setup. It gonna affect once we are hovering from there. Now this is our sidebar ratio. Also after that we're gonna also make we're gonna use some of that motion here. We're gonna bring it later on, and after that we're gonna have another initial div here for, let's say, I'm gonna just put a p tag, content will go here. That's it. So right now you can see that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring some of the style here so that it gonna be looks fantastically done. So this one, as you can see, that's the flex item center, and it's gonna be an justify between padding of 4, height 16. So what we are talking about, this bar. Okay, and also this is coming up from a gradient color. You can change the color the way you feel it better, so no nothing to be worried about that. You can change it, you can modify it the way you think it can be, either be flexible or can be useful. So okay, and we can also make that one as a weight of full, so it can capture, okay, it's not capturing the entire weight, because what we need to do is that we need to provide a weight of 64 right now. So that's the weight, and that's the gapping of the margin that is the similar. Now we go back to the app. I'm going to remove that background color from there. Okay, so now as you can see, so the content, it will go here. We have the header, and then within the header properties, so as in the app, so right now we doesn't have the outlet, is not showcasing other things. You can see right here we are not visibly seeing the product layer. So if we go in the dashboard right now, okay, it's right here, but it should not be aligning like this way. So I'm going to go in the app again, and this time I'm going to go in the header. Okay, make header a little bit fantastic, so that it can be understandable. I'm going to just provide the class name right now so that it can be feasible. So that would be the property for right now. As you can see, I'm just keeping that one as a sticky, top 0, Z10, flex, item center, height 16, background color, border B, border, and the border is the border color, padding X is 4. So this is for current scenario right now. We're going to come back in later on to make things done and pretty decent. Now this is our outlet, so everything quite good. And for the toaster, I'm going to make a position which going to be, let's say it would be bottom right. So from the right side of the bottom, it's going to appear. So right now we are only having this portion. Okay, so first of all, we need to set up our route. We're going to go in our main, or in our main, and I'm going to just close others. So what I'm going to do from the main, we need to set up how the things can be combining it all together to make it better and initialize each and every single segment. I can do it here, or I can do in our app. So this is the file where magic can be there. So to make things pretty interesting, what we can do is that we need to create an state, or we can use the auth store. So to provide that, as you can see, we're gonna only use a single state just to handle our users, like handle our login credentials and others. Rest of it, we are not gonna using any of this state because we're gonna fetch all the data in real time. Okay, so data would be coming from the real time, so no need to think about how we're gonna match or manage. But for our user authentication, for our login parameter and others, that's what we need to think about it. So first of all, to use that state management, we are going to use the Justin. This is one of my favorites because no need to using any wrapper or others. We can just simply utilize it, use it, that's it. And there would be a pretty simple functionality, pretty minimal functionality. So I'm going to go in the documentation. Feel free to read everything from the Justin. And if you are new on this channel, you can just go with previous some of the video. I use Justin more often so you can understand how the things we can be done. I'm going to close that because you know how we're going to use that one. So in that terminal here in the admin, I'm going to paste it to install the dependency. And still you are with me, please do like the video and subscribe the channel. There's a lot of people, more than 80% is not subscribing. This is a really painful thing for me, you know. Do subscribe, that will be a lot of help for me. Now what we can do, as we are having that, so we're gonna create another, let's say I'm gonna create a, okay, I'm gonna create an store functionality. So store, and over in the store, I'm gonna create a simple file, use auth store.ts. Now you can use a lot of files, a lot of other property, but for me it would be perfect. Now from there, I'm gonna import, and the import should be happen to be coming from the Justin, and I'm going to use Justin, that the create function by which I can create. And also I'm going to use another property, not from Justin, but it's going to coming from the Justin / middleware, because whenever we are like, if we are saving anything in the state, if we reload, the state will be disappear, right? Okay, that's the error which happened to be there. It can be a little bit affectable, but no worries. We're gonna fix that very soon. We're gonna fix it together. Also, you're gonna deploy it, so no worries about that. Now, what's actually we are meaning that once we reload, like I'm logged in, but if I reload, it's gonna remove from my local storage, right? But using the persist, I'm gonna keeping that. Remember, we're gonna use that Redux persist to save in real time. That's the same functionality it's gonna do. It's gonna keep save in our real time. Now over here, we're gonna do lots of other parameters. First of all, I'm gonna bring my type here, which is gonna be an user type. So the type user would be ID should be string, and the underscore ID. Keep a similar proportion for the MongoDB, how they are using, would be a name string, email string, avatar string, and the role can be admin or user or delivery man. I'm going to just keep that 3 name properties right here. Now also I'm going to having another type called the auth state. Okay, now I'm going to copy pasting that, because if I'm typing it, it's going to just take a bit of time, and you know the code, it will be with you, so you can go back and forth, you can understand, and or you can just post the video and type it yourself. I'm going to explain everything. Now for the type auth state, you can typically take the type, or you can just get the interface. If you do interface, just remove the equal sign. That's it. The same thing, same way it can handle. Now the user would be user type, otherwise it can be null. If we have the user, it could be this type, otherwise it could be null, because we are putting the type safety at its peak, because we're not going to using any, because you cannot, I don't want to deploy any application. If you're using TypeScript, we want to provide a very exact type proportion. Now the token should be the string or null. Is authenticated can be a boolean value, either it could be false or true. By default, you know, if you using that, it could be a false value. The login, which gonna coming up with the credentials, email string, password string, which should be a void, could be a function. Register, same, email, name, email, password, role, which can be coming up as a function. The logout, simply a function. Check is admin, also a function. So these all are state. We didn't declare our function yet. We didn't set up our store yet. Now we're gonna set up. And here you need to be very careful once you're doing there, because if you're making a simple error, you know, it can be messy. So we're gonna make that function called use auth store. And there we're gonna just use the create function, and over here we're gonna pass that our, remember, the auth state, the entire state properties could be coming here, and from there we're gonna return, and within that we're gonna use the persist to return that variation, and there we're gonna use the set method, we're gonna use the get method. By set, we're gonna set a dependency, and by get we're gonna get our state, like setting the setting state, getting the get the state. That's it. Now we're gonna make a function, and then we're gonna set our object. And after that, also as we're gonna using the persist, so as you can see right here, this is the one which we are handling there. We're gonna just make another proportion, could be coming as a name, and the name should be our auth. Let's say auth storage. So that's the name which you're going to save the things in our like in our parameter. So first thing first, we need to now define all the parameter. By default, whenever you're going to have the user should be null. And also we're going to have the token should be null. Then also you're going to have that is authenticated. By default it's going to be false. And then for the login, not logs, for the login parameter, so login. And for the login, what we're gonna do, it should be an asynchronous login, because we need to make await and others. And from there, it's gonna take the credential. And after taking the credentials, it's gonna just returning a function which gonna make us to log in the parameter and do the rest of it. So that should be coming as simple as function. After login, similar as the register, also gonna be coming as an asynchronous function, and it will take also the user data. So that's the data it's gonna be taking as a parameter. And after that, also it's gonna simply that.
One of the most important customary sites in all the world. Here you can see also the very first animal on this map. This is the poison hemlock. It is extremely poisonous to animals. And fresh. Oh, my lord, him. 它生出我的肉。塞巴爱尔感。나가나있었는데 야 이거 야 이거
Hello? I wasn't. Oh, I see. আসছি। তো বাড়িতে সবাই, তোমরা সবাই তো ভালোই। Then we will have our similar of that logout functionality, so which gonna be a logout function, which also going to be simply just a function over here, just gonna be an arrow function. That's it. So as we are having that arrow function, we're gonna also make that check is admin function, which gonna be similar of the check is admin, which also going to be similarly as a function. So this is the healthy setup of that what we are having right now. Now for the setting of the login proportion, like to make that one, we're gonna just simply go with the try catch value properties, and on the catch, whenever we're gonna having a certain kind of error, we're gonna just simply make that a console.error, and on the error we're gonna simply pass that login. So let's say login error, just to see, just to get understanding what kind of error we are facing. Then we're going to pass the error, and from there we're going to just throw the error also, throw error. Okay, now whenever we are going to passing the data layer, like we are having to be making something, we need to provide a response, right? And for the response, as you can see, we having the asynchronous function, so we need to can make that as a await. So response should be an as the beginner. Now here we need to create an API parameter which going to handle the endpoint. So you're going to create a folder called over here. We're going to come to the lib over here. So in the lib we're going to create another file name, should be the file name we're going to combine at that a config. So which gonna not directly in the config, should be a config.ts file which going to be configure all of our setup. So in the config we're going to use that our Axios. So you can need to be npm I Axios to install the Axios dependencies. Feel free to read the Axios documentation which can help you to understand about the Axios in a better way. But for me, if you're following me, you know how the way we can combine and do the things together. Now over here there should be, first of all, you need to import the Axios from Axios. And from the dependency instances over here, we need a couple of things, which can be that Axios, that should be instances, and also should be Axios response. Okay, Axios response. So that's two things we're going to use. Now, first of all, what we're going to make is here, first of all, we're going to go and use that configuration. Let's say configuration utility function. So utility for admin API. So should be utility. So that should be one, which is going to help us to get the configuration setup. And so on that parameter, we're going to have the get API configuration for admin, because we're going to set up for multiple instances. And after that, we're going to make a create configure Axios instances for the users. And also we're going to make something called that add and response, like we're going to also handle the error handling in a very, very crucial way. So that could be in a very simplistic way to understand. So add response interceptor for better error handling. Every request you're going to intercept to make it to understand how it are combined, how it's combining together. Then also create and export the configured Axios instances. And after that, at the end, we're going to maintain that our admin API endpoints. Now from there should be multiple endpoints, multiple setup, but I'm going to let you know how we're going to configure all of that. So first thing first, we're going to define an interface which is going to be coming here, the interface admin API config, because we're going to having that both for the production and for local. Now, the base URL should be string, and each production should be as a boolean value. Either it can be in production or it can be in local. And then whenever it's changing, the API endpoint would be changed also. So this will be the type for the admin API config. And after that, we need to make another configuration to get like API configuration for the admin. So now what we're going to do, we're going to also need to create a simple function. We're going to just simply make that export const get admin API config. So now I'm going to keep it all together, like so all the configuration, I'm going to set it right now. So should be admin API config, and that would be a simply an arrow function over here. Now what I want you to do over here, remember in our, especially for the Vite here, there is a file called bit config file, right? Or you can simply go with the env file. So I'm going to go directly in the .env file. Here, as you can see, you need to write it like the Vite API URL, otherwise you can't access that. So should be Vite API URL. The client URL is not required, just I'm keeping there, is even it's mean nothing at all, but this one is meaning everything. So you need to have that Vite API URL. If you didn't write that, so it's already there, you just need to be focused on that it must be there or initialized over there. So right now what we're going to do, so as we have the API config, like that config file here, so as we has that, we're going to make a simple function. We're going to make that, let's say it should be const API URL. So URL is equal to, should be import dot meta dot env. So it can now read my entire env setup and keep the similar name of what we just put there, that import meta env Vite admin URL. Now if there is no API URL, we don't want our application to be break. So what we can do, we're going to just simply throw a new error here, and the error should be passing the message that, let's say, the same message, Vite API URL in environment variable is not defined. Okay, that's just a simple message over here. It's not defined, so you need to define that. And if it's available, we're gonna make that is production variable, so it can be coming up within that scenario. So either it can be production or not. So is production if we have that import method.env, the Vite app new app env. So you can also enable that app env here. As you can see, it's now in the development. So now if it's in production, it's gonna just go like it gonna passing that, or if the meta env production is equal to true. Either we need to configure at production, or you need to pass it as a production method is true. If it's there, it can go through that. So now after that, we're going to return what you're going to return. We're going to simply return the base URL. So that should be the base URL, or we can just simply pass that all together. There should be the two key. One, it will be base URL API URL /API. That would be our API, especially what we're saying that localhost 8000 /API. Why I'm maintaining that one here, in the simple way, we can now either we can change the entry point, because our basic route is localhost 8000. So that's why we are just configuring that one manually to make that API to working in correct way. So now after that, once we did that, I think maybe I missed something, or is it so? Okay, I think I need to make that one here, not outside of that. Yeah, it should be here. Okay, I was just going out of that function, so everything should be within that function. So now we are providing the base URL /API. So now either it can be is production or not, we can get within that flag, or also by calling that API URL, we can directly get our base URL. Now also we can do another setup which can create our API instances. So that would be this one, configure the Axios instances here. Now how we can configure that? So instead of writing everything from the norm, we are actually accessing that. You see the create API instance, we're getting that base URL, getting get admin API config. So that's the base URL we are working for that, and then we are creating an API instances. The instance gonna coming from Axios create the base URL. And as you can see, no need to type every time the headers content type application JSON, because we are passing it globally. So we know we are passing the JSON. If we want to do any manual setup, we're going to call it manually. And also with credential true, it should be, because the authentication should be coming with the credential, and timeout 30 seconds timeout. You can also make it, if you want to make it not 30 seconds, but you want to make that as let's say I will make it for 2 minutes. Okay, so that could be the 2 minutes for that. Right now I'm going to keep it 30 seconds as I'm working locally, or I can go with the 60 seconds, which can be okay 30 seconds, or let's say 60 seconds. I think that would be good setup for that. And then we are also making that add a request interceptor to include auth token. Now the instance to intercept request use we're using from the configuration, and we're using the auth data. We're accessing the local storage get item, and remember the auth storage we have been accessing, that's the one which gonna configure the auth storage. Now if the auth data available, then it's gonna be parsed, and the JSON parse auth data, because we're gonna destructure the token if there is the token, which gonna authorization making the bearer token, otherwise it's gonna error. So if we doesn't have the token, we're gonna providing the parsing error auth data and return the config. So this is the config we are setting up by which our auth instance can be verified. And then the instance.interceptors, because remember every request should be intercepted there. And in the error, if the error code is error network, we are providing that network error, or if the response status is 401 like as unauthorized errors, we are also providing that local storage remove item. Whenever anyone trying to access our auth without the authorization, we are removing the auth storage. So in local storage, nothing will be there as auth storage, and the location should be login. That's why we are handling. So whenever you are logged out, there is no way you can access any route without that any route in the dashboard proportion, and then the promise is going to be rejected, and now we're having our instances. And after that, we're going to also use the error handling, which going to simply passing on that should be admin API, which gonna be create API instance. So create API instance, so that's the function which gonna handle that entire instances from the top to bottom, and we can access it using that admin API. And then after that, we also gonna handle another portion which gonna be admin API endpoints. Not every endpoint is gonna handle like admin setup. For the register, we're gonna auth register should be admin API endpoints, login, logout, that all method gonna access according to that admin API endpoints. Also passing that, also you can ask the users, products, categories as much as we want. Now we can include. And after that, we can just simply make that. So let's see what we did all together. Okay, so now this one is not required. So now we're going to define our admin API endpoints. And also, as we have that, I think that's basically the endpoints at the top. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to pass it here. Okay, that's the endpoint here. Now, what we need to do, we need to make that handle API endpoints to make the build query parameters, which is going to be export const build query params. The params going to be coming as a recorded string number, or boolean value, or can be undefined. Then having the search params, which going to getting that from the URL search params and object.entries. You're going to get the params for each key value there, and then the search param. So this is the basically we're going to use for the query string parameter, which is going to basically export our entire admin configuration. So now let's go back to the top. It's saying that admin instances is a type must be imported. Okay, I think I maybe misspelled something which should not be. So in the creates API instances, what is that? Okay, we used that Axios instances here, so that's pretty cool. It should work. Then what actually we missed here? If we go back and try to recirculate again, okay, what's actually getting wrong here? If we go in our Axios response, that's also be okay. So the response getting Axios response gonna come in from the response providing the error. Okay, I'm gonna try to replace entire setup. But why is providing that? Okay, a type must be imported using type only import. When okay, aliens. Okay, we can see how actually those things working. Or I just reload my window. Let's see if I just having some the TypeScript cache problem or not. I think yeah, maybe yeah, it's just having the TypeScript caching problem. So now this is my entire config setup for my admin configuration. Now what we can do here, we can easily use that parameter to go with that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna directly go in our auth storage, and here await, we will make the call from the API. So as the API is coming, so the API should be, now this is the config, but we need the API, so we can now redirect our configuration set to just to go by to make things pretty decent. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply grab that API. So let's just go in the config. We're gonna create a new file called api.ts. On the api.ts, we're going to create a separate combination here because we're going to import everything from there, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to make that export. We're going to just pass that default as API, and that API going to be coming from .config file. Not like that, should be from .config file. And from there, we're going to export several instances, and the several instances also going to coming from, let's say it should be coming from config, and the config gonna handle lots of parameter. There should be multiple instances. Get admin API config, also gonna get that admin API, also gonna make that admin API endpoints, and also gonna make that build admin query param. So this is the all the parameters which gonna handle by the config. And here we're gonna also make an export default for backward compatibility. So compatibility. Okay, and here it should be export. It would be providing that default, and that should be coming, okay, default default from, it should be coming from config. That's it. So now this is our configuration by which we can now call our function over here, or we can get our API from here. So what I'm going to do for getting the credential, we're going to make that API and we're going to import it from the lib, and there we're going to make the post method. So that's the post method going to be there. Remember, we're going to pass that as auth and pass that as login. So it should be routing through localhost 8000 /API /auth /login, and over here we're going to pass our credential. That's it. Now we're going to also need to modify that one as we got the response. If we have the response, and response going to have the data dot token, so it's having the data and the token, then we're going to set some of the method parameter. It would be a function, then object. We're going to set the user should be passing that as a response dot data. Then we're going to set our token, and the token should be response dot data dot token, and then we're gonna make that is authenticated should be true. So that would be true method. So now this user is authenticated. So that's the mechanism we are going to use to bring back that. And also for the registration, we're gonna just go use that simple parameter on that. For the registration mark, we're gonna make that similar, should be coming await API post auth register, passing that entire user data, and by having that user data they're gonna make the register, and we are not setting anything, like nothing. Only whenever a user is getting logged in, that time we're gonna saving his credential. Otherwise we're not saving his credential at all. We are just redirecting him to the login page. And after that, once the logout set is happening, just simple, we're gonna set everything as the previous value. User should be null, token should be null, is authenticated should be as false. And also for the check is admin, what we can do, this is going to be running a simple function. First of all, we need to grab the user, and the user should be is equal to just simply a get method, or you can just simply get the user directly, if it is up to you. And from there, return should be, let's say, user dot role. If is just like is equal to admin, only then it's gonna return the value. So now we have our use of storage. We can simply use that. Now after that, when everything is done, we need to make that export default should be use auth store. Okay, so now our auth store is fully ready and we can use it. Now the beauty of using that, especially for that Justin, is that you don't need to configure a lot of things right now. So what we can do, we can directly go in our app, right? So in the app, we can now make a simple customizable things. Right now, we don't need to set any provider, nothing at all. That is why I love to use Justin's. You no need to make configuration by anything. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make just an use state, which gonna get from that use auth store. So use should be auth store. And from there, I'm going to access that is authenticated method, and I'm going to just simply log the parameter just to see if you can see it or not. So it should be passing that is authenticated. I think something happened to be fishy, problem can become, no worries. Okay, the requested module, node modules Vite devs Axios does not provide an export name Axios instance. Okay, config 153. So let's go back to our config here. So this is our config. Okay, the error is still persisting. Even we reload, it's still there. So I'm gonna just try to make those things up. Let's see again. Okay, that should configuration. That is how we configure. Okay, I'm gonna make the package here. So let's say the package in admin. Did we have the Axios? Okay, we have the Axios. So it should not be bothering that much. 1.11. So 1.11. That should not. Okay. Okay, we need to find a way that it should work. I think we can simplifying that one by, instead of using directly from there, we can keep the Axios like that, and then we're gonna just define the type, which gonna be an import type. So now if we just reload here, as you can see, is authenticated is true, means we are logged in, is because remember we're using the same auth storage. So there is the token is right there. I should be in logged in. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it logged out from there. So that also make it like that. Okay, still true. So I'm going to go and just refresh everything. I'm going to go in my application and then let's say clear everything. Auth storage done. If I try to do that, now it's false. because it's just setting, whenever we are saving that, it's just there, we're using the same instances, that's why it's happened to be like that. Now we are having the false value here. Okay, I'm gonna close others. Now it's gonna be more interesting over here. Now if is authenticated is false, when is getting false, we know the scenario. When is getting false is authenticated, so it's gonna providing that by default is false, right? Whenever it's logged in, it's gonna make it true. So now I'm not logged in, so it is false, that's true. Now what I'm gonna do, whenever it is like, let's say if there is no user, then like is authenticated is false, what I want you to do, I want to return. Okay, I'm gonna return a function which gonna set as a navigate. So navigate, okay, also gonna import it from React router, and the navigate to going to be /login. That's it. Now you see directly we are in logged in page. That's it. Very simple, very straightforward. Now we know what we can do and how the things can be fixed up. So first of all, we need to go directly working with especially to our setup on that, let's say logged in. So we're gonna go in the page, and also we're gonna go in our login setup. But before bringing the login setup, we want to go make that register setup. Okay, we're gonna create the register because the login gonna be initializing the same parameter. So we're gonna first go to bring back everything to be done for our register page. And stay with me, I know there are a lot of things going to be out of the head, but feel, when you are building something, it's not like very easy. Even you have the AI, even you have a lot of power to write code very fastable way, but you need to have patience to go in a certain kind of point. So right now for the class name, feel free to go use your own class properties the way you feel it better. I'm gonna just go directly on that. So this is the min height screen with full BJ gradient from the bottom right, and that's the just a gradient property. And I understand you should have a very good knowledge or acknowledgement about how the way it's work, the CSS portion. And if you're still having the problem, let me know in the comments. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to also use the motion. So I'm going to make that npm I. I'm going to use the motion just to make a multiple scenario or instances to initialize the data layer. You can simply search that motion.react, or just search for the motion. So this is the one which the library, not the framer motion I'm using. We're gonna use that one. You can search for the React parameter, which we're using the React. You can feel free to go to the documentation, and then you can understand each and every single compartment, how it's work, how the things can be done. Similar to the framer motion, almost same. Nothing that much difference is there. Now what I'm gonna do to initialize everything, I'm gonna import the motion here. So should be import, and then should be motion from motion/react. So that's how we're gonna import the motion directly. Now first of all, what I want to do, I want to make a motion dot div. That's how we're gonna just initialize the motion div parameter. So first of all, I'm gonna use a card over here, so which need to be imported from the component, and here it would be card header. So in the card header, we're gonna also pass another parameter called the motion dot div, and over here we're gonna pass that our card title, and in the card title we're gonna pass that create an account. So now you can see, okay, there is, create an account is right there. Now we need to make things in a certain portion. So I'm going to go in the div, put a class name, width should be a full, and max width, I'm going to put MD, and padding X should be, let's say 4. That's it. So now we know our application layer is there. Even you sign up, you can see that's the one which you are creating right now. And after that, on that motion div, we want, because that's the one, whenever I'm going to reload, it's going to disappear, I know. So we cannot see directly there, but we know what's actually happening, and I'm not gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it with you people, otherwise I'll forget to make those things done. If it's irritating to you, I'm really sorry for that. But I'm gonna fix it together. So right now for the div here, I'm going to put a motion. So the initial parameter, which is going to be careful. The first time I'm going to write, that time, and next time it's going to be copy pasted at all. So first instance, the opacity should be 0. I don't want to see that anything, whatever coming to the motion. And then the Y also should be 20, should be at the bottom. That's the initial layer. And whenever the animate going to happen, I want it to be the opacity should be 1, and the opacity should be 1, and then Y should be 0. And after that, if we make that, even you reload, there should be a bump. You see, there's a bumping, but not an actual way, because we need to add some transition. And for the transition, we're going to make that duration should be, let's say, 0.3, just to 3 milliseconds. So now if we just, you can see here, see how it's coming. If you make that as a 3 or 2, you can see how the time it's gonna take. You see, oh, very slow. But we don't want to be like that. We want just a little bit upgrade on that. Okay, now for the card, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just provide some of that property here, which is going to take us with full visual white 95%, backdrop blur, which gonna give a property value here, shadow accel, border gray of 2. There is a border. If you just make it as 900, you can see the black border. I'm gonna just make it lightweight. And also for the card header, we are gonna make a space over there, class name text center space y2. That's the one which we are talking about. And for the card title, for this one, we're gonna provide a motion statement here, because we're gonna scaling it together. As you can see, once you're gonna just click on that, it's gonna jump to scale 3. See, it's gonna coming from the scale 08 to 1, and also taking the similar duration over there. Now our header needs to be a little bit a better shape, because it's not look so nice. Again, we're gonna just passing a simple statement. Okay, I need to provide, I am missing one string. So the text 3XL, font bold, and text gray 800. I think that is the similar of that proportion. Now it's not look so good, but we're gonna make it better. And also we're gonna having another proportion here, which gonna be, let's say, card description. And while you are taking the card, we make sure you are importing everything from the UI, like components UI card. That's the section component we are using. You can customize that one also. Like if you want to customize your own card, you know, nothing can be changed. You can simply come over here. Like if you want to make a BJ of red, you can simply pass that, and it will take that hit. First of all, if you remove the card BJ, it will take that BJ right there. Okay, it's not taking, means it's nothing. Something is wrong there. Okay, that's the card props. Why is not working? It is because we are providing some of the class name in the card, yes, but if we remove that, you can see the magic, boom. So we know we can customize that one the way we feel it better, but no worries. It's good the way it's there, but nothing to be worried about. Now it would be fully white. Even you remove that, you can see the white color card. I just mix little bit opacity from there. Now over here for the description, we're gonna pass that enter. Let's say should be enter your details to details. Okay, details to sign up. That's it. So now we got that one. And for the description, for the class name, text should be gray of 500, not 50, but 500. So now we have that. Now what we need to do after this, the finish by the card header. After the card header, we are going to make that card content. So in the card content, we're going to have a very nice things. First of all, we need to bring our from. So that would be our from gonna coming from. Where the heck the from gonna come from? That is a very good question. But we're gonna bring the from our section UI, the components UI, and here every single from that could be taking as a from property, but we doesn't have a from property, so I'm not going to keep it right now. I'm going to keep another form which gonna be a similar form, which I'm not going to keep any action right now because we're not going to make any action. So okay, not gonna make the action. So this from gonna have something subsidiary. So what we want it to be done, okay, there in the form, we're gonna first need to provide that, let's say, a from field, and in the from field, we're gonna have a from item, not input, from item. So the from field, okay, it will not, okay, that should be the from field, it should be like that, okay. So right now in the from field, we need to provide some of the properties. So in the from field, we need to provide some of the similar properties. The first one gonna be coming for the name. So you're gonna use the control parameter. The control gonna name as a from dot control. So from dot control. Now we doesn't have the from, so it's gonna be mixed up together. So first of all, we're gonna create a from here. As you can see right here, we should be having some more parameters. So I'm gonna just bring that. There should be a state property here, which gonna coming from the user state, and Again, be careful, because here we are nothing to be for the use client flag or other. But when you're gonna moving the Next.js, whenever you're gonna use the use state and other, you need to be very, very careful, because we're gonna handle a lot of things. We have the use navigate, we have the use store property for the registration. Now we have the is loading, set is loading, navigate, and register. So right now we're gonna find to bring a from, which gonna use that use from parameter, which gonna coming from React hook from. And from where I'm gonna find that React hook from? Is it there? Is it right there? Because if you see in the packages, we just added that one, React hook from. You can just go to the Google search, or just directly just copy that, just search React hook from, just go in the hook form, try to read about it. This is a very decent library which can make you a lot of things to be done. So this is the one which we're going to use. And from the hook form, we need to be provide a data call. It should be coming as a from data. So now we need to initialize that from data. We're gonna just make that as a type, which gonna coming from the from data, and the from data should be coming from Zot. And in the package, if we just see over here in admin package, did we have the Zot? Yeah, we have the Zot. So we can now, that's just predefined I install. So you can also install by default if you want. So that should be z.infer, and from the infer property, we're gonna provide the type of, and on the type of, we need to provide our schema. So here the schema will go. So what I'm gonna do, we need to make the schema, because we doesn't have any schema right now. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go directly in our lib property. So that will be in the lib. Here we're gonna create a new file called validation.ts. That's the file which is gonna handle all of our validation. I'm going to bring all the validation here. Whenever I'm going to using, I'm going to let you know this just a validation property. So which one are you going to use first of all? First of all, we're going to use that register schema. So that should be register schema, like that. So now what is the register schema? If we go directly in the register schema, it is schema like export con register schema z and object format. We're providing the name, like every single user must have a name, and the name must be at least 2 characters. That's the configuration we are setting. And the email also need to be, please enter a valid email address, and the password should be string, minimum 6 character. Password must be at least 6 characters. And the role from the enum admin user delivery man, the please select a valid role. So that's the 4 entry point which a user must require: a name, an email, a password, and a role. Otherwise a user cannot be able to do any kind of things right there. So this is the registration format which we're going to create right now. So as we have that, this is the schema which we define. So right now what we're going to do in use hook from, we are having that from data. So this is the data which we are talking about. So now as we have the from data, we can easily initialize whatever the parameter we're going to have. Now we're going to define the resolver. Resolver should be Zot resolver. So should be Zot resolver. Resolver. Why this is not showing the suggestion? That one gonna coming directly from here. Hook from resolvers Zot, and should be coming as a Zot resolver. And from the Zot resolver, it should be getting that, let's say it gonna get overall for the register schema. Okay, and from the schema we need to provide the default values. So in the default value parameters in the object, we're going to provide the name should be empty, and also gonna providing the email which gonna be empty too, and then gonna providing the password which gonna be empty. And every single user gonna have a particular basic role of user. By default gonna be role as a user. Now as we have the from, so now we can provide the from directly there. So in the from we're gonna provide dot dot dot, not like that, because it's gonna enter in the JavaScript dot 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 from value. That's it, our from value is ready. Okay, substrings property, because need to be control. From control gonna be accessing to maintain the control, and also gonna be name should be that one gonna be a name property. And from there we're gonna render, and in the render property we're gonna take the every single object as a filled item, and then we're gonna directly return, which gonna be returning a from item. So should be from item. So let's grab it here, and in the from item there should be a from label. So should be from label, and in the from label I'm going to provide the name as the name. So if we just reload, we should be able to see, you see the name is right there, and there should be the name. And then after I think the from control we can provide. After the from label, we should be having the from control, which can control the entire from setup. In the from control, we're gonna put the input, gonna be coming from our setup from there, from the section UI. And in the placeholder, let's say I'm gonna just provide the John Doe, just to see what kind of things they need to type. And over here, the type should be, let's say, should be a text, and also visible whenever the loading instances is happening. It should be loading. Okay, I'm gonna, there's two things. So whenever the is loading parameter is true, that should be visible. And after that, we're gonna also providing some of the class name. This should be just a pretty decent class name over there. And after that, also we're gonna just spare all the field property to be extracted with. So right now, if we just click, you see, but as you can see here, this is different. It's because if we directly go in our input, we can now modify the input parameter. So in the input value, as you can see, there is a lot of styles right now. It's too much style. So what we want now, you can modify that one the way you feel it better. I'm gonna just remove everything. I'm gonna keep a simple style sheet here. Okay, it should be coming up with full setup. Okay, like that. So I'm gonna just making the flex. So right now, if you're coming here, as you can see, that's the things which is showcasing flex, height 9, weight. So this is the combination. You feel it better how the way you want it to make it, do some changes. You have a free will to go with that. Okay, so no worries about that. Now we are having our field setup, which having the control of that field as the name. So if we type something, we can now get the name, right? Also for the form setup right here, especially when you're declaring the form, we can now get a value called the on submit. And whenever in on submit call, it should be from dot handle submit function gonna run, and that would be our own submit function. Okay, so that's the function we need to create, and on submit, like whatever the function need to be aligned. So I'm going to go and create a simple function. Let's say const on submit, and over here it should be an asynchronous function because we need to talk to our API. Now here I'm simply going to log. Okay, in the log I'm going to get, because every single thing going to be passing as the data, which going to be as a from data. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log the data. So whenever we are like exposing that, whenever we're going to click holding on that, we should be getting the data. So right now, if we type something and hit enter, okay, we have nothing to work. So we need to make the function to work on that. I'm going to keep it like that. So later on, because right now, no, we need to make a function over here on submit property, because we need to have a button to go and work with that. So now we're gonna bring back other field properties. As we have the email, as we have the name, I can simply grab the entire statement for our similar parameter. Okay, there should be another parameter called after the from control. We're gonna have also passing that. Let's say it should be from message, which gonna handle to show all the messages, and the message gonna text should be, let's say, red of 500, and also text should be extra small. So that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, once we are heading, this value is there, right? Once we are submitting, you see the value is there, but it's providing the error, so we cannot see the value property as well. So right now for the email, instead of that like the type, just all things are same right here. Just we are changing the name as email, and also the providing the value like the input label as email. I think the input label we can also need to modify at the top, which I didn't do it yet. So I'm going to go at the top. This label need to be controlled. So this one, something like that, to make it similar. And now what we are doing actually for the email here, and the input is loading is there, type is email, providing is sparing the field. That's it. So that's the email property. And after the email, we should be having two separate from value. So I'm going to just bring back one more, which going to be our password property. So that would be the password property here. And as you can see, there is no gap in between. So what I'm going to do, especially directly on the form setup, I love to provide some of the style which can make things better. So that should be a class name of that space y6. So it's going to be a vertical gap in between. Now for the password here, name is the password, providing the item, and placeholder type is the password. That's why whenever you are typing, it's providing the type value like that. Now after that, one more parameter need to handle the role, and you cannot be added on that. Okay, that need to be initialized in a pretty decent way. Also the same from field gonna access on that, and on the from field we're gonna provide the role and input. But as you can see, it's having the disabled parameter, the text is there, placeholder is user, but we are not spreading our entire structure. Like, we are not making a render positioning, we are providing an status, like a static value by which it's gonna get the default value, providing the render, but we are not spreading the value from there. That's what we did here. We are taking the field, but if we take the field here also, it can be the same property, it can be a make broken on that, but we are not using the field. Like if you use the field and spreading the field, that time it can be like you can see it can be make an error over there, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to use that field. It's just gonna be as a typo, like, because by default value it's gonna inject. Okay, what I'm showing, it should be showing here. Yeah, now okay, now I can pass that field. And also if we just spread the field, okay, as you can see now you type, but we don't want to pass the field so that it can be really, you can see right now even you, okay, you can type, but we don't want to type at all. We can make it simply disable. True, that's it, visible, that's it. It's gone, everything is right there. Good. Now what we need to do, we need to have a button right after the form is there. So before finishing the form, we should have another div, and that div should have a button, and the button gonna say, let's say it should be user plus LUS, user plus, and over here should be coming up sign up. That's it. So we are having our button need to be showing right here. Okay, that's the button. And for the button, I think we need to provide the button within the form. So let's go directly at the top of the form, it should be there. And for the form itself, I think this one not required. Why we're using the div, we can simply pass the button variable. And for the button, we should be providing some of the class name to initialize that one perfectly. And the class name, it should be the width full bg indigo 600, hover bg indigo should be 700, and hover effect blah blah blah, all other parameter. And now for the button, we can also provide a type. Type should be submit. That's it. So now over here, if we inspect entirely, and if you go directly in the console, if I type something, hit enter, you see all the validation required. Type something, because before finishing the validation, it will not hit to the database or in the API, gmail.com, okay, something like that. Okay, blah blah blah, role, hit enter. Okay, it took more than 6 characters. You can see I can get entire value, email, name, password, role. Now according to the value, we can now destructure the data structure. And also before finishing or before going to make the functionality, we need to do something more. What is that? We need to bring back our card footer. So after finishing that card contained, we need to just provide that card footer, and footer gonna say over here, we're gonna provide a link from the React router, and it's gonna say already have an account, sign in. So when we click in the sign in, we're gonna directly go back to the login page. So that's now is we have that. So now what we need to do, we need to bring all the functionality to let work for our registration. And our register function is going to be handling according to our use auth store. As you can see over here, we have that route setup. We need to pass the user data, and then it's gonna do all the work by itself. So how we can do that? Simply, as we are not going to make any other complex intervention here, I'm going to simply make that is set loading should be true whenever you're going to routing on that, clicking on that particular tab. Then I'm going to make that a try catch parameter, and in the catch parameter going to be simply passing that console log. So should be console.error. Okay, I think should be like, okay, maybe, okay, I'm going to make the try catch again. So overall in the catch, we're going to simply make that console.error, and here the error going to be let's say registration failed. That's it. And after doing so, we're gonna also make that, let's say it should be, okay, it should be coming to simply on that finally tab, and on that finally we're gonna make it, let's say set is loading a should be as a false value. And also we, if you wanted to, we can simply pass an a toast message to let user to be find out about what's going on. So toast dot error, and on the error we're gonna get that about that, let's say fail to register. That's it. So FAIL, oh sorry, there should be an E. Okay, fail to register. And also we can just get the error directly over there. Now what's gonna be in the, like for the try block is that in that we're gonna just simply await should be getting the register, and the register is going to combine all together about the data, so that should be coming from data. And if we go at the top, as you can see, we already having the register from that use auth store, and what's actually is doing, it just making a call in the API post request auth register, providing entire data segment, whatever the data we are passing directly from there, and that's the data it just happened to be passing there. And the navigate, we're going to simply navigate to login. Now you can route that also if you wanted to, but I'm going to just simply keep it as login as possible. So let's just create a new account and should be gmail.com, and I'm going to just simply provide my password. And as you can see, if we make that sign up, okay, there is something wrong, which we can find out what's happening. If we go in our server is working, DB is connected. If we save again, okay, something is happened to be wrong. If we go in the console, we can find out what's happening. Okay, Axios error is coming, is because the request is having some problem. Okay, we can find out. Okay, localhost API, then we are providing the data. It should work, auth register, and okay, request failed with status score 400. Okay, what's actually we got the base URL /API, okay, localhost API, and then URL is coming for the auth register. It should work. Okay, we can find out what's wrong in between, and our config looks fine. So I think there is some kind of error it could be, because it's providing the 400, which is coming to be directly. If we go in our auth routes, we can simply check what kind of request we are sending from our registered user, and you can find it everything here. As you can see, user already exists, which is providing the 400, not 404. So now if we can just legitimately devise to it for the responses, as you can see, it's getting the response which is coming from the data user already exists, try login. So now we can simply copy that which is coming from the data. So we can just simply make that const data is equal to await register. So let's say it should be response. We can just simply grab it. Now we're gonna just pass that response to see what kind of response we are having directly. So we're gonna click the response now, so you can find a very easy way to go by. And as you can see over here in the response, anything is receiving? No, because this is the cancel. So we can just simply pass it, because the response, it will not come here. So automatically we can simply grab the for the particular scenario, that error, right? So what's actually happening on the error message, you see error dot response. So I'm going to try to check if it's coming or not. So let's say error dot response. Okay, should be response, and let's see if it's coming by or not. So I'm going to just make that, and as you can see, error dot response is coming, registration failed, and that's cool. This error is not providing the response. Okay, we can find a solution for it. Now this is the console which is grabbing it internally. So error dot, I think the data, it can be passing like that. Okay, error dot data. Okay, data dot response. Let's say if we can find anything, or it's getting undefined, or we can craft the error in a very diverse way. But what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to try some different email just to see if it's working or not. So if I sign up, okay, now that is working, but we need to handle the error in a very different manner, so that we can show that if a multiple user is coming to register, we are showing a simple message that user is logged in. We can do in multiple instances, right? Now, if you want to dig more about on that particularly error, because the error is coming from, as you can see, use of the store registration error, and from there you can just simply throw what kind of response you want to gain, or you want to make it get it in a very decent way. You can do it just to provide that. So there is a task for you by just to motivating how you're gonna capture the response from there. So right now we know what's actually happening. So we got that response criteria, which is not required. We can just remove it. We can just simply go in the login interfaces. So as we have that, so again, for it's just for the admin, so we can just go out to perform as many as possibilities as possible. So what we can do right now, as you can see in the login, so typically it's gonna be almost everything, whatever the way we are handling our registration. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pull back everything here just to get by everything, so it could be similar like that. And what actually we're getting, we're gonna find it. So of course, this is my previous application where we used the React Router DOM, as I told you, and also the toast. But right now we are updating something, so we're not using the toast like that. So we can simply just grabbing the toast the way we are preferring. It should be coming directly from the sonar, and of course it's gonna be just get that description. Rest of well, I'll just gonna remove from there. Okay, fine. Now we're good to go, and also this gonna be similar. Okay, I think we're good. So what actually we are doing right now, we are providing a particularly happen to be a same as the description scenario which we did for the registration, the same thing. So if we go one by one, particularly for the component setup, as you can see, we got our motion div, then we're going to got our title, and also getting the header here, which is coming for the admin dashboard. Enter your credentials to sign in. The similar way we're using the form, and over here we are submitting the form. And if you just look back closely here, we are using that login schema. If you can see here, the login schema contains that email, which is the please enter a valid email address, because it gonna testify either it is valid or not. And then we are also focusing to get back our password, which must be at 6 characters. So this is not actually required, right? So actually this is not like you can just simply go with that. Either you can just minimize that if you wanted to, because the password for the login, it should not go focus on the minimum 6 characters or not. That will focus for the registration, right? But for the login, it will take whatever the characters is providing. So I'm going to just keep like that. I'm going to hold it like there. So you need to provide. So okay, I think I'm not going to go in the minimum character. Okay, so we can just skip like that. So it will not directly go in the minimum compartment. So if it's gonna come, we can simply pass the message here. So email string dot email. Okay, we can simply pass the message, I believe so. So okay, that could be removed. Okay, but I removed extra. Let's see. Or we can just simply go with the minimum characters of 1. We can just simply pass that. You have to enter a password. Okay, so minimum length is gonna just to coming by as a single character, so we are not gonna providing the clue how many characters can be there. So if we try, okay, as you can see, you have to enter a password. Okay, so that's what's actually gonna do. So now over here we have the loading set is loading, and set is loading by default, which gonna be false. You're gonna having the navigate, you're gonna having the login here. And the login also, if you can just visit the auto store in the login, what actually we're doing after the login, we are getting that credentials, and after response we're getting the token, and from the token we're setting the user, which is going to be response to data token, gonna be that response to a token, and is authenticated should be true, so we're gonna have a valid user. And also, as you can see, we set up the form. And before explaining that, let's go back here, and as you can see in the form, we are just providing the handle submit, which is similarly for the registration on submit function. And from field over here, we're passing the email and providing the email setup. Then we are having the password, we're providing the password setup, and then we are having the button which gonna do all the actions required, and that's it, very simple. And then we're gonna providing that card footer segment. So right now what we are actually doing, we're just simply making that on submit await logging data, and now you can check with the data, like you can make the response, then if response to success like that, if it's no success to the other things, it's up to you the way you prefer. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, whatever it is right now, I'm gonna just go try to use my account password. So okay, at I think we make it through gmail.com for your password. If we sign in, as you can right now, we can see over here we are having a user, and even we reload the user, it will be there because it's totally accepting. And also if we directly go in your like developer tools in the application over here, you can see there is an alt storage, and the alt storage containing the ID, name, email. And the similar way, if you just directly go over here in the MongoDB, and if we just refresh the data, we should be able to see how we are receiving the users and others. So simply, it's very simple and very decent. We are having the user, and the similar way we are having retrieve entire functionality and others. So now as we are having very shiny users and others, now we can go and fix all other properties by which we can start building our application there. First of all, I'm going to go start with the header, which can be make a bit of cleaner properties right here, which is really needable things right now. So we're going to just start pouring the data over there. So I'm going to directly go in our header. So this is our header where we need to do all other functionality, right? So the header going to consist in a lot of other properties. We're going to pouring that up. So first of all, to bring back the header, see, and in header, we must to have the user. So as you remember, we can get the user. So simply we can just grab back the user using that the store, and we're having the user directly over there. So we can simply get all the functionality to provide the setup. So first of all, we're going to go and pouring the things up, which can really meaningful. So I'm going to just keep the tag as a header tag, and then I'm going to providing, because there should be a two particular div over here. So I'm going to provide a div, then I'm going to just provide on that. So there it will be a singularly coming to a button, and then it's gonna passing to a bell icon, especially like that. As you can see the icon here, and for these purposes, you may see here we have the bell icon, we have the admin user and the other properties. That's it, nothing more about that. And also I'm gonna just grab those things. So one should be an icon, and another one should be specified particular parameter, which is going to be a simple user avatar and others. If we go here directly, as you can see, it's right there, but it's not the way it's supposed to be. We need to make it a little bit better to simplify the scenario. And to do that, we're going to just simply go on the div here, flex, and over there should be item, should be center, and should be, let's say, I'm going to make it a gap of 4. Okay, so just to provide a little bit gap calculation. I think, yeah, that is okay with that bell icon. Okay, gap 4, so it can crash it all together, and ML should be auto. So it's gonna be totally in the left proportion, margin left auto. So as you can see right now, we can see the icon properly, and it looks better. And if you want to provide a more specified gap over there, you can simply make that, let's say this is the div here, to make the scenario looks better. So flex item center, you can provide a gap of 5 if you wanted to, just to provide, push that icon a bit further. Okay, why this is not getting, okay, there should be gap of 5. As you can see, so now this is the combination over here. Now we need to make that sidebar looks better. So if we go directly over in our, let's say, app, and from the app, if we go in the sidebar, now we need to provide a lot of data things right here, by which can combine each and every single segment to make our sidebar initially from this statement to like here, this statement, which combining all the functionality to actually work it like, and especially for an admin dashboard. And to do that, first of all, we can get some of the sidebar props over here. So sidebar, we are actually calling it in the app. So I'm going to just minimize all of those. So from the app, because as it's going to deal directly over there, so we can now know either we want the sidebar to be open or not. So what we can do here is special scenario to make that. I'm gonna just go grab it here. So is authenticated is right there. I'm gonna take a special combination of the state which gonna be making that for the sidebar open or sidebar close. So this gonna handling by default here, and also if it's not authenticated, it gonna be directly passing there, and from there I'm gonna pass that, let's say it gonna take that open and close statement whenever the sidebar props is open. So by default it's gonna be false, it's gonna open. If it's closed, we're gonna just simply pass that set sidebar open is false. And as we did that, there is a purpose to building this one. You see that ML64, right? So instead of passing that directly, we can now modify that. I'm gonna cut every single thing from there, and I'm gonna use a cn property here. Remember, in the utils we're having that. Then I'm gonna make that if the sidebar open is there, so it should be sidebar open, then we want something, otherwise we want something. If sidebar is open and it's actually in the empty screen, then we can do some more properties right there. So we can just simply bring back the contradiction here. So it should be similarly like that. It's sidebar open and empty screen, it should be margin left 64, otherwise margin left 20. And also in the sidebar, as where we are providing especially the width and others, we can also make that property there work here. So first of all, I'm going to get the type directly at the top. So that would be our type, which going to be coming as a sidebar props. From there, we can get that is open and other parameter. We can simply guide it through, let's say it should be sidebar props, or you can simply pass that as a props. Is up to you. So you're gonna get the open, we're gonna get the set open. So the two value properties is right there. So as you can see, the width is 64, which is going to be fixed right now. But we don't want to fix that anymore. So similar setup which we did before, we can just simply grab it. That's it. And instead of the div, we can simply use that aside tag here, because it's gonna be coming in a side by. So now whenever the open is there, it should be as a 64, otherwise it's gonna be as 20. So right now I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna make that is sidebar open. Okay, here is the true. I'm gonna make it as false. As you can see right now, it's getting only that scratch value. So this is the one which is handling that. So now we can go and particularly use the scenario. I'm going to make it true right now, because we need to pour in a lot of data criteria over here. So over here, what I'm going to do to make that looks better, I'm going to use the motion also. So import should be coming motion from, it should be motion / react. And in the motion flag here, we're gonna use some more property here to make it looks better and looks more easy to go by. I'm gonna provide the properties here. Initially the width should be 256, if it's open 256, otherwise 80. So this is the value of 20 and 64. That's it. So that's what we are actually going through. So now it can, whenever we're gonna close the value, so it actually going to make some, some kind of a little bit movement motion there. So that's the one which gonna combine that. And after that, we now need to provide a lot of other parameters. So first one is that content will go here, which is going to be the header properties. So over here, I'm going to bring back the motion that should be coming like particularly as a, you can say as the logo. So I'm going to just bring that here to flashing it. Over here, what actually we are dealing is that we are providing a baby shop admin, which gonna coming up with an opacity parameter and others. And whenever we're gonna refresh, you can see, I think particularly that much motion parameters, it will not be there, because initially open is 1. So whenever the open close movement gonna take apart, it gonna do the trick. Now this opacity can be depends how the way you want to make it better, is up to you, but for me I think that is enough to just go and make things work. And after that, we're gonna also have a motion like it gonna be a particularly another button here. So after this motion div, we can just bring back another motion div, which gonna be coming as the left icon, and also we're gonna be another chevron right icon, and then it's gonna be a button. Okay, right now you can see the button, right? If we click here, you see it's closed. If we click here, it's open. The similar functionality with what actually we are capturing here, that's what we combining. So how actually this thing's open? Whenever we click on that particular button, you can see it's just making a two simple parameter. It said open. If it's open, it making it close. If it's closed, it making is open. So just checking null side value. And also you see the why I'm skipping some kind of like styling and the motion I told you before, so you can juggle your compartment, and you know all the code, it will be available in the part of in the branch over here, which going to be coming as an admin setup. So you can grab everything the way you are looking forward to, so no worries about that. Now in the motion dip, we're scaling it, and while in top, we're just scale 0.9, and in the button, on the button over here with the chevron icon left and chevron icon right. So this is the combination. If it's open, we're gonna the left icon. If it's closed, we're gonna get the right icon. Just as you can see, the icon is just changing and pretty much rotating as so far. And that's it. So now is the very crucial part, like very important part right here. We need to provide our all the data layer, like how the way we want to combine. There should be a two particular div. So I'm going to just make so that it would be sidebar menu. Okay, and here it's gonna be, let's say, logout button. So there's two combination going to happen. So as you can see over at the bottom, we have the admin user, logout, and also the similarly that's working perfectly the way we are looking forward to. So first we're gonna caching that admin user and that logout portion, then we're gonna crashing over there. Okay, so that we can simply go and create the logout activity if we wanted to. So how we can combine that? So after that, I'm gonna take another div here. So within that div, it's gonna be another motion.div. And over here, we're gonna provide all the functionality by which we can go and take all the activity by so far in a different method. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep crashing on that CSS. So that would be our CSS for that, which gonna be coming as, let's say it's gonna be a padding 4. I'm gonna just write something as test. So you can see what actually, as you can see, it is right there. So it's also similarly right there. Now, what's actually happening was a padding of 4 and the border T. And before putting that so far, I'm going to just take another div here, and that should be, let's say, sidebar items. And over here, we're going to simply pass that it should be flex column, and also it's going to be flex 1. I'm going to provide a gap of 1. I think that would be fine. And then it's going to be passing that padding should be 3, and then whatever the gradient properties we are skipping for that, we can just simply pass it by. Okay, so providing the gradient, now you can see over here that that is there, right? But right now we can't see the data layer. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it a text as white so that you can see at least that's the sidebar items right here, and that's the test item right here. Okay, because it's flex 1, so it's gonna take whatever the entire properties is right there, and then it's gonna crashing that. So right now what we need to do is that, especially for the motion, we are gonna be needing some of the class name and some other properties. And in the class name, we're making a flex item center, and also gap 3 margin bottom is 4. Open justify should be star, and if it's closed, it's gonna be center. So this is similarly like that. If it's open, you see how it's structurized. If it's closed, how that is because it's gonna be in the central line. Otherwise it's gonna be different aligned, which is not be looking so good. Now over here, what I want is that we're gonna pass that if the user have the avatar. Okay, I think I misspelled something. So if user, did you get the user? No, not yet. We are not having the user at all. So what we need to do, I'm going to simply bring back our user at the top. We know from where to get it. We will just simply get it from our of the store, right? So we have the user, we have the logout function. Now we can use that. Now whenever we're gonna having, because if it doesn't have the user, we don't want to put that, right? So if we have the user, and user should have the avatar, then we want something, otherwise we want something. If it doesn't have that, then we're gonna just simply make that, let's say, we can make a p tag, or we can just simply pass it like that, should be user dot name, and then we can simply make that character at, we're gonna make the first character movement, and from there we're gonna make the 2 uppercase. Okay, that would be the user first letter if the avatar is not there. If avatar is there, I'm gonna simply use that image tag here in the source. It's going to be, let's say, user dot avatar. and in the alt tag should be user image. That's it. So now we should be able to see one user image right here, which is not so good looking. And because as you can see right here where we are providing the avatar and others, instead of doing like so, we can just grab it within a div properties, which can be looks a bit of nice and clean. So for that particular div, we can simply go fashion by provide a height of 10, width of 10, rounded full, widget gradient, whatever the gradient you are preferring on there, and flex item center, justify center, keep in the middle, text white. So whatever the text we're providing within that div, it should be according to the white. It because if it doesn't have the user image, you can see that's the property it's going to provide if it doesn't have the image. So this is the calculation over here, which is mixing so good. Now in the image also still there is some more not good property here. It's because we need to provide a full height and full weight of the div here, and then I'm going to make that object should be cover. Okay, so it's gonna just combine everything on that particular scenario. Now this is the div over here, and after that div we can also use another compartment here, which is gonna be animate presence. And why we need that? Because remember, whenever it's gonna be open and closed, that's a moment scenario need to be creating. Now you can maximize, minimize the value the way you prefer, then you can do whatever the things you like. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just bring back things together because it's just gonna be some kind of things what you already did. So now over here we're having that open menu and the motion div, which is we're making that opacity and x value, providing the transition, which is combining the duration of 0 to 2, and here we're providing the username and then the user role. And as you can see, that's the text. You can change whatever the way you want. So that's the similar functionality we are having. Even you reload, as you can see, the animation is working perfectly. Now after that particular parameter here, so this is the motion div and other things is done. Here I'm going to take another motion dot div. Over here it should be taking the button, and the button going to contain that it's going to pass that logout. Okay, so logout, which going to be coming from the Lucent React, an icon out there. And now after passing the icon, like we need to also provide the text, right? So how we can grab it? So I'm going to just give that particular property. If it's open, we're going to provide that logout text. If it's closed, see, the text is not there. The same simplicity text is not there. And also, by the way, this is the case scenario over here. You can see that's also maximize and minimize over there. So I think you can see right here, this is the auto, like this only gonna show once it open. You can see that the name and role. So if it's closed, the name and role, it will not be seen. Now, as you can see, there is some crashing movement here, which we can make it better by just keep some rolling data. Now what I'm going to do for the variant movement here, I'm going to just pass that some of the class name for the button itself here. Let's say I'm going to provide the variant. The variant should be, our button variant should be outline. And after that, we also going to be a size property here. So whenever the open, it's going to be coming as a default size. Okay, should be coming as icon. And if it's open, it's going to be default. That's it. So now, as you can see, looks a bit of clean and a good scenario here. And I will just modify some of the class name over here, which can be with full border and other parameter, so that you can maximize the some data scenario and others. I think something okay, yeah, it's good, it's good, not so bad. Now what we need to do is that whenever we're gonna just make that function, so on click, I'm gonna just simply pass that logout. Okay, so that's the functionality which is gonna do all the things. If we remove, done, we're good to go. So I'm gonna go with another account, and then I'm gonna pass that. Okay, so now we're signing in, login. Now we need to provide the entire sidebar property by which we can go any screen we are looking forward to, and to go by and to provide that we are still in the sidebar. So over here we should be providing that sidebar menu properties by which we can do all the tricks and configure all the setup to do those things. And then all the menu items for the neighbor items, it should be coming as an array. Then we can really map through the entire array segment to provide the data. So what I'm going to do at the top layer of that particular build over here, I'm going to just provide that array, which is going to be combining all the setup to go by. So that should be okay. I think that would be for the dashboard, which going to combining the dashboard. So okay, let's just bring back all the icons which I'm going to use here. So that's the icon, and I'm going to bring it all icons together. Okay. So right now what we're having that navigation items, entire items, it's going to be an array so that we can map to entire item and we can pass the data according. So now, first one is the tool for the dashboard. That is the ref where it's going to provide. Then we have the icon, which icon I want to show, and that could be the scenario. Then have the label, which kind of title, and end is true. So that could be the first one to provide the end statement over here. Then we're having the user, which gonna give direct to us to that dashboard account, and that's going to be account. And also we have the users, also we have that order, we have the invoices, which going to be flex text, and then we are having the banners, products, and categories, brands, and so on. Now what we're going to do, as we are having the data itself here, as you remember, that's the one where we're going to provide the items to make and move through it. So what I'm going to do, instead of this particular text over here, I'm going to just take that one as the navigation items dot map. And I'm going to map through it every single item, which is going to be passing that as an item. Just return it here. Let's just pass a div, okay? And I'm going to provide an hello text just to see what's actually rendering. You see, there is hello text is right there. So this is particularly good. That's we are having all in all everything right here. Also, if we want to change, we can simply pass some of the value here. So that could be like that. Yeah, so the text can be combining at that, because what we can do right now, this could be similarly of that fashion, but we're going to later improve the data and others. So now instead of this particular parameter, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function which going to be providing all of my nav item over here. So that would be like kind of nav link, which we're going to use from our React router, and that also going to be nav item props. Now this props is still not defined here. So what I'm gonna do, I need to also provide another type at the top, which gonna be combining that nav item. So after that, or you can just simply pass that, which gonna be a to string, icon string, label string, open should be boolean, end should be boolean, path name should be string. So that's the value properties which we are gonna inject right there. So now what actually we're having in our nav item properties. In the nav item, we're providing two icon, label, open, end, and path name particularly there. And of course, we didn't get the path name. So what we need to do, we also can grab the path name from there. So similar fashion on there. So with that, we can check whatever the path we are actually in, right? And the path name should be coming from the use location. If we just make that as a use location from React router, you can see we can simply grab the path name as the key over there. So that's the path name which gonna hold us, like if we're here in that account, it should be, that's the route which gonna combine and provide the data. So that's what actually gonna do. Now if we go back to our nav item, but before going through it, let's just let it be passing the data over there. So instead of that, we're gonna simply pass that, let's say the navigation items is there, so it should be just pass that nav item. And in the nav item, we will provide a key, and every single to property is different, so it's gonna be that key of that. And after there also, we can just simply pass that whatever the to property, like icon property, label property, and open value, end value, and the path name value. So this is the maximization of the scenario. Now what actually is happening in the nav item, because if you just hover, there is a style. If you keep users, is like selected the users, and that one is selected, we can go directly in the dashboard. Now we are getting that to icon, label, open, end, and path name according to as a props. Now in the nav link, the two should be whatever it's providing the ref, end should be the ref, and the class name, this is the fundamental things which is making things better. And also if the path name is equal to 2, so whatever the href we are providing and is matched with the path name, that is the class name which is combining that, as you see, bg background color and others. Otherwise it's just going to be as an slate 200. And as you can see, once it's also getting like a scale, but whenever it's selected, it's already scaled. And then we're passing that icon, and or is if it's open, it's the logo is there. If it's not open, you see that's the simple parameter we're providing. So this is the way you can combine. This is the way you can make a very good job to provide all the dashboard data and others. And again, I'm saying this is a simple line of code, as I did it very easily at the first instances. You may have to take a little bit more time to considerably like plug in all the data and together, because you need to type. And if you are feel boring on that, you have the code, so you can do so whatever the way you are looking forward to. Now our first instance, it could be providing the data in our dashboard, right? Because as we bring back the dashboard, we now need to pouring entire data. But before going to the dashboard, I think it would be a good option to go start with our users, right? So that could be a pretty much handy, because if we go in the users, and also if you see in the users, as you see, the user data layer should be adapted here. And in the users, we have role, we have the search option and others, so we can go and combine. We have the prev, next and others. So okay, there is some, okay, the next and prev is not working here. We'll make it work. So yeah, there is something, some glitch is in the production, but we can fix it whenever we are building our application. So we're going to start working putting data in the user tab. Now to bring back the user, first, as you can see, we need to provide a little bit a data layer here, which is going to combine the data structure. So as the user management, view all manage, like view and manage all user system users, then the refresh button and add user. Now over here, as you can see, I'm logged in as a user, so I may not perform a lot of actions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go directly logged in with my admin user. So let's just go and try to log as an admin. I think we have the admin user. So now we are using as an admin user property. So I'm going to go in the app, or I can close everything. I'm going to go in the user tab. I will just close others. Now, particularly in that user scenario, we're going to use some of the state to make things, everything in a very good fashion and work perfectly aligned. So over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring back all the setup, which we really need to do and work by. First of all, I'm going to go and show you what's actually we are bringing. Now over here, we are bringing all the state and also the user. So I think the user, we can, I think we are having a type of file over here. Did we have? No, we didn't have the type file. So either we can use a like a type dot, like in the leaf, we can use a type if we want. We can use that type dot ts. Over here, instead of type, we can make that export interface, and that could be our type. So that's the type we can use. Now we can simply pass that as a user type. So the user contains with that a ID, name, email, avatar, or it can contain a role as an admin user or delivery man. Then whenever the created type is happen to be, that gonna be reflect right here. So now the users and set users, as the users gonna be as an array. First of all, we're gonna keep it as an empty array. Then having the loading and set loading, having the refreshing, set edit model by which we can add it. As you can see, we're having two particular type. We have the add user, we have the edit model, we can also have the delete model, and also we can have the view items by which we can view the users. So now this all the things should be here one by one. Now in the after that, also as you can see, is edit model, we have is delete model, is view model, because that's all are going to coming as an state property, and we need to handle everything differently. Also we have the selected user, we have the from loading, search term, role filter, total, set total page per page, items and total pages, set total pages over there. And then we have the Axios private, which gonna be coming from the Axios private. Also we need to import that Axios private property. It's gonna be not coming like that, so I'm gonna just bring it right here, which you're gonna okay, we didn't create the Axios private, are you sure? So if we go directly in the, okay, I think in the hooks, did we create the hooks? No. Okay, I'm gonna just bring back the hooks, which gonna combine us provide that Axios private property. So let's just grab it. And here in the source, I'm going to create another nodes like that, another directory, which is going to provide us all the hooks. And here we're going to use the Axios private. And what it's gonna do, as you can see, use Axios private, we can go directly using the use out, because that's gonna provide us the admin properties. Now from the use effect, we're gonna just use the response intercept, and you know, if we are not authenticated, it directly gonna log out, and we're gonna directly capture in the login, and otherwise it's gonna provide that our admin API interceptors. Remember, in the admin API we can like work as an admin. You see, all the requests can by so far go to through there, and either you can change, like if you can make it as a 90 seconds, yeah, that should be 1.5 minutes, so you can do like that. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, that could be good. So that's the private, it's gonna do the action. Then all for the toast, no need to use that, and we're gonna use that auth store, and also we're gonna check that is admin is true or not. So it's gonna combining that is admin. So I think this is much more it. Yeah, that is the entire property segment which we are utilizing to use that data layer and structure. Now what we need to do more is that for, okay, I think, yeah, I think we're good. Okay, our statement is right there. So now we're going to start pouring the data, and also we're going to do all the functionality to match with the scenario. So the first of all, what's actually we're going to do is that we're going to create the header here. So that would be the top. So there it would be the header, and after header we're going to have the filters. So the header portion, then the filter portion, and also after that we're going to also make that, let's say, add user model. Okay, so by which we're gonna call all the users, and also we're gonna bring that our edit user model. So it should be coming like that. Let's say edit user model, and after that we also gonna combining that delete user, and like so. So should be, let's say, delete user model, and here before after the filters we're gonna pass that users table, as we are going to pass that all the data going to be coming according to the table. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do, you see there is motion also working. I'm going to skip okay, that's I didn't fix it yet, but I'm going to fix that, no worries. Now here, whenever I'm gonna just, as you can see, there is some of the motion is working. I'm gonna skipping this motion. You can either introduce the motion by yourself, or if you don't want it to, you can skip that, so no worries for that. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to bring back first instances, which is going to be our header, right? So to bring back the header, I'm going to take div over here. In the div, I'm going to make that, let's say it's going to be capturing with another div, which is going to coming in h1 text, and then passing that users management. Let's just see if we can make that, yeah. Okay, we can combine that if we wanted to, but I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it as it is right now. Now this will be for the users management over here. Okay, so let's skip that, and after that we should have another a p tag over here. The p tag gonna combine, let's say it should be view and manage all system users. If we go in the users, you can see that is right here. So this is the one div property which going to contain this one, then another one going to contain the other property. So let's say another div over here should be contain another, going to be passing that an users icon, so users, and then going to have an span tag, going to passing that a total value of the users, like how much user we have there. It's going to just capture the total. So let's say it should be total properties. So this is how it's gonna combine. So that's the same thing. You see we have the user icon, we have total refresh button as user button. So that's the same thing. Like say here is that, okay, what's wrong here? I think it's just reloading a bit. And while rendering on that, as you can see, the user's icon and the page is getting the same mark, so it's gonna providing the error. We can simply pass that as a user page data layer, and if we just go in our app, we'll just change the name from there. Okay, that's it. So we can, as you can see over here, now what we can do for, okay, I think we need to go in the main. So as for the users, so now this is going to be coming as a user. So instead of that users, we can simply pass that as user page. So I need to also make const user page. That should be passing that as user page. So let's go back to the main, and that should be passing that as user page, coming by directly there. So I can just pass that value. So now here you can see we have the user page. So now it's gonna be popping up. So you can show the data, so it's up to you. So nothing to be worried about that. So right now, as we have that, now we can go and do the other property. We have the user management, view and manage all user system users, and then the value is right there. Now we need to provide that button, others, and all. So how we can do that? First of all, to maximize on that portion, I'm going to go at the top here, and then I'm going to see how we can pouring the data layer. And to make an instance segment, we can just start making things right. So first of all, at the top layer of the div over here, which gonna be as a flex. Item center justify gonna be between, you can see it's just in side by side. And over here we can just simply make a class name which gonna be padding of 5, and let's say space y of 5. Okay, so it's gonna be having a good padding margin properties. And for the h1, for the text property over here, what actually we can do, we can simplify the structure over there. It can be passing that as a text of 3 axle font bold and the text gray of 900. And also for the p tag over here, we can just simply pass that as a text gray 600, margin top up to, I think 2 is too much, I can just provide 0.5. I think that would be. Now the right part over here, for especially for the button and others, we can also do some tricks and track over here. For the class name, make it a flex, item should be center, and you're going to provide a gap of 4. Okay, so now you can see it will be right there, and it's going to be crushing it together. So now for the user property and other, because there should be a particularly some more setup there, I'm going to just bring that to button, which gonna include all the value properties. So I'm going to just grab it from there, and that should be the one div here. Then after that, that should be the two button here. I'm going to keep that function, I'm going to keep that functionality which we're going to use later on. Let's import the button and also this. Okay, so right now this button gonna contain, whenever you're gonna click, it will refresh. When you're gonna try to add user, it's gonna use the add user property. And for the top layer of that, which gonna happen to be showcase all the value, with the class name should be a flex, and item center provide a gap of 4. Okay, so that should be there. Now this is the item property, and for the user icon, we can just simplify on that, providing some of the class name and do all other setup in very decent way. So that would be for the height 8 with height text blue of 600, and also the same thing for the item over here, which going to be calculating entire count properties. But right now, instead of that 4, I believe if we can give the 2, I want to make it side by side. Now as you can see, setup is the similar, but we have to do a lot of other work to make it better, because right now as we are having that is not so good looking. We need to make it better to initialize all the setup in a proper way. How we can do that? So first thing first, as we did that, we need to get back our users, right? We need to fetch the users, then we can combine all of these things together, right? Now over here, as you can see, I didn't make the pagination to work, and that is by purpose. The pagination, the role, and so many things, you will find that it's not working here. But you don't need to get a freak out, or you don't need to be worried about that, because now you know how you can considerably done it, how you can make your things to be done, and it's working in the in the life. So I'm not fixing it, because as you can see, if we go in the products over here, you can see that is working perfectly, the ascending, refresh, descending, and also especially the pagination, everything working. Because there is in some part, I'm going to skip something for you which you need to carry on, you need to pass that, you need to grab the data, you need to carry on. But don't freak out, you can do it. I know, I have trust on you, that's why I'm keeping those things. So first thing first, we need to grab the users, right? What kind of users we are talking about? First of all, we need to create a functions by which we can fetch the entire user segment, right? And to do that, I'm going to just simply make that, let's say const should be fetch users, and it will be an asynchronous function, as we're gonna directly call to our database and withhold on that. So first of all, whenever you're gonna looking directly on that, set loading should be true, and after that we're gonna make that a try catch function to go and passing by whatever the data structure it's gonna be making things to be done. First of all, if we are getting the error, we can simply pass the error over here, should be passing that console.log failed to load users, and also we can just pass the toast.error. Okay, and the toast is not imported from the sonar.error, and the error gonna say should be failed to load users. And of course there should be a finally tab, finally, and on the finally we just gonna make that set loading should be as a false value, right? Now how we gonna fetch the users, right? So to make the users to fetch, remember we're gonna have a like an input type value and all other value. First of all, we're gonna go in a simple way that it should be const, and then we're gonna make that response that should be response to be coming according to await. We're gonna make that axios private dot, it's gonna be get directly there and / users. Okay, and on that users we don't want to provide any kind of setup, we just gonna log the responses right now. So let's say should be res, and then we're gonna pass the response property. And as you know, whenever we're gonna try to handle, like you're gonna get the users, we need to use the use effect property. And on that use effect property we are gonna just simply combine an empty string, right, empty array right now, because we're gonna call that fetch users, right, fetch users. So let's go back to our application layer. We're going to inspect on that if we are receiving any user data. Yeah, we are receiving that, and from the data we're getting actually the users. We have 5 users, we're getting all the data set up correctly done. Now over here, what kind of things we're gonna setting? We are not gonna setting any params right now here. We're gonna keep it simple as possible, right? So we have the data here. Trust me, I'm not going to do any kind of pagination and others. So that's the one which you need to work on, because later on we're going to fix the pagination and others. So you need to go by, if you can do it by yourself, that's fantastic. If you cannot, just go and start, like, keep watching. And by the way, if still you are feeling you're learning something new, like the video and subscribe the channel, it will be a lot of help to me. Now over here, what I'm gonna do, so as we are having that response, if we have that response dot data, I want to set a something, like it should be set users, should be passing that response data dot users, or response to data. Actually, I think the data layer is getting everything. So over here, I think we can just pass the total value here, which we're gonna get the I think we're gonna get the length. Okay, so right now, if we reload, did we receiving anything? No, we're not receiving anything because there is some structure maybe change. So I'm gonna just log to the response. Response over here, response to data. Okay, response to data dot data. Response to data dot data dot users. Like that, maybe. Okay, we'll try that. Also, I think that is the data length should be there. I think so. Dot length. No. Is it so? Okay, response to data. Okay, I think I make one more parameters should be disappear. Yes, response.data.users. So that's where we are actually getting the data. Now, as we have the data on that parameter, we can simply grab it. So we know we have the data. Now we can do all other things to work. And the first thing first, we can also make so many other combination here. So first, we're going to bring back our handle refresh pattern. What is actually going to happen? Similarly, of that handle fetch users, we can just combine that fetch instead of fetch users. It should be like handle refresh. So this function is always calling whenever we are just calling directly in like the first instances, but this one gonna call whenever we are trying to or letting it to be called, and we're gonna just simply pass that call directly here. Should be passing that as a handle refresh. Okay, handle refresh, that is there. We just have a slight mistake on the name. Now over here, whenever you refresh, it's gonna be refreshing that, but there is some minor property need to be changed here. You see, instead of set loading for the refresh one, it should be set refreshing should be true, and also we're gonna make that set refreshing should be false. So you can see now it's refreshing. We're just calling the data and setting the new data, so no need to like entirely reload that. You can simply get it directly from there. So now what we're going to do before putting all other parameter, we now need to show actually the user, right? So okay, we also can do the filter tab, but what I basically want is to provide the user data. So now we know what actually we're working, we have something to go by. Now for the user data, we're gonna use simply some of the table version. So the table is already there. As you can see in our components UI, we have all the setup we require for that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pouring the data to here. So first here it's gonna be a div, then it's gonna be passing a table from our components UI, then it's gonna having that a table header. So let's say table header. Okay, on that table header, we're gonna having that table row, and on the table row, it's gonna be table head. So there is header and then head. So let's say pass that avatar. Okay, avatar. Now you can see there is the table is coming by. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pouring all the table head here so that we can see what's actually going on. And in the table head, we have just make that font as semi-bold. And by the way, instead of not putting there, you can simply pass that in the global layer if you wanted to. Like you can just make that a text which gonna be BG gray. Okay, should not like that. Should be, let's say, gonna be text gray of 500, gray of 50. Actually, either is getting the text gray of 50. I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to skipping that. So not requiring that. So this is the one. I think it's not the text, it's the BJ. So it should be class name. BJ should be gray of 50. Yeah, that's the one which I'm talking about. So now we can perform all the action property here, which can really do and make things in a better shape. And also what I'm going to do for overall at the top layer for the div here, so not the table here, for the div, like for the table, I'm not going to do any kind of performance action or something. For the table, we're just providing that background color should be white, rounded should be LG, shadow SM, border overflow hidden. You can see there is a rounded effect right here. Now this is the table header, right? After table header, we need to provide the table body, which can contain the entire content setup. So to do that, after the table header, we're going to bring back to make that, let's say, table content. So table body should be coming here. In the table body, we should be having that users dot map, and our everything we can just make that, or before passing that users dot if we have length is bigger than 0, then we are having that users, right, which gonna be passing that. Let's say I'm gonna just simply pass a table row. Okay, and on the table row we're gonna pass that, let's say, table cell. Okay, users. And if there is no users, we want to show some kind of, let's say, a message over here, and that message gonna be that no user is available, blah blah blah. So that can make things pretty done and well. So right now, if we just save it, we have the users, right? So I'm gonna make it as a null value here. So if it's not there, you can see no users found. Users will appear here when they register. So that's what actually is saying by this div. So this is the table cell, a single cell which contain the div here, which contain the user icon, no users found, and providing the search term and role filter. Is not like there is search term, like whenever you're gonna search the user, it will be empty. So we search no user, right? And if the search term is there and or there is no filter at all, that time it can providing that try adjusting your search or filters. So which gonna be passing that message. You see, try adjusting your search or filters means the problem is coming from the search value, but and the globally, if there is no users, you see no users found, that also coming no users found but different message. So that's how we can highlight it all together, and it's pretty cool if you can do in that way. Now overall over here in the search term and others, now we are having the users, so we can now provide the cell value here. So we can just simply make that as we have that. Instead of that through directly here, we will do one thing first. First of all, let's say we're gonna make that users dot map, and every single user is gonna be passing as a user, and from there we're gonna just return the value for, let's say, it should be table row, and then should be passing that table cell. And on the table cell, first thing first, for the first cell itself, you're going to provide a div here which going to contain our user image, and of course we need to provide a key here, otherwise it's going to provide an error. So a key. So now what actually, okay, I'm going to remove the null check. So now what's actually is doing here in the table cell, we are providing the first item, which is going to be user, and just a class name to combine it all together, providing an image for just height, width, and full property from the parent, and object center, object cover. And if we doesn't have that avatar, it's going to just contain the name property, how the way we are looking it better. Now this is the one property here. After that, we're going to have a multiple property here. So I'm going to just bring that particular property layer. It's nothing so much combined to complicated. You see how we are. Okay, we also need to provide the badge. from the component, and also we will provide the cn over here. And right now I'm going to just skip the badge because we need to combine some of the class name. Let's say I'm going to just make that as a badge. So what's having happen to be there, we have the name, we have the email, we have the role. Now role gonna combining the badge, right? We need to go and decipher how we want to make the badge color. So for the badge we can decipher some of the colors here. So that could be, let's say, it should be get a role color, where we're going to pass in every single role. If the role is equal to admin, we're providing a red color. If role is equal to delivery man, we're providing that. If user, that, and by default is that color. So this is switch case properties which going to handling every single scenario. So now we're going to come back here, we're going to just initialize the badge, and as the badge is an admin, we can see we can provide that admin going to having that, other users going to having that. So this just we are combining that one. Now you can fix that. So as you can see, no, hover is not work, like this one having some issue for the hover, but our one is good. So you see that we are fixing a lot of error by just using those properties. Now after that we also need to provide some more things, some more items over here. The first one is that I'm going to bring that again. So I'm going to bring all together. So rest a table cell. So after that should be coming that I'm gonna skip that handle users property and others. So we're gonna make one by one, then we're gonna pouring the data. So right now we're providing the created at, making at to local date string. So that's, you can see that's the date over here. Then, and on the action tab we are having three action. We are having the view, we are having that edit, we are having that delete. So this all the actions we need to work on, and also the add user. So as you can see, as I told you, pagination it will not be there. I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. We can bring back the filter if we wanted to. We will bring the filter, but other rest of pagination and also you need to do it the next parameter, which we can combine it all together. So let's go and bring the filter segment. After the filter we can bring all the setup to combine it all together. And for the filter, so this is the header is done. So now over here after that scenario we can just bring back our filter properties. So let's go back to the filter. We're gonna combine a div here. So in the div we can just bring back the property. We will make another div here, and over here it's gonna be coming as a input value here. Now that input is gonna be coming with the search icon. So whatever we're gonna type, it's gonna be just getting that set search item e.target.value. So whatever we're gonna typing over here, it's gonna get the value as a search item. And after that, one more property gonna initialize after that particular div over here. So this is the combination of the div. Then we're gonna having another div which gonna having some of the select a value, right? And let's first import all things from our components. So trigger, and also gonna coming after value here, then gonna passing the contained, and also we're gonna pass the item over here, and then okay, done. So as you can see in the selected item, okay, that's the valid. Okay, as you can see we have the roles, admin users, user delivery person. So that's all are sitting here using just simply a selected value. So what I'm going to do over here initially, we're going to provide some of the class name, and that class name can combine a flex item should be center and gap of 4, and also it can be flex wrap. That's it, should be coming as side by side. So this is the value gonna be a role filter property it's gonna provide, and then it's gonna work as it is. So now instead of providing such a weird number of value, as we are not gonna call in our database just to make the search value and for the other value, now we have the users. I'm gonna provide a very simple and static format how you can make the filter as your own if you wanted to, if you're looking forward to. So we are not forgetting the static properties how we can use it. Like we are having the user data, then we can go and combine that data to make things look better. So to do that, we're gonna combine a simple function. So as you can see, we have the fetch users property. Fetch users gonna fetch all the users. Then we're gonna have another property called filtered users. So this is the function which gonna provide the filter flexibility, by which we're going to perform all the filters actions to make things by in a very good fashion, right? Now this is just a simple array or combined values here. So use just to filter, we are filtering from the match search. whatever we are searching, if it's matching, it's going to filter the data, right? And also we are providing that user like match role. So we are just manipulating this data, we're not calling in the database. And so we're manipulating whatever we are searching in the item, we're manipulating with that. Then also we're manipulating with the role, and we're getting the data. So instead of directly passing the users, we can now, what we can do is that, so instead of that user table, so this is the user table here, so I'm going to skip the header, so this should be passing that filtered user. So now if I filter with the admin, you can see I can roll all. I can just simply try blah blah blah, or you can type test. You see this is going to be pretty fast because there is no loading set at all, and because we are directly combining the data on that particular instances. And over here, when we're gonna loading the first user, like whenever our loading statement going on, we can simply grab one parameter which can we can combine an skeleton to provide and show the data how it can be done. So we're gonna just make the loading in a different parameter which can really set things good. So what I'm gonna do, as we are having that loading state, if we have the loading state, what we're going to do is that we're going to return a particular value, and that return parameter is going to be passing a div. Let's say it's going to be a loading. Okay, so now you see the loading here. Okay, it's cool. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another directory in the components. So a folder which make that skeletons. So all the skeletons gonna be there. So let's say should be user skeleton.tsx. Now this is gonna combine all the user skeleton properties here. So RAFCE. Okay, so that should be our skeleton. And what actually we're doing. Okay, so now this can be looks pretty drastic, but trust me, it's very simple to go and pass that. Okay, we need to provide that is admin, either is admin is true or not, blah blah blah. Okay, we will provide the is admin. First I will import all the things to be done here. Okay, UI table, header, and also getting the row, also the heads. Also, I think the body, let's say providing the cell, and now only the required thing is admin. So I'm gonna just pass that. So whenever the loading instance gonna happen, okay, user skeleton, we're gonna just simply pass that. Let's say it's gonna passing that user skeleton. That should be user skeleton, and we're gonna pass that is admin, gonna be passing that is admin data. So over here we can capture that, should be is admin, and over here it should be, or we can just simply, yes, we can do like that, is admin. I'm going to make it an optional so that it will not make a problem. Boolean value. So now either it can be there or not. So we said is admin property, we can save it. Now we can see whenever we're gonna come in here, we're gonna like refresh the refresh data, but we are not having any, like whenever we refresh, you see we can now also call the loading. So that's the good thing here. So whenever we are refreshing that data, we can now also sit back to go and see if is admin is performing or not. So we are refreshing users, so also we can make that, let's say set loading should be I'm going to make it true, and also I'm going to make it a set loading as false. So whenever you're going to combine that, let's say refresh user, it's going to be just refreshing. It's up to you if you wanted to, but I'm gonna, so you can see the demo statement how it's working. But right now, as we have the refresh value, you know, that's going to be fine. It's going to refresh the data. So now we need to provide that the functionality by which we can add user, we can delete user, we can add it and view the users. For adding our user, as you can see, we have the user table, and then we need to add one add user model property. And to alongside on that, as you can see at the top, we have a condition on that is model open and set is model open. So that function should be running whenever we are trying to make that add user functionality. Right, so to do that, remember we have a button called which should be passing right here, And you can see, I think we did the functionality to make that one as open. So set at user model should be, yeah, that's the one function. If it's admin, it should open up that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back our add user model, as it's gonna be similarly of the functionality of that. So now to also the delete and view model and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back there. Over here we need to create another model, which, or another dialog. We need to add a dialog statement right here. So how I'm going to do is that I'm going to open a dialog over here from my components, and on the dialog it should be, let's say, dialog content. So dialog content, and on that content we also need to provide that header and others. So I'm going to just popping that some of the statement here. So this one should be coming for the dialog header, which gonna be pouring the header, and then also it gonna be added the title. Okay, bring back the title. Okay, what's wrong here? Not importing. Okay, bad. Okay, title, and also should have another dialog description. Okay, we make sure you're importing all from the UI components. Now as we are having that dialog, it's not no, like it doesn't know when to open. So to make that, it should be open once it's going to be, let's say, is add model open, that time it's going to open. And on open change, what it's gonna do, it's gonna make that set is model open. So that's the function it's gonna run to do the things. So if we click on add user, as you can see, add user, create a new user account. So our things is working perfectly fine. So what we can do for the particular instances, in that dialog content, we're going to make that class name for the smallest screen. It should be 550 pixel and max height 90 VH, overflow by auto. So that's going to be there. So after that, now we need to do a lot of tricks. Remember of how the way we created the form over here, especially to, no, I think we didn't do it yet. So now what we're going to do here, we need to assign a form to, let's do all of these tricks. Remember the way we did for sign in, sign up, this kind of things it's going to be coming here too. So after that dialog header, we should be adding a from here. That should be from, and on that from we need to also add another from, which I'm gonna not keeping any action property here. And on that particular from over here, we are going to make that should be dot 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 from add property. Now we doesn't have that property yet, but we need to attach those properties. So to do that, so let's just go at the top over here. So I'm gonna go over here, and after that I'm gonna just make that one. So should be from add value, and on that from add value should be using that use from hook. And we did these things beforehand, so I'm gonna just putting that up. So that would be similar of how we are using a user to bring back together. So that should be coming, a user should be getting that user schema, which already we have in validation. So okay, if we go and check the user schema, so the user schema should be coming from the validation, and we also need to provide the type for that particular schema here. So that should be define the type, and should be coming from z-infer the way we did so. Okay, now after doing so, we have now from add a value property is not defined as saying, but we defined already. Okay, it's defined. What it's saying is that, okay, I think something we're missing. Okay, anyway, we can see that where is not adding it by so far. So if we go over here, this things is cannot track it down. Okay, I think a bit of typo mistake is here. I just need to make that a cap, like capital case. Now over here, as we have the form, remember the way we used to do it, we can just simply pass that on submit formation right here, and we also gonna add that at the top. Right now I'm gonna just keep it as simple as possible. So should be coming at is coming should be coming like add a user. So I'm gonna just make that const add user, which gonna be an asynchronous function, and that's it. Now, what we are going to talk about is to bring back all the field statement. Remember the way we used to do it, the from control property. We're going to set those things up right here too. So how we are catching up? First of all, every single user should okay, first I'm going to bring that from field from there, and every single user should have a name particularly. So we are providing that as a label, and also you can just bring back from directly from the registration or user login. That's the same setup which we have been done before. So now over here in the first statement we have our name, right? So every single user should have name, and in the control we are defining that input field gonna be coming sparing all the field, and the label gonna be taking as the name property. And if we are having any error message, it's gonna show up the error message right here. Then after that, every single user should have an email too, and the same setup for the email. Then also gonna have a password value field, because whenever we're gonna creating a user, they should have a password, because the admin is doing the action, so he can add any user, and whenever the adding user segment is done, it should have all the properties together, right? So now this three segment is done, we can pouring up the other segments too. So after the tree we should have that it should be coming up with let's say it should be coming up with the image upload property, so which gonna bring back our image uploadation. And now over here, after particularly giving back the email, we have the password, then we are having also the role. So in that role statement we are providing that control value which they can select, like user should be the lowercase, but we are putting is the camel case so user can read it properly. Now for the user, it should be user admin delivery person as the delivery person together, so user can select it from here. And then also for the avatar, right now we can put the avatar, and then also it can go directly with the image upload statement. And for the image upload, we're going to create a separate component. It could be similar like that. As you can see, whenever we're adding user, you can have a special drag and drop. You can drag and drop. Also, you can just upload it here. So this whole functionality is just right here. So you're going to bring back it together to make it good. So to do that, I'm going to go directly here in the UI, because I'm going to keep it the same statement here, image upload.tsx. So RAFCE. Now there should be image upload. Okay, so that's the component we're going to build up. And for the image upload, what we are actually doing is that, as you can see, we are providing that value which is going to be coming as a filtered value. We are providing an on change event also, and then we are making that from loading it should be visible. So this tree value we are passing directly from here, which we are collecting from our field control. Now okay, I think I need to also dialog footer. Okay, import. So this is the setup to get that our image. So we're going to bring back, but beside of apart from that, whenever we're going to opening that, as you can see, we have, okay, that's the thing. So we should be having another button footer. So that footer is gonna say either you can cancel it or you can create user on it. So that's just a simplicity to have the button. Whenever you're gonna click on cancel, it's gonna make the set admin model as false. And whenever you're gonna click OK, it's gonna directly go with the from loading to make the loading statement done, then creating, and it's gonna create the user. Because the button over here, you see the type as submit, so it will do a from submit. Whenever you enter, it's going to do a full from submit property. So so what we're going to do right now, as you can see over here, okay, our user role that's not getting the proper validation. So I think we need to make a bit better. So if we can, no, we cannot use that. I think select trigger control or the content class name. I'm going to provide a full width so that it can, no, it's still not taking, let's say VJ, right? Why is not okay, this is not the one. So I think it should be coming as tiger, so it should be with as full. Yeah, now it's good. So now we need to bring back our functionality to make our image upload working properly. And first of all, as we are providing the tree value here, remember what we are just pouring that, which going to be coming as a value as a string. And on change event is providing as a base 64 string property as a functional value by which we're gonna capture our images. And whenever disable value is coming, it's going to work as a boolean property. And this image upload property we're going to use by so far in a lot of properties. So first of all, we need to provide that it's going to be, say, image upload props. So in the props, we're going to define whatever props we are actually bringing from the parent. So should be coming value, should be coming on change, and should be coming as visible. That's three compartment value gonna coming up. And then also we're gonna set some of that which gonna be coming as a preview. So we can now, what we can do is that we are going to send the preview statement. So whenever you are uploading another image, right? So now as you can see, like I say, I'm uploading this image, right? So after uploading, this image gonna have a perfect preview ratio, right? That's what it should be. So I just changed the image because that one was more than, like, it was bigger than whatever we were expecting to. So now as you can see, we can create user directly according to that. Now it will not upload yet. So whenever we are just selecting an image, it will not upload. Once we're gonna create a user, only then it gonna upload. Otherwise we can just check one image and it's uploading. Is not good. Okay, so that's what we are actually going to do. So to make the things better, as you can see, we are setting the preview statements. Whenever we are changing the value, it's gonna just setting the preview on that particular value statement. And also we're gonna make another function which gonna bring back our value from to convert is a base 64. So convert to base 64, we're providing the file which gonna be receiving according to the value property. So the file, it's gonna just coming as a props. So the file statement gonna be coming, as you can see, it's a build statement of file for the Node.js, right? So that's what we're gonna do is that, and that file gonna remove like a receive a promise which gonna be coming as a string, and then we're gonna return a new promise which gonna resolve and reject this two functionality it's gonna handle, and we're gonna reader with that the file reader by which accessing it can read the file, and reader that read as the data URL should be the file, and reader.onload, we're gonna unload, we're gonna resolve the issue, and if it's on error, we're gonna reset and throw the error. Now also we're gonna make another function by which it can go and make things done in a pretty decent way, which call is that okay, get accepted. I think the drop zone we need to use. So also for the drag and drop, we're gonna use that React drop zone, which is gonna be a handy tool for us, because whenever you're gonna drag and drop, as you can see, you can drag and drop directly from there. So I'm gonna just do one drag and drop here so that you can understand. If I just click and drag and drop, it will work perfectly. Just drag and drop. So now I'm gonna go in npm, and from here I'm gonna search that simple package React drop zone. So let's go over there, and it's a pretty decent library, I think so. Yeah, that's more than 3 million download per week. So I'm gonna just copy that. Let's go back to my terminal. I'm gonna take a new one, and from there let's go cd into admin and npm I react drop zone. And from that drop zone, what we need to use to do is that to bring back our this property use drop zone. So that's what it's gonna use to like enable functionality to create the drop zone preview. So that's the one which, so it's gonna get the two value, which is the root props and get input props to property. So the root props, and it's gonna accept an image. Now I can mandatorily, like I can either use the jpeg png webpp, so I can restrict whatever the property I can provide, and the max size I can provide, I will provide a, let's say, 10 megabyte. So that should be not 4 megabyte. By default is 4, but as my server is handling 10 megabyte, we're gonna go with the 10 megabyte max files 1 disabled. And also on drop, you see how we are just accepting to get the converted to base 64. So that's the function is running to bring back our entire segment which we are converting the property, and also we are setting the preview as base 64. We are providing the on-change value as base 64. Now also there should be another property by which we can remove the property, and that's the simple function. It's gonna be like propagation is should be stuck, on-change should be empty, set preview URL should be null. Okay, right so far. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring back, we're gonna start pouring the data by which we're gonna create the things, right? And how we can do that, instead of the div, I'm gonna remove that div. I'm going to use a card property. So card, and in the card it should be, let's say, card content, and on that card content should be having a div. On the div I'm going to provide an input property, and this input property, it directly gonna go on that functionality should be, let's say I'm gonna span all together, should be get input props. Okay, that's what it gonna make things pretty decent. Right now you'll see nothing yet here because it's just a simple formulation here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide some basic class name over here, which gonna take that as a border dashed overflow hidden. So as you can see, this is nothing that's so much. And also for the CRUD content, I'm gonna make a padding as a 0 padding to make it more flexible. And for the div itself, we're gonna provide some of the class name which gonna coming as a grid root props, which gonna spanning it all together. Then we're gonna make the flex call item center, justify center, padding 6, cursor pointer. Now even we, as you can see, we have that value property, like we have the input property, but it should not be in that way. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set a preview statement. If we have the preview, we're gonna do something. If we doesn't have the preview, let's say if we doesn't have the preview, I'm gonna say hello. If we have the preview, let's say I'm gonna say image. So that should be fundamental. You see, hello and image all are working perfectly fine. So now we're gonna set up the preview in a very decent way. But before the preview, we're gonna just go and make the statement in a different way. So that's the one which gonna be handling the first instances, as we doesn't have the image. Over here we're gonna make an upload, not like that, should be upload tag over here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make sure that's having a proper style segment. So it's gonna have a flex column, item center, justify center, height 200 pixel, white full, border dash, border metered foreground 50, rounded MD. Should be coming something similar. And I think this one also, this looks pretty decent. So I think that's our file should be coming up on that way too. So you see that also gonna be, I think there is some value property here which is grabbing the image, but no worries. So we're gonna remove that statement to not to initialize on that, because that a value over here get input props, it's gonna maximize it to cover up later on. Now over here for the upload image, I'm gonna make that one as to get that height 10, weight 10, text metered foreground, MB2, that's the one which we are creating. And after that, we're gonna just surplus some of the text, which gonna be make some good. So I'm gonna just put that drag and drop or click to upload or image max 10 megabytes. So that's the text which we are encompassing. Even we click, nothing gonna happen right now, but we're gonna bring back all the functionality to do the tricks. So this is the one kind of things which we are having right now. And still our, as you can see, this one is not working properly. It's because that should be a function, not a static value property. So now as you can see that it's gone. If we click, you see our functionality is working. So I will just go and upload one image here. Now the image segment is coming here. So now we need to create a preview image. So over here, I'm going to simply grab an image tag and then provide the preview and also some alternate data to make style in very good. So this is our preview. We have that with full height 200 pixels. So that's the ratio which we're gonna cover up. And also we're gonna add a button over here by which we can okay, let's just import the button here, and also we can import the icon here, the cross icon. Okay, so now what actually is happening once we are happen to be adding one item. Now, what is going to happen once we are coming right back here, if we try to add a image right here. So, okay, I'm just in right here. I will just reload a bit. So now over here, as we are going to add a user, so as you can see, we can add more user specifically from here. So now if I click and open that, so that image is right there. As you can see, there is a button over here, which is not aligned to our design. We need to fix that button to be coming right over here. And to do that, first of all, as you can see where we are adding the button, especially right here, we need to make the button to be coming in motion. So what we are going to do, you see the top of that, we're going to make that one as a class name, which is going to be width of full, and I'm going to make it as a relative, so the button will stay within that property here. As you can see, we have the button, we can click and it will disappear. So the same thing we can do on and on to just to add that, and then we will be able to create our user. If we want to do it right now, as you can see, we need to pass a lot of validation properties. So what we can do, we need to create the functionality functionality right now which can be providing us all data layer, because now we are having our images, so all the things is working handy. So now we can go over there and remember the function which we have been accessing there. So that would be okay, the cancel and the submit, and this is the button which gonna submit. And for particularly in the form statement, you see the handle submit, so handle add user. So this function which gonna putting everything on the places. So what we can do, especially here, the previous statement, the way we did before, we're gonna take the data which gonna coming as a from data. And after that, we're gonna just go and initialize. Let's say set from loading should be as true. So it's gonna be like the from initializing gonna be true once it's coming over there. Then we're gonna try catch in that property statement, and then also in the finally we're gonna do what we feel it better. So in the finally it's gonna be simply just set from loading as false. And for the catch, we're gonna make that, let's say I'm going to simply provide a log which gonna be, let's say, user created, or you can just simply pass that, let's say fail to create user, and there we will just simply specify the error. And also we can simply make that toast dot error, we can just simply pass that, let's say fail to create user. That's it. Now for the try specifically, that's gonna be as simple as well. So it should be await, and then we're gonna make that, let's say Axios private, and from there we can access that our post method. And from the post method, it's gonna be filling through the users, and we're gonna just simply pass the data. And of course we will pass the toast.success message, which is going to say us user created successfully. That's it. So that's the message. And after that, we're gonna just make that several kind of things from add, remember the one which gonna be, we need to make it as a receipt parameter. Then we're gonna make that set is admin model open should be, let's say false. And then we're gonna call all of our, let's say fetch users gonna be as true one more time. So right now what you're gonna do, we're gonna just make a test user. Let's say test user should be test@gmail.com, and we're going to provide a password, and it should be specified as user, or you can assign anyone we like. Let's create a user. It's creating, and fail to create user. And of course we need to rectify what's the problem over here, why the user is not created. Database is connected, API was running, so we are going to initialize over here to see what's actually we are missing here. So create user, and then okay, the saying API users is gonna be coming as a bad request. So we're gonna say in the message with status code of 400, and over here we can simply grab whatever the issue is right there. So the response is coming, user already exists. Okay, now you can destructure it, what I said before, you can destructure it and then use it. So I'm going to just make test one just to go over flow on that. So now as you can see, user created successfully, and we have one test user which is getting to test one, because previously we have a test@gmail.com. Now what we can do, we can also be able to delete the user, right? So that's the functionality can be now before deleting we should be able to update the user, right? So before delete we're gonna implement the update module, then we're gonna use also the delete module. And to update user, so that's the same functional parameter, we're gonna run through it. So let's go back here, and we're gonna just add user. So it's gonna be similarly some pattern gonna run. Okay, set is model, so should be something, yeah, set is model is open. Okay, we can, yeah, that should be, so we made it true right here, add user. So there it should be coming up. So this is the add user, and these three buttons need to be working together. This should be add, this should be added, and this should be deleted. So three mechanism gonna work. So you can just have an overview over here. What you can do is that pretty defined and pretty structurable data. When you click, the edit model will open. Once we click, we can see the user. Once we delete, it's gonna open that model as well. So to implement that one, we're gonna start working on it. So now let's go at the bottom where we are actually getting the user. So I'm going to just minimize some of that. So as you can see right here, we have the add user model, we have the user table. So we need to access that user table over here. We should be able to see that on click should be handle edit user and also should be handle delete user. So these two functions gonna be up and running to just implement those scenarios. So I'm gonna just drag those functions. So const should be const and there it gonna be delete user, const handle delete, and here it gonna be simply as delete the user. Now what kind of things it gonna do particularly for, like say it's gonna be for the edit user, we're gonna just open some of the formation which gonna be, because everything as you can see we're gonna taking at user as user, right? So if you just directly go in the edit, you can see that's the edit we are passing our user. So the user is especially the user which we are seeing, it's just the user over here which we mapped to it, right? So now that's the same thing we are passing, and from edit portion which we need to provide that the similar way how we make that from add, the same way it's gonna go to make that from edit. So I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna just pass that. So this is the add, here it will be added from edit, and here as you can see name, email, role, avatar. So the password we are not injecting here, we are not editing the user's password. This is not a good practice, but you can do, if you pass the password field, it will automatically handle those parameters. So what's actually happening in edit model, we are just getting our set selected user as user. From edit model we're going to resetting overall. From the name we are providing whatever the existing name, email, role and avatar is there, and also we are making that set is edit model open, right? So what we need to do, we need to combine to make that set is edit model when it's open. We need to bring back our scenario by which we can just grab everything properly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back dragging my edit model here. So after that user table here, so that's the add, this will be my edit model. So now edit model also happen to be similar of the add model, except the scenario which we are passing that, except the field of password, rest of the things are just same. And then we need to also call a function which is gonna bring back to us, you see that update user. So that's the function gonna run to update our entire user segment. So I'm gonna just call that over here, should be const update user, and that should be coming as an asynchronous function, because now we're gonna initialize the talk to our database, right? So now if we just go directly to edit the user, the same thing similarly of the edit portion. If you just come over here, click on edit, you see our all the setup is predefined, especially for the users and others. If I go back here, I'm going to close that, I'm going to upload my own image. Right now I think the image upload option is still not initialized, that's why it's just getting to be in handy. So we're going to fix it, no worries about that. We're going to upload the image right now also. So first of all, what's kind of things gonna happen once you're gonna upload the user, right? So similarly, you're gonna have the data, and the data should be, let's say, from data, and the pretty defined way. First of all, as you can see, if we doesn't have a selected user, means the data is not selected, we are making it as false. Then what we are doing actually, we're just gonna combine a try catch value property. So I'm going to just reinitialize our toast messages. So that would be here, done, and also fail to create user, and over here. So now what actually we are doing, we are calling that axios private and using the put method, which is going to be a selected user.id, is selecting the method parameter like that, and then user is successfully done. And also we are providing the set is model open false after updating the user. So let's go back here, we're going to try to update the user. So remember the test user which we have been created, I'm going to go and edit that. Instead of the delivery person, I'm going to use it as a user update. So it's updating, and after user updated successfully, right? So it's working perfectly. If you go right here, now we need to go and work with the image also, and it should be handled within our image upload functionality. But I think one thing is not working properly, because remember in our database we supposedly to provide that cloudinary a cloud name, API key and API secret, by somehow which we are missing around. So I'm going to go in that cloudinary.com, and over here I'm going to try to log in with my existing account to bring back the scenario. So let's go log in with Google, and after that I will choose my account to go by from here and continue. So what it's gonna do, I need to provide that Cloudinary cloud name, API key, and API secret. These three should be bonding together to bring all things making in a perfect ratio. As you can see, you can see my Babymart and all other things. I'm gonna change it, so don't try that, so it will not work for you too. So now what we need to do is that basically to intercept all of those parameters. So from there, as you see, I'm in my account, I'm going to click on this, because if you just go in your assets, first from the assets, you can see all the asset property, whatever the asset you are updating and whatever the things you are putting through. So this is the assets directory here. You can find all of your images and others, so all are things right here. And also if you go back to back on the folder structure, you can see all the project folders and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the settings over there, and from the settings I need to grab three properties. So I'm gonna go in my API keys here. You can see I have only one API key. So I'm gonna copy, I'm gonna create click to create a new API key. I got a confirmation, so let's just check my email a little bit quickly. So I'll just grab that API key from there. So it should be somewhere. Okay, let me find it. Gmail, and it's gonna provide it a key right here. So the Cloudinary, and that is the key. So let me just grab it, approve. So now I have another like an API. So I'm going to provide the name of the API. This is the latest one which I have been created. I'm going to put the name of that a Babymart. Okay, so that I will know that that's the key which I'm talking about. I'm going to copy that name, which is going to be coming as a cloud name, and then I'm going to copy that API key. That's the API key, and also then I'm going to grab my secret from here. So let's copy that and grab the secret. So now I'm having all the scenario, especially if I just go in our users, let's say user model, user controller over here. So now as you can see in the update user, I can now overflow with that. Like as you can see, the avatar is just still pending because we need to set the avatar scenario, so which need to be coming with that particularly on the user controller, and then we can make things done to be in a very decent way. So as you can see for the avatar, as you can see user addresses which we have been done, and for the avatar we need to go and make some simple initialization. First of all, the result need to be coming from the Cloudinary. Did we set that Cloudinary? I don't think so. I think if we go that Cloudinary, I think in the config file, did we create any Cloudinary file over here? So in the config, in the Cloudinary, yeah, that's the one. So we have the setup done already. So now we can just simply import it right here, and then it's gonna work perfectly fine the way we are looking forward to. So what it's gonna do actually is that, so first of all, it's directly gonna passing that data. You see rect body avatar, if that's there, and then if avatar is not is equal to user avatar, means it's not equal to the same user image, then it's gonna go and upload it to the Cloudinary with the admin dashboard. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check of my directory here in the folders, whatever the folders name I have, I can just simply pass, instead of admin dashboard, I can just simply pass that Babymart. Let's say Babymart YT. Okay, so that's the one. It's gonna just save all the avatars which I'm gonna passing that, and once it go directly there, it's gonna say, it's gonna bring back all the functionality the way the Cloudinary can handle. It's gonna just process through entire segment, then bring back my image which gonna coming as a secure URL, and according to the URL, it's going to update my particular user. So if we just check in the database, it's working perfectly. So let's go back in our over here. I'm going to just try to update another URL, another image over here. So open, and after open, update the user. So this time it should stick. You see, it's taking a bit of time because it's now updating. Like, it's first going to deploy the image, then it's going to deploy the other parameter. If we go directly in our home, and if we just try to make reload in the Cloudinary, we should be able to see a new directory which is created right here. And so that it can be really make a lot of sense how we are building the structure. So as you can see, it's opening, and in the directory there is a Babymart. right now. So you can see the Babymart, and inside the Babymart there is an avatar, because we should be providing the users and others should be all coming in a very different way. So now we have our image ready. So especially every time whenever we're gonna try, it will work perfectly. So now we should be able to do the things in a very catchy manner. And of course, we're gonna now go access some of the other parameter, delete model, which gonna implement our delete functionality, and also for the is view model, right? So there's all the things we're gonna really go and pour things right now. So for the delete model, I'm gonna go directly at the bottom here. So this is my edit model. That will be my delete model. So in the delete model, we also need to, it will be coming as an alert dialog, not a dialog parameter, because it's going to be coming, showing an alert that are you willing to delete, something like that should be coming up with the header and also with the title. And then it's going to coming up with the description over here. Okay, good. And also we're going to passing that, which going to be coming as a footer, and also for the cancel. And then it's gonna coming up with an actionable button, which gonna writing that handle delete user parameter by which we're gonna run each and everything. So first of all, what I'm gonna just define that handle delete user function. Otherwise, it's gonna like start crying on that property particularly. So I'm gonna just bring back things to up. So what's actually kind of be here? So let's go at the top, and after that, const should be handle delete user, and from there we're gonna simply run that, which is gonna be also in asynchronous function. So right now, if we go and investigate it, as you can see, it's providing an alert, okay? And the alert is showing whenever the is delete model is open, and also set is model is open, so it unchanged event is working. First of all, are you sure this action cannot be undone? This will permanently delete the whatever the selected user is there, that account it will delete, and a cancel button and accept button. So right now we're gonna go directly in our, especially for the initial okay, I'm going to minimize the header. For let's go back to the user table. So in the user table we have one handle view function, and another is handle delete is already there, right? So also we need to make that const handle view function, otherwise because we just initialize that. Now in that handle delete delete property, what we're gonna do, first of all, if we are just, it doesn't have a selected user, it's gonna just return that particular value property. So right now if we go here, handle delete, so we are passing the user, whatever the user is right there, right? But are we saving that user? That's the combination here. I think we are missing something maybe. Okay, handle should be handle delete. So there is handle delete, and there is handle delete user and handle delete. So two separate things is coming up all together. So the handle delete gonna run something which gonna be passing that, let's say, should be coming up with this property, right? So it's gonna bring back, so whenever we're gonna make that one, let's say it's gonna be passing as user. So whenever we are passing that handle delete, as you can see, it's running from the trash icon. So this is the icon. When you click, it should be popping up that, and you can see now, you can experience the application layer, how it's very cool once we are doing in locally, because a lot of things, a lot of packages which we are upgrading, and thus the feature is getting better and better, because now the animation is working out very cool, right? And as you can see, okay, good. So now from here, whenever we are setting that handle delete, we are showing some of the property. We are making that set selected user as an user, and also set delete model should be true. Now for the particularly on that handle delete user, I'm gonna just bring back together at the bottom. Okay, now what it's gonna do for our deleting the particular user, it's gonna running a separate functionality again. It will be the simple same statement and configuration. First of all, I think not the update. Okay, should be handle delete. I just copied the wrong one, so it should be something like that. And for this one, we can just simply pass it like that, and also fail to Okay, so now what actually is doing await Axios private. First of all, if the no user is selected, it's going to return. And whenever we're gonna go with that Axios delete user selected user.id, by which it can be deleting, and then we are passing the value, and then also you're fetching the users. So right now, if I want to delete this one, let's say click on that, click, and as you can see, after clicking, it's gonna directly initialize and we are fetching it again. So this is very cool. We are doing everything in a proper way. Now we are having the delete. Now one more thing is that to happen to be, let's say, preview that, right? How we can to make that whenever this should be making a little bit a crucial preview model, or you can say a view model. It should be coming up. So I'm gonna go and bring that things up. So after that, add it. After the delete, we can pass that view model here. So that should be a dialog here. In the dialog, there should be some subordinate motion, which going to be passing that user details and view complete user information. And from there, we're going to having that avatar, which going to be having all the selected data character, name, email, and the role. And of course, we're going to also passing the label, which going to provide that user ID specifically. And then also whenever the user is created at, if we hit save, then if we just come back here, enter, not that one, okay, we didn't run the function, so we need to go back to our user. So handle user, edit user, okay, where is our handle view? Okay, so in the handle view, we didn't pass anything yet, so we need to provide the data. And the same thing, what we did before, we need to just set selected user as a user, and of course, we need to pass that property as the user. And by the way, you can do a lot of things. You can make a global function to do and make things done, but I made it simple so that you can understand very easily. As you can see, okay, there is little bit fetching that created an user ID which is not looking so good. I'm going to make it not side by side, but I'm going to provide it in an like a flex column proportion here. So instead of that grid, I don't want it to be, I'm going to make it as a flex. Let's say flex column, right? It's same. And that time it should be, yeah, okay, quite good, you see. And also you can provide a gap of 2 if you want it to be providing a bit of gapping motion. So now we have the user, and we can just go with the admin. We are selecting, we can go all the rows, we can refresh getting the user, we can add any user you want, we can edit the user, you can view the user, you can delete the user, like all the functionality. You can search by the name also, by the way, you see. And if it's not matching, it will directly disappear. So now this is how we build things up. So first of all, as we have that, now especially we need to go bring back our products. Now each and every single products has some interrelation between the brands, categories, and then products, because they have some relational property. Especially if we go directly in the products model, you can see some of the reference, because every product should have the reference as a brand and also the reference on the category, which is required true. So any product should not be assigned without the brand, without the category. Now you may do it, but here is the restriction, so it should be aligned it all together. Now there is some of the miscommunication here, which I'm gonna just remove, which is not required right now, and then I'm gonna remove that. So also set page and per page, which I'm not gonna specifically doing it right in this parameter. Now of course, if you want it to be considerably done, that one you can just go and follow through. But let's say I'm going to provide the data, so handle, like, it should be coming up for the previous pages here. So basically what I did told you, I'm going to skipping that, so you need to find a way how to implement that. So this is a task for you people. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some more motion to implement, especially our brands property and others. So I'm going to skip that. So all the things are going to be there. You can try it yourself to grab it properly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to minimize all in the brand, in the source, on the pages. I'm going to go directly in our brands pages. So where we're going to initialize everything to particularly published our brand. And basically what it's going to be is that almost everything is so simple and pretty much legit, because the model and others, it's gonna be as simple as previously we have been done. So let's start it. So now we're going to bring back all the styles, all the state property, and as you can see, that will be coming as a brand, and every single brand should be having kind of type of that. So let's go in the type. Over here we can export a type here. So it should be export. You can either go with that type, or you can also make the interface like that. Now for every single brand, the image is optional, right? So either you can have a, but you see the ID name created as similarly. If you just go in the brand model, you can see how the thing's getting done. So we have the name, which is the unique and is required true, and the brand for the image is not like it's gonna be default as an empty string, but you can put any image property right there. So after that, so this is going to be our brand. So we're going to just simply grab the brand directly from the type, and also we need to provide that state hook over here. Then also need to be providing all other property. Going to be having that, okay, there is C is missing, so should be const a brand. Okay, something is up. Okay, why this is coming from, where is coming actually? I think something wrong when I copied that. Save. So now we have the brand, set brands going to be coming as an empty, as an array of brand. We're going to call it from our database. You're going to having loading, set refreshing, is edit model open, is add model open, delete model open, selected brand, and then from loading to set from loading. So all the categories, all the significant manipulation is just coming for that. And of course, after that, we also gonna define a type which gonna be coming from our band schema. If you directly go in our for our validation over there, we can find all the statement for particularly for the brand schema, and which is coming the name, which gonna be name must be at least 2 characters. Then image is which is gonna be as an optional. So no other chain parameter is here by so far. Now over here, what we're going to do, we need to provide a mechanism by which we can upload the branch, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide some of the spatial scenario here. It's going to be, let's say, a div, and then h1 should be, let's say, it's going to be passing that a branch tag, and then also whenever it's going to be as an is admin property, so we need to grab the admin functionality by which we can decipher either it's going to admin or not. So we're going to just bring back other property scenario here also. So it should be similar like that. Gonna be the toast, it's no need to be like that. We're gonna just go with that, let's say, the admin property. So if it's admin or not, we can check with that. And also for the use from hook, we need to import from a react hook from, and also the resolver we need to call that, and that's it. So the brand schema, I think brand schema is right there. So now we have the from add property. Axios private is not imported yet. So let's just bring back our Axios private from our hook. So this is the all to go by. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to initialize that one in a pretty decent way. And again, I'm really sorry as I need to do so in that way. But all the code is going to be provided to you. As you can see right now, maybe you are watching, especially for the branch code. And you see we have the admin setup. That's the branch which going to hold entire code segment for this particular build. So no worries about that. You're going to have the code. So you can do a lot of things, a lot of tricks together, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do, so this is a brand, so I'm going to just go and put a class name over there. Put a class name that should be I'm going to make it a text of should be 3XL, and font should be a bold, so just to make it bigger. And of course we can also make that a class name. I'm going to make a padding of 5 to just provide a little bit of padding and margin here. Looks pretty good. And after that also we can define that property as a space y, which gonna be as 6, and then this property first statement going to be coming as for the text, and of course there should be another div which gonna holding all other things properly. So this is the h1 tag. Then we're gonna redirect another div here which gonna happen to be providing the 2 button the way we have been done, especially for our user, remember. So that's the one, same thing gonna be happen, same ratio. Either you can do one component, that could be up to you, or you can just make it like that. This is the brand, and refresh add button, so you can now add brand according to it. So first of all, this is the method where we can see what kind of brand property we are going to having that. Especially if you go directly in the brands, you can see the brands are loading. So right now after loading, it's going to be popping up all the brands. So this is the brand image. You can delete from here, you can also add it from here, same statement. So here also we're gonna not hinder the pagination, because we're gonna have a very useful, like a very normal brand property. But the pagination and others, we're gonna go follow from the categories. because you're going to have a multiple category per regime, and also you're going to have lots of other property. So this is going to be another trick for you. You see, even I click next, it's not it's going to be taking a bit of time, but it's going to work. So this is now working perfectly fine. So for the brand, we're going to go again the simplest way possible. And what we're gonna do, first of all, after initial div, we're gonna go and make some of that. Whenever our loading is done, we're gonna provide a loading, and of course we're gonna bring back the skeleton here later on, especially whenever, because it's, if you just look at in our production, if you go for our products, you see the peasant, like the skeleton is working. So I'm gonna mixing up almost everything the way you can follow through it. So that should be our loader tool. So the loader icon, and here you're gonna just put that. Let's say I'm gonna just provide a div here right now, so it should be coming as a div, and let's say it's gonna be passing as brands. Okay, so now let's come back here. After it's loading right now. So why is loading yet? I think our loading property is getting by default is true. So if we go at the top, so that's the loading. Okay, we need to make it as false. Okay, so the first initialization, the false value should be appearing right here. Now once the brand is available, we need to provide the brand, right? How we can do that? It's the same way. We're gonna just exercise the table parameter the way a user did, the similar fashion, the similar multi-parameter things we're gonna dropping by. So the table, as in the table header, we're gonna just passing that the property of the name, and also in the table header row, it's gonna be coming that particular instances. So in the table head, we're gonna having the image name created at, and if it's admin, it can go and make the action. So only the admin can do those actions, otherwise nobody can access that. And for the table body, especially for the body statement, the similar way, we are providing in every single cell, we are mapping through our bands and getting that according the key to the ID. And over here, first of all, if there is no image, we are providing that no image tag. If there is that when the brand name, when it's created, and also we are making that edit button property. I'm going to skip it right now because right now we're not editing the function. We're going to create later on, and then it's going to take the action. Trash icons, so that, and also if the brand length is equal to 0, should be providing that no brands found. So right now it should be providing that no brands found. Again, you can have the code from the repository, or you can try it yourself to make a manipulate that. But again, I'm saying only for the admin you're getting the freedom, but for the client I'm going to go each and every single line by line to provide that, because as you can see, for especially for our baby shop, so in the baby shop website, this is everything gonna be structurized line by line. So that's why I'm giving you freedom to exercise your power right here, because later on you can be much more creative for other side also. So first we're gonna start working with the ads model. Remember the way we handle the user is gonna be pretty similar of that. So I'm gonna just make things done in a pretty decent way. So I'm gonna just concat that. So this is my header, this is my loading parameter, this is my user. After that, I'm going to adding through it particularly for the from statement. This is the beauty. So once you're using the every single statement going to be similar the way it's just happened to be before, right? So now it's pretty simple and pretty easy way to calculate. So I'm going to just go with the title, which is going to be passing that add brands, and in the description, we're going to just provide that create a new product brands, and also we're going to provide the form especially. So on that particular form, which need to be coming from the component, we're going to also like handle add brand function going to be running there. And in the field, we're going to provide the field for first field. It's going to be happen to be the from name. And in the control, okay, I'm going to need to import the label. I need to import the control. Now you can import it. You can just copy and paste everything directly. It's going to like previous file, which we are using that. You can also copy paste from there. It's going to work perfectly fine. Now also for the image upload, and I think we are good to go, having the dialog footer, which is going to be taking as a cancel, and also can access the other property that create brand. So first of all, we need to create the function handle at button. So to do that, what I'm going to do, const should be handle at button, and over here there's the function gonna run, and also of course it's gonna be an asynchronous function. So right now, what actually we're dealing with, especially if we go with that, let's say a brand controller, let's see if our image specification is defined or not. I think, yeah, we did it here. Instead of admin dashboard, we're gonna make that as a Babymart. So I think I'm gonna check the name again in the Cloudinary, we have that Babymart YT. Or basically what you can do here, you can copy that, you can take as an especially for a variable, and you can just grab it from the variable, like from the bitconfig file, or you can just you can just simply use it here, bitconfig file or .env file, especially for the client side. For the admin config file here, you can just simply make that a Vite API or Vite, like say a Vite Cloudinary config. You can just write any name and then you can just use it like that. So that should be the Babymarts for the brands. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this portion, and over here I'm gonna replace with that. So let's go here, I'm gonna copy that. So this is happened to be like there. I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna replace with like that. So every single time it gonna be just happen to be that Babymart, so don't need to go back and forward again and again. So, okay, so now what we need to do, as you can see, as we have the form validation here, so right now we need to enable these two functions by which we need to run our properties. So that should be our handle edit, which gonna getting the brand, and handle delete. And of course also we need to provide that handle add. So I'm gonna just bring back handle edit and handle delete property, by which it can be just simple as well, or I think, okay, I'm gonna bring it later. I'm gonna just right now click like create that handle edit formation here. Now, when the handle add gonna work, as you can see over here, especially for whenever we're gonna click set is admin add model is true. So if we click here, you see we have the model. So let's say it's gonna be a test brand, and of course we can drag the image. And as you know, the image, I think I am already setting the image for you, right? So in the image we have in the source, or I think I keep it in the node there in the public, no images in the assets. In the assets, no, there is no image. Also in the server, are we having the image? No. So right now what we need is to have our entire image structure, right? So that you can try the image. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide you the entire image segment. I'm gonna copy my image directory from there, and then I'm gonna just place it in the public. So this is all the images for the banner, for the brands, all images is right there. And I'm going to navigate through directly on that directory. So now you can see, especially in the admin and also in the admin for the public directory, you're going to have all the images you need. So particularly, you're going to have all of our images. So this is the first, you're going to provide the brand. I'm going to go with the safety PNG. So let's say it's going to be of that safety mart, and then we're going to create the brand. So that's create brand functionality need to be amplified. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna handle at brand should be handling all the create mechanism to create a particular brand. So to do that, first of all, over here, we're gonna make that sub of the simple configuration set from loading. Remember the way we did it before? That should be true. Then we're gonna make the try catch property, the similar parameter, the way which we have been done before. We're gonna just pouring that things up right here. And of course, we need to just manipulate the toast messages from the previous responses here. And as you can see, we doesn't have any fetch a brands mechanism to simplify that. I'm going to just keep it like that. Okay. And also need to import the toast from the sonar. And here also that should be coming up like that, and that should be go like that. And of course the data, which the data should be our as a coming as from data. So now we have utilizing that. First of all, if we go and create the brand, it's gonna creating the brand perfectly, because our route setup is done very well, and it's gonna taking a little bit of time as it's updating, like image is providing there. So if you can try reload here, and it's gonna just go get your brands. But as we didn't create the functions by which we can fetch the brands, we doesn't have the brand yet, especially in our pages. But what we can do to grab it, first of all, we need to create a function by which we can call all the brands, right? So what I'm gonna do, in the folder you can see there is the brands already structurized. So I'm gonna make that, let's say const should be a fetch brands, and this function gonna run as to be defined on that. It's gonna be an asynchronous function because we're gonna call to our database. Of course, it's gonna be an async function. And over here, what we're gonna doing, we're gonna getting to directly go to back to the responses here. Let me just manipulate that. So this like the response is getting with the exhaust private.get and the branch route from where we can get all the bands, and whatever the response data is coming, we're setting to directly in the bands. As we doesn't have the pagination, we are skipping to get the total value and pages value and others. Now over here in that use effect parameter, we need to call that particular function to run it properly, to call whenever our page is mounted, that should call to get the data. And we can just simply run that, especially that fetch bands, and that's it. So now it's gonna go and fetch all the brands data. Right now, as you can see, we have one brands. If I just, you see the test brand is already created, but as it doesn't have the data, it's no image, text is right there. You can design that one, but I'm gonna keep it like, I will edit that one for sure. So now to go and bring back the edit functionality, let's go directly here. Also, it should be happen to be the refresh functionality. You can see handle refresh should work, and the refresh functionality gonna be a similar of that. So I can just go and bring back that to you. The refresh gonna work. Actually, the refresh gonna call that fetch brands again. That's it. So either you can go to make that refresh, or directly you can, whenever you're gonna click on that, you can just make that fetch brands. That's it. So if you're coming here, refresh, it's gonna fetch bands. That's it. Nothing so fancy, but there is some modification we're gonna do for that, especially because whenever you're gonna call that for the refresh property, it's gonna go and do some kind of tricks here, because okay, I think we can just simply refactor that, and also can refactor this. And you can use any kind of toaster you want, but for the client, we're gonna make sure to restore default, and not API brand should be directly go on the brands. That's it. So now here it's gonna fetch the brands, it's gonna set refreshing as true and do the other tricks. So right now, if we click, you see it's refreshing and it's fetching the data again. So that's what's actually going to be done according to it. Now we need to have a very legit task by which we can go and edit functionality, right? So this is kind of like add brands, right? So this one, which is like getting the adding the brand model, and now also we need to be getting two separate things. One is delete, one is edit. So we're gonna just add side by side. This is the delete functionality, which again going to be the dialog configuration. And as you can see, when the delete model is open, it's gonna access those things, and also gonna coming as a header by default, and then also going to be have to the title. Okay, not from the Redis. I think I need to get directly from the components, and also the description over here. Then gonna be passing as the footer, and also for the cancel, and then gonna be like that. And this is gonna make that handle delete function. Of course, we're gonna initialize that. So this is the one should be there, handle delete, and the other one which gonna be coming as the from edit, which gonna be let update the brand functionality going to be there, and the all things are gonna be same as well. So first of all, for the from edit, remember we have the from add, right? So we're gonna go at the top. After the add, we can also make that one to be coming as the from add is similar as that, similar of that. Either you can go with that. Again, what I said, I'm making it the similar confirmation, so you can have a very good idea what the part by part we are going to do. So in the update brand, we need to create the function here. So I'm going to just make that const update brand should be a synchronous function over here, and that's the one. Then another function gonna be rows to call, which gonna be handle delete brand. Let's just go at the top, and over here we're gonna make that const handle delete brand, and that should be passing by. So we have the two certain kind of setup. Once we copy that, the edit model should be coming by so far. So right now, if we go directly over here, so I think I make muted on that. So that's the cancel, that's the from control, that's the from edits. Okay, over here that two things need to be amplified. So one, okay, where is that to create new brand? I think, yeah, here. So where actually we are showcasing the brand should be coming as the handle edit and handle delete. As you can see by props, we are passing the two separate value to go and work with that. So first of all should be handle edit, and there one, and then const handle delete, and there another function need to be running together. Okay, like that. So the handle edit function, what actually it gonna do? First of all, it gonna go prefetch that and do the tricks. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, set selected brand should be the whatever the brand we are actually choosing from there. We're gonna simply get the brand as the type of our particular brand. So that would be selected, and then from edit should be passing that dot reset. So whatever the data, especially in the from edit form, the name should be brand dot name. So whatever the name is coming from the database right now, whatever the brand is selected, image should be brand dot image. So these two particular things, either if the image is there, or it can be passing as an empty string. So okay, that's cool. And set is edit model, we need to make it as true. So right now, if we go in the edit, if we click, you see the model is open. So right now, we can also find out to make, let's say the test model here to go and passing by. And now we can add an image. So I'm just going to open that, and there we can just go with the Pampers, or can make the parent's choice. So I'm going to rename that parent's choice or parental needs update brand. So now there it needs to make the update of functionality, right? So here we can update the brand itself. Now for the update brand, similarly, the added brand, which the functionality is happen to be, it's going to be working as well. The same setup going to work. And of course, for the method here, we're going to just get the receive the data, which going to be coming as the from data. And especially, we're going to provide a success message upon it's getting that. As you can see, brand selected brand.id, it's going to access to that. And also, if we fail to receive the data, we can also passing that particularly. Okay, so right now, if we click update, it's getting the updating information, and as you can see, it's working. And after updating, as you can see, every time we update, we are fetching our previous events. In that way, we're taking to be in a good hit, right? And for particularly for the delete motion here, also what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply make that things a pretty decent. So it should be handle delete. And here we're gonna just create the brand as brand. Okay, so selected brand as brand, and is delete model should be as true. And for the delete brand, what we're gonna do, we can simply as we did before, we can just go and define that property layer like that to get all the value property. So for the delete mechanism, we're gonna just go and the brands and selected brand.id. When the delete is done, it's gonna delete. And again, we're going to fetch the brand's data to get the new data by so far, and also the model should be false. So if you go back here and try to delete, and as you can see, there should be, you can either pass the loading motion and others. You can see, you can just make that set loading as true, right? So it's going to start loading, and once the delete is done, it's going to make the loading as false. So you can initialize that. Right, so now we are having our particular band. We can refresh it, we can add more bands. Of course, we can do a lot of things. A lot of things can be properly done by there. So now we're gonna move through our category segment, and over here, as we are not using that, okay, remove it. And of course, I think anything which we are happen to be getting the error. Okay, we are having something here. Okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, done. So now we're gonna go directly to initialize to our categories. The category is gonna be pretty much tricky because in our category page, as you may know, we're gonna have a lot of things. We're gonna have all the features like for the pagination and others. So we need to be very careful once we are gonna be done with the category statement. And to amplify that category, again, I'm going to first go in our type here. And in the type, we're going to go just make that export type. So should be export type category. And on the category statement, we're going to have ID name. If the image going to be optional, category type, either it's going to be featured, hot categories, and for the top categories, and created ad going to be as a string information right there. So first of all, for the state manipulation and management, I'm going to bring back all things together. Okay, so because we know that's the things which we are really using that by so far. So we're going to have that for the category, which is going to be coming as an array. So of course, we need to also provide the state value property. You're going to have the total and others. And then, of course, we need to also get the private property for Axios, the toaster, which is not Rico right now. And also we need to also get the check is admin or not and hit save. So we are having all of the data which we are requiring showing right now. So this is the old setup previously which we done. Now they're gonna be adding some of the more few portion. As you can see, we have the pages, set pages. We have the per page by default. We're gonna take only 10. We have the total pages, set total pages, which are gonna be coming as by default 1. Then also you're gonna have the sorting portion. We have all other parameter by which we can handle. Especially if you just focus over here, we have the refresh portion, and then we're gonna also like initializing for the parameter of that, like not that one, for the categories. And we are gonna also making that a next and a brave button, or have the total view, and also adding delete, ascending and descending. All the parameters are gonna work it right there. So we're gonna make it a little bit a pretty decent way, because the product's gonna be aligning it that too. So we're gonna understand how the things can be done in a pretty decent way. So first of all, the first parameter, before going further, we need to also grab the two of that segment here, which you're gonna be passing that. Let's say it's gonna be coming as an from, which is gonna be coming as an hook from, and of course it's gonna be passing that as a category schema. And then of course it's gonna passing at the resolver. Now of course there is no category schema yet, so if we, okay, I think we need to decipher the category schema. So let's go and make the validation here. So right now, okay, we have on the user, we have the brand. Now we're gonna grab the category schema. The category schema going to be a particularly schema defined to be in a very apt manner. So first of all, it's gonna be getting to a category schema, and there it's gonna be a name. The name is required, and the image gonna be as an optional. The category type is just is the featured, hot categories, top categories, and also the required error is that category type is required. Okay, so forget about that error. We're gonna fix that. I think that's not that much important. It's just a minor error. It's gonna disappear later on. Now here we're gonna just create that category schema, and also we need to having that resolver here. So from add it, I think, yeah, there is some of the resolver issues right there, like before what we had. So instead of that, we can simply pass the message. I think so, because last time also when we tried, we got the same error. So that should be passing that. We're gonna just simply pass the message right here, and we can remove that required error. I think the update they are featured, so it's better the way we can use it. So now we having the from edit, which gonna be getting the from edit motion, and also we have the resolver functionality. So right now we have all the setup to go and start with. We're gonna just make that a class name. Padding should be 5 and space y should be 6. Okay. Now we're gonna bring back whole other parameter to let it work perfectly and align it all together. So first thing first, we're gonna go and decipher how the things can be done in a very proper manner. So in the first statement on that particular div, we're gonna causing through some of the statement here. So first of all, I'm gonna just minimize that refreshing parameter here. I'm gonna grab the button directly from there. So also we're gonna have that refresh parameter, and then we're gonna also get the select parameter from there, and then should be handle sort change. So that's the function which we need to call right now. Right now we are not having anything, so I'm gonna just skip through it. That also we're gonna need to make the trigger for that. We're gonna get the value from there, and then we also need to decipher the content here, and then we also need to provide the select item, and also it's gonna be coming as an arrow up icon. Okay, arrow down icon, just to go ascending and descending, and whenever is admin is there, you know, they can add the category. So hit save. So right now that should be working on that. So we have the categories, the text, you can see we have the categories right here. Then we have the total value, because whenever you're going to fetch the data from the database, you're going to get the total value at so far, especially if you just go in the category controller here. In the category controller, whenever we're gonna coming up to get all the category, as you can see, we are sending the page purpose, we're sending the sort, order, and others, and also we are providing the total value, the category, the count of documents, not the length, but the count of documents from the database, and also providing the sort value, categories. All things is like the handling from the data structure. So that's what we are dealing here. So now we are now providing that the total, and then we are providing also the refresh button to make the refreshing things. And then also we have the sort order. You see, once we click, if we click ascending, and descending, it should gonna select that handle source change. So of course we're gonna bring back, and whenever an admin gonna do, it can add the category here. So first, after those initialization, this is the header we can call. So after those statement, we can now show the data itself, right? And pretty simple, we're gonna go the previous statement, the previous way, how the way we have been done. We're gonna go pretty much that similar fashion. If we have the loading portion, we're gonna go grab the loader, if we, and then we're gonna show the data according to the table, and in the table need to be imported from components UI table. And after that, also we need to define our header itself, so that's gonna be like managing the header. And below the table header, we're gonna grab the table row and also the head over here, and then it's gonna be like only is admin, they can only take the action for that. Then we're gonna having the table body, we're gonna having the table cell here. And then, and let me know in the comments, either you are doing that one at all. If you are having any issue, let me know in the comments, as I'm just providing the code, so maybe you can do something more with that. Besides, if you want something from the scratch, let me know in the comments. I'm going to go very slow because there is like every single thing, the way I'm typing here, pretty straightforward, but you can make a multiple component structures to go by. And now here it will be the edit delete handle edit, we're gonna just make it later on. And also it's gonna be handle delete, which gonna be coming as a trash icon. And if the no category is available, no category is found. Right now it's going to provide that loading is there. And of course, as you can see, we made the loading as true just to initialize to see if it's working, so it should be as false. Okay, so now no category is found, so now we need to do to add the category. So that's the statement which is going to be predefined and provide the value by which the category can run, right? And to do that, we need to add the category model, right? So after that, below on that portion, there should be our category model, which gonna be providing our category. We need to grab the dialog and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back all things together as we know what actually we are doing over here. So let's go at the top, and over here we can just bring back everything, so all the dialog setup is right there. Then of course we need to also get back our form setup, so the dialog, and then it's gonna be coming the entire font structure. So the form, control, field, item, label, and message. What else is pending? Then also we need to have that select parameter. And for the select value, we can just grab our initialization for the, okay, that's the select. We have the select already, right? So I'm going to go at the bottom layer. I think we are almost done here. So handle at category, the control over here, okay, from at control, name, the select property here, which going to provide the value, and then the from control. Okay, so now the problem is from the control. Okay, now we can see what actually is doing. We should have to be to grab the input field and handle at category. The function need to be there. I'm going to just simply maximize that handle at category and asynchronous function, and like that. Okay, there is image upload is not defined, no worries, we can pass that. We're going to go now one by one. So this is the from add, which is going to be as a handle submit handle at category, and in the from field we're going to have the from add dot control, and first is the name, and then I think why the input is, I think maybe our input which we imported is not from where we are looking forward to. You can see the input is components UI input. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just bring back that from add and from add it to decipher at the root. Okay, I'm gonna just bring it at the top. Okay, now I need to use that use from, which use from, did we import that use from hook? Okay, no, yeah, it's already there. So that's the from data, which is not initialized, so which gonna be coming, need to be provided type here, which gonna coming at z infer from the category schema. Okay, so that's the one actually not handled by so far. So now as we have that, so now we can now make that form schema. So use form, it's gonna be particularly coming that hook from, what's actually cannot be called at the top level. Okay, anyway, If we cannot call it at the top level, we can just put at the bottom level. Okay, so that doesn't have any problem issue. So that's the from data which is not defined. That was the problem. So now we can just define it here. So now we have the value here. We have the from edit. So right now let's go back to our parameter here, and as you can see, the error is disappear. We are good to go. So first of all, we need to do certain kind of things. We're going to go one by one. First, this one, which is going to be handled add category. You see add category, create a new product. If we click, there is the image upload is not defined. Okay, I'm going to import it first, then we can do the other tricks. Okay, image upload. If we now click, you see that's the form for the category upload from. Now, typically, as we are having that, so we are just gonna get the name, the feature. We can choose by default is the feature is selected, and now we can also get whatever the category images. Like from there, we can go directly for our public, and now we can choose the images. We can go back to the categories. Now you see we can now define what kind of category data we can choose for it. You see the feature category and others. If we just go directly here, it's just providing as the gift ideas. So we can just provide the name as the gift ideas, and then we can create our category. So this is the same thing handling over here, like the way we did for the others. The same thing is handling there also. So first of all, we need to go initialize for that. Let's say it's gonna be whatever the function we are logging through it. So handle add category. This is the function gonna be rerunning over there to bring back all things to be in true motion. So first, the data should be from data. So I keep everything as the same structure so that you can understand what actually we are going to do, right? So this is the very legit way to do what I believe in that. So right now I'm going to go and make something in better. I'm going to just go grab it. I'm going to cut that and then put in the toast message, and also going to be, let's say, fetch categories. Right now I'm going to skip it because we're not fetching the categories right now. And of course, and for the error, it's going to be providing that Axios error, and if this error is there, going to provide the error. You see, we're handling it right now. So we are providing everything in a very, very decent method. And also we're going to provide that directly the error message if we are finding any error by so far. So first, what we are doing, we're getting the handle add category. From their category, you have the from data, try, Axios, private, post categories. And if we just go directly in the category controller, you can see we are also handling the category controller, everything in a very decent way. Also replaced already, which for the categories. Now, first, we're gonna creating our categories. If success, we're gonna get there, and then we're gonna receive our data. We're gonna make the set is model is as false, and also set page as 1. So after adding, we are directly calling that first one. So whenever you're gonna add the new categories, we're gonna go directly in the one single page. And for the catch, for the error, we're going to grab the error, we're going to passing that error message, and when the error message is coming, we're going to showing the error message, and that's it. And over here, if the error message includes that already exists, you see now there is a proper message segment is coming over here, providing the error message, and set from loading is getting by default as false. So right now I'm going to go and try to add two products with the same ID. So first of all, okay, this is the handle category, right? So I recall the function. Okay, it's already okay. Duplicate key, because it's added a duplicate file. You see the gift ideas, I think one is added. So first we're gonna fetch the categories so that it can be really understandable if our categories is available or not. So const should be fetch categories, and here gonna be an asynchronous function. And from that function, we're going to call our category segment. First of all, the set loading statement going to be true. And then we're going to make that, let's say, I'm going to make the try catch property. And in the catch, whenever we're going to getting the error, let's say we're going to just simply get with that console.log. Okay, should be log. And the log going to be passing that data, let's say, failed to fetch categories. And then here, all the error gonna be defined that, and the toast gonna be toast.error. We can define that should be fail to fetch categories. Okay, and also by default in the finally statement, we're gonna make that one as set loading should be coming as false. That's it. And now we're going to go especially to grab the cache value. So const response going to be response and should be coming and await axios private and dot it should be a get method and that should be coming forward slash categories, and over here we need to pass that, let's say the params going to be passing that. We're going to pass the page, we're going to pass the per page, sorry, not like that, per page. And after that we also going to pass that sort order property by which we can grab particularly the sort property, right? So from there we can make a three statement. So as the response is coming, we're going to provide the set categories response to data.categories. If not there, empty. Set total response to data.total. If not there is a zero property. Set total pages response to data.total pages. If not there, putting and one by default. Right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an use effect property by which I'm going to call my categories right here. So like that. Now the use effect is going to work in a pretty decent way. First one, I'm going to just make that one as the fetch categories. Okay, so that's the first call which we're going to provide that. Handle previous page is not defined and others. Okay, we're gonna define that. So that's gonna be a simply a function. Handle previous page, handle next page. As you can see, that's the function which we are actually working here. Okay, chevron left icon need to be imported and chevron right icon need to be imported. No, so no worries, we can fix that and go by one. So now this is our first category, right? Previously we had to create a test category right here. Now as you can see, we have the total two categories. We can have the one of two categories is done. So now you can see the previous and next button also there. So right now if we go and add another categories, so let's say I'm going to grab the image so that it will be easy to get the name. So under 100, so this is name as under $100. So that's one. And creating the category, I don't know why that creating category effect is not working. Now, I think there are, okay, whenever we are okay, there is an issue, whenever we are handle add category, we need to also fetch the category status, and also we need to make that one like let's say whenever we are adding the categories, we need to make the set from loading as true. So set from loading should be as true, and of course at the ends from loading getting false. So I'm going to just go and add another one. I'm going to choose from here. So that's the baby deals right here. So let's select a baby deals, and over here if we trying to go on that baby deals, and let's say it gonna hot categories create, you see animation is working right now. And after that, as we did, you see it's gonna load and baby deals is right there. You see it's created hot categories, baby deals, the image, and also the page purpose working perfectly fine. Now what I want for the page, I'm gonna provide particularly two per page, right? So the two values gonna be per page, so it's gonna be two. And now see 1 to 2, so it's having the two page and the four categories is there. If we click next, you see that's gonna be like say 3 to 4. So if we go previous, you can see, but the it's not changing is because we are not handling that structure, but our alignment is working perfectly, right? And how it can be working definitely in that way. So it's pretty simple. We need to let our use effect to take the actions whenever we are making things done. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say whenever the page is changing, whenever our sort order is changing, you call the categories again, right? To fetch that. So if we call the next one, it's gonna fetching the next categories, right? So right now, as it's working, and for the pagination, what actually we are doing, as you can see, we can go directly there. So that's the pagination controls over here. If we have the total is bigger than 0, means we are having the product. We're showing the page -1 actual data ratio. You can change the value the way you are looking forward to. Then providing the button, which gonna calculate the previous button, which gonna handle the previous page, and the disable when the page is equal to 1. So that time it could be disable. Also the page is equal to total page, means there is no more pages there. That can be that time also. The next button would be visible. So that's the combination what we are handling. Now over here, in that handle previous is getting that if page is more than one, then set paging page -1, and for the next page, if page is bigger than total pages, then it's just adding one. That's it. So that's the simple configuration as we can be done right here. So right now we need to add some more configuration over here. So first of all, as you can see, we need to have two separate functions which can add it and delete. So that's the things. We can add it to the categories, we can delete the categories. How we can do? So we should be passing two functions, handle edit and delete, and by props we're getting the categories by so far. So that should be handle edit, and here also need to be a synchronous function, and then not like that, not should be array, but should be curly braces, like the second bracket, and handle delete, and also it's gonna be coming as an asynchronous function. That's it. So okay, I need to also do that. So these two functions need to be working all together. So first of all, you may know what actually we are looking forward to. We're gonna go grab two of the statement by which we can do all the tricks by so far. And this is the our header, that's the data, that's the add category. And there it's gonna be coming the form for by which that should be the added category, which gonna be coming an edit model, and you know the update category gonna work. You see that the edit model gonna open, and then by the way, again, you can do it also with the add category, but you just need to change the props value. That's it. With a single model you can do that too. For the delete, the same thing, the model is going to be open, and the same way delete category function need to be amplified. So first of all, we're going to create these two functions. So should be it should be const, that should be the update category. That's it. And that should be okay, should where's the functional value? And then that should be coming as, let's say, delete. Okay, I think that's the name. I forgot. Okay, that should be, I think, the delete category maybe. So add category, update category, and then there should be handle delete category function. Okay, that's it. So that's the function gonna work it all together to make things done properly, right? So first of all, we're going to go and initialize how the things can be done in a very decent way. So the handle delete gonna provide that value, which gonna be passing as that, let's say the category gonna be passing as the category, which gonna be by default it's gonna grab, and the set selected category should be category, and is model open should be as, let's say, it's gonna be true. The similar fashion, whenever we're gonna handling that the data layer for our edit category, we can also do the same way. We can just go and prefetch that selected category as the category what we are passing by default, and from edit we're going to provide the name, image URL if the image is there, category type if the type is there. That's it. And also the is edit model gonna be open. So what it's gonna do, if we click, you see edit model, delete model open. If the edit, that model is also open. So right now you're gonna edit okay, $100 under $100 promo. Okay, so that's the text which we're gonna do, and also you're gonna make it as the hot categories, right, or top categories, or I think the hot categories you're gonna find. But first of all, we need to initialize that update category function. Now, update category is pretty much similar of the way which we are dealing with that at, right? So first of all, if we are happen to be like, if we doesn't have that category, I think selected category, yes. So that's the one of things. So I think I'm gonna pass that over here, and we're gonna just grab the data which gonna be passing as from data. And of course, we're gonna also grab the error message here. So that should be error message. Okay, so that's the same way which we're updating. You see, passing the message category updated, the similar fashion, but just the route is changed, which is providing a put method in categories, getting with the selected category.id, passing the entire data, and you know the model is false, and also fetching the categories. So right now, if we go $100 promo, if we update, it's getting the updating information here. And now what it's gonna do, it's gonna update the entire category statement is updated, and I'm gonna just make that one as number instead of 10. One, I'm gonna make it as instead of 2, I'm gonna make it as 10. I think that's the best value to provide. Right now, the test category I want to change also. So that should be today's best deal. So let's go and update that. Should be today's best deal and featured. I'm going to go with that. So this the value and update the category. So now it's going to update our initial category by so far. So there is one more thing that ascending and descending. And also you can add the feature. Now here I skip the search feature. So you can also do that. So first of all, we can also make descending. We can make ascending. That's the things we can also do in the sort property going to be amplified. So right now we're going to access the delete property, right? So in the delete mechanism, which are going to be pretty decent also. For the delete category, we just need to delete the category statement like so. So this is the delete over here. If no selected category, it's gonna be returning on then, and from the delete method coming up directly with the categories, and from the categories it's gonna just go passing by according to the ID. So I'm gonna just cut that, passing the value over here, the toast messages, and cut that, passing the value over here as the toast messages. So now what we're going to do, we're going to delete a category. Let's say I'm going to delete that one, delete. So after delete, you see nothing. I'm not seeing the loader. You can also make the loader. So that's it. If you keep the loader working, that is fine. So you can go with that. Let's say it's going to be directly, let's say it's going to be set selected, set loading as true. And also you can directly come on the finally method. And here, make that set loading as false value, so it can wait until the time it disappearing. So if I delete, now you can see the previous method is loading, data is coming, but it's gonna be combined a bit of changes right here. So it's up to you, you can do it. You can also open a delete model by so far to make all the delete mechanism. So I'm gonna add now some more of the, let's say the baby deals. I think it's this noise right there. I'm gonna delete one more property from here because I want the same structure as by so far right here. So I'm gonna go with the today's best deal again. So let's go and create that today's best deal feature, and I'm going to go directly to implement this one. So let's say this one and add it. So I'm going to go try to bring back the same category again, like to create a multiple categories with the same parameter. So that should be it. And if we edit category, trying to creating, you see category already exists. Now you are getting the actual masses by so far. So this is the how we can just go and predefine all the masses value and variation. So what we can do now, we can go with the best sellers, and the best sellers gonna get the dollar. Okay, categories. So now we're gonna have our best selling mechanism. Now this is coming with the ascending and descending parameter. Why it's not working? Because we are not handling its functionality. So if you go directly at the header of here, and over here you can see we're gonna get that handle refresh and also handle sort change. So the refresh parameter gonna be the same thing, remember, which are gonna be on and on, which we defined pretty much before. So that should be the same handle refresh, and we're gonna pass the message right here, and also we're gonna pass the message over here too. So we get now this is the refreshing. So upon refreshing, okay, handle sort change function, we just define that one. Const handle sort change should be similar like that. Okay, so now what actually is going to do, if we just refresh, as you see, it's refreshing the data, gonna get the actual data. So you're gonna make that response just private.get, same as the method, just having that refreshing value, right, to just provide a very cultivate manner. So now for the sort change here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply make that one, because every time a sort value gonna provide, it's gonna make that new sort order. So new sort order gonna be by default as an ascending ASC, or it can be go and the mechanism to be is DESC, descending. So these two parameters are gonna be taking an action. So set sort order, it should be coming as the new sort order. So new sort order, okay, that should be new sort order. And the set page, we want that the product page should be aligned with a single page parameter. So right now, if we go ascending, let's say descending parameter, so the last one gonna be at the top, and also if we go in ascending parameter, first one gonna be at the top. So that's how you can just iterate with the parameter value. So as we have the categories, the things is getting a bit of cooler and implemented in a very nice and good mechanism. So now we can start building our one of the most fundamental parameter, which we can call the products, because the product is going to have almost every single statement working it all together, and product is one of the most important parameter within our project structure. Now, what we're gonna do for the product itself, it's gonna handle a lot of parameter, right? So this is gonna be a pretty much handy. First of all, I'm gonna define the type here, and in the type, we're gonna just define the type as product. Gonna be export type as product, ID, string, name, description, price, discounted percentage, stock, average, rating, image, category, ID, name, and the brand. So instead of ID name, we can just simply pass that category should be as category and the brand should be as the brand, because we are happen to be getting those things here. We have category here, we have brand here. So this is how we can combine. But in either way, you can also, whatever you're going to link up to in the category ID and name, brand ID and name, you can also pass that through like that. So that's not a big deal. But as we are having that, we're going to go with a proper motion, which is going to be pretty defined and pretty magical. So now we can go and start pouring every single thing. So first of all, in the product data, you're gonna have a lot of things. If you go see here, if you note the category, if you go in the products, you see the product data is gonna filling up a lot of information right here. If you go and create, you see we have the name, description, price, discount, stock. We are getting the category according to the database, whatever the category you're having. We're also having the brands from our database, and then we are handling the image. So there's a lot of things to be working perfectly all together. So first of all, we're going to bring back our entire value statement. That should be the product coming from the type, the category also going to coming from the type, and then also for the brand, which need to be coming according to the type. So this is kind of things need to be there. We also need to provide the state hook. And then we're going to go with the Axios private. We're going to go with the toast, not record right now, because we're going to use direct toaster. And then we're gonna use the store property, and then all set, we're good to go. And for this one, we're gonna just make that a class name, padding should be 5 and space y should be, let's say, 6. That's it. So this is the value is defined. Now we're gonna start building the structure. And the previously how we did everything, all the segment and others, we're gonna go and just predefine the value here. So we can just go and bring back our from property right here, which is gonna coming from the use from hook. So let's bring us use from hook. And over here, we need to go and bring back our validation for, especially for the product schema, which is one of the bigger schema right now. So let's go in the validation. Here, we're going to pass that our product schema. So product schema is going to handle certain kind of things. One thing is that the product should be having a name. Name must be at least 2 characters. Description should be as the minimum of 10 characters is right here. And the description must be at least 10 characters. And having the price ratio over here. And the price must be a positive number, so you cannot put a minus number for the positive. Minimum value should be 0, discounted percentage, and also going to be having this stock property, categories, which we need to select a category, brand, and the image. So this is the field which we are requiring for a particularly happen to be a product. And of course, to initializing the schema value properties right here, we need to at the top, we need to define that. So we can go at the top here. So we can just make that the type should be a from data is equal to should be z dot infer, and from there we're gonna pass the method which we predefined previously done that. So should be coming that product schema. So right now, as you can see, we have also need to pass the resolver here from the hook from, so that it can work perfectly. So now we are having the product schema together. So right now, this is the okay, this is the from at. I think all are coming together. So this is the okay 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, I think that's okay. Then also gonna have the edit model and others. So right now what we can do some similar configuration. So first of all, we're gonna fetch the products, this one product first. So let's make that should be fetch products, and the fetch products, of course, as the same parameter you're gonna handle. It's better to just go like that. So you can see here in the fetch product, we're going to get the current page, which gonna be a receipt page is there, otherwise it's gonna be a single or the page is selected by. In the response, you're gonna go with the adjust private, going directly in the products, passing the page, current page, per page, and source order, and set products gonna be coming as the products, and total should be the number of the value. Set total page gonna be coming with the math.sales, so we're gonna just grabbing that properly, because in the categories there is an error on that, so I'm providing the actual data ratio right here, and also we are providing the debugging log, but right now I think we're not requiring that. So if the product loading is having to be an error, we can simply pass that error message. And of course we need to grab the toast from the sooner. So now we are having that fetch products data, so simply providing an use effect property, use effects, and over here we can now bind it together to grab that, let's say fetch products. So now we can see whatever the products is available, and what we can do right now, we can provide such a value which we defined pretty much beforehand, which can be coming as an header. So on that particular instance is gonna be coming to certain kind of things, gonna be happen to be get the button property. So I'm gonna go at the top. We're gonna having the total value, which gonna coming from the total value. Then we're gonna having a button, which gonna have a function to refresh the product data, and also we're gonna having the select property by which we can select our ascending descending parameter value. I'm gonna just keep that handle sort change as by default. I'm gonna just console like comment on that. And after that, gonna be a trigger value, gonna be a sort value, gonna be also coming to be a sort content over here. Then also gonna be passing that, and like say it's gonna be that select item and then arrow up icon here. And after that also we need to be happen to be the arrow down icon, and then also gonna be a plus icon to make that one as, and the set at model as true. So kind of like is this. So right now we can go through that, we can refresh through, we can add through, we can see all the value properties. Now as we are happen to be there, as you can see, we can call the refresh function to get like the source to provide the source and also the refresh property. Now remember the way which we have been done for especially to grab that loading property and others. So now we can go and make those things pretty decent and clear. So after that we're gonna first go with the loading, right? And if the loading is there, it should be another div which gonna be, let's say skeleton gonna be there. And if there is no loading, I'm going to just go an empty basis. First, I'm going to provide a div that should be showing the products, right? So right now there should be products, because if we click, you see there should be loading and then the products. So right now we're going to create a product skeleton which gonna handle or predefine all the skeleton properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back all the skeletons which we have been created. So in the components gonna be over here, as you see we have the user skeleton. So right now there should be another skeleton called product, and then also you're gonna bring the dashboard too. So now for the product skeleton here, it's gonna be just going to be a majority of that property which gonna be coming a table, and then the product skeleton gonna be providing that name, rating, brand. So that's the way it's gonna be deciphering the skeleton. And then we also we're gonna provide that class name, because these things gonna be there. So the header gonna be there, the other one gonna be amplify of that, just gonna be a static ratio to define in a very out manner. So first of all over here, I think the product skeleton gonna define is admin. So we are providing is admin as a boolean value. So either we need to provide the admin value or it can just run through like that. So first of all from there we can just simply grab that, let's say should be product skeleton, and from there we're going to provide that is admin should be grabbing our is admin value. Okay, so that's the property. And of course, we need to make the loading as a false statement. So you can see that's the status queue which gonna be coming as the property. So okay, make unloading. Right now, as whenever we're gonna having the property, having the product, that time the div gonna take some kind of actionable data or actionable things gonna work. Remember, we happen to be like have to be the table, and also we are happen to be grabbing the table header, which gonna bring back the header. We're gonna have a row over there. Then especially for the table, we are having to be the table heads. Then if it's admin there, they can take any kind of action. And then we are also happen to be coming up with a table body, and then it's coming directly on the table cell. And after the table cell, you see the image property, you're showing the name, we are providing a price to fixed and discounted percentage. Now here we are using this static $sign, but in our client application in the website, we're making a dynamic absolute object, which can be very, very handy. Then also the product stock and other property value ratio, the category name. So because the category, it will be there, we have the brand name, and now the edit button need to be like that. So when the edit, and of course there the handle delete also, I'm going to cover it right now. And then we're going to have a trash icon right here to delete the properties. And whenever the product length is equal to 0, we're going to providing the empty property right here. So that's it. So right now we are not having, so now you can go no products found, start by adding your first product. So that's the function which you're going to run to start the product. So when the product is available, now you'll be able to see that. So this is the one fundamental reasoning here, which gonna be bring back our products. And of course, after the product data ratio here, there should be some other parameter too. So this is the product ratio. Then we're gonna having the pagination here. Remember the way we have been done beforehand. So all the pagination segments gonna be amplified the way which we have been done before. The next and 3 pages. So this is the one which can combine it all together. I'm gonna just bring back things all together at the top, because now later on we're gonna just calling that or pouring the data on that. So that this is the handle previous configuration gonna work. Right now you're gonna see nothing yet because we doesn't have the product. So the first thing first, we need to initialize that how we can add our product. Remember the same add property, add a product model, we're gonna do the same value here. So this is the way we're gonna create. There is no other way we are handling right now. So we need to follow up the way we are just mentioning. So this is the dialog button which gonna grab through it. This is the content which gonna grab through it. Then we're gonna also happen to have the header. And in the header, we're gonna have the add product and other description and title. So we can, okay, not from the Redux. So should be coming from the components and also coming from the description. That's it. And also we need to amplify to grab the from. Okay, so this is the handle add product function we need to call. So this is the from field. And also we need to grab the from item property here. Then also need to be passing that from label property, and then passing through the from control. And also we need to grab the input property, right? And then passing the message. So first one is getting a from control. We are getting the name. So that's the name going to be coming up. Then we're getting the from control. We are getting a text area, which gonna providing us the description. Now it doesn't have the text area, so I believe let's go cd into admin, and here npx Shachian add. I'm gonna add, let's say should be let's say it's gonna be text area. So we need to like initialize that one. After text area, we're also gonna passing that for the price, and also we are passing for the discount percentage. Then we are grabbing to make that other property. I think is already imported, so we can just simply grab that text area component. And I think this is pretty fine to go and make that way in this. And after that, we're gonna happen to be okay from loading, from control. Okay, I think it's quite good. And then we have the image upload functionality, and also we are having the dialog footer, which gonna combining the footer value and also getting the loader to icon once the loader is done and creating the segment. So right now, okay, handle add product function, which we didn't create yet. So let's go at the top. So this is the function gonna make everything, let's say, done pretty defined way. Should be a synchronous function over here. That's the things. So this is the one which gonna handle all of things. If we add, you see how the way it gonna look alike. So we are having our data structure done. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go directly in the handle product, and in the handle product, like handle add product. So this is the where all the magic gonna coming in all together to make things done in a pretty decent way. So first of all, to get the product value here, so I think, did we get, yeah, all resolver is done, our product value. So this is the handle add product. I don't know why the resolver is undefined. Any name string 6 more images. Why? This is the product schema. I want to check it side by side. Are we missing any schema here? So product schema have the name, description, having the price, discount percentage, stock, category, brand, image. All are there. So now what's wrong here? Anyway, we will find out sooner. Also, we're gonna just hit that and try to grab some of the products. So okay, so now handle add product, and in the handle add products, so we can just grab each and everything, like every single data. So the data should be as the, let's say it should be coming as the from data. Then we're gonna just make that as a set from loading should be true, and then we're gonna handle the try catch property. Remember the way we have been done all together till now, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, you're gonna do the same thing to decipher all the structurable data and all the resources. So error going to be coming access error, and that should be once the product is uploaded should be coming up like that. Okay, good. So it's gonna go with the adjust private post method data, and the price should be number data price, discounted percentage gonna be as a discounted percentage, stock number should be data of the stock. And once that is coming, we're gonna provide a toast message. We're gonna make a set at receipt, and the set is model should be false, and then we're calling that fetch product, right? So this is the one which we're gonna just handling. If there is error, it's gonna throw the error directly. So let's go try to fetch a product. So I'm gonna first go grab the image, so it will be pretty easy to provide the name of that. Images should be the product. So let's say it's gonna be the tissue box. Okay, so we're gonna providing the tissue box. So some dummy description for tissue box. If we try to create, the error is there. The price should be, let's say, now there is the thing. In the category, we doesn't have. In the brand, we doesn't have. So we need to decipher what kind of property we are propagating. So especially if we directly go in the price, not the price, in the category, here is stock, and the control of for the category, you can see in the category we are providing the filter value, but you see the categories is mapping here same as whenever we are going to the brand. The brand is mapping here. So first of all, we need to provide the data. We need to grab these two value to set the things in a proper motion, right? So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab these two function over here. So before handling of their page products, I'm gonna just go directly here. Okay, so that should be I think no need toast message to provide here, or I think it will be better so that we are understanding that yes, if only error we're gonna show. So that's the fetch categories, so which gonna go with the adjust private to fetch the categories / categories page 1 purpose 100. So we are taking almost all the categories, right? You can also make that by default parameters also. So you see we are providing a per page 100 just to go and resolve any error if we are facing here. So right now we have two statement to grab the properties. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just in a use effect property, I'm gonna pass that fetch categories and fetch brands. Also I'm gonna just take that at the bottom, so both use effect gonna coming as all together. So right now we should be able to fetch the product brand and others. So whenever you're gonna come in, you see the categories right now, we can see the brands right now, right? So we're gonna start again for, let's say we're gonna start with that plastic bed. So let's go with that plastic bed. So plastic bed for family. Okay, so that's the one. So I'm going to provide a price of, let's say I'm going to provide $120. Discount by default is 10. Keep it 10, stock is 10. You can increase the way you like. And for the category, it's going to be, let's say, bestsellers. For the brand, parental needs, and I'm going to hit to create the product. So after that, it's gonna, let's say, fail to load product. So okay, first we are grabbing that, so we provide the products, right? So right now what's this, the problem is their fetch products is coming up right here, fail to load products. Why is failing? So let's go over here. I'm gonna just go inspect on the value. First of all, especially for the fetch products data, this is the one which is fetching the entire product structure. So okay, value adjust error is coming. We're gonna try again this time. So let's say this is the one, right? Fetch products. So I think / products. So let's just load again. Okay, failed to fetch products, giving the adjust error. So from the response, okay, from the response we're gonna go in the config, and here okay, base URL is okay, good. So what's the error which we are actually getting? The config is fine, response and the headers. Okay, titled head. I think we are missing something. Request error. Okay, so the config is saying, I think it's getting a bad request. So let's go in the let's say application, not application here, network. This is the products, right? Get API / products payload response. Okay, cannot get API products. I think are my APIs down or not? So let's go to / server. Server is running up and good. So let's go / API / product. So let's say I'm going to go with the products route. So products route / product. I think let's go to the, I'm going to go directly state the index parameter is / API / products. So this is the route which is handling everything PRODUCTS. So that should grab it. Mhm. We're having some issue. Okay, cannot get the products. Okay, let's just debug a little more. Okay, through the config. Okay, request failed with the status was 404. So it's showing that one is not found. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with the product controller. Product controller. So CT controller here. Now we're accessing the get method, right? So let's see if we transacted anything. We're having the create product, having the image. So upload image property is right here. So either image. Okay, I think we are missing something here. So product controller should be accessing that. So right now, if we go directly to create the products, what actually is mentioning right here. So they should be, let's say, create product, right? So the create product should access all the value property. So the image should be coming up with a secure URL, which whatever the URL we are providing. So now for the image, did we have the Cloudinary setup? So product, no, we are not uploading the image yet. So I'm gonna go and initialize that. So that's the image should be, let's say, Babymart YT / product. So that's the result should be coming here. And for the URL, which we're gonna provide that as the URL for that, particularly for the result of secure URLs, which gonna inject. So what we can do especially instead of create the product, because we are only having one single route which we made to create the product. So I'm going to initialize all the routes right here. The get products, get product by ID, create product, update product, read product, delete product, right? So we need to have all the routes set up done perfectly. So now we're going to also define, especially for the server setup where we missed out the route setup so far. So now what's actually happened here? This is that we only had that create product. Now we have the get product routes by which we are calling that, passing that everything as the request query. Now also the page number, limit, and other, we are setting that. Now also we are engaging to provide that value. We are providing the query right here, getting the query as the category query, as the brand, also the brand. If price, we are maximizing the price ratio. And don't worry, I'm going to also push that directly to there in that branch. So whenever you're going to pull in that, you're going to grab everything. And also you can search through the products. You can go through the direct presentation of the product. You can source value through the product and also get product by ID and others. And then also you can go to that's the one which you use to create product, and there we are creating an entire product. That's the update product by which we are updating. And of course we are also rate the product, and then we are also making the delete product segment. Then we are accessing that. Right now if we just reload, we should be able to grab it, because as you can see, okay, there is saying / API product, which is not accessing that. Okay, it should work. So let's go in that of the product route. So in the product route, we are not making that other statement. So as you can see, we have the product route some more parameter right here. So we should be happen to be grab each and every other segment. Okay, so the segment gonna be for the first instant gonna be coming the post method to create. The next one gonna be coming as an ID method to get product by ID, and the put and delete to update it, and also gonna be for getting the rate product, which gonna be as to the rate product statement. So need to import that from the controller. We can just grab it. We can also grab the delete product. Also we can grab the product by ID. Okay, and here instead of the against of the post method, we can also happen to be a get method, which should be passing that get products from the controller. So now we should be able to grab the product definitely by so far. So right now, once we're calling the product, our route is going to be found by so far, and we should not be happen to be getting any error. So I'm going to just remove that. You see, we're having that the price, the image is not setting up. Remember, it not set by so far. Once we're going to add it, we're going to make the things to be done. So now what we can do is that we can edit the product, then update all the setup, because once we edit, we can do other things, and also we can delete the products initially. So right now, what we're gonna do as we did everything, so we can see the product, our pagination gonna be evaporating. You see, show all to products, because the pagination here is gonna be very, very delicate. Because as you can see over here, once we're gonna coming up in the products ratio, you see right here, this is the product statement, right? Total is bigger than the per page. Like if I have a 10, if I have a 12 products and per page is 10, then I'm getting a 2 page for the product, so that my total is getting bigger than per page. So I will show the page structure right now. If I just remove that logic over here, I should be able to see my pagination right here at the bottom. You can see it will load right here. Okay, nothing taking a bit of time. You see the pagination. So that's the where we are putting a logic to access, stopping the access on it. And again, I'm really, really sorry if you're feeling I'm making fast and forward mode. You know, it's AI, my dear. So you need to go fast and forward. In my next coming project, I have 4 or 5 projects here, and it's taking a bit of long time to induce all of those things. But we're gonna go and initialize those things very, very soon and very well. So right now, what we need to do is that to create another property which gonna update the product, right? So we can see that it should be enabled to edit our product in exponentially. So it should be one edit, and second time again one delete. So let's go and bring back our edit functionality here. So this is the one which gonna handle all of that. So this is the edit functionality and handle update product, which the function gonna be run, and from edit gonna be working on that. So the name is working, the other control like for the description is working, and also getting to be the price. So entire form statement, the same thing. We're just providing the data ratio to in an actual flavor so that it can really take in action to grab the data itself. And after that, also we are going to have a dialog property here. So let's grab the dialog here, and also the contain here, and then let's go back to the header. And I'm importing that. So while I'm importing, you can see the structure, what actually we're providing the text and what we are doing, as you're going to have the entire code statement. Now also we are providing the footer right here, and then also another is the cancel statement, and then we're going to having that alert action button. And in the action, we're going to have 2 things: handle delete product. So this is the one thing here. So handle update and handle delete product. These 2 functions we need to provide here. So const handle update product, which need to be an asynchronous function. And this should be 1. And then const handle delete product. So that's also going to be an asynchronous function. So this is the 2 function going to handle those entire statement. Okay, right now, once we click, nothing gonna happen, because remember, in our product statement, what we did here, we are not opening that structure. So let's go back in our, okay, this is the edit product. Okay, now that model should be coming up over here in the product. So right now, what we did here, we muted to action property here, the function which we have been built up. So this is the one which we're gonna passing that edit product, passing that as delete product. So now what we need to do, we need to grab that to property to initialize the value. So I'm gonna just bring that at the top. So top of that to function, we're gonna provide that to variable. So the product gonna bring back entire product. Set product that like a set selected product gonna be the product which we selected, and from reset we are resetting with the actual value, the previous value, whatever value we have, because we're gonna add it on that. And set edit model is open. Similar for the delete, putting the providing the method for the product. And here only you can pass the ID and it will be fine. For the delete product, if you passing the ID, that also gonna be okay. So now I'm gonna just providing the entry statement. So if we try to delete, we can delete from here. If we try to edit, okay, edit, okay, why it's not working? Set is edit model open, so it's true. So if you go handle edit, okay, this is the is admin should be okay. I'm gonna make a reload here, maybe something we are missing up. So edit, no, add product is coming, edit product is not coming. So let's just check again. So this is the okay, add product model. This is the edit product model. What's the wrong here? I'm gonna just check one time again. So the console here, okay, string value attribute, try to edit. Okay, the type error can properties of null reading ID. Okay, so where I'm using the ID, handle edit. So the handle edit statement. Okay. So the product name, product image, okay, ID. So the I'm gonna keep the similar name, underscore should be a product dot, let's say ID. I think that's the one which cannot finding that. So maybe no. That should not be it. Okay, so at on click handle edit. Okay, product category dot ID, product category. So this is the one. So product dot category dot ID should grab it. So is the okay, this product doesn't have the category. Okay, that's the one. This one gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so click it, delete it, because that product having some problem. We're gonna delete it, but I'm gonna edit this one. Okay, so it's just getting the plastic bit. We can upload the product. So from here, plastic bait, also we can change the bestseller to the baby deals, or we can bestsellers, or we can make the today's best deals. Okay, now if we just update the product, we should be able to update it. So now we're going to bring back the functionality by which we can upload the entire structure. So to do that, I'm going to just bring back the functionality by which we can update the entire statement. First of all, I'm going to just go grab that. So let's just grab it. And also that should be the selected product.id. We're going to provide the value on that. The data should be coming as the from data. And also, as you can see, providing the error and others. And if there is an error message, we should be providing the error message, a specified error message. So I'm going to remove that description property and others. Okay. So right now, what we can do here, if we click on update, you see it's updating. So the image should be uploaded and it's going to work perfectly fine. So after updating, it's going to fetch the product. You can see now the plastic bait is updated. And of course, for the delete product, that should be very simple. So that's the one also the similar of that ratio here. We can just simply get that if there is no selected product, we're gonna just go backward. We want to return it. If we have that product, we're gonna go hitting that route. And if we did successfully everything, we're providing the message that product is deleted successfully. Model is false. We are just fetching the product again, and the same thing gonna do again and again. We're gonna cut it and then we're gonna paste the value. Now what we can do here, we're going to just simply click it and delete the product. So now that's the way we can delete it, and we have a good product here, today's best deals. Now we can add more products. Now first to adding that, we're going to add that. So boy short. So let's say should be boy short pant, and some dummy text for short pants. And the price, we're gonna make it a 20. Discount should be okay. And the category, let's say bestsellers, brand, like that. Creating that product, so we should having the product perfectly. So now, as you can see, also you can make another things to clone the product. So whatever that is there, once you copy and clone, it's gonna just directly clone that, and you can update the slide. you can do it. So right now you understand what actually is happened to be there, and the same thing gonna happen to for the banners where we can like add up the banner. So I'm gonna keep the products like that, because right now if we go ascending and descending, I'm gonna make it work. Then we're gonna do some more things. I think the refresh also not working. So to do that, first of all, I'm going to go directly in our header at the top. So that should be coming as the refreshing, and also coming should be that handle sort property, right? So let's go bring back those things together. So that should be, I think that should be our refreshing property. And on that refreshing, once it's done, it's gonna be providing that pretty decent message. And if there is an error, it's gonna also provide this message here. And after that, for especially for that, let's say sort property here, by which we can assort the product. Forget the name here again. Should be I think it could be handle delete, handle previous, next, handle change. I think it should be handle sort change. So that's the one gonna be run with that. Set order gonna be order value, and page gonna be one. If I go in descending, we should be seeing that now it's not calling. It's because once we're calling the function over here, especially for the use effect parameter where we're calling it together, you see right here, we can just say that once the page is changes, once the sort value is changed, order is changes, you better call that functionality over there. So if you put descending, you can see we having that voice short. If we put ascending, we should be able to be that plastic bit is at the top. So now it's working perfectly. Later on, I'm gonna just change my database to access on that particular data, so that you can also use your own data structure like so. So now we're going to build our for the brand property. Of course, there is some sort of changes. I think that's not that much mandatory. It's just coming. I think this kind of is a type error. If I just try to reload my window, I think that will disappear for sure. But if not, just kind of like caching property is happen to be once the like your editor is running, because it's getting much of heavy. So no worries about that. That should be fixed by so far. So I'm going to close everything, and then I'm going to go directly in my, let's say it should be the branch page, and not branch, should be, let's say, the banner page, where we're going to have our entire banner statement. So in our production, if we go directly in the banners, we have two banners only, and the two banners are going to contain some kind of data structure. We have the base deal and others. If you can see, we have our this statement, and also if you directly go in our, let's say in our website over here, you can see that two banner is loading from the database, not from here. So this is the structure and text, everything coming from the database itself. So right now we're going to also fill up those statement right here. So to do that, for the class name, the padding should be 5, and space y should be 6. Okay, so right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring back the old property together. So first of all, I'm gonna just go and decipher the entire statement, the entire page value, the way we are digging things up. And I'm going to explain what actually we are going so far, so that you can understand what is just happened to be there. The same property, same statement is going one and all, so it's better that we can move forward. So over here, we also need to be passing that binary schema. So define that Zord schema here, which we're defining right here. Okay, it's good. So we are doing everything in the single page data ratio. And also for, I think we can just pass that message here, which is gonna be coming like that. And that should be, I think we should make that as simple as previous. It's because of the update, we can't directly use that, because we all are using the updated formation here. So we just need to import the toast from the Sonar. And what else? Okay, that's the thing. I need to change a lot of the way. And like that. Okay, so now, so one more time. Okay, should be replacing this, and should be coming up with fail to upload. Of course, need to remove the description here. And okay, it's too much. It's just really too much. So let's just pass that. And also I'm gonna grabbing it from here and passing it right here. Okay, so right now, especially what else we are needing here, we need to get that image upload option. So from the component, and we're good to go. So right now, if we just save the banner, so this is the banner page here. I need to make a reload here to get everything done. And of course, we need to provide some of the class name property here. After that, we need to make a padding of 5 here. Now we are gonna side by side actually how and why we are doing those actions. The same thing, as you can see, this is the similar pattern which we are following through. And also if we directly go in the banner controller, I think you can have that banner removed, like the banner controller, having the delete banner, add and create, everything is right here. So I think we're good to go. So first of all, we're grabbing the banner. So as you can see, we are getting that banner set banners. We're having the loader, like the loading option is model open, and also the delete model open, and by so far the edit model open. And also we are providing that selected banner portion. So now here is coming on that from loading, refreshing, I use private is admin. So this is the property value giving the from add and from edit. Right now at the top, I think, okay, here and here. So this is the one schema. I don't want to pass that. I'm going to go with my validation. And here I'm going to provide that entire schema portion, which I really, really like. Okay, so that's our schema should be right here. So banner schema. Okay. Okay, schema is not defined. Why? It should be defined. We already imported it. Banner page, banner schema is not defined. Did you call it? Yeah, that's the banner schema, which we are getting directly from there. Export const banner schema. this is kind of not cool. And also I'm going to take back the type. Okay, so type, that should be grabbing here. So let's make that export the banner. Gonna be getting the type from there, state property from there, so banner from there. Okay, cool, that should work. Okay, so right now what actually happened to be there, we're getting the add, getting the edit method, getting the fetch banners method, where we don't want to allow the response, so getting the error property and the refresh property here, which is getting that banners / banners. Now directly fetching there, no pagination and others, added model there here for the delete operation, and also the add banner. And if you just click on that model here, we're gonna go directly on that similar property here. So let's say I'm gonna just copy that. So let's copy and paste that, also this one, which gonna be passing that same value, and from 50 hot deal, so from 50, and also the type, which gonna be coming as the hot deal. We can just initialize the type the way we want, and after that we can directly go in our images, and over in the images gonna be good back to the banner. So this is the first banner which we are looking forward to and creating the banner. So we should be able to see our banner together, and then we can also be able to update the banner. If you refresh, it can always refresh the banner property. And if we go directly to grab the second banner itself, we can also grab it well. So let's go and put it like that, and here it's gonna be coming for the baby steel product. So baby steel starting from 70, and again that should be also coming as a hot deal. And now we're gonna just provide that one, which gonna be coming as a small banner properties, and then it's just gonna be uploading as such. So we're just adding there. So we have the two banners. So this is the banner statement. So that's the style you can change, because that's the same banner, same classification we have been done by so far. So as you can see, this is very cool to do in. So right now, after that, we have one parameter which where we are actually happen to be that invoices parameter, which we need to go with the calculation of the orders. Without orders, we cannot go and modify. We have the orders route where we need to have those orders. Otherwise, you can't do with that. Then we have the accounts where all the calculation gonna be coming from the accounts statement. Then we're having the dashboard. Now in that dashboard, we can now pouring the data, because we have the user, products, categories, brands, and it doesn't have the orders. We can bring it later, but we have the categories distribution, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go directly here in the pages, should be coming over here in the dashboard property, right? So the dashboard, we can just go align with that, so that we can pouring a lot of data together. So what kind of things we can go and to do with the dashboard property, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pouring the data in a very legit way, so that it can really make a lot of sense. And for the charts property, we can just simply go with that npm, and we're gonna use that our rechars, so that should be rechars here. So that's the one which we're going to use to combining and show all the chars functionality here. I'm going to copy that over here, and then I'm going to go in my admin. I'm going to just install this one to let it work and flourish within my parameter. And also to go and to do work with that, I need to keep that here. So should be initializing some of the parameter itself. So first of all, we need to grab a lot of data property, right? So if we just go in that states route, so you can see the states controller, we are passing all the value here, all the route is set. So we can now go and hit back the data together. So first of all, to go start with that, we need to go and say, we will make some interface here. So at the top, that should be our states data, which gonna be having a counts, like the calculation counts value, or instead of keeping there, we can simply go up the type, and here we can just simply pass that. Should be export, you can put type or interface, that's up to you. So right now, what is happening in the counts, we have the user number, products count, categories count, brands count, orders, revenue count, and the role is coming, category is coming, brands also coming. So that's the interface which we're gonna use. And also we're gonna use some of the static colors by to maintain that maintain to property value to go and see and sleek design. So that's the color property we are providing for the recharge to go through that blue, indigo, purple, red, and green. So that's the colors ratio we're gonna decipher. And also we're gonna provide some of the parameter which is gonna be passing that as the container variance, which the hidden opacity should be 0, visible opacity 1, transition for the staggered children 0.02. And the same way the current variance should be passing in that ratio. And after that, we're gonna go and bring back our things together. So this is the dashboard page, and then we're gonna having our states data here. Then also you're gonna provide that user state parameter here. We're gonna use the Axios private here to get the data, and the toast we're gonna use directly. First of all, we're going to also make that currency parameter here. So should be the format currency for international currency conversion. We're going to use the USD currency format to go international wise, especially for in the dashboard. You can see all the currency setup is showing in the dollar statement for the revenue purpose and others. So we're going to also make things work like so far. And first of all, we need to go and fetch the property, fetch the data. So it's simple. We're going to just call a function here, which you already did that. Instead of calling the function directly, we can just call the function using directly in the use effect, because previously we're using the independent function. Right now we are calling the function within the property of that fetch. Like so, this is the use effect. So fetch is states property. Here we're gonna go with the Axios private dot get states property, and then we are getting the response, and we are providing the data right here. And now if you want to go with that states route, you need to have that protect. So either you need to be admin, or you need to have a user to go with that. And also you can just go like make it as admin. If you just go that, let's say I also need to be only admin can access, you can add that, so only admin can access the dashboard. Right, so now here in the dashboard we need to start pouring the data to looking it better. So now we're going to bring back everything here. So in the div we're going to provide a lot of things properly. So I'm going to just put some of the class name over here to make it look nicer. So that thing's going to be coming up all together. Okay, there is some problem. So in the users we're having that. In the dashboard parameter, this header is getting a little bit squash it together. Why? So let's go. I think maybe we are mixing something. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. Okay, yeah, that should be done for there. Okay, it's getting only for that minimum screen is getting there, so it's crashing it all together. Okay, right now what we have a very good scenario by which we can directly go and inject all the property. And right now, of course, we need to provide some of the data. If we have the loading state, like loading, then we're going to provide that our, let's say, dashboard skeleton, which we haven't created before. And then if there is the data, we're going to just simply pass the div. And here we're going to pass an h1 tag, should be, let's say, dashboard overview. And of course, we need to provide, I think I missed this one. So dashboard. Okay, so now if we just make that reloading, you can see how this things is working. So that's the thing's gonna be working perfectly aligned. And I think also this one should be not taking that particularly for the minimum height and width. So I think if we have screen property, no, it doesn't have that value, but still we're just crashing it with that layer parameter anyway. I think it's just crashing it because this one is crashing it together. So what we can do, animate rounded pulse. If we okay, if we just make something, this one outman word anyway, yeah, we can fix that later. But now for, I think we have the live is still having the issue. Okay, live having that same parameter which we didn't fix it yet. No, live is okay, but why our this segment is not okay? Okay, anyway, we can fix that, so no worries. Now over here in the dashboard, so we can go directly on that. So let's just go and provide some of the class name for it, which gonna be like that. So, and also we can just simply make that div over here, put a class name, and then we're gonna just, yeah, I think no need to put any kind of stagger ratio here. Now what we're gonna do for the states property, we're gonna provide some of the data statement right now. So after the div, we're gonna have those data statement, and I'm going to explain one by one, so no worries about that. And for the parameter over here, we're going to bring back a lot of things from the charts over here. So at the top, we can just import that entire statement for the chart, chart, bar, cell, x-axis, y-axis, and let's say the cars. It's that the I think that Cartesian grid tooltip, legend, then responsive container, pie chart, and pie. And also happen to be there in the lucid icon. We're gonna have some more icon from there, especially to grab that user shopping bag tag, bookmark, package, and the $sign. And also we're gonna having that cart container and also the others. So we're gonna bring back the cart container here. Okay, so right now if you go at the top layer here, we have the motion div, but I'm not using the motion right here. But I told you, for you can use the motion if you wanted to, but right now I'm gonna just go and make that one as simple as it is. No need to use the motion. So I'm going to skip the variant. I'm going to skip the card variant too. And then for the states card, right now I'm not having that structure, so should be states card. I'm going to just bring back that one, which you can simply use that. So should be coming in that our components. So here you can just simply pass it. So that's the state cards. So the link is coming not React Router DOM, should be React Router only, as we are using the updated version. So here we're going to provide that statement by which we're going to providing the data. I'm going to come back in later on, so just import it. Now over here also, okay, the motion is used so far on. I think, yeah, I'm going to go with the motion. Okay, let's just pouring that because as we're using it lots of the places here, so I think I can simply go with the import, should be coming as motion, and that should be coming from motion, not module, motion react. Okay, so the states card should be coming here, and the card variance, okay, the card variance is right here, so should work. Now over here it's going to be providing the value here. I think this variant is not working properly. It's because of that motion which we are using, because we're using the motion directly in the motion, not the framer motion. So that can be making some issue. If we go directly in the packages, we have we are using the motion directly from motion, not framer motion. Yeah, directly the motion. So that's the issue. Anyway, we can see if the error is persisting, then we can fix that too. So right now, I think the percent and others. Okay, I'm gonna save that. Let's see if we're popping something or not. I'm gonna reload it, and if the error is persisting, we can go and fixably just rewrite that again. So it's loading, is still loading. I think something maybe broke. Okay, we're getting the data. So we're our colors is not working. No worries. We're gonna see we have the users, products, categories, bands, total orders, and total revenue. So now we're gonna go and hinder why the other parameter is not worked. So first of all, this is our colors. Okay, this is our container value opacity. And after there, our number states coming directly there. So the variance, which gonna coming for the card variance. So this is the card variance over here. I'm gonna also just get that npm I framer FRA framer motion, just to see if we're having anything to be okay. I think I forgot the name of it, so let's just go at the top, and then we're gonna use that. Even it's an old library, because now they are using the motion, so I'm gonna just use that just to be uphold, because in the client side we use the motion, not the framer motion. But here, as we did so far, it can happen to be providing some of the error, so make that reload again, reload the window, just to see if this thing is working perfectly or not. Okay, so right now, this happened to be a good velocity here. And also, okay, I think we're good. We're good, because the other property value is not because we have only one categories, right? And the card variance, okay, the error is disappeared. So I think it's because of that maybe, or because of motion react. I think it's just because of some yeah, it's because of the motion react, because the framer motion is happen to be to providing those criteria, but our new motion is not handling. I think so. Again, if we try to reload the window, I think that would be good. So we're going to use the framer motion just to adapt those things. Maybe the library is not updated yet. So right now, as we did, we can see over here, we are just generating the stats card. And if you just directly go in the stats card, as you can see, what we are actually receiving here, we're receiving the title, value, description, icon, class name, and href. And then for the href, you see if we click on the users, it's going to go directly in the user. So that's the value how it's going to sit. So also, if you click any of the particular data ratio, it's going to directly go and jump on to provide you the get that total value to work on that. So this is how it's going to render. You're going to have the card header, the title, whatever the title property. Like you can just make like if I just make that one as comment in the title, if I go, you see the title is gone. So that's how it's going to hindering the title, icon, and total value over there. So the revenue is nothing there, is okay. Then we're gonna also happen some more property here. Skip that, so no worries about that. It's just getting the typo error. So this is the entire statement for the, let's say it's the card BS chart over here we use to showcase the chart value. And if we add multiple products, like we have the best sellers and today's best deals, right? So that's the product, right? So we're going to add some more products. Let's go. And if we add, whenever we're going to add some more product, that should work directly. So I'm going to, let's say it should be a test product. So this is the test product, and here putting the price, okay, discount. And I think we're gonna make that best baby still, okay. And then we're gonna just use some of the product data images should be coming on the products list. Just go and use that. Okay, so now we're gonna have three different products, like three different flavor of products right here, and it should uphold to our database structure to provide some you see today's best deal, best sellers, baby deals. So if we go in the dashboard, that should be having two criteria of product right here. So that okay, it's loading. It just getting a loading time a little bit I think longer. It's because of my network issue, could be, it's possible. You see we have three, and the color is changed, so the color is coming like that. So if you have another one, diaper and wipers, you can get that. So the color combination is working. I think it's pretty cool and defined. So we have like an order value, nothing, brands one and others. So if you click, it's gonna go directly to the brand. So everything working perfectly fine. So this is the setup for your admin. As for the account and order and invoices, we can only come in here once we are having the data. For right now, if it doesn't have the data, it will not that much good to go. So right now, I want to finish one more property here, which is getting to be like the padding property here. I don't want to give a padding here. Okay, so hello. I don't know why this layer is just grabbing it. So this is the page here, right? So that if we go in the app, this is the header. And where is this the header, right? So the header is going to contain, so height is 16. Let's say we're going to provide a background color of red to see. Yeah, that's the red. But the background is not grabbing the 16. If we make 24, let's see. somehow is breaking the lead. It's because maybe we need to provide the height in a proper way. Okay, anyway, I'm going to skip to have that. So now should be minimum height should be screen. That's weird. If you can fix that, let me know in the comments, because this should be similar of that. We're using the same compartment to just go by, but somehow we are missing the. I think we are missing, or some manipulation is happening at this layer. So I think so. Especially for the div here, previously it has been gone through the space Y and providing a max width, a max auto. This one is not Rico right now. Okay, so that should work together. Okay, I'm gonna just make that padding disappear. So put a class name, and padding should be 5, space Y should be 6, like what we did for before and others. Okay, so this is working, but this header layer, if we go in the users, it's okay, admin and others. If we go in the dashboard, this is disappearing. Okay, there is something, it's appearing here at the top. You can see that, right? So I think this is the problem here. So if we go in the dashboard layout, so over here, something at the top, dashboard skeleton here. So that's by so far. This coming for the text. Anyway, keep it like that. If you can fix it, let me know in the comments. So right now you're having that. So entry statement is working perfectly. All other routes which we can now significantly do after happen to be grab all the products and others. So be on it. I'm going to push that entry statement right now so you can directly engage that. So what I'm going to do right here, I'm going to just remove that the env file. I'm going to just discard it, so that whatever the previous ratio here, you will get it as far. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to enclose my server, I'm going to enclose my client here, and also I'm going to lay cd into top. So I'm going to clear it. Let's say I'm here in the admin setup. So np, I'm going to make that git at dot. Let's see if you're having anything. No, not so far. Admin, that one, okay, it's cool. So dot, and then git commit, and here admin setup edits. Okay, and git push. So, and also git push should be u origin, then should be admin setup. Okay, so now I'm just pushing that everything. You can just simply find that in admin setup data structure. All the images is right there, all the setup data ratio is right there, so you can have everything there. So all the best, try to finish it up, and rest of the code it's gonna be coming part by part to you. Also, you're gonna build the client code gonna be there, and when you're gonna update, especially the the backend branch, it's gonna be deployed there also. So all the best, I'll finish that too, and then I'm gonna see you to build up whenever we're gonna build our client website and app. I'm gonna see you with that. Hello everyone. So in our today's video, we're gonna build up the client setup of our application. As we started for the Babymart, we build up our admin portion, which having the proper admin structure, as well as we are also building our server. So today we're gonna focus to build our client setup. Just feel free to clone the repository if you doesn't have that to purge, which is the client and server. We did all the things and all the code is pushed to that repo, so you can directly clone it and use it as you want. So the link, it will be in the description, as well as all other link, it will be available right there. So first we're going to run our server, and then we're going to start build, because right now we no need to focus on the admin. We're going to go and come back later on, as now our work going to be consisting with the server, and then especially for our client interactivity. So you're going to go cd into server, and then we're going to put npm run dev to start our local host spinning. As you can see, it's running in local host, so API server is running. I think we can just simply go in our local host 8000, and we will be able to see that our application server is running. And for sure, if we go in our API /products, we should be able to see and visualize all the 3 products we have been uploaded. Later on, I'm going to change my server setup so that we can get through all the product details, right? So this is the one. Then if we just go and take another terminal, let's go to the cd into admin and npm run dev. I'm going to just have you an understanding what kind of things will happen to be in our admin admin. So this is the admin setup, which having the full course admin viewpoint, and of course having through the dashboard. And if we go directly in our products, we should be able to see the products. Now the one thing you need to understand, every single images we use here all are already provided in the repository, and that repository is just right here. I'm going to just go and pull that for you. So this is the repository which is recommended to use for to get all the things, all the property value which is gonna come back. This is the one which is the Babymart YT. So here all the update portion is there. This is the main for the core setup. Then we are having for the branch for the server setup, where all the server code is right there. And along with the server setup, if we go directly in our admin setup, the code is already underlying right here. And today what we're going to do is that to create our client app. And of course after that we're going to also happen to be have our mobile application building using React Native. I know it's getting a little bit delayed, but we're going to finish that ASAP. Now you can upload your product right here. So I'm not going to go and hate on the particular instances, because I'm going to grab my product by so far. So as you can also see, we have the banner by so far and others. So I'm going to just close that one, because this is a very handy if you know what is actually happened to be in the admin. So I'm going to just go portion back there, and let's go into cd into client app. It should be client, not app. And here I'm gonna make that npm run dev, which gonna running a application right here, which gonna just coming and localhost 3000, because this is the application is the main portion of our application, and we build it using the Next.js, because our admin relying on the Vite.js, but our client is happen to be in right here. So as you can see right now, this is a very super cool and working perfectly fine, and underlying the things is very clear. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the server, and here in the .env, I'm gonna change my server, like change my database, where I'm having all of my products data, all of my categories data. So you can upload and then start from that on. I have been changed my data set, like the database for the MongoDB. Now if we go directly here, as you can see, I have total 19 products. So in that way, I'm just modifying them. So this is the one which you get a clear cut of the Babymart e-commerce platform. We have the client-side website. So this is the feature and other setup which you're talking about right here, especially if you go in our client. I'm going to just close all of that in the source, and here in the app, if we go in the page.tsx, this is the one actually containing everything. So I'm going to just close all of the parameter right here. I'm going to just take a div here. So let's just get a self-closing div. So make it here as a client application itself, and that gonna be changed right there. So now this is the setup for our at the new beginning, where we're gonna start building our application. So first of all, we're gonna happen to be clear cut some of the phenomena. First of all, it's gonna be coming to our, let's say it's gonna what kind of things it's gonna be evaporating. As you can see, we have the top bar here, we have the header and other property. So this is gonna be a kind of very cool setup. So first of all, especially if we go directly on our layout segment, we're gonna have a little bit of very good concation. So especially in the page, we're gonna go one by one to let you understand how we're gonna go and bring the scenario. First of all, we're gonna have to be like that, let's say a category section, it will be there, which gonna be coming at the bottom layer. And then also you're gonna happen to be our banner. Then we're gonna have our product list setup, and after that it's gonna be coming also, let's say it's gonna be making to that baby travel section. And also this kind of section you can add as much as you want it to be. Also it's gonna be, let's say gonna coming with that comfy, so should be comfy apparel section, a double p a, I think so, apparel section. Just apart from me, if I happen to be some kind of type of mistake, please forgive me for that. And then I'm gonna also make that, let's say, feature services section, servi. Okay, I'm gonna write it again, services section. So these all are the sections gonna be coming in our home layer. And if we go in our layout section here, so in the layout we're gonna also like gonna be making everything a very cool segment here. So as you can see below the body, like before the body, it gonna happen to be coming our, let's say it gonna happen to be our header here. It gonna be coming because every single application layer, the header and footer gonna be underlying there, and also gonna be coming a footer. So right now before starting, so there is one thing you need to be clear, like happen to be a clear concept in mind. This over here, every single setup is done just for let's kick start, right? We enable the Shadchan UI, we enable the Tailwind CSS, but something need to be clear up. What is that? Is that in the components in the UI, you see you have the button, right? But we need to initialize all of the components library, all of the UI which we're gonna use from the Shadchan UI. So you can just grab it all together in a very single instances. Just take a new terminal. I'm going to make it bigger, and then make sure you are cd into client, so you are within, like inside the client side directory. You need to be make sure about that one, otherwise you may have the fallback. Okay, what is okay, this error, ignore this error. This is not error, it's a side effect for the import or whatever, blah blah blah. It's not a problem. Or you can also remove that error. By so far it's just going to be creating, declaring your the module for the css, and it will just gone by. I'm just using an extension for the TypeScript, and that error is just coming from there, so no need to worry about it. That would be fine to keep it like that. Also, as you can see, we have all the setup, so you should not cry for it, but ignore it if you happen to be. Now what we need to do, we need to grab almost all of the things to require for the setup, like for the Shadchan UI, whatever the UI we are using and whatever the configuration which we are going to set up. So first of all, let's say it's gonna be npx Shadchan at latest, and then we're gonna go, I'm gonna try with an alert dialog. If we just see if the dialog is just coming up, then I'm gonna just provide this entire segment to go and work with it. As you can see, it's checking the registry and installing the dependencies, which gonna be the Redis UI from the React alert dialog. So we need to be confirming all of that. So as you can see, all the setup is configured. So okay, there is slot, and because I think that should be coming as manual, I'm going to keep it later. I'm going to try another one, npx Shadchan at latest. Let's try with that. It should be alert. Okay, so let's see if alert is coming. I just want to check if one is coming, then I'm going to run a command by which we can just like install all of this. As you can see, we're having our alert, so means it's working. So okay, perfectly fine. And also you can check from that shadchan.com. Here you can see all of the components right here, how it gonna coming up. And okay, this is the alert dialog which we miscalculate on that. You see, that is how you can say alert dialog. So I'm gonna just copy this one. So right now if we just go right here, and this time if we try, that should getting the alert dialog. Maybe I happen to be made some mistake right here. So you can come over here, cross check all of that components. If you require, you can take. If you doesn't require at all, you can just remove it. It's up to you, but I'm gonna use it, so it's gonna good if you're gonna use that too. An alert is using the button. I'm not going to update that. I'm going to keep it as simple as it is. Now I'm going to write a command which going to be, instead of this one, I'm going to just write that all name. I want that avatar. I want now space, and just write whatever things you want. So I'm going to write everything and then going to hit enter. For after the badge, I also need to have the breadcrumb, bread, and make sure no typo mistake. And then I'm going to have a calendar, and also the card checkbox. I'm just doing it as the first scenario, so that I no need to worry about that. I know the all need to be working together, should be happen to be dialog, and from input level, and then pop over. After that, also I need to have that radio group, and after that also the select separator sheet sidebar, and some more is there. It's a lot of things there. So sidebar, and then it's gonna be coming skeleton, and the sooner you're gonna make it later, not now, because that could be coming for the like toast messages. Switch, and after that let's say table, tabs, and also need that text area, and then should be coming the toggle, tool, tip. Hit enter. So now this much components I need to grab from the section UI, which gonna be providing me the topmost boost by which you're gonna create a clean slate of design. I'm gonna close everything. So right now we're gonna start building the possibilities how we're gonna ensure that our application gonna stand out. So first of all, we're gonna start building the setup for our header, right? So as you can see in the components, we have the UI. That UI gonna hold, that UI directory gonna hold all of that components gonna come in from the section UI. Rest of that we're gonna just keep in the component. So I'm going to create another directory. I'm going to name as a header, because there is a lot of things going to coming from the header. So whatever the things we are importing in header, we're going to keep within that header directory. So I'm going to create a component here. Okay, in that header, take a new comp file, should be header.tsx RAFCE, which gonna generate a new file formation. So hit enter, that's gonna build up our header. So now we are having header. I don't want to get the button, so get it done like that. So now we are having almost everything properly aligned, and we are good to go. So first of all, I'm gonna go in my layout. Instead of that procedure right here, I need to happen to be provide that header, right? So if we go directly over here, as you can see, I need to provide that. Just make a reload, because as you can see, we're having that Tailwind post CSS. This post CSS is coming directly and definitely from the components which we use. So I'm gonna go open my terminal and npm I, I'm gonna install all of that so that it's gonna have that post CSS configuration, and it will not freak out and provide a very good scenario to how we can start building our all the setup. And also one more things I need to go and initialize over there as for the coming to be as the container, because the container gonna hold almost every single scenario, and as the container gonna be passing by, I can simply make that one in the components. Here I'm gonna take another directory which gonna be a common directory. We're gonna keep all the common file right here. So over here should be container.tsx. So this is gonna be holding every single container property. So RAFCE, and then okay, I think it's getting a bit of destructive right here. Okay, enter. So that would be the container for us. And after installing that post CSS, we make sure if you're still persisting the error, because maybe in our, whenever we are building the segment for our like the initial routing setup for our application, in the post CSS may not be happen to be that Tailwind CSS post CSS configure, because that line it should not be there. So make sure your post css.config.mjs file should be containing like that setup. If not, you're gonna have that error what we are facing beforehand. So we make sure you are happen to be have that current setup as well. So now we're gonna just set up back to clear cut our config file, like our container file, which gonna happen to be providing the data structure, and then gonna provide a proper ratio statement. And what we're gonna do here, we instead of providing an all of the chunk, we're gonna happen a two more property as coming to be the props. And so we're gonna define that interface, because as we are using the TypeScript, so should be interface, and I'm going to provide a name as props. And every single time whenever you're going to declaring or you're gonna just checking back the container anywhere, it should be happen to be the children by default, which is going to be react node as the type element. And also it can be providing that class name, either it can be there or it cannot be there. If it's there, it should be as a string. So now it's gonna be happen to be the children and happen to be the class name. And what we're gonna do in the middle layer, it's gonna just reviving the children by itself. And of course, we're gonna provide some of the custom class name here. And first of all, we're gonna use that cn value, which gonna coming from our lib. As you can see in the lib here, we are having one equals function, which actually removing the conflict about that Tailwind configuration setup for like whenever we are declaring the Tailwind configuration, it can either gonna be a miscalculation whenever we are providing any kind of structurable data layer. So in that way, if you're using the CN, it's gonna remove that config and it's gonna provide the classy CSS properties. So I'm gonna provide that max width should be screen 2 Excel, and as you can see, my configuration, like the setup for that like Tailwind CSS IntelliSense is not working. Even I have that extension which is gonna be name of that Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and this is not your fault. Even you have that, it may not work. It's because of the Tailwind CSS version 4. So now there is an update scenario how you can set up that, but I don't want to show it right now to you because I want to go the manual setup as much. Maybe you all people are most of the people have the same statement the way I'm facing right now. So now what I want you to configure, you see in my root I have the client, and in the client I have the source, and in the source I have my app, and within the app I have my globals.css. I want you to memorize where our application is lying, where our CSS file is underlying. So this is the CSS file which we are happen to be right there. So what I want to do is that I'm going to open the settings. I'm going to just open settings tab, and I'm going to type the Tailwind CSS. Now in the Tailwind CSS, as you can see, not the first one, the second one, which is going to be that config files. Let's add it in JSON. So now, as you can see, we are having like styles globals.css. So this is not be there. It should be client, and then in the client we have the source, then we have the app. So it's going to be underlined the Tailwind's experimental config file, which is going to be coming as the client, source, app, and then globals.css. So I'm going to go in my let's say in the container, and I'm going to just provide a padding of 4. As you can see right now, I can see it's working. So I can just provide the padding X, the vertical like horizontal padding is X4, and now I can see it's working perfectly. So that's the same scenario. You can configure and set up the config file and provide the class name. So now we're good to go. So this is the container which you're gonna providing that max width as a screen, and also the MX auto, so keep in the middle, and also providing the padding X as 4. So I'm gonna close all of the things. I'm gonna go back in my header. So now the header gonna be need to be amazing, because header gonna contain a lot of properties, a lot of scenario. But first of all, let us see if we have like in the app in the source, we should be happen to be just grab all the assets here. So I'm gonna just grab it for you. So that should be in our source, that should be the assets, and that would be there. So in the asset we have the logo, we have the payment, we have the small logo also for the footer SVG and others. So either way you can grab it, or we're gonna just try to fetch topmost from our server side configuration. So first of all, as you can see, especially here, the entire header is fully in server side. But the problem is there, whenever you're going to click on that, that should be the client side, because the client interactivity is there. If I put in euro, as you can see, that's changing everywhere. So whenever you're going to happen to be providing a click and happen to be the interactivity there, that must be as a client side interactivity. So we're going to load the server, especially in our servers header, especially in our server side. Then we're going to create the separate use client flag component wherever we're going to using the client side interactivity. And trust me, even I don't want to make a lot of things. It's going to be also working as a microservices, but I'm not using the monorepo for using like the turbo repo or others. Later on we can focus, but what I want to finish this entire segment, later on we can update the entire build within that monorepo, and then we can go with the tiny bit of microservices, how it's going to work and handle all of the tiny actions in very accurate. So we're going to do that later on. So first of all, in the header we're going to go and contradict the same way, the way which I told you. So now as you can see here, we have the header, right? But the header gonna happen to be a 2 segments. So I'm gonna take everything as a header. Now header, especially in the header, we're gonna also happen to be, let's say the top part of the header should be top header.tsx or FCE. That's gonna be the top header. So I'm gonna just bring that top header right here. Top header, okay, header. So now, as you can see, we have the top header data here, and also in the header, going to provide some of the class name. I'm going to provide a border of B, and that should be, header should be the ST key, and top should be 0, and Z should be a 50, and also I'm going to make that BJ should be baby shop white background. So that's going to be entertaining in that way. As you can see, okay, that should not be the light setup. As you can see, it's going to be baby shop light. No, it should be that baby shop white. So we're gonna happen to be the border, and sometimes maybe I will take that CSS directly and inject right here because it's just a CSS. So you can just type it and you are good to go on that. So first of all, we're gonna make that in the top banner. We should be happen to be a div, then we will have to be a container. So as you can see, the container, hello. So okay, hello. So now if you see the container getting a max width, you can see that. So that's the container you're gonna do, especially for that instances. So right now we also need to configure some of the setup so that it can really work on that. So especially in that segment, we have the help center, wish list, order tracking, and then we also have the secure payment and that. So we have the three part all together, especially on that ratio. So we need to create that three segment all together. So first of all, I'm gonna just go and bring those some of the class name property by which it can be looks amazing. So that's gonna be, I'm gonna provide that entire for that the top banner. As you can see, is getting the full weight, also getting that baby shop purple. And if you don't know from where those class names, where the those styles is coming from, this is coming, the all the colors is already pre-configured right here in line. As you can see, if you want to add your own colors, you can just replace it. Like if you want to change the purple colors, if you don't want to do that, you can just do whatever you want. As I want to make it a black, hit black, and you see the entire structure gonna take as a black segment. So this is how you can go and work as a dynamic way, and that's gonna give you a lot of freedom to do something more and better. Now in the container, we should be happen to three separate segment. One should be coming for, let's say it's gonna be top help center. Okay, should be top help center, and another should be coming for, let's say, or you can just put a p tag here, which gonna provide that 100%, and that gonna make say a secure delivery without contracting the courier. So that's the second statement which is coming right here. And here I'm gonna just provide that first statement should be top center. Okay, should be coming like that. So this the two value is coming side by side. And after that, we're gonna also happen to be another segment where it's gonna be, let's say it's gonna be just put a currency right here. So this is the three segment right here. Now in the container, we're gonna provide a class name, we're gonna provide a grid, and by default grid column should be 1 and MD grid calls should be 3. So this is the way it's gonna provide our responsiveness. As you can see right now, we are doing the things, our pertaining things all together. But this one is not so nice because the last one we need to provide that little bit difficult way. By default it's gonna be hidden, MD should be in line of flex, and also item should be centered, but I'm gonna make the justify should be end. I think I will make a little bit bigger. Yeah. So if we save, as you can see, now it's getting the actual proportion, right? So first of all, it's gonna be providing us some of the data, that data structure by which we can make it much more better, right? Of course, we will do that for sure. And before go further, I want to make sure also to have to another scenario. Like we should have some static data, right? So we need to go and keep that static data wherever we are looking forward to. So what I'm gonna do in the source directory right here, I'm gonna create another directory here, which gonna be a constant directory. So constants, and here we're gonna create another file which gonna have the data.ts. So this data.ts gonna like happen to be all the data, right? So the data gonna be happen that a top help center, we're gonna happen to be that top help center help wish list, gonna passing that to wish list, order tracking, gonna get that user order. So that's how it's gonna work. And we're just tracking the footer for 3 also. As you can see in the footer at the top right here, we're using some of the images, so those images gonna be coming right here. And if you are seeing some ads, please don't get annoyed. It's just to get some revenue to work on that, you know. I need to use that paid version for hosting and others, because so many people are working on that and you need to view that. So I need to keep the server running, and also I need to keep myself running. That's why I'm just running ads or some. If it's annoying you more, let me know in the comments. Maybe I will remove that for sure. And again, if you're still watching that one, please to like the video and subscribe the channel, because around 85% of you people are not subscribing. If you subscribe, it's gonna hit a lot on me, and I'm gonna do a lot of other things by to make sure that you are learning a lot from this channel. So right now, okay, we are happen to be that all of the segments. So right now we're gonna go in our top segment here. So a special segment where we're gonna define all of the properties. So in that div here, we're gonna just simply get our top help center dot. We're gonna just map with that. We're gonna just passing everything as an ID, and we're gonna just simply pass that as the link parameter. And on that link, we're gonna just pass that, let's say it should be passing that item dot title, and the key should be item dot title. You can also pass the key as the index if you are looking forward to. href should be taking the href item dot href, and also for, I think that's gonna be happen to be giving or providing three segment here. Should be coming in three data, which is the help center, wish list, order taking, and other property. Okay, it's just loading. I think my system getting a little bit slower. Okay, it's happened to be there. Okay, so now this is gonna be an status purposes on there. So let's go make that one class name. Should be class name, and we're gonna make it a flex, and then item should be center, and gap should be 5. So this is going to be providing a gap segment. And also in that href for the link itself, we're going to provide a class name. Whenever you're going to hover, text should be, let's say, baby shop white right now. So baby shop not light, directly white. So right now it's providing some of that a glitch on there. And we're going to also provide that hover effect. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, and the hover effect gonna contain, if you just go directly in your globals.css, you can see the hover effect gonna contain a simple configuration here, so making that as a easy in out duration 300 milliseconds. So that's the one is providing a little bit a good effect over there. So right now if we click on that help center, of course you're gonna get a 404 help page, because we doesn't have any pages right there, but we're gonna bring that out all of the things. So this is the one segment here. And for the another one, which you're gonna be providing that for the p-tech, we're just gonna make that, okay, it's coming duplication, because in the meantime on that like in the small screen, it should be the help center gonna be applicable, others gonna be hidden. So the same thing gonna happen there, same thing gonna be happen here. Okay, so now we need to also work for the currency and other. So first of all, we're going to create two separate components here. One, it should be select currency.tsx or fce. That should be the select currency, which going to work on that. And another are going to be, let's say, top social. It should be providing the links.tsx. So that two components going to provide the two certain kind of scenario. So in the top header here, so on that proportion, we're going to grab the two, should be select currency. So select currency, and another should be top header. Okay, should be top social links. Okay, so these these two together, so one gonna be injecting all the social links here, another gonna be providing that segment. So we're gonna bring that. First of all, I'm gonna go with that top select currency here. So in the select currency, that's gonna entertain a lot of, because we're gonna use the store here to store the properties right here, so that in that way we can happen to be the currency, whatever currency is gonna select it or not. So I'm gonna bring the state later on, whenever we're gonna happen to be get the state property. So right now I'm gonna go and provide some of the data layer. It should be select SCLE select should be coming from that UI select. We make sure you are not taking from Redis, or you are not taking from the dev picker. You should be taking from the UI select, otherwise you're going to providing the error. And here we're gonna go and do a lot of other things. First of all, it's gonna happen that to be that select trigger, so that it's gonna be triggering how the way it want to trigger on that. So in the select value, here, so over on the select value, we're going to provide a certain kind of select value here. Let's say the placeholder should be, I'm going to provide the placeholder of it's going to be as, let's say, USD. So by default, it's gonna initiate that use as for the USD value. You can see the USD value right here, but there should be an parameter by which like say I'm gonna just bring that and gonna comment that, so that you're gonna understand what actually we are gonna looking forward to. As you can see, we're gonna have that select currency, we have the currencies, and we also gonna have that set currency. And why we need that? Because every time we're gonna click on that, as you can see, we're gonna view all of the currency setup, right? So this is how we're gonna build the entire structure to go and overflow. But right now, as we are happen to be starting the point, I'm not gonna just pouring that lot of things right here, but we're gonna go slowly there, right? Now we can also bring the dummy currency. Okay, so that that should be, let's say, const currencies. So now you can understand what actually will happen to be there. So this is the dummy currency. Later on, we're gonna bring that setup. So this should not be coming from here. That should be coming directly from our like state mutation. Whenever we're gonna mutate our state, that time it's gonna be contradicting for or by so far in especially in that segment. So okay, what's wrong here? So currencies not like that should be equal. Okay, and as you can see, we need to default with the comma and lot of blah blah blah. So I'm gonna just apart from that. So this is the segment gonna be how the currency gonna be look like. Also, you're gonna just start like setting our store. I'm gonna bring back, and that you're gonna let's see how it gonna understand it all gonna segment. So I'm gonna just provide that setup right now. So in the select trigger here, so that's the trigger which gonna combine over here. So this is just gonna be passing a border of none, BJ transparent, focus ring should be 0, focus outline none, shadow none, flex item center, justify between px2, py1, and blah blah blah, lots of other things. Now after that, a select trigger. So as we are triggering the select, we should be happen to be that select contained. So select contained, and in the select contained, we should be happen to be, let's say, select group, right? So on that select group, it's gonna hidden on that as a select item. So now here we need to map through the property, but as we are just putting that, let's say I'm gonna just provide a dummy. Okay, just keeping that as a dummy property. As you can see, it's just getting a dummy, but instead of dummy, I'm going to just provide that USD, so that you can have that value of the USD, so that it can go and for the other property. And also it's gonna be happen to be that select label, and on that label it's gonna make that currencies. And for the item, it's gonna be providing the key and other. I'm gonna just keep that right now this much. Okay, so now you just understand we happen to be give back or providing back all of the currencies and other pattern. I'm gonna keep it like that, and now we're gonna focus on to bring back our social links parameter. So as you can see in the links, it's gonna be providing just the data layer. Now for the link itself, it's going to be coming as an array. I'm going to just bring back the icon from the Lucid React, which is going to be a four sort of icon. Going to be a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. I think so. Okay. Okay, so now this is the 4 icon which gonna coming back directly there, and after that we're gonna simply make that, let's say, social links dot map, and everything gonna be passing as an item. And from there, providing the same as the, not like that, should be okay, same as the link, gonna be coming from the next link, and then it's gonna be passing that item dot icon. And let's provide the key should be item dot title, as the both title is the difference different there, and href should be item dot href. And also for the class name, Uber should be, let's say, the text should be baby shop white, and we're gonna provide that hover effect just to happen to be provide some kind of calculation there. Now for the div itself, for the class name should be a flex, item should be a center, and provide a gap of 3. That's it. So now we are happen to be as the top layer of that. Okay, so I think this is okay, this is cool, but this is not so cool, especially for that HP tag here. I think something is wrong. Let's say put bg of rate. I want to see why it's not in the middle. Okay, so we can simply make that inline flex and item center, justify center, to just keep everything in the center. Okay, I think in our live, see, the same issue is there, but we fixed whenever we're building, that's how we do things. Whenever we are facing a problem, we resolve it at the same time, and that's how we keep learning on that. So now we have the top header, right? Of course, there is some part which we need to come back later on after finishing all the segment, but now we have that top header. So after the top header, we need to now initialize the other proportion of the header, which is going to be combining our header ratio. So let's go directly here. We're going to take another container here. So container, and in the container, we are going to have another div. And of course, there should be coming as a sidebar. So I'm going to just provide should be the sidebar, which is going to be come back later on. But right now, we need to provide the logo. Okay, so I'm going to go and create another common directory, common product here. So logo.tsx rafce. So that would be our logo, where we're going to show our logo, and the sidebar going to bring back our responsiveness, especially if we go over here. As you can see, especially on that sidebar, if we go a little bit, you can see the sidebar bringing all of the things together. So that's the sidebar gonna work and make things to be sure that everything working perfectly. And I'm gonna just go with the max width ratio so that we're gonna see what's actually we're building. So now for that logo here, it's gonna be a little bit a pretty simple structure. Okay, so how it's gonna be a simple structure? Instead of div, it's gonna be a link here. So every time we're gonna click on that link, like click on that logo here, it's gonna bring back to directly on our home. So okay, that's a mismatch, should be link. Okay, so here I'm gonna simply grab my image from next image, and here we're gonna provide the source should be coming as the logo. We need to bring back from our assets, so the logo is there, and also the alternative tag, we're gonna provide a name as the logo, and for the class name, and of course whenever we're gonna provide the logo, either it can take a class name as the prop, so should be a class name. Either it can take, or it can also work without happen to be the class name. So let's say it's gonna be class name. If it's there, okay. If it's not there, it's also be okay. So if there, it should be a string. So the class name gonna provide a cn, and here it's gonna provide a width should be 32 and lg width should be 44. So that's gonna be width ratio, and whenever the class name is there, it's gonna picture the class name. So now we should be able to get our data here. As you can see, our logo is right there. Now if we go directly in our help center, I think if we click, it's gonna automatically redirect back to our home structure. Okay, cool. So right now, as we are happen to be get our logo, now we need to make these things a little bit better aligned. Right now you can see everything gonna stick all together, like not shuffling, not happen a bit of room to breathe. So we need to provide that data ratio. Let's go in the container here. We need to make something better aligned over here. Put a class name, everything gonna be flex, item should be center, justify should be between, because you're gonna have a 3 segment right there, and you're gonna provide a gap of 10, and also the padding y should be 4, like the horizontal padding should be 4, should be 16 pixel by itself. Now you can see there's a very good breadth of room to be get aligned by. So now this is the one segment. So this is the div here, which is gonna be contradicting like all of the segments. So in that div, because there is like if we see an alignment, okay, there is some sort of structure which you need to follow. I'm gonna just break by I'm gonna break it to you. I would love to go with the responsive way. So this is the div gonna containing the sidebar and others. So it gonna be class name flex should be flex1 to grab all the available space, item center, and also the justify between it will take, and MD should be justify start. So it gonna go on that ratio. What is the start? Okay, justify center, justify start. Okay, justify start. Okay, and after that MD gap should be 12, so gonna providing a ease of gap. So after the logo, it also gonna be taking a dip where it gonna taking for, let's say it gonna grab a three setup, like three portion of the things. It will not take right now, but we're gonna bring back. So it gonna be for the order icon, wishlist icon, card icon, and of course it not be there like MD screen. It should be hidden. Okay, so it will only available flex item center and also gap of 3, but it will be hidden in the empty screen, like the LG empty screen. So it's gonna be similar on that, you can see. So if I logged in, there should be the other icon here. So this is how it's gonna be compatible with that, but we're gonna ignore it right now because it's gonna only hit after the empty screen. So now we also need to be getting another portion here, one of the important one, which is gonna be, let's say it should be search input.tsx. So this is gonna containing our search injectory, like how the search gonna work. So let's say it should be search input. Okay, so the search input button, as you can see, so that's the button. It would be there to bringing all the search input volume, and after that we should be happen to be another div here, and here we're gonna happen to be, let's say it should be the orders icon, the similar setup, and after that it gonna also happen to be, let's say wish list icon, and also it gonna have user button, and also let's say user button card icon. So this is the segment it gonna be coming. You can see it's just taking a line in proper way. So first of all, to go with that, by default it will be hidden, and MD should be inline flex, and also gonna be item should be center, and gap should be let's say 5. Okay, so now instead of providing that, like we can know what actually gonna happen to be there, so we can just simply bring back together, and from there user button should be removed. So now if we just come back, if we go smaller screen, you can see how things gonna look like. Of course search button gonna be hidden, but we're gonna bring back together. So now first we're gonna work with the search input property. Okay, this is one of the most important segment, especially in our build setup. Like whenever we're gonna click, you can see how those gonna changes, and if even we search, how searching going on, and is fetching all of the latest data. But first we're gonna make the design, then we're gonna go and see how the things can be run and how the things can go on that. So first of all, we're going to make that a class name. I'm going to make it as a relative, and also LG, which should be full. Okay, so that it can work in that way. Okay, we should be happen to be get the from and others. For right now, we will not go in that adjustable manner, but okay, so yeah, we're gonna go with a from property. So a from, and the action should be none right now, so we're not gonna keep any action in the from. We're gonna happen to be an input here. So in that input, we're gonna happen to be the placeholder gonna be search of products. So PRODUC. Okay, search products. So now you can see that one is right now here. So on the search products button, like that input property, we also gonna be happen to be providing some of the class name. So I'm gonna just bring it right here. So in the class name, it's gonna be flex1 rounded MD padding Y5 focus and other properties. So this is whenever you're gonna click, you see how it's gonna focusing on that. So that's what we are bringing back. You can see when you focus, we are gonna be a visible border baby shop rate. So this is what actually is going to do in that perspective. And also we need to bring a certain kind of notation here. I'm gonna bring all of those states right now. So as you can see, it's gonna using the user state property. Also it gonna right now I'm gonna just make it like that. Okay, so we're gonna just do it whatever we are requiring. And also yeah, so we're gonna only just use that set search and search value. even whenever you're going to using use state, right now you can see the header is still not in use client flag, it's still in the server side. So what I'm going to do, as the interactivity going to happen in that search input, I'm going to only make that component as a use client flag, and my error gonna be disappear. Okay, so now we are happen to be there, and also we're gonna just make things in a very nice and clean property. So the value should be, let's say it gonna be passing as the search value, and also whenever we're gonna on change, like we're gonna writing something on that, we're gonna take everything as an event property, and we're gonna make that set search property e.target.value. So whatever we are typing, value. So whatever we're gonna typing, we're setting that in particular on that ratio, and also whenever we are focusing on that, we also gonna make that it should be coming as that, let's say set a show result. We're gonna just bring that later on, because right now we're not using the focus property and others, so we're gonna show it later on. So right now we can also make that one. So as you can see, we have the search property. I'm gonna just make a console log here. So let's see the value search, and here we're gonna see the search value. So if we just inspect the data here, and if we go in our console, so I'm gonna just remove everything. If I type, you can see we can cache the value. So that's the magic things gonna happen by setting that e.target.value. So now I'm gonna also do some kind of notation here, which gonna make that one is a very, very good and handy. So whenever we're gonna happen that to be that we are happen to be getting the search value, then we're gonna have to be an icon, which gonna be an X icon. And if the no search value is there, we're gonna happen to be a search icon. Okay, so right now you can see the search icon is right there, but instead of keeping that one in like that, I need to provide that within an absolute value here. So that should be something like that, an absolute right tree, top tree, and width 5, height 5, text should be baby shop text. So right now you can see it should be underlying here. So that's the same thing is getting to be there. But whenever we are happen to be there, you can see that's the one is coming. And also I'm gonna just provide that property in that very good ratio. So it should be similar with 5, height 5, and whenever you're gonna hitting on that, we need to do something like whenever we're gonna on click on that image, on that icon, we just gonna make a simple function set search should be as an empty string, so the value should be disappear. As you can see on remove, okay, on remove, that's the one, that's the search and working in that decent way. And of course, if you don't make it relative, you know that is you're gonna find it at the top. So you need to make sure that your parent div is just relative. And also we need to provide some of the connotation here, and by the also we're gonna make it as a relative. By default it's gonna be hidden, only else can gonna be it will be flex, item should be center, just to keep everything nice, tidy and clean, so that we can understand a bit of better segment, and we can do a lot of things. So this is for right now, we're gonna keep it in that way. So later on, once you're gonna pouring the productivity and others, we're gonna bring back all of the segment. So now we need to provide that icon, right? So now why we need to provide that certain things in a separate way is because those orders icon, wishlist icon, user button, card icon, all should have the client side interactivity, right? So if we just go here, we need to create a separate function. Let's say it should be orders icon.tsx rfce. So that's going to be the orders icon. Then we're going to happen to be another icon, which going to be wishlist icon.tsx rfce. So I'm going to keep the wishlist icon, and then it's going to be coming off our, let's say, user button.tsx rfce. So that's going to provide our user button. So one more, it's going to be coming for that our card icon. So let's say card icon.tsx. Okay, so right now we can now, instead of making those things right like that, we can bring back our orders icon, and also we're gonna bring that our wishlist icon, and also we're gonna provide our user button, and then we can bring back our card icon. That's it. So our for button statement is right there. For right now, I'm going to just go in a very simple and a logical manner by which we can know that what's actually happening, right? So now this one, of course, why we need to happen to be in client side, because we're going to show the count later on. But right now, we're not going to show the count. We're going to just simply make a package. Let's say it's going to be a package icon, and in the package icon gonna be providing a size of, let's say, 24. And of course, whenever the href gonna be, let's say, /user/orders. So that's where it's gonna take back. So right now this is gonna be happen to be there. And of course, we also need to be providing a span tag here. So this is the same statement and the same segment. It's gonna be there for all. And right now I'm gonna keep it as 0 to the class name. I'm gonna provide some of the distillate manner which by which it's gonna provide a statement on go, especially for that special notation. For, as you can see, gonna be an absolute right to top to bg should be the baby shop sky, text baby shop white, and the text should be 11 pixel, font medium, width for, height for, rounded full, and to keep it in center, flex item center, justify center. If I there, you see it's nowhere, it is at the top. It's because I need to make sure that this one to be in the relative, and also the hover text should be, let's say, baby shop sky, and also I'm going to provide that hover effect. Okay, so right now you can see that's the one. So now this is one of the graduation here. So I'm going to just bring back, I'm going to copy that statement, and now I'm going to go directly in my wishlist property here, and in the wishlist the same thing gonna happen. So I'm going to just provide like that, and this link should need to be coming from the next link here. It should be wish list, and instead of the package it's gonna be coming as an heart, RT heart. Okay, so now you can see that should be the heart icon, and another gonna be bring back our user button here, and the user button gonna be coming up a lot of classification by which we want it to show, especially if you see right now it's happened to be that welcome, sign in, register. So I'm gonna bring back after the card icon, because that user gonna be interactivity a lot more over there. So that should be here, and for that instances, for the card icon gonna be providing a shopping bag. So should be shopping bag. So I think it would be a very good segment here, especially right now you can see we have that much. So user button now be that is okay to be see the design, because right now this is gonna be other, this will not be there, because after logged in there should be a certain kind of different statement. So right now it's okay, I'm gonna keep it in that way. So right now we need to go and provide that user property here. So I'm gonna again, so for the user button here also it's gonna be combining a link here, as we're gonna drop it all together. So the link, and in the link it would be providing that an span tag, and I need to provide that of that, let's say instead of this one in the span tag, instead of span tag I'm going to provide a user icon here. And for that href, let's say it's going to provide the href /auth/ sign in. So that's where it's gonna head back to us. So you can see right now the auth segment is right here, and the size should be for that, I'm going to provide a 30. And after that, the user statement, we're going to have another span tag here, and then a p tag, which going to be, instead of p tag I can take another span welcome, and then another span tag which going to be, let's say, sign in /register. So that's going to be combining that statement. Now for this one, for the class name, flex item should be center, and I'm going to provide a gap of 2. I'm going to provide a group, and whenever I hover, text should be baby shop sky, and you're going to provide that hover effect. Hover effect. Okay, so this is going to be combining like that. Now to make it better, let's go in this span tag property, put a class name. Oh, right now I'm not going to put any of the class name here. We happen to be okay, that should be it should provide on that particular statement. So flex column. Okay, yeah, that should be coming on that. So now we know that how it's gonna be measuring on that. Or you can just simply, instead of providing that, you can just simply also use the p tag. Even span, it will not, but it's gonna provide some sort of this deletion later on. So text should be extra small, font should be medium. So like that. So we have the welcome, and for this one, the class name, font should be semi-bold, and text should be SM. Yeah, so now we have that. If we click, it will directly take back there. So same thing is happened to be there. So I think we are pretty closer on that. We happen to be in a very good structure ratio. So right now, as we did that, so we have the client application, we have our header. So now we need to provide specified our states, and also specified have the way we're gonna bring back the login, authentication, and other property, so that we can understand the segment in a better way. So we're gonna set up the state, right? Two more important things, because we need to go and start login, right? So in that way, it can be make a lot of sense. Otherwise, we cannot go directly in that initial layer. So you're gonna first, or instead of doing so, we can also bring back to our productivity, just to see if the property is coming or not, because we can just go and bring back our category segment here. As you can see, the category, the banner, the product, we can do in a both way. I think I'm going to go directly on that, fetching the product, so that it can happen to be something in our table to start with. Later on, we're going to bring back our authentication setup and others. Let's start building that. So first, we're going to build a category section. As a section is the left, so that's what it's going to coming by. So we're going to go in our components. We're going to take another directory here, which going to be taking all of the home statement here. So that's going to be a categories section.tsx. CE. So all the category property is gonna underline here. I'm gonna just remove other things. Should be category section. So now, as you can see, we have our category section. So now we need to do a certain kind of scenario by which can make things in a good ratio. So everything, whatever the structure, it's gonna be right here. It's gonna be within the container. Okay, so within the container, and here we're gonna just put some of the class name. Mean height should be screen, and also a flex padding wise should be 7, and also provide a gap of 3 if there is a gapping portion. So as we're making the flex, so the same is structurable data. So that's the two setup certain kind of things gonna be a file. So this is the one thing, and then it's gonna go and directly gonna have another div, and then it's gonna come in other. So like it's gonna bring the banner. So as you can see, put a class name gonna be a flex 1, and bj should be red 100, so that you can see other things getting the entire part. Instead of 100, I'm gonna just make a 50 just to happen to be there. Now we need to go in our category section. Here it's gonna so magic things gonna be coming all together, and we're gonna put everything as much as possible to align on that. And first of all, to go and make things look cool and better in the div, we're gonna make that one as a should be coming for, and in the meantime, by default it's gonna be hidden. Inline should be MD screen should be inline flex column, pages should be the baby shop white, and height full, padding 5, border rounded MD. So this is gonna be kind of what we are talking about. And as you can see, the banner and other statement gonna be there. The small screen is not there. So now we need to make some call to bring back the banner, to let the things gonna work all together. We need to fetch the data, which still, as you can see, we are not going to do in a client-side directory. We're going to fetch the data in server, so that whenever our application going to load, our data is right there. Okay. So first we need to understand how we're going to make the call, right? Then we need to go in a certain kind of scenario how we can fetch and do the other setup. So to understand that one, first we need to grab our, let's say we're going to grab some of the types. Okay, we're going to use a lot of types, especially within our application. So I'm going to go in our source. I think it should be good in our, you can either keep it in the source, or I think source would be do a lot of purpose. No, there is the type. Okay, global types is there. So I think also we can take another one. Should be, let's say, type.ts. Okay, so that will strict to bring all of our type, all of the product type and others. So as you can see in the meantime, on the type we have the category type, providing that id property and like the is in the category id is string, name image, and the category type should be string, and the brand should be id name, because this is going to coming from the MongoDB, so it's underscore id. And the product should be happen to be all the product ratio. You can just see whatever the scenario you're gonna have there. Then you have the address input, and others. This is the one segment, right? And then we need to go another segment. We need to go and create a configuration how we're gonna call. So first of all, I'm gonna go in our live here. Then over here, I'm gonna make a function called config.ts. One, it will be config.ts. Another, it's gonna be, let's say, api.ts. So these two things gonna be combining to get the call in our database, and then we're gonna get or fetch the data initially from there. So first of all, there should be an interface right here, which gonna be coming as an API config. We're gonna provide the base URL. Either the URL can be in string or is production. Either it can be a boolean property and others. So right now, we also need to go and provide. I'm gonna just bring back. It's just you need to understand how those things work, and it's fine. It will go in a very systematic way. And then it's gonna happen to be there is the get API config, which gonna be taking the types as API config at the top. Now is client, if type of is equal window is not equal to undefined, that should be an is client property, and so means there, if there is a window property, it's going to be an is client flag. We're going to first get the base URL as string, and if is client is there, our base URL should be the next public API URL, or it's going to be the local host 8000 API. So means we are just redirecting our server, and if it's not is client like the server side, we're going to provide that API endpoint. Otherwise it's going to get directly in that https localhost 8000/API itself. So as soon what you need to do, this env setup, right, for our environment credential is right now not available. So what we can do right now, especially here at the root of our client, I'm gonna okay, there is the env. Okay, so okay, it's right here. So we have the API endpoint, we have the API URL. So this is gonna be focusing especially on there. So that's what we are talking about. So this is gonna be meant to be in that way. And also if it's production here, the process env, it's gonna be as production, and also the env gonna be as production. So in that segment, what we are actually getting, we're getting two setup. One is going to be we're getting that base URL and its production. So whenever we're going to call that particular get API config, we're going to grab the two value. One it's going to be for that base URL, another it's going to be coming as is production. And after that also we need to go and bring back another certain information, which gonna be, because we're gonna bringing everything all together in a certain kind of motion. As you can see, we're gonna have that fetch with a config property, and by default it's gonna happen to be get that endpoint, which gonna be a string, and then options gonna be request in it, which gonna resolve a promise. The base URL gonna be coming from that get API config, so that's gonna handle whatever the API configuration is. A base URL gonna be there. If the const URL gonna be base URL, and then endpoint start with / and then the endpoint, otherwise /endpoint. So we are going to be extracting whatever the endpoint we are passing that. Then the default options going to be headers. Now we are setting the headers from here. We are also providing the revalidation as the 100. Either you can go to the 0 and to make that up next. Then the merge options is going to providing the default options, whatever is there. Then we are spreading the options. The headers going to be passing that the default options dot headers and options dot headers. So this is going to be passing that merged options. And after that, now is the time to go and bring the response. So if there is an error, you see the fail to fetch and providing the endpoint from which endpoint we are failing to fetch, and we are providing the error, throwing the error there. And if there is a response, await fetch. So we are using the built-in fetch method. We're passing whatever the URL we are constructing from there. So this is the URL it's gonna do, and then we're passing that merge option. So that's gonna be headers and other subsidiary, whatever the default value property we want to pass. And if response is not okay, we are providing the error. If the response is okay, we're providing the data which gonna be response.json. We are extracting all the data because we are getting the data as not as JSON, where then like we are making constructing back to our JSON from the stringify value. We're getting the data as JSON. We're returning the data after that. So this is the one certain kind of a scenario, and after that, this segment gonna be happen to be some sort of more, because this only happen to be get the data layer, because this after that property we also gonna happen to be that for the auth headers where you're getting the token, and after that we are validating the token, we are providing the headers, and also we are providing the build query string by which we're gonna fetch all of the query data and providing the query string params and others. Also the API endpoints, you see the login, auth login, register, auth register, refresh, auth refresh, products / products. So this all auth property is just here we are passing directly from there, and as you can see from the API endpoints we can just access all of those, right? So now we need to work on that API. First of all, we need to import all of the methods whatever we are getting. It should be from /config, and from there what we're gonna grab is that we're gonna make that fetch with config. So every single thing, especially if we just make that fetch with config, so this is the one which you're gonna use, which we're gonna return the data, right? So here we're gonna calling that one, the API endpoint which we're gonna use. And after that we need to, let's say, export const. It should be fetch data, and that fetch data should be coming as fetch config. So whatever, it's the same scenario which you are now using the fetch data, it's gonna be more meaningful. And now we also need to export certain kind of commercial, like export the new enhanced function, and that function gonna be, let's say, if you fancy, should be function. It's gonna be providing the export, and that data from it gonna be /config, and from there we're gonna make a certain kind of segment. We're gonna export everything. So instead of config, it's gonna fetch directly from our API. Right, so you're gonna have that fetch config, get API config, get auth headers, build query string, API endpoints, everything we can just clearly grab it from there. So now I'm gonna close everything from there. So this is the time where we can really work with that. So first of all, we're gonna just go and fetch the things right here. Okay, so first we're gonna make that, let's say, let categories, it should be is equal, and that should be let's say is equal to, should be an empty string, and of course we need to provide the type should be category, and it should be an array of category. That should be our categories, right? Instead of const, we're going to use the let value property. Okay, by default getting the const, and also the error should be an error, and either it can be a string or it can be null, and by default it can be null if we are facing any error. Okay, so now we're gonna make that try catch property value here so that we can get everything. So try catch, and in the catch property here we're gonna provide that error if we are happen to be grabbing any error. So I'm gonna just make it an error. So if we're catching any error, the instances error is there and the error message. Otherwise it's going to be passing that an no error occurred, and you're going to just get that log as error. And now const, let's say const data is equal to await. Of course, if we make that await, you need to make it as an asynchronous function right here. The entire component should be an asynchronous function. Await should be fetch data from the leave API, and over here okay, over here we need to provide that /categories. And of course need to provide the type here, which the type should be the categories response here, but we're gonna pass that later. So we're gonna make that, let's say, the categories should be is equal to data dot categories. And now it is not getting that type. We need to provide the type. So we can just simply bring back the type here. Let's say interface that should be categories response, and the response is gonna be, let's say, categories. Category should be, it's gonna be passing that category, as an array of category. So over here, we can simply pass that category response type. And we need that first statement. We can remove the second one, closing one. And here now, if we type that, you can see we are having only the categories. Okay, so right now what we can do, we can log the categories, right? So let's say categories. And if we go directly here, as you can see, okay, there is some sort of misconfiguration going on. Okay, I think, yeah, by default is getting that const again. It should be late. Okay, now if we directly go and inspect and console, and I believe it's grabbing but fetching nothing. Okay, / categories 404 not found. So categories functionality is not mimicking there. So I'm going to open my terminal here. I want to see the server. So over here I'm going to go with that localhost 8000. Okay, oops, not here, should be 8000 / API / categories. Okay, our category is right there. So means we are missing something. So if we go directly in our network, so this just call again, and that time we can see okay, origin, okay, it will not fetch here as we are calling in the server side. It should be fetching here. Okay, the response is not okay because the endpoint okay, cat, okay, we misspell, okay, GORI, okay, we're just making the misspell there, categories, that's it. So if we hit the categories, okay, categories, so that's the one, right? So let's go here and try one more time. Saying not found, so means our route is not found in here. So if we go in our server, okay, database is connected, everything is good to go. So why is not finding our data structure? That need to be underlined. It basically can be it's not finding the API. Okay. And here we didn't attach the API. Okay, right now, okay, we're good. We're happen to be get everything. Okay, now we're having all of our categories. So if we go in our category segment, we know that we are having the categories. We can now simply map through the categories to the design and make the other things in a pretty good and default fashion. Of course, we can also make the filter property, all the data property, like the way we are looking forward to, like that, feature categories, which can filter through that featured hot categories, which can make through the hot categories. So we can combine it, the data all together. So right now we're gonna just do some of the things here. So instead of that, we're gonna having a p tag, which gonna providing that the feature, not like that, should be featured. Okay, so that's gonna inline the feature data, gonna be providing a class name, font should be semi bold, and text should be LG, margin bottom should be 3. And after that, we're gonna happen to be a div. Now we're gonna map through the feature categories dot if the length is bigger than 0, okay, bigger than 0, then we're gonna do something like we're gonna map through it, feature categories dot map like that, and every single thing should be as an item. That's it. And after that, if there is nothing available here, okay, why we need that feature categories dot map? Okay, because we need to provide that no feature categories available. Okay, I think that could be cool. So yeah, that could be cool. So here it's gonna be like that. Okay, we're gonna passing that. So here everything gonna be as an item. So the item gonna be okay. Oops. It's gonna be, we need to provide some data here, otherwise it's gonna be starting to make things worst. So here, if the map in that map, we're gonna happen to pass a link property. So in that link, we need to provide some of the data. Let's say I'm going to bring back the image from the next image here. And in the image, the source should be item.image. And of course, we need to provide the link. We need to provide the key should be item dot underscore ID. And also the href gonna contain over there. I'm gonna go directly on that. Let's say the path name gonna be a / it gonna be okay / shop. And then the query should be passing as the category as should be coming item.id. So that is going to be where it is. So that's the one. And the author should be category image. And of course, we're going to provide the weight as the server image is coming with a 50, height of 50. That's it. So now we should be happen to be see the feature section is right here. I'm going to just remove that. You see the feature data. So that's what actually is happened to be there. So now after the feature, we're going to also happen to be a p tag, which is going to be item dot not like that, should be coming as item dot name. Okay, so now we have the two value together, and now we need to work a bit on that to make it nicer. Class name should be flex, item should be center, gap should be, let's say, the two of the gap we're gonna provide all together, and hover text should be, let's say, baby shop sky, and then hover bj should be baby shop sky again, but happen to be 10% opacity. Padding should be 3, rounded should be empty, md, hover effect going to be there. So right now, okay, you see, that's what's actually the way it's gonna be, and that is where, okay, there's something need to be changed. Some data layer is not rights on that, because we're gonna provide a class name with, we're gonna provide a 7 of width. That's it. And that's gonna fix all of the data. And also for the p tag, we can keep the p tag as it is right now, or you can make it a small p tag if you are looking forward to. Right now, I think this is really looking amazing, and it's gonna working perfectly fine. So right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back all other setup, all other scenario and specialties like the data, whatever data is gonna be coming through it, so that, okay, I'm gonna bring back. So after, so this is the one kind of div is gonna be here. So below that, we're gonna pouring all of our properties. So what actually is there, we are having that hot categories. We are happen to be the quick links, where all the quick links is available, customer support, special offers, shop by age. So this is the dummy parameter, but as you can see, the hot categories the same. The hot categories are the same. How we put that, we are mapping through the hot categories, because we are funneling through after fetching the data, getting the data from the server. There is still no client side interactivity is there, all are in the server side action is going on. So the hot categories, so the hot categories data is there. Then we're having the especially for the hot categories, then we're having the quick links. We're going to provide in the quick links that all products, new arrivals under 50, my orders. That's just a dummy links. You can do it as you want if you're looking forward to. We're having the customer support, all are redirecting to particular link as soon as others, special offers, like so. So you can add as much categories as you are looking forward to. That's up to you how you want to see it together, or how you are looking forward to make things better and make the devour in the way you are looking forward to. And also, I think need to provide a class name, and b should be 6. So the margin bottom is need to be providing on there. Okay, now we'll go. Okay, so we grab these things. Now it's time to bring back our banner and also to bring back our product. Now our banner is consisting two separate sections. One is that one, which is also a banner, and the other one typically another banner. And once we click on that, it will redirect directly to back to our shop now page. So these two banner are gonna coming from our API, so we can change anytime we want, and we can do and like make certain kind of things. First of all, in our home page where we are handling those banner statement, now instead of putting directly that, I'm going to go in my home component, and remember to make sure you are maintaining that directory setup, otherwise that can cause some of the issue. So right now, if we go directly from the banner.tsx, I'm going to just create that. So that would be our typical banner segment. I'm going to remove that extra BJ color from there, and instead of that instances, let's just bring our entire banner segment. So right now you can see that banner. This is the banner which we're gonna look forward and make things done with that. So first thing first, we need to get that banner data, right? To grab it, how we can go and do those things. First of all, I'm going to make that entire statement as an asynchronous function, because our entire banner, it will be a server side. And again, I'm saying that to you, that once we are building this thing, we're going to maintain the diagram. So whenever we can use the server side, we're going to keep that as a server side. We will use only the client side when it's absolutely necessary. Okay, apart from that, we are not going to make that. Okay, did we bring that? Okay, our small menu and other button. Okay, that's all gonna coming up. So first, the banner, that could be need to provide that data layer. And how we can do that? We need to just put that let banners, and the banners it's gonna be coming as a type of banners, and that could be coming like that, and it should be right now is equal to as an empty for the first instance. So now, as you can see here in our types, we have the type section, but if you just search the type, you can see we have the type also in admin. If you just come over here, you can see we have the banner type here. Okay, so that's the same banner type, the similar composition which we are going to use. So I'm going to copy that from it, and here I'm going to write it again. So instead of banner type, we're going to just write that as banners. So let's export banners, which having the ID, name, title, start from image, banner type, and the created ad is not required. We're going to not bring it right here. So I'm going to just import that banners from our types. So we are having the banner. Right now we're going to create the function. So what I'm going to do, as is in a server side, we're going to make that try catch parameter directly within this parameter, and we're going to make that if we have that error, which going to be console.error, and we're going to just log the error, which just we're going to see the entire error statement. And after that, we also, I'm going to open the terminal, because the data going to load in our server terminal. And right now here, we're going to bring back the data. So const data should be await, and we're going to call our fetch data, which going to be coming from lib API. We already extracted that, you know how to do it. So even you doesn't know, there is the repo, the code is available there. So you know how to fetch it, how to grab it, and then use it. And even still, if you're facing any problem, let me know in the comments. So right now we're going to just deal with the banners, and here we're going to just pass the array of banner, and I'm going to taking the first statement only, and from there we're going to go directly the / banner. So that would be the route to handle, and we're going to assign that banners, which going to be as the data. Okay, so that would be our data, or okay, what's wrong with that? So that could be the data. So this, as you can see, we're having the banner, and then we can rectify or pass the banner right there. And we can't reassign because we use const, we're gonna use let. So this time we can reassign the banner. So as you can see, same banners can reassign over here. So you can do, there is a lot of things, lot of ways. So I was just exploring some of the ways so we can do make that those things to work. Now there is other proposition, you can use that too. So now if you just look for the banners, and at the bottom, okay, I just move to the top, we have ID, name, title, start from, image, banner type, created ad, updated ad. So all the data is right here. And if you want to keep in the type, you can keep in the type, updated also, like as you can see here. You can also make that as a string, and that will also working for you. If you need the data, you can use it, but there is not required those data. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that image one. Now again, I'm keeping it as simple as possible without making any mambo jumbo. Just a simple procedure, that's it. Now, of course, there is a lot of advanced project is coming in the way. So especially if you people are following that project, which we have that shop card, I think most of the people, that was the one of the most utilized project which ever built. There is a view one, like version 1 is coming. Maybe it will drop after this, after the very next of this video, and there we did a lot of things. It's gonna be a very heck of a video, and of course you're gonna get the code for sure. So now the image one, it will be the banners, and from the banners I'm going to take the first one, and should be image 2, it would be banners, and there it's gonna get the image. So this is how we are going to provide the name. Now if we doesn't have the banners, right? Banners dot length is equal to, let's say, 0, then we're gonna just return null. Okay, so now as you can see we have null, but if we just go over here, if it's bigger than 0, then you can see no banner is showing. So that's what it's gonna do. If we doesn't have any banner, this like it doesn't have the banner, so this will not be shown over there. It automatically, the product gonna be at the top. So this is what we are actually regenerating right here. So what we can do, we need to create the entire statement over here. First of all, we're gonna go over here. If there is no banner, it's gonna provide that empty statement, and then if there is the banner, we're gonna return something, and that return statement gonna provide another, let's say, div. And on the div, we're going to provide a two separate div. So should be two div. One should be banner 1 and another should be banner 2. So this is the two banner which gonna be putting over there. Now for this pattern over here, I'm gonna just go some of the predefined class name here, which okay, which is going to be a grid columns by default 1. So if you just make a responsive method over here, as you can see, is side by side, so getting a very standard portion with the responsiveness. And for MD screen, get grid columns of 4, so we're gonna portioning, dividing. As you can see, it gonna 1 by 3 is gonna get only 1 column. So this is how we are dividing those statements. Now over here, so this is the one which gonna combine those of the maximize portion here. And in that portion, we're going to provide that MD as the call span tree. We're going to provide this as relative group, overflow should be hidden, and rounded MD. Okay, so you got the idea that, as you can see, it's separated those two statements. And also if you go in the responsiveness, you can see it's side by side. So that's what we are actually viewing to interrogate, bring to gain from there. So we did it. Now over here, we directly gonna import the image. Okay, so it would be our image. We're gonna import it from the next image, and over here the source should be, that would be image 1. And if the image 1 is available, should be coming directly the images, and the alternative tag should be, let's say, banner image. And then we're gonna provide a width. We're gonna take that image from the server as 800, and also the height we're gonna provide it by 500. And of course we're gonna make that one as the priority, so it's gonna load at the same time. And the class name, we're gonna make the width of full, and we're gonna provide a height of a 72. So that would be the maximum height for the smaller screen. And whenever you're gonna make that MD, so it's MD, then it's gonna provide that, let's say, mean height. We're gonna provide a customized height, which is gonna be 400 pixel. So this is the minimum height ratio gonna be extracting. And as you can see, we doesn't have that host name like this rest.cloudinary.com, which is we need to configure in our next.config.ts file. So over here, as you can see, next.config.ts, we need to come over here, and now we need to define that some of the pattern which can really helpful to combine of that setup. So first of all, we're gonna do several things. First of we're gonna make that images tag, so the images, and over here in the images we're gonna make that unoptimized. We don't want to optimize right now, just a test build. Now if you go in the production, you can do that. I don't want to cause my server a lot of headaches, so I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to keep it not now. Once we're going to deploy that time, I'm going to keep that on like that way. And for the remote patterns, which going to access those parameter of that server, like from where I can, the domain parameter, and here we're going to provide that protocol, which going to be coming as an HTTPS. So that's the protocol which we're going to maintain. And after that, we also going to provide the host name, and the host name which going to be the host name of the Cloudinary. So this is need to be providing over here. Otherwise, your system going to be providing a lot of trouble. It will not render till you provide that details to for the Next.js, like from which server. And now also you can make so many ports selection and other parameter which can really handy to get the exact point of that data structure. Okay, what is saying again, host name. Okay, did we just missed anything? So we provide the images, and then we make that remote patterns, And in the patrons, we pass the protocol, we pass the host name. Okay, there is one missing, the R, it was not copied properly. So rest.cloudinary.com, as we hosted our images in the Cloudinary. Of course, we can also directly go in the Amazon setup like the S3 buckets. If you are looking forward to, let me know in the comment section. So now we can see our banner is available. Now we can just go and render some other design to make it looks nicer and clean. So to make that, as we have that setup over here, so now we can provide the other design, which okay, the height should be like that, otherwise it will not grab it. Okay, and then we're gonna make that object should be, let's say it should be a cover pattern. And okay, should be covered. And also whenever we're going to make that group and whenever hover, that scale should be 1110, and you're going to provide that hover effect setup to make a little bit squashing parameter. You can see that looks nice, so make it bigger. Okay, that's similar of that pattern which we are having that. Okay, cool. Now after that, we should be having another button here which can go and do a lot of other things and do these things in a proper way. So after that image, we're gonna take a div. On the div, we're gonna take a p tag over here. It's gonna be take that image one. So image one dot, let's say it's gonna bring back the name parameter. As you can see, the base stills today, and also it's gonna take the h2 tag which gonna be providing image one, and that should be the title. So we're gonna get every single thing and all the one, and then we're gonna have a link button here which gonna pass that shop now, or we can just keep it smaller, shop now. And that shop now button should be providing the href which gonna be just landing us directly to the shop. So now as you can see, these three things should not be here. As you can see over here, we made it relative. So you're gonna provide an absolute positioning here, absolute. And then from the top it would be 0, from the left it would be also a 0, and we're going to provide you full of width and height. We're going to provide full, you're going to make it a flex, and flex column we're going to provide a gap of 3, and the item should be, let's say it's going to be in the center, justify should be center, and over the text should be, let's okay, not be together, text should be baby shop. Why is not coming? Baby shop white text. Okay, done. So now if we save that, we should be able to see it's going to the middle, but you see the design is not fully completed, but we know its placement is okay. So now we're gonna do one by one. We're gonna make things done in a pretty decent way. So first of all, for the p tag here, for that one, we're gonna just provide that font as bold to make a little bit a bolder ratio, and text should be small. So that's the one. I think that's the one make a similar sense over here. And after that, for the other one, for especially for the title, which we want to make it focused, so we're going to provide a class name over here which going to be text 4XL, font medium, and max width is going to take the 96. So then we're going to break and just coming back together, text center, and we're going to make it as capitalized, so the bigger one should be coming. You see the every letter is going to be capitalized up there. Now for the button here, we also need to provide that button in a very good symphony here. The text should be the capitalized, BJ should be baby white rounded full, and the background color is already taken from there, so no need to put that, just keep it like that. And for the text and okay, oh no, so it's the background, so you need to put that background, the baby shop white rounded full, font medium, text should be the black one, padding x6, padding y2, text base. And also hover on the particular button. We want the BG should be the baby shop sky 10 border should be the transparent, and hover the border gonna be the white color, and hover effect, so kind of little like that. As you can see, a bit of effect over here. You can also make the text as white, so I think that could be whenever we're gonna hover, let's say hover, text should be let's say it should be coming for the baby shop white. Okay, looks nice. Okay, now that's up to you. You can do a lot of other parameter. So this is the one image, right? within the same segment, within the same parameter, the next image gonna be coming the same motion. As you can see, the same strength parameter here. I think there is no gap, so it's gonna be crushing altogether. Now, as you can see over here, what's happening, we are making the same statement, same things, and also the same parameter name. You just need to duplicate it and then replace it. That's it. And of course, we're gonna make that once we hover, text should be, let's say, baby shop white. Okay, done. So now if we hover it, okay, so we have the banner. So this is a very simple way to generate the banner. So as you can see right now, we are now putting back, it's getting, especially it's getting in the shape, right? You can see this is really good and cool way to promote those things in a very decent manner. Now, if we click on that particular statement, as you can see, it doesn't have a shop page, but over here in our this scenario, if we put something which having the not found, we actually having a pretty decent not found page. So that's actually, you can see the slick design here. You can directly go back to the home and you can do all other chores, which really good. Right now it's not good at all, especially once you're building your application and we want a global not found page for our entire statement. I'm going to close the admin. So here I'm going to just provide that this would be that not found.tsx array-fce. So that should be not found page. So here it's gonna render that not found page instead of showing that all the black compartment. As you can see, we are having that not found page statement. So this is the beauty once you are building the application in a pretty decent way. So for the not found page, we can create, and because we don't want to be that one as a client-side component. So I'm going to go directly over here, and at the same time, what I'm going to do, especially in that pages, so we can keep it in the pages. So we make it at the home, or we can also keep it in the common. I'll keep it in the common as it's coming for the not found. In the common, we're going to have a directory where it's going to be coming for the pages. And over here, I'm going to put that as not found page client.tsx rfce. So that's going to render our not found property here. So instead of this one, we're going to just put that not found page, not found page client. Okay, so there you can see it will render that not found page client. Now we need to work a lot of there. So within that parameter, we can go and make those things done. So first of all, we need to have that our motion parameter. So I'm going to go in the terminal, and I think in the package over here for the client, we have that package. No, it doesn't have that. So let's go in the terminal. I will just directly go in my another terminal setup over here, and from there, let's cd into client. And I'm going to just render npm i framer motion. You can use directly the motion here, but I'm going to go in a both way. I'm going to provide the framer motion, and also I'm going to strictly bring back the motion here. So in that way, it's going to do a lot of other sense. So first of all, I'm going to make our entire statement as an use client parameter. As you can see, we are having that our use router here, which we're going to make that use router to navigate through. We have all the icons, we have the motion parameter. Now this is not the text property, or what I can do, I love to make it pretty much like providing the entire statement, because this page you can design according the way you want. So for me, it's just a simple structural design which we did of page not found. Now here, for why I'm providing that to you, because this is the basic standard of code. You can just provide the setup to any AI and they can generate. My focus is to basically to provide you the core build up, the core setup of our application layer. So this is the beauty of your pages, of your structure. Either you can put a light setup, or you can put like that a dashing setup. That's up to you. So for me, as you can see, this is just, I'm going to just provide you with an explanation so that you can understand a bit over here, so which can really make a lot of sense to you once you are going to debug on those parameters. So first of all, as you can see, we have the help. I'm going to go from the top. We have the router. Then we have our quick links here, by which we can just sorting to go through the quick link setup. We also having that popular categories here. We can directly go. You can fetch that from the database if you're looking forward to, but I don't want to call any server in my not found pages. Not that much good to go on that. Also, I'm going to go directly on my helpful pages. Now over here in the div, you can see the mean height and the maximum proportion here. This is the background which is coming from that particular div. Then we have the like full width and max width of 4 axles. So this is the one which combining those things. And over here I'm going to providing, this is the card which is actually getting. So if I put padding y0, I think, yeah, now this is looks better. So okay, that's cool. Of course, we are pending for the footer. We're gonna provide that. So now this page is containing that within a card. In the card header, we are providing that question mark and that icon over here. And then for the card title, we're providing the title. We're providing the description here, and that's the entire description which is providing right here. This title, one seems to have wonder of to playtime. Don't worry, we'll help you to find what you're looking for. Now, of course, there is the button here by which you can router push for back to the home. As we are, you can go through router, you can also go through the link. That's up to you. I use the button, so I go directly using the router.push. And then we are providing the text for the explore an amazing collection of baby products below. So that's the one which we are explaining to. And then of course we have the quick links, and the quick links which actually mapping through that entire link statement. So those the links providing a bit of like the design here, just a slight design, having the motion to provide the compartment of the initial motioning design, and all are as a linked parameter. Now you can design it the way, again, those some similar pages which I'm gonna leave it to you, so you can code, you can try your any of the AI, you can try any other setup to find a solution for it. You can build your own characterize, you can publicize the design the way you are looking forward to. But you know, the main focus here, of course, you're gonna get everything. I'm gonna go one by one. So now after that, we have the popular categories, we have the helpful pages. Those all are just we have the store information, contact information, and then we're having our privacy and others. No worries if you cannot go through it. Of course, the link, it will be in the description to clone everything, and you can have everything wherever you would like to. So now let's go back to home. Now in the home, we are having the banner. So now we need to provide our product list. So it's time to bring our product in the motion. This is very, very important because the product is going to play a very, very important role in our entire segment. So we need to be very careful once we are doing that. So first of all, instead of this statement here, I'm going to go directly in our home. Over here, I'm going to create a separate component, should be product list.tsx rfce. So that would be representing our product list. I'm going to remove this one, should be product list. Okay, so now we should be able to see our product list, and that should be at the very bottom of that the design parameter. So let's just go and start building the statement. Now the first ever the product list should be in the server component, because we're going to call the product and other parameter, the similar things which we did. So let our products, and that product should be a type of product which already there in the type. And right now I'm going to just provide an empty array over here. And if you can go and focus on the product type, whatever the product you're having, we have the ID, name, description, price, discounted price, stock, average, rating, image, category, brand, ratings, and quantity. So quantity as the number. Now you can see the brand taking the capacity of the brand and others. Now over here, I think this brand is similar, so we can actually referring that brand. Okay, no, the banner is different. Okay, right now we can just go the same proportion. We're going to go directly in the try catch. In the catch block, we can just simply make that log over here, which gonna provide that let's say it's gonna make that product fetching error, and here we're gonna pass directly the error. And for this one, let's make that const data is equal to await. And of course, as we make await, I want that entire component should be fetched in the server side. So that's same component and should be fetch data. And within the fetch data, we're going to provide that product. Of course, we need to define that interface here. So interface should be products response. So in that response, it should be providing the products, which gonna be type of product and should be an empty array. So let's make that product response, and over in the response, okay, I don't want the entire compartment here. I want just the first statement, the first parameter. And over here, we're gonna pass the route, which is gonna be coming for the products. So should be products and /. Of course, we need to provide that per page. And right now we're going to provide the per page of 10 directly over here to do the things. as you're having the fetch data, the per page going to render the per page scenario. Especially if you're looking here, as you can see, we're rendering the 10 products for particularly here. So we are restricting over here the per page maximum 10 products can be fetching over there. So now let's make that a products, and the product should be is equal to, let's say, the data, and that data dot product. So that should be the products. I think not the const should be let, as I said, it's getting the const, but it should be coming directly on the let parameter. That's where you can do the things. So now I'm going to log with the particular product data. So if we just log the products, and if we open the terminal here, so let's go back to the client, and you can see entire product data right here. So in the data, what we are having, that you can see the ID, we are having all 10 products ID parameter and others. So this is a pretty beauty the way it's rendering. So now we are having those data statement. So first of all, we need to provide a combination. If we doesn't have the products dot length, if it's equal to 0, means we doesn't have any products, or you can make that one as an empty category or empty ratio, as the products is gonna coming as those separate scenario. We can just simply use that isArray function. So let's go to the npm, and we're going to use that as a tiny bit of library. So let's say JS isArray. Okay, not like that. I think I have that package, so you can just use that. This is a pretty JS isArray. So that's the package here you can use if you're looking forward to, of course, use. Otherwise, if you don't want to, I think it will not. It will support. Okay, let's just try. Let's just see if it can support that TypeScript parameter here. So we can just simply make that one to be coming here, and npm I JS isArray. So within that isArray, what we can do here, we can simply contradict that is it isArray or not. So as you can see, we can import here, import isArray. So you can see is string arrays, number array, and then the validate array. So we can just validate isArray or not. So this is how you can see isArray is true. So you can go through the product. If the product have an isArray, you can provide that, or you can also go use that loadish for a parameter if you're looking forward to. There's a lot of other things. You can also make that like combination, like put instead of manually typing, you can use a tiny packages to do the things. But anyway, we can simply go and make those things right now. Later on, we're going to combine that. So first of all, in the return, we're going to provide a div here. So let's go in the div and p tag no products available. So right now this message it's not gonna show. So I'm gonna make that one as a not is equal to 0, so that you can see the no products available is right there. And I'm gonna just make it a little bit clutch here. So should be coming like that. No products available, just like that. I think this make a lot of sense. And in the page here, I think on the page itself, padding y7, so we're gonna having the product list parameter, and I believe so we can now also provide a margin top of 3, so that it's gonna not crashing with according to the banner. So even in that sense, so okay, right now we're having the product, so it's our time to show the product in our data structure. Now, as we have the product, so especially in the product list parameter, we can now focus to show the product in particular way. So first of all, we're gonna go and render this everything here. So we're gonna just make these things a predefined some of the class them here to just go and combine that to take these things. So after that, which also can propagate to having the margin top and others. So like so. So okay. Like that, while chat is open, so it's saved. And after that, we need to bring back the proportion of the product list. So I'm going to provide a div here. I think yeah, it's just need to reload here. It's not rendering the latest one. Yeah, that's the one which you're talking about. So here I'm going to take another div, and within the div parameter, I'm going to just go and map through it. Let's say products.map, and every single product's going to take that product, and from the product itself, we're gonna just return another, which you need to be, let's just say passing a p tag here. So let's say it's gonna be passing that our product card, right? And in the product card, the key should be, let's say it's gonna provide that product dot id. So that should be the key. And here we will be able to see all the available product card here. So now also that's the version here, which need to be provided a pretty good proper. I think this one is not required. I think 1 div is enough for to do the conclusion here. So first of all, you're gonna provide a class name. It's gonna take the full weight, and of course padding should be take a 5 of the padding. And then I'm gonna make it a grid, and the grid calls by default it's gonna take 2, and lg grid calls of 4, and of course we're gonna make that axle devices grid calls of 5. So that should be the for the larger devices, and put a gap of 3. So now it's gonna take the 5 by 5. If you go smaller, as you can see, getting 4 and getting 2. So maximum minimum is gonna get the 2 parameter, which can be defined in a very good sense, and lot of other parameter too. So as you can see, that's the same conclusion and property which we are looking forward to. Of course, the sidebar which we're gonna take back directly here, we're gonna bring that later on. So now we need to provide that product parameter. So we need to create a separate component. I'm going to go in the common, and here I'm going to create a unique component for all of us, because that we're going to use a lot of places here. So that should be our product card component here, and we are going to call that component right here. So this is our over here. So I'm going to just provide within let's say it's going to be product card, and here we're gonna pass the key the similar way. The key should be product.id, and of course we're gonna pass our entire product over there. So should be passing that product as the props of the product. So every time we are going to render, we're gonna utilize okay, did you import the product card? No, we didn't import it. We just rewrite that one. So let's import it right here from the common directory. Right now, as you can see, we have the product card. So let's go back to our product card, because we need to do a lot of work over here, because this is one of our very useful and fundamental card, which you're gonna utilize that one. So in our okay, I think the naming is not good. So it's a sum of it should be product card, product product list, and then okay, I think should be let's say product card. Yeah, that's little slight mistake here, and I'm gonna just go directly to rectify over there. Okay, put obvious. Let's just replace that. So now it looks good. So I'm gonna make that product card, and of course I'm gonna just remove that one from there. Okay, now we're good. So in the product card parameter, I want that one to be especially to make breakdown as the product. So the product should be coming and let's say in the sense of providing the type, the product should be passing as products. So this is the product data statement ratio we're gonna do and make things done. And now as I define that, so in that top layer of the div, we need to provide a link and the topmost parameter. So link, because whenever you're going to click the entire product, we want that to be pushing that to particular image, particular page parameter, right? So we need to get that image right here, and in that image, of course, we need to provide that href, and that href should be coming not like that, should be coming with the backtick. And over here, it should be focusing the force product, and then it's gonna go directly using that product.id. And for the image, the source should be, let's say, product.image, and of course, all tags should be product image, and we're gonna provide a width of 500 by 500 image. We're gonna taking over from there, and that's it. So right now we should be having to have our images, as you can see, and that's the for all the images. If we click on there, of course the page, it will not be found here, but we're gonna create it for later on, so no worries about it. So now also you need to provide some of the class name to make it looks a bit of nice and clean. So as you can see, we're gonna provide that class name for that. Height, width should be full, height should be 32, object cover, group cover is scale 110. Now it doesn't have a group, so let's go at the top. We need to make this one looks better. We're gonna provide a border, and rounded should be MD. So the medium round data should be there, and I'm gonna make it as a group. So group, and overflow should be hidden, and width should be full, and I'm gonna make it as related because the absolute data it's gonna go to provide on there. As you can see right here, that's the similar contradictory setup which we are actually looking forward to. So now for the link statement here, put a class name over here, and then the link, it should be actually that link gonna cover up for, as you can see here, the link gonna cover up the image. And as you can see, this type here is not providing anything, so the link, that's the anti-proportion where the link going to be holding its proportion here. Later on we can focus on to bring the other setup. So to make that underline, so let's put in the class name. I'm going to provide a padding of 2, overflow should be hidden. I'm going to also make it as relative here, and I'm going to make it a block. Okay, so now it should be happen to be see a padding here and that hover effect. Good. Now another one, it should be which gonna be a discounted badge, so by which we are going to showcase what kind of discounted percentage we are actually looking forward to. And to do that, we're gonna go directly in our common directory here, and in the common directory you're gonna take another file which gonna be make us that discount percentage, or discount, I'm going to just name the badge of that. So discount badge. So over here in the product card, we need to import that discount badge. So let's just, in that notion, should be discount badge. Okay, so the discount badge, we also can pass some of the class name. Now there we're gonna provide it two certain kind of things. First thing first, we're gonna take us directly that discount percentage as the product.discount percentage, and also the class name which can take absolute top 4 left too, because we can later on manipulate wherever we can actually passing that parameter. And of course, as we are passing the two value in interface, we can just simply make those things right. So I'm going to just make this one here. The prop should be discount percentage coming as a number, and class name should be as a string. Now here it should be coming as the props. Now in the props, what it's gonna happen to be that we're gonna get discount percentage, we also gonna get the class name. Okay, done. Now as we did those part here, we now need to show what kind of discounted value we're gonna pass that. We're gonna just provide a span tag here, and in this span tag we're gonna just provide the discount percentage, and that percentage value should be minus from there. So you're going to just provide a minus tag here so that it should be okay. You can put it here. I think it's better to put it here. So as you can see, that's the value going to be getting the minus value. So in this product, as you can see, 10% discount, the previous value is 55. By the 10% discount rate is there is 50.31. So that's what we are looking forward to establish right here. Now provided a class name, of course we're going to use the cn value here, which can really provide any kind of contradictory value to disappear, and we're going to make it a block. And of course we're going to make the background should be baby shop red should be there, and then text should be baby shop white. Okay, and okay, I need to go in my screen here, and after that, remember, it will not take the absolute value here because we didn't provide the class name yet. And the text should be x small, px should be 3, padding y should be 1. And after that, rounded should be full. And of course, there should be font should be semi-bold. So this is the ratio here. But we need to provide another one. We need to provide the class name. So whatever the class name you're going to provide, it's going to take a hit. So you can see the same ratio, same structure right here. And of course, after that, we just need to use a percentage value so that it can know that this is the value which we are talking about is just an absolute percentage value. Now you can see this is absolutely fine. We are now doing everything in a proper way, in proper manner, and we are good to go. So this is the link parameter which is done everything. Now of course we need to have that wishlist button. So let's say wishlist button, it will go here. So I'm gonna talking about okay, there is okay, why the wishlist button is not showing here. Okay, the button should be somewhere here because that's gonna add it to the wish list. You're gonna see why actually it's not showing here. So there should be the wishlist button here, but in production it's not showing, but we're gonna bring back here. So first of all, we need to provide that our wishlist button. So I'm gonna go and create that component here, which can generate the wishlist. Actually, wishlist property, I think it would be better to provide the latter part of the video, because remember our wish list statement is still pending to be compromising on here. So I'm gonna just keep it like that. So just keep it remember that the button should be coming over here. So first of all, we need to provide the details here. So I'm gonna provide a giving a p tag here. So it should be, let's say, product dot category dot name. So there you can see there's the same statement here, which can be coming after baby deals and others. So that's what actually we are maintaining. And at the top of here, we're going to provide just an HR tag. So just to provide the line here, should be HR. Okay. So that's the gap which you're talking about. So put a class name, padding X should be 4, padding Y should be 2, and space Y should be 1. Okay, so either you can put a px or you can just provide. I think the 2 is good, so it's gonna get the 4 pixels statement. Okay, now looks better. Now for the p tag here, for especially for the particularly providing the name here, we can just simply provide those class name here, which gonna combining is that the uppercase text should be extra small, font medium, text baby shop, text light, it would be there. And after that p tag, we should be having another p tag, which you're gonna combining that, let's say, product dot, that should be providing the name of that our product. And for the name, as you can see, this taking a big space over here. We don't want it to be taking that much big space. I'm going to make that a line clamp of 2, so maximum 2-line proportion it would be there, and text should be small, and I'm going to provide a height of 10, otherwise it's gonna crashing in between, so I don't want it to be follow through. And now after that, we need to also be providing a price container, like providing the price segment. So I'm going to go in my components there in the common, so it should be a price container.tsx, because we're going to render in that way, because those tiny bit of component we're going to utilize and use it and a lot of other parameter later on, so that it need to be like that. So in the price container, the price should be, let's say, okay, not the private, should be price, that should be providing that product dot price, and also the discount percentage, discount percentage should be, let's say, it's gonna be product and then discount percentage. As we pass the data, so let's go directly in the price container. Now we need to hold the price here. We need to bring back everything the way we are passing. And remember, as we are passing directly here as the property as props, so in the props we need to provide that as, let's say, it's gonna be coming as a props. And in the props, you're gonna receive especially the price and also the discounted percentage. Now, how the way we want it to show, that should be coming as this appearing value here. So as you can see, so that's the value which we're gonna combining it together. Now you can see there is a very static version. If it doesn't put that height of 10, like what we did in the especially in that name here, you see, I don't want to put the height of 10, right? Now what is gonna happen, you see that component, you see that value is getting at the top, which is not looks good. So I just squash it together to provide a height of 10. Now there is a lot of other way you can also solve that, but I feel suitable in this particular manner. So now in this particular behavior, we also need to have another proportion here, which is actually called the price formatter, by which we can format the price according to the country, according to the data available and others. So let's go and in the common here. So I'm gonna go in the common and create a new file, which gonna be price format. So formatter.tsx. RFCE, so that will help us to format all the price data the way we are looking forward to. So what I'm gonna do in this particular statement here, I'm gonna just bring that price formatter, and in the price formatter right now I'm not gonna provide okay, we can pass an amount. The amount should be passing that price. Okay, so this is the first statement to provide that amount data for this price formatter. So let's go in the formatter, how and why it's gonna be interacting in that way. And of course, there should be an interface here. So let's say interface. Again, I'm gonna keep the similar name as the props. So the amount should be the amount. It can be either a number or of course it can be as an undefined. Either the value could be there. And after that, of course, it can also pass the class name, which okay, that should be class name, which can be a string. And the class name is not mandatory. It can be there or may not be there. Okay, of course, this entire statement, I'm gonna pass that within the props property, and then it's gonna take the amount and also it's gonna take the class name. So right now, this currency statement, it's gonna, because if you go especially in the production, you can see we have USD. If I change any, like I want to change the euro, you can see the effect is going everywhere. And even you reload your entire page, you see how this thing is affecting. So that's what we're gonna create in entire statement. So this is gonna work like I'm going to handle it using the Redux toolkits, not the Redux, Justin, in the particular state, the way we are handling the users and others. So we can maintain that one within our parameters. So that's what we're going to build up, right? So first of all, right now, still, we doesn't have the state, we doesn't have the parameter. So we're going to go in a pretty simple way. We're going to directly go with the currency and to see what kind of value, what kind of parameter we can provide. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, if there is no amount, like we didn't pass any price, we're gonna just return as null. So nothing gonna be passing there if there is no amount, right? And if there is amount, we're gonna make that a formatted price. So should be const formatted price, and the price should be coming a new. We're gonna use the same similar of the JavaScript notation. It's gonna be coming as a number, and from the number it's gonna be coming, let's say I'm gonna provide the number of en US. Of course, the parameter, it will be different once we're gonna implement the structure there. So the style should be not like that style effect. The style should be as a currency, and after that, of course, it's gonna make that currency. Okay, why is providing that? Okay, let me try again. What's the wrong here? So we are providing the new number, and okay, we're providing the new number. In that new number, we need to pass the amount because it doesn't have that converted amount right now. So we need to provide the currency number. It's just gonna be the simple amount which we are providing here, and there we're gonna make that two local string, and the local string going to be, let's say, en. We're gonna provide that United States, the dollar parameter. Later on, we're gonna implement the different value of there. So we can provide the currency. Currency should be USD, and of course we can also provide the style here. Style should be currency, and of course you're gonna provide that minimum fraction of digits gonna be 2, and also maximum fraction of digits gonna be as 2. So that would be our amount. So instead of that particular div here, which we can now remove, we don't want to provide a div. We just make provide a span tag here to be a little bit in a very easy fashion, and you're gonna pass that formatted price. So now, if we look at here, we should be able to see some of the priceable data. No, there is no data available right now. Why? Should be seen here. So we're providing the formatted price, we are passing the amount, we have the price container. Did we bring back, did we? Yeah, we have the price container here. Okay, should be amount, the key should be amount. There was the mismatch of the key. That's why I love the TypeScript, because if we doesn't use the TypeScript, we don't know where the error is and why it is yelling on that. So that's the beauty whenever you're using the TypeScript. Now we can provide some of the class name. The class name, of course, we need to provide using that cn property value here. So should be cn, and here the first statement, it will go, let's say I'm going to provide this statement over, should be it gonna coming as that text should be sm, and font should be semi bold, and text should be, let's say I'm gonna make that as a text which is gonna be let's say I'm going to make that rate, and after that it also going to take whatever the class name which we are providing right now. Okay, so right now, as you can see, that's the price data structure which you are having right now, but it will not be, you see the dollar sign is right there, so it looks good, quite good. So now this setup is done for the time being. Later on, we're going to come back to it again because we have a lot of other things to be done in that particular statement. So this is the one statement value here, which are providing that parameter. So we can also provide some of the class name here, and the class name which gonna be a baby shop text light, line true, font medium, because that should be the previous price, right? And after that, we're gonna use another price container here. In that price container, we pass the amount price, right? So the amount, it should be not that particular, okay, not the price container, should be price formatter. Price formatter, and in the price formatter, for the amount, we cannot directly pass the discounted amount. We need to initialize the value. We need to extract the amount, like how much amount we need to send, because we need to do the calculation. So let's say discounted price should be is equal to, we're going to provide the price, then we're going to multiply the price, and we're going to host the value on that one. It's just a simple mathematical calculation, getting a discounted percentage divided by 100, just a simple mathematical equation, nothing else. And so then it's going to pass that discounted price. Done. So right now, as you can see, we are having the price. You can calculate it. If there is any mistake, you can just redo it and make it correct. Now for the class name, let's say make it, it should be a flex, item should be center. So every item should be center aligned, and the gap should be 2, and of course we need to provide that text should be small text. So that's what we are going to do. And as you can see, that should be taking a bit of healthy space right there. Okay, looks good. So now pending is that our add to cart button. This is also one of the very important parts of our application, because everywhere we're going to use that button. Wherever we are needing a button, we are going to use that particular button instead of making every single time a separate button and others. Of course, there should be an authentication parameter and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come in the product card, I'm gonna close the others. Right now, let's go directly here. I'm gonna go create another file which should be add to cart button.tsx, RAFCE. So there it's gonna be taking that add to cart button statement, and I'm gonna come back after the price tag should be taking that add to cart button. So right now you will be seeing that add to cart button should be appearing at the bottom of it. Now the button can handle a lot of other parameters. Right now, as you can see, I'm not logged in. If I try to add to cart button, you see either I can directly round back to the sign in page, or I can open a model. So that's up to you. I can be just the page redirecting the user to the sign in page, or you can just open a model similar as the sign in, where user can directly go to make the sign in portion. So this up to you. So now here, what we need to do, this is gonna hold up all the state management. This is going to hold up all the typical parameter here. For right now, as it doesn't have the state and user, we need to make it as simple as possible to count down, like the tackle through all the scenario, right? So what we need to do is there, we will just make a simple and simplest parameter right here. So that should be coming directly as a button. So let's go directly to the button here, and then we're going to pass that our shopping cart, and like so, and then add to cart. Of course, we're not needing it right now. Later on, once we're going to import it in a lot of value, we can just provide that. Now for the button, and we're going to provide a variant here, which is going to be passing that as an outline variant, and of course, and also we're going to provide the class name. So provide the class name here. Now we're gonna make, okay, the class name is still pending. So in the class name, we can either put the class name, because by default, we're gonna provide a lot of parameter. As you can see in the product card, where we're gonna define that I want to take the entire product statement from there, right? So we need to have the product directly over there. Otherwise, we can't do a lot of work, because whenever we're gonna add to cart, I need the product directly here. So this product statement and others, it need to be generating over here, so that it can contain all the properties, all the statement directly on that ratio. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide that coming as from as a part of the props. And in the props, we need to grab that especially for the product and also the class name. So right now, we're going to provide the class name within the ratio of the CN. And here we're going to provide the class name for that. Let's say at the first statement, the class name, it would be a pretty simple and easy. I'm going to make that rounded as the full by default, padding X of 6 and margin top of 1. And if we're going to provide any of the class name, it will take place. That's it. So right now, as you can see, in hover is taking the effect on here, but the gradual effect is not taking the one which we are looking forward to. Let's go directly the button components which we are happen to be there. So let's should be button. Not that button. I'm going to talking about the source UI button here. So also I need to provide some of the changes on that particular button here because we need to provide our colors, know the colors which it is actually looking forward to. And you can do it like that, or you can simply pass the color from the product card. That's up to you. But if you just look back over here, especially on that button parameter, because right now it's showing some of the gray color, but what we are wanting, looking forward to have that on, so you're hovering that, instead of that color, we want that color which you're looking forward to. So as you can see, the default one, instead of primary, we can just simply pass that baby shop sky, which is going to be taking that 90%. So okay, not yet. Okay, that should be okay. Or I can just simply stagnate all the button structure here so that it can take whatever the sizes which you're looking forward to. So the outline, we are providing the baby sky of 20. That's actually going to take effect right now. So make the color combination the way you are looking forward to, and that would be a very little handy. Right now, nothing gonna happen because we need nothing to be happen there. So nothing is gonna be there. First of all, we can just make an on-click function here to do the text, which can be really admirable. And the text gonna be passing a function which gonna be handle. Let's say it would be handle add to cart. And of course, we need to define that function, const handle add to cart, and that should be a simple arrow function. Then let's say I'm going to pass that alert dot alert, or we can just simply pass that window alert, window dot alert. Let's say hello. Once we did that, we're gonna tragically get an topmost error over here because it's gonna coming up. No worries. If we just reload, I think my machine is getting a bit of slower. So if we're gonna coming up, as you can see, we are passing a function over here, but our entire product card is still rendering in the server side. Our page also rendering in server side. So we cannot invoke the call directly here in that server side component. So you can see that's the error which we are passing, that even handlers cannot be passed to client component props. If you want to pass a client component props, you just need to make that use client flag on that particular statement use client. So now our entire, not the entire product card, just only that add to cart button, it's gonna be coming as a use client. And you see the function is working perfectly fine. So we are good to go to on that particular statement. I think so. Now, of course, we can show the toast message. If we just make that toast, I think toast is not defined here. So we can just rectify the toast here to be providing in a very good fashion. So I think we can make the toast, especially in the sonar statement. If we go directly here, so this is our page. It should be coming up within the UI parameter. So components, common, home, UI. And do you have the sonar? No, it doesn't have the sonar. So I'm going to just bring back my component statement here. So this is the one which we are looking forward to. We're using that use client parameter. I think we are not needing to providing the use theme, as we're not using the theme. So I need to also import that sonar here. So let's go directly, and PMI should be importing the sonar, and the use theme is not required because we are not passing the theme. We're not using the theme. we're just gonna grabbing that default value here. So it's gonna be passing as the sonar, and from the sonar we can directly grab that statement to go through to make those things done, like all the parameter of that state which gonna happen to be use that for the toaster. Now, as we have the toaster, we need to also pass, because see, the toaster, this is the actual toaster here. So you can also go directly in the sonar value of there. You can directly implement all of this. Right now, I'm going to get the normal. You can change the colors if you're looking forward to. So I need to go directly in my overall layout here, because I need to wrap everything within the toaster. So after, before ending the body, I'm going to just pass that, let's say, toaster, which going to coming from the sonar. And in the toaster, I'm going to provide the position, which going to be, let's say, bottom right. And of course, I'm going to provide some of the class name here, which just going to be a simple and slightest class name. The toast option going to be rounded LG, shadow LG, border, and the duration should be 4000 milliseconds. And here, instead of that window, I can just simply pass the toast, and the toast need to be imported directly from the sonar. And we're gonna make that toast dot let's say I think success is there, success. Okay, let's say button clicked. Let's see what's actually showing here. So if we click on the button, okay, button clicked. Okay, good. So now we are happen to be passing the button. So as you can see, we are almost completing overall the parameter. Now we're gonna do those parameter also. Later on, we're gonna go and providing entire statement to go to provide the state and others. We're gonna just finishing and wrapping up the design. So that would be a very good handy structure to go and finish the build. Now what you can do is that to bring the home brand right here. As you can see over here, we have that brand we love section after below the product. So we're gonna do the similar thing to grab the pattern right here. And to start with, in over here in the home, we can take a new file, which gonna be, let's say it should be homebrand.tsx or fce. So that would be our home brand functionality. So let's say should be brand, and we need to import it after the below of the product list. We will just get that home brand. Okay, so now we are having that home brand the component. Now what we can do, as you can see right here, we have especially this entire segment still as in the server side. So we can now fetch the data directly here instead of landing it or making it some other purpose. We can directly fetch here and then pass that as a props in that home brand component. Now we can do that. First of all, to before starting that, we need to make that entire component as an asynchronous function, because right now we're gonna just get our brands directly here, and that should be is equal to, and we're gonna await for it, and we're gonna call that our function helper function, which will be calling that fetch data. And here it would be, let's say the type should be a brand type. As an array of brand type, it will be there. And of course we need to just define our brands as the link over here. Now if we just go through directly with the log, and if we just see in the brands, and if we open our terminal, as you can see, we have our brand data. So every brand has an ID, a name, image, created ad, updated ad, there is a version variant, so everything is right there. So now we can show particularly those brand data, especially in that our brands component. So we can just remove that. And over here as a props, we can pass the brands which should be as equal to grabbing as a brands. Now let's go directly in our home brand. So what we need to do is that we will define as the brand could be as a property and others. So first of all, if we go at the top layer, we'll just make that interface as the property of the props, so that we can easily grab that. And we can just simply call that one as a props, like the property value right here. We'll fetch everything as the props, so that would be calling as a props, and within the props we're gonna just simply grab the brand's property and the brand value, so that now we would be able to see all the brand property details right here. So the brand is an array. We can now go and make some type check on that. If we can just simply pass that if there is no brands, right? So if there is no brands dot length, if it's equal to 0, we can just simply return as null. So you can just also make it like undeniable check. You can just go directly upside down, and as you can see, there is nothing available right now as we just dispatch on that particular instances. So now that should be available there. So first of all, so this div itself need to be make some meaningful contribution. So margin top should be 5. We're gonna provide a border, and BG should be, let's say, baby shop, and that we're gonna provide. I think that should be the white color. It would be good, and padding should be 5. Rounded should be empty. So that's here. You can see the structure is ready. So now we can align with the other property. And by the way, as you can see over here, we are doing the brand we love, then view all brands. So this particular thing is going to be coming as a section overview. So we can create a separate component over here so that we can easily call those scenario, and that can be done in a pretty decent way. So I'm going to go in my common directory here, and in the common, let's say it's going to be for section view.tsx or fce. So that would be a typically just as simple as it is a very legit formula by which we can go and show all the value which gonna be happen to be get the title. And of course I'm gonna also pouring the title. Is just a simple component here. So let's just go and bring it right here. So in the text, as you can see, it just happened to be providing the getting the props as a children. So whatever the property you are providing is just gonna be extracting over here. It's gonna pass the children directly there, and it will take the text as to Excel font semi-bold, and then any class name we're providing it will go by. So the same thing here, we're gonna import the title here from the text. And after that also we need to provide that link ref. So whenever you're gonna providing the link ref and others, it's gonna be intellectually go and make something over there. So first of all, we need to provide the props, which we can get everything as a props. So that should be let's say it's gonna passing that props value here, and from the props it's gonna take that title, not like that, should be title href and href title. And of course there should be another icon which is chevron right. So now this is the combination value over here to create a section view. So now as you can see, these 3 fields are mandatory. We need to provide the title, we need to provide the href, we need to provide the href title. So apart from it, as you can see, that's the title brand you love, that's the view all brands, that's the title of that href, and there is the embedded href which is already gonna route back whatever the pages which we are looking forward to. So that's gonna be doing right here. So everything encapsulated within a div property. Then we have the title, showcasing the title, we have the link value href title, and as you can see, that's providing to the href right there. So now we need to provide the value from here. We're going to call the section view here. So after that, instead of this one, we can directly call that section view. Now in the section view, we're gonna provide the title, which is going to be that brand we love. And after that, we will also provide the href, which is gonna be taking us to the shop page. And then we're gonna also gonna be happen to be the ref title, which should be view all brands. So particularly that would be the overall structure. And as you can see right here, after initially did that, we have that brand we love, and if we click on that, you see right now is 404 not found because we didn't create the pages yet. But you know what we are actually looking forward to, we are happen to be get it done. Now below that, as we are having that all the brand section data, we're gonna create another div here, and from there we're gonna just directly map through with entire brand is specified, and we're gonna take everything as a brand. So the brand, and over here we can just return in inline, which gonna be coming to as a link from the next link. And within the link, we're gonna take the image property from the next image, and on that particular image, we're gonna provide the source, which should be brand.image, which gonna be coming as a string value. And for the href, we are going to be not directly passing that. We're gonna provide the path name, which indirectly it's gonna passing to that /shop, and then we're gonna also passing the value here, which is gonna be passing as the query. So in the query, in the query it should be, let's say, the brand, and the brand name should be instead of the brand name it will go according to the ID. So brand.id, it will be go directly passing by there. Alternative tag should be brand image, so brand image. And also we're going to provide the width, which we I'm going to love to have the 250 by 250. So width and height are going to be 250 by 250. So that would be the image ratio. So as you can see, we have the images, but which is not so good to look in that instances. And of course we need to provide a key here. So the key should be brand underscore ID. So that should be our special key over here. Now as you can see, we have the image, right? And after the image also we're gonna have that brand name. So should be brand dot name. So that would be okay, it didn't close it yet. So the brand name, you can see, okay, that looks not nice, but we know that things is done. So whatever we're actually looking forward to, we're now capturing, and we are happen to be grab those things. Now over here, we're going to provide a grid method. The grid columns by default are going to be 2. As on the smaller screen, it should be 3 column. LG screen, it's going to be coming as a 6 column, and the gap should be 5. So as you can see, that is the gap, and that is the concatenation which we have been done. So now you can see we have that contradiction by which it looks very nice. And also you can provide a margin top of 3 just to be a little bit in a gap over here, or you can put it 5 if you are looking forward to. Now we need to make something better on that link parameter itself. So in the link, what you're gonna do, you're gonna make a flex. Flex should be in column, item should be center, justify should be center. So you can see everything gonna coming as a center align. And for the p tag itself, for the class name, text should be small text, font should be medium, and text you're gonna make the text as in the center. And line clamp 1, so maximum 1 line, and margin top should be not 2 but 1. Okay. So now, as you can see, this is kind of nice, and this is the, I think we are happen to be getting, especially not to do directly like that. We're gonna provide a width of 32 so that it can really take an effect on that particular instances. So right now, if we click on that any of like the parameters, as you can see, the same thing gonna happen getting to the shop, and then according to the brand ID is picturing over there. But right now, as we doesn't have the specified product data like the pages and others, so we are unable to showcase over there. Now this is the brand we love. Then we need to provide that baby travel essentials. Then also we have the comfy cute apparel, and also we have that why choose us and others, and this is just an ad. And then also we need to have our footer to be done in a perfect manner. So let's go directly in our page. Now this should be the baby travel section, right? So this is the combination which we need to create. So let's go back to our not in the common but in the home. It should be baby travel section, travel section.tsx rfce. So I'm gonna just go to create a single instances. So should be baby travel. Okay, now let's go back here. I'm gonna just remove others. So instead of that, it's gonna be coming that baby travel section, and close it. So now this baby travel section also going to be amplified to bring all the products data and others, and by default, and there is a very simple symphony over here. You can also call those products in the server side, and also you can call the products in the client side. That's up to you, but I want to showcase a loading instances whenever, because right now once maybe the first instances the product is not loaded yet, you see, so those load are gonna compile, and we can show those kind of models whenever our application is in the client side. But you can keep it server side if you're looking forward to. But for me, as I tend to text a lot of other things, so I'm gonna just go on and on whatever I'm preferring on that. So everything gonna be coming as so initial properties which are gonna be fetching on that product's response. So that should be initial value over here. and from there we should be happen to be have a two state value. One should be coming for the product. Once the product gonna come, we're gonna state forward to save that particular instances, and then it also gonna be coming the other way. And of course we need to make that as a use client flag, otherwise it will throw some error over here. Now we need to call those products, right? So what we can do, initial setup on that, we have the loading instances, we have that product instances. So we're gonna directly call an use effect function right here. And so from that function, we can just simply call and initialize the value property here. So first thing first, in that property layer, we need to make that, let's say, load products. So we're gonna just make that call, a function call on that load products, which is going to be coming as an asynchronous function. Let's just go and measure on that. So now we will use that try catch property value, and of course whenever we're gonna have an error in the catch property, so let's make that console.error. So in the error, we can just simply pass that fail to fetch baby travel products, and then we're gonna simply pass that message structure. Let's say we're gonna just simply throw the error to be seen, like what kind of error we are talking about. Okay, there is already is specified, so no need to duplicate on that. And of course there should be a finally tab, because we're gonna make that our set loading as yes, true, and initially once the thing is done, we're gonna also make that as false by so far. So now this is the combination which we are talking about. So first of all, in the try block, whenever we are we're gonna make that set loading as, let's say, true. Okay, so the loading should be a true value here, and then we're gonna happen to be have the response of property value here. Okay, why I need to remove that auto trigger on that. So let's just make true, it should be in the response, and that response should be coming as the response of, let's say, it should be a product response, and in that product response it should be coming await, and then we're gonna directly go with our fetch data value here. So fetch data, and over here the similar parameter of that, let's say, it should be coming in a product response here. Then it's gonna be coming as /products. So we are going to get, now we're not simplifying or getting the things in a pretty decent way. We are just gonna be simplifying over here. Now what we can do, we can just filter products for baby travel category. We can do, now you can adjust the logic if you're looking forward to. For me, I'm not gonna do any other parameter. I'm gonna simply make that one fetch the response. So response dot, which should be products, and then we're gonna make that one as a slice, and I'm gonna just take an 8 products from there. So this is the one which I'm gonna looking forward to. As you can see over here, we have total 8 products, so we are just forecasting to showcase the 8 products. So you can also toggle through, you can make like bottom to other, so feel free to figure out the way you're looking forward to. So I'm gonna just go on that just to be and combine on a particular in this setup. And of course, instead, I think for the slice, instead of that, I think from 0 we can put a minus over there, because I'm gonna just trigger up one property. Okay, I think similar. Anyway, keep it like that. Okay, so now as we are showcasing, so this our products is right there. We're gonna call in that parameter, and of course we're gonna call our load products function. So not the log, should be load products. Done. So we should be able to get our products right here. Now what we can do, we will make a simple loading instances, right? So whenever we are happen to be, of course we need to grab the skeleton from our UI skeleton. So the skeleton of the 8 array of skeleton, as you can see, the loading skeleton is going on because it is loading, and even we are just calling on them because we somehow that parameter is getting on the loading instances. So set loading is true. Okay, I think instead of, we can just simply remove that. Okay, so that would not be coming on that, because at the top it's already true. I think it should not be a good practice, or I think it's the finalize on that. So by default, it's gonna be as true. So once the function gonna run, it's gonna be coming as the instances value. And if we just go in the null check, you can see the loading instances is just providing the value which we're looking forward to. It's just providing a very good standard skeleton for the top value and also from the bottom value. Okay, so right now as we have the skeleton there, so now we need to provide the other property. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a div here, then another div, then it should be coming with another, then it would be a chart icon. And on the chart icon, it should be providing that a class name. I'm gonna provide a width of 5, height of 5, and then also it's gonna be, let's say, text pink of 500, just to showcase. So that is the data layer, as you can see here. Okay, so this is the baby travel. No, I think I'm in the wrong side. So instead of that, it should be coming. That's the second one. That should be coming for the plane. Okay, so yeah, that's the one which I'm talking about. And then also it could be coming a badge. So I'm gonna coming on the badge, and on that particular okay, I think the badge instead of self-closing, it should be similar like that, should be travel ready. Okay, and for the badge, I'm going to provide a variant. The variant should be coming as outline, and of course the class name need to be provided. Text should be, let's say, baby shop sky. So that is the text, and also border should be baby shop sky. So this is the same symphony right here. Now I'm going to provide some of the class name from the top. Padding Y should be, let's say, 12, and also BJ should be baby shop white. That should be pretty good on that. And padding should be 5, and also margin top should be 5, and then rounded should be MD. I'm going to provide a border, so that a very specified manner gonna be on that, so you can see the coolant effect on that. And after that, for the lower level of the div here below on that, I'm going to just provide a flex. Okay, I think there is a 2 batch over here. Okay, so everything gonna be a flex item center justified between. So right now we need to provide on that particular parameter space y should be, let's say, it's gonna be coming up as a 2 space y. And now this is the batch which we are talking about, should be flex, item should be center, gap should be 2, just to keep everything in side by side. So right now, as you can see, we have the table ready, and then we need to pouring up a lot of data structure right here, so we can do that. So after the below of the div, we're gonna happen to be have an h2 tag, which gonna be baby travel essentials. And this one you can use the title if you're looking forward to, but I'm gonna just keep that as 2 axle, and MD let's say text should be 3 axle. I think the 3 good would be good. And also font should be bold, and then text should be gray of 900. Okay, so this is the one which we are looking forward to. And after that, we should be having a p tag, and in the p tag it's gonna contain not so much text, just a pretty simple structure, everything you need for safe and comfortable travels with your little one, and we can just reduce that. Okay, so this is the one. I think we have the similar certainty, so we need to happen to be have another button here. So after below on that particular instances, we should be happen to be get a link parameter, and on that link we should be have a button. On that button should be shop all items, and for the link, let's say put an href over here, and that particular href it should be coming as for that it would be a shop, and then we will provide that as a category. The category is equal to should be the travel. So by default, whenever we're gonna render like go through that particular shop page, we can prefetch all the category which gonna be travel would be selected. And for that the trigger through for that button here, of course the variant should be the outline, and should be some specified class name, variant outline, and by default hidden, and MD flex item center gap 2, and little bit hover color to make looks better. So now this is the combination here. So as we are happen to be grab everything, so now after the link we have the div. So this is the contain everything. So this is the contain the topmost part of the top layer. So now this is our time to grab our product. So this is gonna be containing that products section. So in the product section, we're gonna happen to be have a div, and then we're gonna have that products dot length. If the length is bigger than 0, then we're gonna showcase the product, right? And otherwise we're gonna also showcase something. Okay. So if we doesn't have the product, so like placeholder products and travel and card, I think we have something. Okay, travel smart. Or I believe we need to provide such a, because we did a lot of category, a lot of criteria, so the placeholder products and others, so that it can make a lot of sense. I'm going to keep it there and then explain to you so that you will understand what actually we're looking forward to have it. And of course, as the code is with you, so you can combine it, you can keep it, or you can remove it. It's up to you. So but for me, I'm gonna keep the ROM so that you can have a bit of understanding over here that how it can go and how it can trigger up on that. So first of all, so this is the combination here. So I'm gonna just remove that placeholder things, and then we should be happen to be we need to make that if we have that products dot length. If we have that length, not I think products is already slices there, right? So products dot map, we can simply okay, we can simply map through it, which gonna take back to our product, and then we can simply call that our product card. Okay, I think I'm missing something. I may be missing something, or I'm gonna just go back again. Okay, so I'm gonna prefetch those things later on, because it's not it's getting very complicated. So let's just make that no products. Okay, so here is the no products, and if we have the products, then we're gonna just simply go with that. If we have the products dot length, then we're gonna have that products dot map, and everything gonna be coming as a product, and from there we can just simply make that our product card. And in the card, let's provide the key should be product dot id, and we're gonna pass the product, and the product should be the product which we are happen to be interlinked there. So now as you can see, we have the product value. We can now deal with that. And of course, we need to provide some kind of grid pattern here so that it can work in a pretty decent way. So now as you can see, we have the product data structure. Now what's gonna be if it's gonna be a null? Okay, so now we can see there is no products pending, right? So instead of that no products data, we're gonna have a different variables and different value property. So first of all, we're gonna have a card. Okay, so in the card we're gonna have we can, it should be coming as a conclusion over here, like card, and then the card content should be the placeholder products with a no travel products found. So as you can see, it's gonna happen to be the travel stories, so you can go and shop by. So we're gonna just creating some kind of badges here so that it can really topple on that particular structure, and then it can go and trigger up on that, like the product is not available, but you have that travel stories, car seats, travel bags, baby carrier. So those kind of a particular brand and structure kind of products you can have it. And if you click in the shop now, it will, you see it it's gonna take that particular structurable data, and that can only happen if we doesn't have the product, right? If we have the product, we are no need to worry about that, because our product can be highlighted there, right? So this is the product statement. After that, we also need to have that promotional banner. So should be promotional banner. So in the promotional banner, if you can just see here, that travel is smart and explore the collection. So this is what we are looking forward to have, especially in that promo. And of course, that's the same thing, same structure. So you can design better if you're looking forward to. I'm gonna just pouring that up, so as it's gonna be coming like just making that travel smart, discover our curated collection of travel essentials for stress-free adventures. Now, whenever you're gonna go directly on there, shop, and the category should be selected as the travel. And so this is the one by so far, and I think there is another one which I think is not mandatory here. So if we just go here and pouring that, so I think this is okay, yeah. So in the smaller screen, it can go here. So as you can see on the smaller screen, it's gonna be shop all travel items. So this is kind of combination here, which can really make some rhythm on that. So this is kind of a very normal and very simple and straightforward a combination over here. In the same way, at the same setup of that, we're gonna also happen for that. Okay, let me just go grab it. The similar pattern, the similar setup, we are just focusing to have it for our, let's say, comfy apparel section. So as you can see, comfy and cute apparel, the similar setup, similar products category criteria, and then the similar benchmark of over here, just to go and focus on that particular parameter. So right now, I think, yeah, we need to grab that product card here. So as you can explore at the same code pattern here. So I'm gonna just import it right here. So that should be the comfy apparels. And after that, we are having to be the comfy apparels. The one more thing is pending over here, which is gonna be for the feature services section. So that service is gonna be holding all the features, productivity, and others. You can see for what makes us special, why choose us, and high quality, and others. So this is kind of structurable data. You can go and predefine the way you are looking forward to, and also, of course, as the similar pattern, the static data right here. So I'm gonna just keep it as it is, so that you can also combine it. As you can see, this is pretty much a structurable services data here, which you're gonna have the shell, $, track, and also the hard handshake. And then we also gonna be compiling on data that states for the users our talk star. Then we're providing the badges, why choose us. Then we're providing the card, and which card we're gonna having that details right here. And then we're gonna have our stats over there. So this is kind of combination. So I'm gonna just go and get the feature section services. So feature section services. Okay, so now we should be also having here. So now this is kind of combine almost our home statement is just to be finished. So there is another portion which is still pending, which are gonna be coming up for our footer. Of course, we need to have the footer, otherwise it's not so nice to be go on and passing by. So we need to provide our initial footer value, so that it can be placing everything in a very proficient manner. So I'm gonna just create another components. So here first it's gonna be, let's say, footer.tsx rfce. So that would be our footer. So footer, and we're gonna directly import it in our layout. So after here, instead of that, it's gonna be passing at our footer. Okay, so now as you can see, there is at the corner, which we are happen to be grab the footer. Now what we can do, we will make the footer in a better align, so that it can go and provide a lot of data structure. Now for the footer, we should be happen to be provide some of the structurable layer, like the data structure, which is going to be coming as a static data. And as you can see, we have the information tab, which is combining that about stop services, privacy policy, terms and condition, and testimonials. So you can see the combination right here: information, customer care, other businesses. Then we have our newsletter, and then You see that that's the combination structure, and of course this is the top value here, and or just don't mind for that particular ads and others, so keep it in just in normal fashion. So now we're gonna also render those initial value property here. So this is the one which gonna you can just take your time to write everything from top to bottom. As footer contain two separate parts, one that should be coming from that, as you can see, the footer top data. So this the data going to be combining with that structurable scenario for high quality selection, and also the affordable prices, express shipping, and or free. So this is going to be combining there. So what I'm going to do as in that footer, it should be happen to be get that, let's say top footer. So top footer.tsx, and this is the top footer value should be align it all together. So what I'm gonna do in the top footer, it would be coming through like instead of, or we can simply remove that entire div statement here, and then okay, should be coming a container. So within the container we can just simply get to map through that footer top data dot map, everything gonna be passing as an item, and from that item we can just simply indent return, and here it's gonna be coming as a div, and on the div getting to directly on the image. So whatever the image which you are passing that item dot image, and also let's say the alt tag should be footer one or footer top images. That's it. So that's gonna be combining on that. So I'm gonna just go and structurize on that. So instead of the it should be entire footer structure, and here it should be top footer. Okay, so that should be also footer. So now you can see there is the top structurable data. We can see the images, but we need to make it looks a bit of nice and clean. So first of all, as we map through that specified scenario, we need to provide that key should be item dot, all the title would be a separate. So we're gonna keep that title as the key. Now then we're gonna have a div, and then should be coming an h3 tag, which are gonna be passing that item dot title, and then the p tag, which gonna be notes the description, which gonna be coming as the subtitle. And for the container itself, we need to provide a grid pattern so that it can overall provide a for structurable of data. So similar like that. So now as you can see, we have the for structure, right? So it's gonna be padding y5, grid columns 1, asm grid columns of 2, and lg screen grid column should be 4, and the gap should be a 5 itself. And for the div itself, which gonna holding everything, we're gonna make that one a flex, item should be center, gap should be, let's say, provide a 5, lg we're gonna provide that, let's say, border r, so the right border over there. And the last one should not be happen to be the border r should be 0. So that's gonna be, as you can see, the last one having no any kind of initial setup. Now for the h3 parameter here, for the class name, text should be, let's say, lg, font should be semi-bold, and also I'm going to make it a capitalize, and a margin bottom should be 1.5. And then for the p tag itself, for the class name, font should be medium, and then text should be baby shop, let's say baby shop black. And for the black, I'm going to provide an 80% opacity, leading should be a 5. So it's gonna be coming a little bit of loose. As you can see, looks kind of cool to be go and structurized on that. Now we need to provide that footer statement, especially for what kind of footer data layer which we are looking forward to. Here we're gonna provide an HR line, which gonna be a simple structurable line, HR line, which I think, did we have that line? No, not yet. So I'm gonna just provide that. It should be coming in the common. So that should be coming as an HR line, which you're gonna be providing a very specified line with full height 1, and the BJ baby shop black, which is the 20% opacity, gonna be coming up over here. And then we're gonna also providing that HR line so that it can provide a gap, and you can see there is at the top there is the gap over here, but you can see it once we are going to providing the data itself right there. So now as we have that HR line, then we're gonna provide that all the other parameter, right? So in the footer, you can just simply make that one a class name, let's say, which should be full, and BJ should be baby shop white. Okay, so that's the structure which you're looking forward to. And then I think the middle one, which we're gonna be putting on that within the container here. So container. So in the container, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have another div, and then we can use the title if we're looking forward to. And in the title, we can just pass that information. Okay. So you can see that is right there, but we need to make something in a better and absolute very good manner so that it can be really amazing to see. So you're gonna provide a, let's say it's gonna be providing a padding y of 10, by default hidden md grade columns 2, lg grade columns of 4, and gap 5. So this is the one which we are looking forward to. And as you can see, the information and others, and also whenever it's gonna be coming in the normal screen, so you can see we are just getting everything hidden on that. So you can keep it or you can make it hidden, is up to you. So the typical scenario is that, so we're gonna happen to be of a 4 div. So now there is the first one, right? So first one, then we're gonna have another div, and here we're gonna have that information tab. So information tab dot let's say map, and everything gonna be passing that as an item. So in the item, it should be coming as a link parameter here, and on the link itself, we're gonna happen to be get that item dot title. So this is the entire title structure gonna be. So we're gonna keep the key item dot href, and also the href should be item dot href, so that you can see in the href parameter. So this is the whole structurable scenarios going on. Now for that title here, for the class name, text should be LG and B should be 4, and the div, it will be just as it is. And for the class name, flex, and then we're gonna make it a flex column, and of course we're gonna provide a gap of 2. Okay, so this is the gap which we are looking forward to have it. Now of course we need to also provide some of the combination style over here, which gonna be for the link itself. The class name should be the text baby shop black hover, text baby shop, which is gonna be coming as the sky color, and hover effect gonna on. So as you can see, this is the structure. So now this is the way it can be combining all other parameter and all other structures. So what I'm gonna do after that one statement here, we can just simply grab it all. So this is just gonna be coming as a pretty simple and pretty specified manner. As you can see, all 3 setup is the same, just the newsletter gonna be happen to be just providing an input value here, which gonna be combining to get the email, placeholder, enter email, and others. So this is just be pushing that together. Now after that, again, should be another HR line here. So in that HR line also, because below the HR line, we should be happen to be get another that baby shop and other parameter. So in that structure, it should be just gonna be passing the footer value here, which is gonna be coming as an image. So let's just grab the image, and which you're gonna be getting the payment image. So that's it. Or we can make that 2025 baby shop, or instead of baby shop should be Babymart team, all rights reserved. So now as you can see, this is the structurable data. So with that, as you can see, our entire homepage structure is done. So now we're gonna start building like the other setup or the single page scenario and other predefined structure. So this is pretty cool to go by. As you can see how cool it is to go and see all the structure is working with a responsive manner in a very good performance view. So now we're gonna start building the other pages. To start with the single page scenario, first of all, we need to have our page route, right? So in the client, I'm going to create another route which is going to have a product, and then in the product route, so as we have the product, right, we should be having another one which we will go within a dynamic format. So it will be coming as an ID, and according to the ID, then we're going to have that page.tsx, so RAFCE, that would be a single product page, right? So here it will be, let's say, product page. So hit save. And now if we try to go over there, as you can see, we have our product page. So means everything is working perfectly. Now, according to that, as you can see, we are passing an ID over there, right? So it's getting the product. Then according to the ID, we are structurized the scenario to grab the product data and others. So what we need to do first and foremost is that to grab our data or to have the data. But before having the data, we need to get our params, right? And how we can destructurize the params. To destructurize that, as you can see, the params, we need to get it is in asynchronous ways, because whenever we're gonna landing on that particular page, we need to wait till we retrieve the params. If we doesn't wait, you're gonna have a very beautiful error once we are going to deploy on that. So now over here, we need to just pass that we're gonna destructure the params and params, and the params should be coming as a promise. So it should be coming as a promise, and from that promise itself, we need to pass the ID should be coming as a string. Okay, I think yeah, I will remove that. So it's okay, I think I made a little bit mistake. So this is the params by itself, right? So, and over here we can destructurize to provide the type of parameter for the params. So it should be the params, and that params gonna be coming as a promise. So the promise gonna be holding it all together, not like that. So the params, and then it gonna coming as a promise. So the promise gonna be destructurizing that over here, which is going to be coming as an ID, and the ID should be coming as a string. So we can also destructurize that. So let's just get ID, and ID gonna be string. So now we are having our params ready. So over to grab that params, we need to get that as an according to the ID, destructurize the ID, and of course it must to be needed to paid that await functionality. So let's go back here, and now right now we have nothing to see. I'm gonna make a console log here, which going to be ID, and then we are trying to be visualizing if we have the ID. So now we have the product ID. According, whenever we're gonna having the product ID, now we will be able to fetch that particular product data. How we can grab that? First of all, let's say the product should be product, and the product should be the type of product. So product, and the type is not aligning. Okay, PRODUCT should be coming from the type should be is equal to. Now we can use an await very much in a very simple way. Now let's go get the fetch data function, which we actually using over there, and over here we need to go with the backtick. First of all, it's gonna go the /routes products and ID, right? So now if we try to log about our product, let's say it's gonna be coming as a product, and we're gonna try to grab the product, so we should be able to see our product data. And also, as right now the Next.js also supporting at the server side or console in the client side, as you can see the product, and here you can see the product data. We have the brand data, we have the category data, we have the ratings, reviews, views, so everything perfectly aligned. So now you can also see how the way it's getting views every time. So every data is now getting in a perfect manner, right? So what we can do over here right now, as we are having the particular dependency over there, so also we're going to destructure another property which is going to give us that as a discounted price. So later on we're gonna pass this discounted price. So the discounted price should be the product.price into, then we're gonna just minusing that discount the percentage, because we doesn't have two price, we have a single price, then we are using the percentage to like the contradict on within according to it. First of all, we're gonna use a fallback. If we doesn't have the product, what we will do, if we doesn't have the product, we're gonna return, and we're gonna return a simple div, right? That would be pretty simple and a pretty defined way that it will be not that much a mandatory situation. First of all, we're gonna put an h2 tag which gonna be saying no products found with, and we're gonna pass that ID. So it should be hash ID, and then we're gonna just pass the ID itself, which is going to be, let's say, another span tag, and here we're gonna pass the ID. So ID, if there is no product. So I'm going to just make that one as a backtick, so you can see no products found with that ID. So this is the way we will contradict on that. So right now we need to provide some of the class name for that. I'm going to keep it the class name as that min height should be 50 vh, so that we're going to have a very good nice looking endpoint. And also for actually we doesn't need that two separate div here. I think one is enough to be combining all of those things. So first of all, as you can see, h2 combining everything, I'm going to just provide that style over here should be the text lg, and also we're going to providing that font as a medium. Okay, font as medium for that id, and then for the id itself putting a font semi-bold text a baby shop, baby shop sky, and also putting the underline. And then as you can see, that's the one we actually got in our structure. Now as we have the id, so this we can pass. Another things we will really trying to be encompassing on that we should be having a back to home button, because we are going to use it in several places. So I'm going to just go in our components in the common, I'm going to just pass that back to home button. We should be have a link, and on the link itself it's going to just press on that back to home. So this is the button we're going to use, because it's very easy to combine on that whenever we're going to use it. So also we're gonna, let's say, back to home button. So you can see there would be the back to home button, and also we can provide that class name. So I'm going to just get the class name itself. So let's say if we have the class name, the class name should be as a string if we are happen to be there. Okay, should be like that. So it will not be mandatory, it would be just go like that. So for itself here, we can pass that. Okay, we're gonna pass that in the button, right? So if we have any particular class name, we can simply passing by and then use it. So right now we have nothing to pass. Like if we just try to go in the class name, let's say I'm gonna make a bg of a red, so the background color it will be red, and then you can see we can just pass the color of red. So this is how we can really make something a very good and unique design. So that should be seen whenever we are doesn't having any products. So right now we are having products, so we are not going to show our that positioning. And by the way, there is for the header version, we need to do that one. We didn't finish it yet. So right now, as we are having that happen to be have those scenario, so we need to go combine some other parameter which going to be the product itself. So instead of rendering like that, I'll just get everything within the container view. So the container, so in the container we're gonna have two particular div, one and two, right? So in that we're gonna have three divs. So first div gonna be saying that image, so second div gonna be, let's say, description. Okay, so that's 2D gonna be explaining how we can make that. If we go in our baby shop, as you can see, so if we go in our single product page over here, we're supposed to be seeing that. So this is the one which we are trying to make things. And by the way, as you can see, we are keeping that. We are happen to be changing, getting the changes in turbo repo. We are changing a lot of things, so you're gonna see it. Also, you're gonna deploy that one. So first of all, we're gonna just try to combine to get initial design structure so that it can be easily wrapped up. Now over here, what we can do is, because the two separate setup it's gonna be, put a class name, padding top should be 5 and mx should be 4. Okay, and also for the container itself, I'm not going to keep anything for the container. Keep the container as it is, but the div of that particular horizon, which going to containing to separate proportion, we're going to make that one that max with I think instead of keeping that, I think we can simply just cut it, right? Because we are happen to be grab the particular container here, so the container itself can handle those kind of structure. So put a class name and we're gonna pass that. Okay, that's it. You can see that's the same proportion is right there. And by the way, this is the Babymart YT, so you can really clone it. You can get the admin setup, you can get that server setup, you can get the client app, and today's version it will be the client app 2 branch. So whatever the code you're gonna writing right now today, it will be found on that client app branch 2. So this is the one branch which can handle on the particular instances. I'm going to close that one. The description, the link, it will be in the description, so it will be easy to find on that. Now, first and foremost, we need to provide our image setup, right? This is the simple style we are putting on there. So in the image, we're going to use that image from the next image, and over here in the source should be, let's say, product.image, and also in the alternative tag should be a product image. And for this one, we're going to provide a width of 500, and also we're going to provide the height of 500. Now, you can do a lot of things, you can combine a lot of parameters, but we are not going to handle like much more things. And why is that? Because this project combine a lot of parameter. Later on, whenever you're going to deploy the turbo repo, you can see how much parameter we're handling over there. So right now, as you can see, we still our main page, which is going to be a server side, so you're gonna trying to keep it as a server side, so it will be a very good setup to go on by. Now over here in the description, so first what we have that like the discount per discount badge, then we have other parameters. So we will try to combine all of this together. So first of all, if we go over here, did we have that discount badge? No, we doesn't have the discount. Yeah, we have the discount badge, and in the discount badge we're gonna pass that discount percentage, which going to be that product dot discount percentage. So this is gonna be our badge itself. You see, not looks so nice, but we're gonna make it looks nice. So over here we're gonna put a class name. So class name with going to be, let's say, 14. Okay, so 14 width, and now we get we got to get the discount badge. Now also we need to have that product action. So in the action means that whatever the curricular activity we can pass over there. You can see add to cart. So of course we need to sign in. I'm gonna just go by okay, I'm gonna sign in over here. Okay, that's good. So we can just need to add to the cart, but we need to sign in, we need to set up the state and others, but we will try to reconcile on there. So right now what we need to do, we need to have that our, let's say it's gonna be product action. Right now it doesn't have that. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna try to create that one, which really require over there to be make everything in a very productive way. And to do that, I'm going to go in our components, in the pages, I'm going to create another file and another directory over here, because this is for the pages that should be as a product. So product pages, and over here there should be another component which gonna be, let's say, product action.tsx. So this is the one which gonna combine over here. So product action, and in the product action we need to pass some of the data. So we're gonna pass our product. So the product should be it should be directly grabbing the product. So right now you're gonna see nothing here yet, because we have nothing to be passing over there. And of course we need to utilize the store, right? Because otherwise we can't save anything in local storage. We still have no login or other parameter, but we're gonna design that front end, the page of this one. Then we're gonna directly go starting building our store and other parameter for state and the login, because you know without login we can do nothing yet. So we're gonna come back to it, but we're gonna just design that product action to make it a little bit better way. So to make that things happen, so as you can see we are passing the product itself over there. So we can simply make a product action props, or you can just simply just type as a props. So that also is gonna work. So it's up to you how you're gonna write and how you're gonna make those things to be done. And now there is a lot of option to be there. You can, again, you can make that one off on there. Let's say you can directly grab that FC, and over here you can pass that product action props, and you can go on that. So even you do that, as you can see, we can simply grab the product. So the props gonna be coming like that. So this is up to you how, or up to us how we can really combine, how we can really make things to be done. So as you can as you know, we will make a pretty much a simple design over here. As you can see right here, we have that quantity, we have the add to cart badge, and then blah blah blah. So we will go on that to make things done to be in a pretty defined way. First of all, instead of that, I'm gonna just get a two option over here. So in product action, it's gonna be coming as a product name with wishlist button. So this should be one, and then we're gonna also happen to be have that quantity and add to cart. And why I keep separate that one from this portion is because this entire things it's gonna be coming as a client setup. because the user need to be click on that particular button for adding to cart. We need to mutate the state and others. So this could be really making need to be making as a client side interactivity over here. That's why we made separate that one from the page to as a product action. So first we need to have our home button. So home button is doesn't that much implication is nothing there, so I'm going to just popping up over there. So as you can see, we have the wish list button, which we didn't create yet. I'm going to keep it like that, but I'm going to keep the star button. So okay, now as you can see, we have the two separate parameter. The first one, we are happen to be that product.name, and then we are also happen to be the star icon, which going to be adding to the star. I think the star icon have nothing much to be already. I can remove that one, but the important thing is we need to have that wish list button, right? So this is one of the important ones. So if we just go over there right now, let's go in the product. So in the products, I'm going to just create that wishlist button.tsx or fce. So here it should be the wishlist button. For the button instances right now, I'm going to just keep that. As you can see, we're gonna have those functionality over here. As you can see, this all gonna be specified on that way, but I'm gonna remove right now. So right now I'm gonna just remove that, because we are not gonna entirely using those things, as you may know. And also the loading parameter, the other parameter, the title parameter, so those things is not gonna use right now. So I'm gonna just remove over from there, and right now just keep it like that. So should be backtick. Okay, backtick should be over here, and we will grab the heart icon. And as you can see, the current color, fill color, I'm going to remove that. Is loading, I'm going to remove that. So it should be like that. So this is just a simple wish list button. Here we have button, we have the icon, nothing fancy over here, because we are not gonna utilize that one right now. And so we can just simply passing over there, we can just import that wish list button, and that's it. So right now also we're not passing the product, and as you can see, we have those much parameter over here, and of course we need to provide those class name over here. So we can provide those class name. Actually it should be coming as a props. So interface props, let's say class name, if there, it should be string. So we can just simply pass that props, not the props, should be the class name, and that should be coming from the props. Okay, it's no need to be putting over here. It's directly embedding on that, so it can easily go on that. So right now, as you can see, we are not needing that particular div, as only the button itself gonna do all the capacity and do all the work. So we can simply pass that over here. As you can see, we can, instead of do like that, we can cut it over here. We can use that cn parameter, cn, and then we can just pass the manual composition, whatever the class name we are going to providing, then we can also pass the class name. And as you can see right now, nothing gonna happen because we didn't keep anything to be happen, but we're gonna come back to it later on after finishing the state mutation and other parameter. So this is the composition of there. So now we need to also getting the quantity design, right? The quantity design itself, it will not be that much devastating. So as you can see, gonna be have a div, then gonna be have a p tag, and the p tag gonna say the quantity, then gonna be have another div, then you're gonna keep the button, and that should be happen to be the minus icon, and that's it. So right now you can see 1 minus, so this could be 2, 1 minus 1 plus the quantity value here, then add to cart button. So that's it. So right now for the minus icon, we can provide the size. I'm gonna put it as 18, and so that also after the button itself, or we can just simply pass that variation over here. So after button, we can just pass an span value here, and right now the quantity value we can pass to provide that as a state parameter, right? So we will take two value. So quantity, not smaller quantity, set quantity. No need that React parameter, because automatically we can pass that from our React friends. Okay, so right now if we save that one, also the type error is not needing there, so by default gonna be 1. Okay, should be, this auto suggestion is killing me. Okay. Now, as you can see, what is mentioning here, ECMAScript file had an error, and the error is that you are importing a component that needs use state, and the React hook only works in a client component. So, of course, we need to make the entire setup as a use client flag. So, should be use client, and if we hit save, and as you can see, the error is gone, and we are good to go. So, we have the quantity statement is going to be working perfectly. So as we have that, now in the span tag we can simply pass that quantity value, and after that we can happen to be have another button here. So let's say should be another button, and on that button should be a plus icon. So the plus icon size 18, so we have the two button itself there. Now let's go back at the top. We're gonna try to one by one over there to provide the design. So put a class name, margin bottom should be 2, and for the div itself here, put a class name should be flex, item should be center, and gap should be 5. So the gap is still not here because that gap should be coming at the button and the other parameter. This is the one which gonna handling the other one, like this inner circle. So flex, item center, and the gap should be 6, and px should be 5, padding y should be 2, rounded should be full. Okay, so as you can see, that's the one actually working over there. And for the button itself here, so as you can see, the button that should be having a very gentle design here, and the same thing gonna be also coming up. So we're gonna provide a border 0, bg transparent, text baby shop black, and whenever we hover, text should be baby shop sky, and the hover effect gonna be the both buttons should be having the same contradiction. Okay, cool. Now the quantity, I'm going to keep it separate, same, or you can just simply make that a font we can make the medium, and the text should be small text. I think that's cool. Or you can just make that LG text. I'm gonna just keep it as a base right now. Okay, so now we are happen to be have that, right? Now we need to do two certain kind of scenario which can handle a lot of parameter, right? So what we can do, we can increase the quantity, we can decrease the quantity whenever we are going to click on that, right? So first of all, we need to have a certain kind of attention here. Add to cart, we're gonna bring it later. Authentication, we're gonna bring it later. But right now, we can at least do some certain kind of things which can make our application scenario in a better perspective. So the first one over here, as you can see, we will just combine a two value here. So the first one gonna be decrease, which need to be decreasing the value, and the second one going to be the increase whenever we are going to adding the value. So these two action going to happen. So we need to decipher, like we need to create that two action. Right now we doesn't have that action. So let's go copy that. So as you can see, the same function, handle increasing quantity and handle increasing quantity. So that's the handle quantity change. So one getting the decrease, one getting the increase. So the simple one function which gonna handle in the both circumstances, right? So now this const, that should be the function, and of course we need to define the type here. The type should be let's say it's gonna be coming as an increase and decrease. Okay, okay, so this value going to be, as you can see, the auto-tune is just passing us the value here. Of course I need to provide another. Okay, so what's actually is doing is providing two type. One type is getting increase, one type is getting decrease. Then if the type is increase, is set quantity getting the previous value and then adding, like making passing 1. And for the quantity, for else if if it's not increase means it's decrease, or you can make the else if quantity value, then it's getting the math.max 1 and the prev minus 1. So it's just minusing 1. If we go over here, as you can see, that's it. So it's plusing, it's minusing, so the value is doing its work perfectly. Now another one which need to be combining it all together. So after the div itself here, we need to have another button. Okay, not here but here. After that div, we should be happen to have get another button, and that button gonna be passing that it should be providing that add to cart. So this is the button which gonna handle all the tasks regarding that add to cart properties, right? So the button variant, we're gonna provide the variant as a outline variant, and also for the class name, we can provide some of the class name which will make our button looks little bit better and clean. So the flex one padding wise, so in the flex one it's gonna take the all available space. As you can see, that's the one which we are talking about, so that's the button also. And then the border baby shop text light, hover border baby shop sky, hover bj baby shop sky, hover text baby shop white, text base font medium. And also we can pass simply the hover effect, so the effect gonna be in a very smooth transition. Okay, now this is the time which we need to provide a lot of other parameters also, but we didn't do it yet because we need to work on that of our store setup and others. We're going to come back it later on. Now we have that product actions, right? So after the products actions, we need to have our price view. So this is the price view which gonna be contradict with that. So we need to combine on that price view parameter. So after that product actions, let's go here. We're gonna provide or we can just provide a comment here. So that should be a price view. So in the comments, we're gonna have to have another div, then another div, then it should be coming as a price formatter. In the price formatter, first the amount should be the discount amount, so discounted price, right? So this is the price it will be coming as the first instances, and after that another price formatter gonna be rising on there, and the price formatter gonna be no, the first one gonna be so the second one gonna be the discounted price, the first one gonna be, let's say, product dot price, right? So this is going to be the first and second instances. So we're going to create some of the very legitimate design over here. For the first one, as you can see, the text baby shop light, line true, font medium, text LG. So you can see the price is getting the extra, the more price over there, and that is the reduced price. So that's the design which we implemented over there. So I think it will just do its tax. I think it's by default getting the red. Okay, so this is the combination here, but the design is not so accordingly correct on here. So we need to provide that one flex, item should be center, and gap should be 2, text should be small. I think it will not mark on that. So the text gonna be the text how it is. Okay, cool. And I believe if we go over here, we can simply make that space y should be 5. So it's gonna be happen to be have any space, particularly with all other variation and values. Okay, so now as we have that, so we have the price formatter div done. So now we need to provide that badge and star, so we need to create that. And right now this one we're gonna just combine on that in a very good manner. So we're gonna have an star icon. You can just create it as an array, then provide that value, so getting the 0 reviews. Right now we make it hard coded, but later on we're gonna combine on that, especially whenever we're gonna building the turbo repo. There we are having all the scenario working perfectly fine. You're gonna see that we're gonna get the code if it's not added on the particular project over here which we're building. We are going to share the code for you, so you can have that, you can see how we implemented that one also. So the class name should be flex, item should be center, gap should be 5, and justify should be between. And again, I'm really sorry, so many things we are not combining it all together, because as you see, this project also happened to be have the mobile applications which gonna be building using the React Native. So there's a lot of things to cover, so we cannot go directly on and on with a lot of other like in-depth parameter. So now as we have that, so we can see now we also need to happen to be the user view. So the user view here, so after that particular div here, so the reviews after the div, we're gonna have that user view, and on the user view we just gonna be providing that how many users is just viewing right now. And again, those things is coming up on that particular the turbo repo version, all are embedded, especially happen to be in the server, not making like that, but we're gonna come back to it, no worries. So after that portion also we need to provide another positioning here. We're gonna provide a button here, and also we're gonna happen to have the icon here, and also we're gonna have that share to icon here, and that is saying that buy now button which gonna be click and you can start buy now, like the quick buy, you can ask the questions, and also we're gonna have to have the share. So this is the one which you can see ask question, ask questions, and it should be not ask question again. Should be it should be okay. That should not be, that should be share. Okay, that's the one which need to be done there. I think something have to be there. Okay, so now after that we should have, because as you can see this is just a static part over there, so I'm not providing that much up to a scenario for you, so you know how to just grab it. So I'm gonna just get that another one which gonna be coming as the delivery part. And on the delivery part, as you can see, we are happen to be getting a two separate statement here. One is going to be a track icon, another should be the box icon. These two things getting together estimate delivery and free shipping and return. So this is just combining on that to providing a real-time data, so the user can understand how and when it gonna be overflowing over there. So this is, you see, the same systematic component which gonna happen to be like an of scenario which is really entertaining. Now after that delivery segment here, we should be happen to be another segment, and the segment called for the payment image. So if we just directly go here, as you can see, we need to import the image from the asset. So this is this will show the payment parameter and the images. So as you can see, this is the one which we are looking forward to. And now after also passing on that, so there so this is the payment which we're talking about. And after passing the payment, as you can see, before finishing the container, we should be happen to be have another div which gonna happen to be that product description, right? So this the product description layer is gonna be there, which will get the description, which will get the about the brand, which gonna get the reviews, which gonna get any questions arising there. So this is the combination which we are going to create right now. So what we're gonna do, instead to creating over here, we also gonna make that another component which gonna be product, let's say description.tsx rfce. So that's gonna be product description. So let's go over here. I think action is, I'm gonna close it. So this is the one which gonna handle the entire statement. So it should be product description. So this is gonna be coming up right there, and the product description also going to be combining that particular itself to just to have to be passing this style over here to make that the max width screen axle. You see the small variation here, and then it's gonna be getting the Babymart white, shadow the baby shop black, and others. So the problem is that the description which gonna happen to be grab that particular tab and others, so we need to make that another separate positioning. So we need to provide that product, and the product should be the product. So because we need to make that entirely as a use client flag, because the click event going to be happen over there. So right now, as we are happen to be getting the product here, so we are we need to define that, let's say interface should be coming as the props, and the props gonna be taking the product, so should be product, and the product should be our product from the types, and we can simply grabbing the product from the props. That's it. Now this one happened to be grabbing the active tab over here, because we're gonna have 4 tabs. The first tab itself is gonna be happen to be that description, which going to be active by default. Whenever you're gonna come in any project, any product, you can see that should be the active variation here. So this is gonna be active. So what we will do, we're gonna create that a particular instances of a tabbing value and others. So I'm gonna go over here, and then it should be happen to be, let's say can have the tabs, and on the tabs here it's gonna have that tab list. So the tab list, and make sure you're importing up from the component itself. So that's gonna be happen to be the tab list. So the tab list going to be have a particular 4 tab parameter. So the tab list going to have a 4 tab trigger. So as you can see, I need to import that at the top. So that will combine 4 tab tier. So the tab tier one gonna be that description, one about the brand, reviews, questions. So these 4 it's gonna combining it all together before putting that everything in top to bottom to be in action. So weight should be, let's say, gonna provide the full weight. And right now for the tab itself, tab class name width, I'm gonna provide the full width so that it can push later on. And also for the tab itself, the value should be, let's say it gonna first get the active tab value, and on value change should be the set tab parameter, and the default value, not the default check, the default value should be description. As you can see, the description value is already selected, but with the design it should not be like that. So in the tab value, you can see we're gonna provide the design, we're gonna make it a grid which should be full, so that it gonna compress it all together. And then we're gonna make that grid columns of 4, as we made the grid should be 4 column over there, and BJ should be baby shop white, white, and then height should be, we're going to provide a 16 of height, and then we're going to provide a border should be baby shop text light, so baby shop text light, and then rounded should be axle, padding should be 1. Okay, so we are happen to be get that design, but why those designs not implementing? I think did we have something over there? Okay, so the tab tier, okay, data, the active one, yeah, okay, we provide that to be inactive to be sky. Okay, anyway, looks good. So right now, as we have the tab list, right, so we need to provide the data itself, right? So after the tab list here, so when the tab list is done, we need to have another div, then we're gonna have that tabs content, right? So the tabs contain, the first contain gonna be an h3 contain, which gonna be, let's say, product description. So that's gonna be our first initial value, and the value should be, let's say, gonna be combining of that description. So whenever the description gonna be there, that will come to in place. So here put a class name, text should be LG, font should be, let's say we're gonna make that medium, and the text should be baby shop black, and also gonna be margin bottom of 3. And after that a p tag, which gonna happen to be get that product dot description. If it's not there, means if it doesn't have the description, then we're gonna make that no description or description available, or available for this product. That's it. So now we have the description, so it's available. I think why it's not taking max width screen, I think we can just provide a width of 4, no need to provide the max width, but still it's not getting that. So I believe we need to manually inject something in the tabs. Let's say we can particularly go in the tabs, and so we have text, we have the flex column property, we have the tab list value. Let me just try, if I put my previous value, is it getting that? No, it's not getting that, so means it's not from here. Okay, I'm going to keep it as it is. Okay, not from here, but certainly it's not getting itself reveals the description. Okay, should aligned. Okay, I think I know how to fix that. So if we go in the p tag here, put a class name, text should be baby shop black, and with the 70% of opacity. Okay, little bit providing on that darker state. Now over here put a class name, margin top should be 5, so that it's gonna providing a gap over there. And the BJ already whatever the background color is there, so the border should be border baby shop text light, and then we're gonna make that a 30% opacity over there, rounded should be axle. Okay, so this is the one which, yes, rounded should be axle. We need to provide also a padding should be 5, right? Okay, now the problem is that if we go here in the product description, why we are not getting the full width? That is the problem. is we can decipher and debug why we are not injecting to grab the full weight, right? So this is the okay, because of the container, because the container happen to be have the full weight instances, because the container have those parameter to be embedded. So what we can do, I'm gonna cut everything. I'm gonna take another div, and then I'm gonna pushing that everything within the div parameter, because previously we used to do that, but I forget because I thought we are not requiring to have that. So this class name, I'm gonna just impose it here, and I'm gonna remove the class name uh, from the container, as it's not recurring right now. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. Whenever we are providing on that, so let's see. So this is the first div itself. Okay, so we need to remove because that will be coming the bottom of that particular div. Okay, yeah, now it's okay. So that should be removing from there. So as you can see, now it can have all the entire statement. Now if you go in about, if you go in reviews, if you go in questions, so now we need to provide those data by which we can combine it all together. So we have the product description, the similar parameter gonna work on that. So I'm gonna have to have that another tabs content. So let's just go and bring those content here. So in the tabs content, as you can see, for the product brand, we need to like getting to learn more about the brand or no brand about is there. So if we go here, you can see the Pampers LLC. If you go reviews, so customer no reviews yet. If you have the questions, we get the questions value. So now our application layer is getting a little bit better. So if we directly go any of the pages or any of the products, so we're gonna go in that product, you can see that is working perfectly. So it means you can now add your loader, you can add the other parameter to make it better, right? So now our first instance is to be starting to build up our segment here. First of all, let's just check if our packages is installed or not. Do you have the Justent? I believe we should have the Justent, but no, we didn't implement that one yet. So Justent, no, not installed. So what we need to do to initialize our store value, we're gonna use the Justent, and also we're gonna use the Justent's persist, and also we're gonna create JSON storage using that. And to do so, we're gonna just simply open the Justent. So this is the website for Justents, and we will just go to click on the documentation. And I love to use the Justent because you no need to use any wrapper particularly. Automatically it's gonna just embed it within your project, and that will be good to go instantly. So we're gonna just copy that, and let's go in my terminal, and from there I'm gonna take a new terminal here, and then let's go into cd into it should be client and npm I okay, too much full code. Okay, I think okay, it's get also comment. Okay, I think comment it will not make any sense, because comment it will ignore, because you see the npm comment. So I think that's good to go. So we have the Justent, and now what we need to do is that in the lib we're going to create a function, create a file which is store.ts. Now this is store going to combine our everything. Okay, so now let's say from there we will take that from Justent. So let's say Justent, and from the Justent we're gonna create that create method, and also we're gonna import some other parameter, the persist from Justent middleware, and also we're gonna happen to be that create JSON storage from the middleware. Now, if you're already building so many other projects with me, you know how we're gonna start and how we're gonna finish that things. You know how to set up that one. So I'm gonna go with some of that scenario on there. We're gonna create we're gonna build up the helper function pretty quick. So that should be, let's say, helper of function. So that will be helper function to map server card item to local formats, right? So that we're gonna do for our card, right? So first it's gonna be as a card server. So now first of all, there should be defining that card interface for the card server item. So every card product, what it gonna happen, it gonna happen to be a product ID, then gonna happen to be the quantity, which gonna be number in the product ID. Or you can see instead of product, you can also make that one as the name of product. So that's up to you. I'm gonna keep it the similar as previous one, so that every single product have underscore ID, which gonna coming up from the MongoDB, which we are happen to be get the underscore ID, which is going to be string. Then we're gonna have the name is string, description gonna be string, price gonna be number. And I think pretty much you can clone that, or you can just copy that those type from that particular scenario from the repo, so that it could be easy for you. Then you're going to have the price number, discount percentage, and you can also be welcome to have to be visiting their documentation, how it can start creating on that, then how you're going to use that. And also you can just simply search over there. I think the search is working. Yeah, search, you can just use that persist. You can see whenever you go in the persist, it will just show how the data is, yeah, the middleware you're going to use, and how it's going to using similar pattern of the redux to be combining on that data value. Now then we're going to have the price going to be number, discount percentage, stock, average rating, the number, image, which going to be string, category string, and every category going to have ID name, image, category type, brand having the string, and then ID name and the ratings. Then whenever, see, in the product, this is the normal product of our database, which is going to coming from the MongoDB, but it doesn't have a quantity in the product, right? So whenever we're going to extract that product, the quantity number, we're going to keep adding the quantity. If it's the first product, gonna be adding it the first time. If the next time, we are just gonna adding the quantity value, right? So this is the one of the interface which is required for us. Then another interface which gonna be coming the interface. So let's go, it's gonna be getting that cart product with quantity. The quantity gonna be a number. So this is pretty much similar of those things. So the cart, we are setting two separate positioning. The server item gonna handle the item which gonna be happen to be in the MongoDB, which gonna be coming, because see this product. So whenever we are gonna, like, I'm gonna just sign in right now. So let's say sign in with that, and once I'm signing in, you're gonna see okay, login failed. I think this is not the correct one, so I'm gonna just go with that. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one, and then I'm gonna go with my password. So let's try this one. As you can see, we are happen to be grab that. You see the one product in the cart, it's supposed not to be there, right? Okay, I think some of the local storage may be still on my side. So if we go in the cart, yeah, you can see. So this is the value over here. When I'm logging, you see it gonna extract the data in the database, right? So that is what actually is doing, because that's the server product data it gonna provide there, and that should be the local value here. Okay, so now we're gonna make that map item to the card. So that would be a tiny function which gonna provide us a const map item to the card, and the item should be the card server item and also the card product with quantity. So in the product, we are providing the product ID, the item product ID.id. So the product providing the name, description, price, discount percentage, stock, average rating, image, category. So just you can post a video, or you can just make it a slow play mode, and then you can rewrite that everything, because if I type one and one, you know, it's gonna kill a lot of time for you people and also for me. So now after that, we're gonna happen to be the category, happen to be the brand, and the quantity. So this is the getting we'll get that map card item to cart to the product, right? So now after happen to be grabbing that value, we need to also provide the interface. So this is basically a lot of interface gonna be coming here. I'm gonna bring back all of this interface all together, or you can just use a separate file to combine the interface value, right? So this is the interface for our user. So the user is going to be having the ID, name, email, avatar, happen to be the role, address, and address going to be happen to be an array of address, and every single address going to be happen the ID, street, city, country, postal code, or its default value. Then we are having the user state. We are having that auth user. We are happen to be the getting the auth token, which going to be string or null, and is authenticated, like this user is authenticated or not. That could be also happen to be as a boolean value. Either it can be authenticated or it cannot be authenticated. We have update user function. We have set auth token, logout user, verify auth, load user data, and register. So every single scenario you're going to be updating from that user state. Then of course it's going to be a promise as void, because we're going to use the asynchronous way to set it in our local storage as well as to our database. Then will happen to be the card state interface, and every card going to happen to be have the card items, which going to be an array of product. Then the card items with quantities, which going to be happen to the product, and then the quantity is loading going to be boolean value. We're going to have to have the add to card function, remove from the card, update card. Now this is just we're defining the type, not the function itself. It's just defining the typing value, because without the proper type we are not going to get the proper actual value ratio or the benefit of using the TypeScript. Now from that update card from quantity, clear card, set card items, get card item quantity, is in card or not. So that's the combination going to be a boolean value. Sync card from server also going to be a function. Then we're going to have the order state, of course that should be coming as an order, so we doesn't have the order. So let's just go to our order API. So we will create we are just gonna grab a simple function here. I think orders, or we can of course we should be having the orders API, and then the same API we can use that. So I'm gonna just create that order API.ts, and the order API should be happen to be have that interface, which going to be, let's say, order item. So I'm gonna just provide that here, order item. I'm gonna just define the interface here. Later on we will be coming here. So the order item, as you can see, that's the order which we are going to grab from the order API. And every single order, what actually is happening, you can see we have the ID, we have user ID, items, total, status, shipping address, payment intended ID, Stripe session ID, paid ad, updated ad, created ad. Now here is little bit less, but right now which we are working with the turbo repo, that's having much more of that. You're gonna see, I'm gonna drop the video very soon. There you're gonna see what's much, because we're gonna maintaining the history every single time. Like every single order we're gonna have the packer, call center to confirm the address and confirm the order. We're gonna happen to be have the packer to pack the order, delivery man, and accounts to receive the payment from the delivery man or the online payment. Then we are also happen to be the other, like the in charge and all. So this is gonna be a quite fantastic build whenever you're gonna transferring into turbo repo. Stay tuned, you're gonna get the code, no worries about that. So now here we're gonna getting the store, we're gonna getting the orders as an order of array. Is loading gonna be boolean value, add order gonna be a function, update order, load orders, get orders count, and clear order. See, all the tiny things you're gonna use that together, because we need to combine that with our server, we need to combine that with our local storage. We have the wishlist state, which is gonna happen to be get the wishlist items and also the wishlist IDs, add to wishlist, remove from wishlist, set wishlist items, and also the clear wishlist, is in wishlist. That's all. The currency gonna be having the code, name, symbol, and rate for the currency parameter, because if you go over here, as you can see, we can simply change the currency. So that's the one which we are gonna maintaining by using the state over here. Then the currency state gonna be the set selected currency string, and the currency is gonna be the currency array over there, set currency, get currency, and convert price. So now this is, we just provide the value over here, the types, right? So first one, the first state which we're gonna create is our user state. If we create one, then you can understand how to create the other. So we're gonna just simply make that export a const value, and that should be use user not the user, use user store, right? Use user store, and that user store gonna be happen to be getting the create value, and the state gonna be happen to get that user state, right? So that's the value we're gonna use, and that's a very simple functional value over here. Then we're gonna return from there indirectly. Then we're gonna use the persist value to set the data to get the data, right? So we are gonna use the persist. If it doesn't use the persist, it will not save in real time. And after like get set parameter, we also gonna have another variation here, and the variation is gonna combine another property which gonna be name, and then gonna be user storage, and the storage should be getting that to be our create JSON storage than the local storage. So this is the persist value which will happen to be have there. Now we need to provide those function, right? So now as we have the TypeScript, you can see it's crying yet if it doesn't have the proper type or proper type safety parameter. Of course it's gonna cry. So now as you can see, if we're gonna type over here, you can see the auth user, we know what it could be by default, gonna be null. You can see auth loading, so should be auth loading. Auth loading is not there really. It should be there. Okay, auto loading. Okay, I think it's not defining in the typo. So where the user typo, user typo, auto loading should be the boolean value. So right now if we come over here, so let's say gonna be auto loading, and that should be false by default. And also gonna be coming, I'm gonna just provide that some of the parameter, and then also it gonna be coming as an auth token, so auth underscore token. So the token itself, it gonna be using that cookies, right? So the cookies gonna be coming to be JS cookies, right? So we're gonna use a package over here. If we go in that our not over here, but if we directly go in npm, and if we just paste that one, the JS cookie, so that's the simple a tiny bit of utilities function by which we can really get the cookies here. So that's the one which we're gonna use, and you can see it's a 14 million per weekly download. It's a very good package and very stable package, so we can use it perfectly. And we make sure whenever you're going to using any of the packages, you need to see the dependency value, you need to see the parameter, because right now so many vulnerabilities is happening around site, so you need to be very careful whenever you're going to use the package. So right now we're gonna use that cookies, so let's grab the cookies from there. Cookies is not importing, so we can simply go at the top. So let's go at the top, we're gonna import it. So let's say import, that should be cookies from JS cookie. Okay, okay, what is that? It's not declare, it's not where we install that one. Yeah, I think if we go back in our package, so we should be happen, yeah, just cookie, right? So why is not showcasing here? Is it a type parameter or other problem over here? So type any could not find a declaration file for module.js cookie. Implicitly has any type, really? JS cookie should be okay. You're gonna find that first of all. We're gonna directly go on there, then later on we I think any declaration is really require or not, we will see, we'll see. So first we're gonna just go with the cookies, so later on if we still the error is persisting, we will see to fix that. So cookies dot should be get value, and the get value could be auth token or it can be null. So I'm gonna just bring back the all other parameters. So right now after that parameter, we're gonna happen to be have that is authenticated like value. If the cookies dot get auth, the if the auth is there, should be the it is authenticated. The update user gonna be getting that auth user and the user, and if is authenticated should be true whenever we are going to get the updated user. And also we can need to provide that set auth token. The auth token going to be a set as itself. Okay, I think instead of making that mambo jumbo, because as you can see, as you know that everything should work properly, I'm gonna just bring back every single function, then I'm gonna explain to you in a bit. So let's go back here and clearly got everything, so that you know there is no error, everything working perfectly. Yeah, there is other API, use API and others, we're gonna grab it one by one, but it's a long list of data as a long list of parameter, we're gonna fix that. You see also cookies error is gone, it just happened to be, I think whenever I'm gonna reload it gonna be disappear for sure. So right now what we are going to do is that we're gonna happen to have that use user store, which gonna maintain our user productivity within our application. So if we see in a clear way, we have auth user null, auth loading should be false, auth token gonna be getting from the cookies, and if the auth token is there, okay, otherwise it's gonna keep null. And is authenticated value, if we have the cookies dot get auth token, then the value going to be is authenticated, means it's gonna be true, otherwise by default it's going to be as false. Now we're gonna have the update user. Update user gonna be the set user. It's gonna set the user as auth user, going to be the auth user, and then auth user going to be set as the whatever the user we're gonna receiving, and is authenticated can be true. So whenever we're gonna updating the user, we should have the value. And also you're going to have that set auth token. In the parameter, it will get the token, and if there is the token, we will get the cookies.set and should be the auth token, and the token expires in 7 days, and secure and process.env.node.env if production is, that should be the secure, and the same site should be lax, and the set auth token should be the token, is authenticated should be the true, and set I need to provide that load all user. I think that's going to be set timeout. So load all user. So that should be what it's saying. Cannot find load all user. It's not finding of their data. So I think we need to provide that load all user. So what I need to do is that I'm gonna below of that function, we're gonna just provide that load all user. So as you can see in the load all user data, so not load all user, it should be the load all user data. So now if we come back here, I think we should be happen to be grab it properly. Yeah, so that's the loading all user data. So whenever our token is okay, it's gonna loading all user data. We should be having that 150 millisecond for the timeout, and else the cookies remove our token. And if there is, so means if we have the token, we're getting the token data, we're setting the user, we are grabbing all our user data. Otherwise we are making that removing the out token and putting the user as null. Now what's gonna happen to be have there in load all user data? Still we are in the user, right? So in the load all user data, we're gonna happen to be get the token, which gonna be as in string. Then we're gonna have that promises, and we're gonna make an asynchronous function here. So you're gonna use the try catch value. So if we have the error, we're gonna just providing the fail to load wish list. So we're gonna loading separate data. We're gonna loading for the get user wish list data, which we happen to be get our wish list API, and also the wish list response, which gonna also get user wish list, which using the token. And if the wish list response is success, we're gonna use that use wish list store. Otherwise you're gonna get the get state, and then also the set wish list IDs, which gonna providing that wish list. So we're gonna come back later on as we are happen to be grab a lot of scenario. So right now after that like happen to be get the token, we set the token. So after the token, we're gonna also have to have that load user data, right? So in the load user data, as you can see, we need to provide that user data, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna combining everything together so that it will really make a meaningful induction here. Otherwise I need to go back and forth with a lot of other data parameters. So I'm gonna just go and pushing that things together. So we're gonna happen to be have the currency, we're happen to be have the load user data, we're happen to be have the use wishlist store, and now we can go with that our use order store. So right now we're gonna just moving forward to have that. Now as you can see, we happen to be okay, that's the use card store. Where is my user store? Really, where we grab that? Okay, I think I miscapsulate on that. I forget to copy this one, so should be grabbing the other one. So before that it should be this one. And again, I know this getting messy, but you know, you have the code to go by to make things better, and that you can make understand very much good way. So now for the load user data is happen to be get the promise. Now get user wish list. Now wish list also we're gonna create a separate API of the wish list. We're gonna have to have the API for the wish list. We're gonna have the address API. We're gonna have the auth and card API, and other API which already created. So I'm going to bring back those API. So this is the wishlist API, right? So in the wishlist API, what actually we're doing, we're getting that API base URL, which gonna coming from the localhost 8000/API. Those are the interface for the wishlist response props and the wishlist products response, which gonna having the success products message, then happen to be have to get that add product to wishlist. So this is the function which are gonna add a product to the wishlist viewport for the local storage and also for our server. Now over here, getting the asynchronous function, getting the product ID token, as then we're gonna getting the response from their fetch API base URL, means we are talking to our directly on the localhost 8000 API or whatever the production API we are providing there. Then we're getting that wishlist.add, we are getting the post method and the header contents, we are providing that product ID. Every time whenever we are going to adding those product, like if you see over here wishlist, whenever you're gonna click, you see that product is saving to add it in our database, add it in our local storage, and this is the API which providing the data to be coming and in so far. So that's how we are adding to our database using that our API. Then if the response okay, as you can see, not okay, then providing the error failed to add in wishlist. If we have the data, we're gonna provide that response to JSON returning the data. So whenever that's that one getting the add to wishlist, then also the remove from the wishlist, you see getting the product ID, also the token, because we need to check if user is there or not. So then we are also happen to be get that wishlist/remove, and the method gonna be as a delete method, and then we're gonna happen to be get that application JSON if authorization barrier, if there is a token, then you're gonna getting the product ID if response not okay, providing the error. If the okay is there, then we're getting the data. And then also we're getting the get user wishlist, and that wishlist gonna providing that our wishlist API, and then we're getting the data from there, we're providing the data itself directly, and also get wishlist products. So that's the one which gonna providing entire wishlist product scenario for us. And of course, you can find out all the links variation in the wishlist route. Here you can see get user wishlist, add, remove, product, clear. So that's, you see the wishlist /products, which we are talking about here. That's also going to be coming directly from there, not where is the wishlist. So that's the wishlist API. So as you can see, wishlist /products gonna be providing us the products, and as you can see, we're getting the products ID directly on the post method, then we're receiving the data and returning the data. And then the clear wishlist, gonna getting that wishlist clear, by which we are clearing the entire wishlist product. If response is okay, we're just returning the empty data which gonna be coming from the wishlist property. So this is the one which gonna using that. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger as we are talking a lot more over here. I know it's getting complicated, but if you type it properly, whatever I'm showcasing, it gonna work, or you can clone it and then testify on that. It's gonna work perfectly, as I'm gonna test it here directly also. So now load user data. As you can see, we're getting the get user wishlist data from the wishlist API. We're getting the use wishlist store from the store, and then wishlist response, getting the get user wishlist, providing the token, and if the token response is success, we're getting the use wishlist store.getState and set user state with IDs that with list response.wishlist. If we're having the error, we're providing the error. Otherwise, we are providing an asynchronous function, then providing the use CRUD store, which gonna coming directly from the store. And of course, we have that CRUD store right here. You're gonna coming back to it later on. So on that, we are grabbing that our CRUD store, and then also use CRUD store.getState. We are also sync CRUD from with server. If we having the error showing the error, then we have the use order store here, which gonna combining the order parameter and also the set order store getState. We're gonna loading all the users according to the token, means we need to have the user, and also that user need to be authenticated for sure to grab that data. If we have error, we're gonna providing the invalid token error, and then also getting the cache error for this to verify auth error, or getting the cookies auth remove auth token and others, because everything is still, we are now still in user. You see that a logout user, so that's gonna be combining all things. So this is the problem, is this the getting the load user data. right? Now we are happen to be get the logout user. So whenever we are logging out the user, we are removing everything, right? Whenever we are logging out, we are clearing that user data, user wish list. We are clearing that user card store. We are clearing the user order store. You see the clear orders. We are verify the auth, and you see if we have the token, we're gonna getting the current state, and also we are getting the authenticated value. So now we need to also get the auth API to provide our entire segment value. So right now, if we await auth API, we need to import auth API, and from the auth API we are getting that auth profile. If the response data is okay, what we are doing here, we're getting that I think this is the coming as a verify auth. So that's the logout is done over here, also implementing on that. So now we're having the verify auth. So whenever we're calling that verify auth, we're getting the token from our cookies token. If there is no token, we're using the putting the user value as null, authenticated value as null, and keep everything user, auth user, and other null. And if we have the token, we're gonna get the current state. And if the current state dot use auth user, like if it also is authenticated value is there, we're returning from there, means we have the user. Otherwise, what we are doing, we are getting the response from auth API to get the auth profile, and in the auth API you can see we're grabbing that, especially for that API responses, we're grabbing the user property value over here to grab the user, which we already did. So as you can see, it's gonna provide our entire segments to be grabbing those scenario, how we can grab the user and how we can set the user accordingly. So now in our if the response, we are getting the data, right? So we're getting the set auth user gonna be response to data, authenticated gonna be true, token gonna be the token. So now in the try, whenever we are gonna have that property value, like we have the data, we're still again try catching the value. We are setting that wishlist property, getting the wish list, getting the use wish list, which list response value property. So we're getting the wish list and setting over there. If error, there is the error, and then the card is stored. So whenever we're gonna get that verified user, we're grabbing that a wish list, we're grabbing that card, we're grabbing the order. So these three values you need to keep in mind. So whenever we are logged in, we are providing three different distinctive value. We're getting the user card, we're getting the user wish list, we're getting the user orders, and also that's going to be coming according to that user data, because that should be up to that value, right? So now this is the register function by which we are registering. If we have the we have the auth API post, if the user is registered, and if response is not okay, providing the error, and after registration it will just directly redirect to the login, so we're not setting anything there. Now this is the handle property which using that user storage. So that's the value which gonna be coming for the user. Then this is the value for our card store. We have the card items with quantities is loading false. And now add to card value is there. If we have the product quantity, we are getting the auth token from user. So user have the auth token. If auth token is not there, then throw of the authentication is required. We are happen to be get if we have the auth token, we're making the set loading as true. Then the card is true, gonna be happen to get the add to card, which gonna be coming from the card API. If we directly go over here, you can see in the card API we're importing that. Okay, so card API, this is the card API, and here we are getting that card item, we're getting the card response. We're gonna get that card get user card, and that user card gonna happen to be response with that API, which gonna be the card which returning user card. Then also happen to be add to card value property, which gonna using the response the post method on the card by which we are providing on that. As you can see, as we have that user, you see the card routes. So all the card routes gonna handling all of those data action property, updating card and product ID and others. So this is the one which is finalizing the value property for the card. So I'm gonna go on the card again. Now this card value can update the card, can delete the card product, and also can delete the entire card. So all are actioning through the API. So this is the one which is handling. And for the add to card, if getting the response with that await add to card or token to maximize the user, then the product, then the product ID according to the product ID, then the quantity we are sending to the user. And if response is success, we're getting that card item with quantities, the response card.map, we're getting the card item to product, and then we're setting the value in the local storage. And if we error, providing the error. Remove from card, again we're verifying the user token. If no token, authentication required, like without login nobody can see the card, and so far the delete it, right? But still we are valuing the restriction. Even somebody can hit through the postman or any other application, then they can access that, but that time token is required, so it will throw error directly there. Then if we have the token, you see the set loading is true, then we're rebombing the card. And then if response is okay, our token, product ID, everything success, remove, and the card should be empty. Also that using that update card item quantity, so we are updating the card item quantity. Here we are clearing the entire card, and you see again saying the token and clearing card with using the card API, and that's it. So the set card items, that's the providing value which is providing there. Get item with quantity, which actually providing the quantity is in card or not, because we are checking if that product is in card or not. Remember, whenever you're gonna come in here, if it's in card, you see the value gonna be right now is still not handling over here, but it's gonna handle especially in the turbo repo. Then sync card from with the server, so it will automatically sync card item with the server whenever you're gonna logged in. Again we're checking the token. If no token, you see the error gonna be coming here, otherwise gonna be loading through. Then it's gonna provide that get user card, so it will automatically require the user card from the card API. If the response okay, get card user card, and then you're setting the value with the card items with quantities, and the card items gonna get with that particular product. So now this is gonna saving with that card storage. So we have the two storage in our local storage. One is the user storage, another is the card storage. Then we are gonna happen to have the use order store. So this is the orders store. So as you see, order empty is loading false. Now that's gonna be coming the add order property, update order property, then it's gonna be also getting the load order property. So now this is the order API which need to be providing all other functionalities. So I'm going to go directly in my order API. I'm going to provide all of those data. So let's go back to our order API. I'm going to pouring all the parameter here. So in order API, we're going to also happen to be the similar contradiction over there, which gonna be getting that create order from card. Whenever we're gonna create the order, so it's gonna directly hit to our API to create the orders. It will be a post method, and as you can see, you're gonna providing the card item shipping address according to that. If response not okay, providing the error. If it's okay, you see we're gonna happen to be get the order data, which gonna be response to JSON. We can also put a console log just to see the order data, and you see the return. We're gonna provide the success true, returning that order data dot order, or according to the order data whatever is returning from there. Then if error, we are providing that catch error there. Now get user orders. So this is the creating orders. This is the get user orders, providing the response. You're gonna directly fetch to the orders from the API, and as you see, we need to provide that user token. It means we need to be verified to get the user orders. Without the token, you cannot get that user order. If response not okay, providing the error. If it's okay, await and returning that response entirely. If error, we're providing the error. And also we're getting the single user, which is the get order by ID. And the same way we are using that orders / order ID, providing the authorization token. If okay, then providing returning that response as the true value. The delete order, again we are checking that delete order. We are providing that orders.id. The method is actually a delete method, and in the headers you see providing the barrier token and all. And if response okay, not okay, providing error. If it's okay, providing success true, message the order deleted successfully. If error, we are providing the error. Now this is the one, the update the order status. Every time the order status is updated, you see the update order status, getting the asynchronous formation, pending, paid, complete, cancelled. Now there should be some more in the turbo repo because you're gonna have the packed value, delivering, delivered, and other value gonna be coming, the confirmed, address confirmed, so many things gonna be coming there. And getting the token, payment indent ID, Stripe session ID. So you can see the successful in order and getting the message. So we are directly providing the response for that API based URL and getting the orders value, providing the status, a put method to update the value, and in the body we are stringify the value, providing the status, payment ID, intent ID, and Stripe session ID. If not, it's okay the response, showing the error. If it's okay, getting the data and providing the success order and the message which is going to according to the data message. And if we have the error, we are providing the error to go on that. So this is the benefit of getting have the order API. And auth API, where there is error, okay, API response is gonna be there. So I think that's supposed to be fixed. Okay, so API response. Okay, if we go in there, API response gonna get the value success tree. Okay, T token error API. Okay, we're gonna come back later on if we still persisting that. So now this is the order. So that's the where we are handling that use order store. So now getting all the update order, load orders. You see the how the function gonna be running order there, get orders count, and the clear orders, and getting the order storage. And the similar way, use your wishlist store, which we happen to be get beforehand. You see the function how the add wishlist going to work, remove from wishlist, and also the set wishlist items, set wishlist IDs and others. So everything gonna clear wishlist is in wishlist or not, getting the value of the wishlist storage. Then we are having that load all user data. So that's the user data going to be passing through a promise asynchronous way. We're getting the get user wishlist data and then going to be coming from the wishlist response as is going to be happen to be get the get user wishlist, and according to the token we can provide that data. Right, without token we can't access those data. So after that also you're gonna grabbing that in another try, getting the use card store, use order store. So that's how we're gonna loading entire data, and if everything settled, all settled and the promise is gonna be fulfilled. If error, we're gonna providing the error. And for the use currency store, which we are providing for the currency matter, the selected currency gonna be by default one as USD. Then we're gonna having the other currencies. You're gonna have the code of USD, US dollar, symbol dollar, rate 1.0, 1.0, then other code. So we're just manually manipulating over there, but as the things can be buying, we can use an API for the currency API. That's the tax which you can do it by yourself, but in Turbo we fixed this also, so everything gonna be in good to go. So you're gonna select keep the set currency as the currency. We also gonna get currency using that. We can also convert price according to using the currency. Then you're gonna have the currency storage. So this is the combination of happen to be grabbing all the entire user property. So now we happen to grab the store. So I'm gonna check if anything we're missing. So we have the address API, we have the API, we have the auth API, card API, and we have the configuration file, we have the orders API. We also need to be other things which is not right now, store utils and others also going to be coming the validation which we have already in separate parameter. Also the other parameter can be accessed on that. So right now, as we are happen to be done those parameter and those segment over there. So first thing first, we're gonna go to try to create that our sign in, like to go directly in the register method to see if everything working perfectly right. If we can do the parameter to make the things can be done to be there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another directory over here, should be called name and auth. So then we're gonna have that, let's say sign in, and then page.tsx rafce, that should be our sign in page. So let's say rafce sign in page, so should be sign in. So now we have the sign in combination. So in the sign in page, we need also, we're gonna keep it as much as try to be conserved in that client side interactivity. So you're gonna provide a padding of 5, then MD a padding of 10. So that's gonna be right there. Then instead of that, we're gonna grab it another div here. Then we're gonna have to another div and h3 going to be get that as a sign in, and then have a p tag should be, let's say, login to access. And here in this pen, Babymart. Okay, that's it. I think that could be better. So that's it. And now for at the top level of the div here, we can just simply passing okay, what we did here for the class name. Okay, we're gonna just simply providing that style, which is the max width of 4 XL. You can see, and BJ shop baby shop white white and padding 5, MD padding 10, flex column, item center rounded MD, border should be coming as shadow. Class name text should be keeping center, and for the h3 put a class name text, let's say text should be 3 XL. There should be one text, and after that also font should be semi bold and MB should be 1. Again, if you have any consistency or any problem to understand this store, trust me, just clone the repository, or you can copy paste from the repository to understand it better if you feel typing getting a lot of time to kill yourself. So because right now we have a lot of AI to go and combine that, so there is a very less time for people to go and embedding a lot of scenario by which we are creating the Babymart, because we are accessing a lot of data structure, right? So this is gonna be a very tiresome things to be done in that particular segment. Okay, so after that, the p tag gonna combine, I think p tag gonna combine nothing. In the span tag, we're gonna make that text as baby shop sky, so should be sky, and also font should be medium. So that's gonna be combining it all together. So login to access Babymart. So now after that, we are gonna be creating another function. So let's go as it gonna be coming as an auth. So I'm gonna go in the common pages, and here I'm gonna create the auth. So here it's gonna be coming as a sign in. So sign in from .tsx rfce. So that's gonna be for that sign in. Okay, so we're gonna simply, after the div itself here, we're gonna grab that sign in from. Okay, so now this is our form which gonna be coming up right there. So I'm gonna just concat it together. I'm gonna keep it side by side so we will understand what kind of changes we are actually making by so far. So now for the sign in form, that should be need to be as an according as a use client, because user will type so many values and others over here. So now over those segments, there should be some of the contradiction. And first of all, we need to provide that schema object to be defined, right? So as you can see, for the login schema object, so we need to get the zod here. So z from the zod. So okay, should need to be importing zod. So let's just import z from zod, and also that should be not okay. Why the error is concerning over here? What is saying here? Okay, anyway, it will provide the actual data, right? So later on we're gonna fix that. So in the login schema, we have that z.object, and in the object we're gonna setting that email, which gonna be coming as a string, and that if email is invalid email address. So if if the email is not matching with that property, it should be invalid email address. The password, which gonna be stringify value, minimum the password must be at least 6 characters, and the terms accepted, literal true error map, you must accept the terms and policy. So here what actually is meaningfully converted there, I'm gonna just log out from here so that I can show you what's actually going to happen. So if we go over here, we need to make that true, otherwise we can't, you see, and nothing, even we make password we can't access. So that's the one which gonna be coming up. So let's go back there, and now after that, let's say we have that property. So now we can also providing the type value properties over there, which gonna be the login from and z.infar, and that gonna be passing that login schema. And over here, we need to have a separate value property. First of all, we need to grab the state value property. So the to state, which I'm going to make a little bit bigger so it can be side by side. So we need to get that use state property. Also, we need to get that use router from the next router. We need to also get that use user store. So this value is gonna be coming here. Okay, use router, I think okay, it's not gonna be coming next router, it should be coming from the next navigation. Okay, so need to be importing from there. So now we should be having that loading, set loading, or is loading, or set is loading. It's gonna be a boolean value. First, by default, it's gonna be as a false value. So we will make it true whenever you're gonna infer those so many other properties. You're gonna have the show password, set show password. So in that value, if we try something, let's say I'm gonna type in some value, I can show it, right? So that's the one gonna be indicating on that by default. Then router, you're gonna be use router, you're gonna get the set token, set auth token, update user from that use user store value. Okay, so now the from value itself, we can provide that property value here. So in that property, we're gonna happen to be get that, we're gonna use that use from hook, and also you're gonna use that z resolver, and the resolver gonna be coming from that resolve like the hook from there. So I'm gonna just grabbing that. So that's the one which gonna get that zod resolver from hook from resolvers /zod. So now we have the login form, and in the login form we're using the use hook from, so that in the verified property is gonna be there. We're gonna get the login schema, and the login schema gonna have that entire schema property, and then we're gonna getting the default values. Email gonna be an empty array, empty of string, password empty string, and the terms accepted by default we're gonna keep it as true. So you can see a user can easily go and access on that, right? So right now we need to bring back our from property. First we're going to create the from, right? And there is the motion property here. You can see if we load, you can see how those things gonna intercept it, like it's gonna be. So we can use the motion here. So instead of directly embedding there, we can just simply use that motion.div, and we can import the motion property directly at the top. So should be import gonna be coming motion from framework motion, right? So in the motion value, we will provide a just a very sleek value property. You know, it's gonna be coming from top to like bottom to top. So by default initial value it's gonna be y20, so it's gonna be in vertically 20 lower, and image gonna be 1, opacity 1, y should be 0. So it will not be visible, like whenever we click, you see it's gonna be just coming from the bottom to top. So that's one which we create using easy, and with full padding x gonna be 4. Now entire form we're gonna keep it using our card, so it should be within the card component. So let's say the card contained. So in the card contained, we're gonna have that our from, which gonna be coming from the components, and from that we're gonna have another from, right? So that's destination gonna be there. So the from value it's gonna be that dot for from, so that will contradict our entire from statement. So you can see there is some kind of status value we are getting that. So put a class name which should be full weight, and shadow should be none, and border should be 0. We don't want to put border, so border should be 0. So right now we have the from value. So over here this from value we're gonna also make that space space y should be 6. So the value itself gonna be a 6 aside value over there. Now from there we're gonna have that from field. So the from field, so the from field gonna have to have the value. So I'm gonna just make a self closing, and the control gonna be, let's say it's gonna be a from dot control. And right now the first one, the name should be as an email property, and the render property, let's say the render value. So the render value going to be coming an object which gonna be getting by default as the field value property. And then we are gonna be running directly returning the value property here, and then we're gonna use that from item. So the from item, and from the from item getting the from level, and in the from level here the first one gonna be as our email. So the email after the from level, we also gonna get that from control here. So in the from control gonna be happen another motion dot div, and on that motion div we're gonna use that input value here. In the input we're gonna provide the placeholder which gonna be you at example.com, just to provide an idea what it can be done. Email type, it will be email, and disabled whenever is disabled gonna be whenever is loading is true, it gonna be disabled. And also the class name we're gonna provide that it is have some by default property, but we're gonna provide some of the class name which can make it looks little bit nice and clean structure. So that's gonna be. And after that also we need to enlarge field property, the field value, right? So that should not like that, field value, right? So this is the class name which gonna be the border grade 300, focus ring 2, focus ring indigo 500, and you see border 500, transition all duration 200. So that's the one which gonna be combining over there. So that's we have the email value. Okay, I'm gonna close it. We have the email value, and then we also happen to be get the other property, right? And the label, we can just distinct the label if we are looking forward to. So where is the label? I think that's the one which we can combine. So that's the label text, and I think this one not required. I'm gonna go with the default value, whatever the value is providing. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, so right now we have the email property and the from control, and also it gonna be happen to have that the from message. Like if we have any error and other property, we can simply pass the message, the class name, the message text should be read of 500, and also text should be extra small. Okay, so this is the one which gonna be passing for our directly to go combined with that the component for the type of that email. Then we are going to have another one which is going to be grabbing for our password. So this is the password. You see the name is the password. In the rendering time property we're providing the label which is the password. Then the from control, similar motion. I think here we didn't provide the motion data, so we need to provide the data itself. So the from motion, I'm gonna go and provide that. So the first one, okay, yeah, this is the one. So whenever you're gonna get the scale 1.0 and transition 0 to duration, and here getting the password in the from control, getting the animation, and the input is getting the placeholder as the dot text show password if there is the show password text, otherwise the password, and disable is the loading, and field getting the field value, and we are also getting a button to show off the password, so I off, and also getting the I. So this is the password value property which the button is providing that value. If we type something and if you can see it, you can also hide it, right? So now we also happen that from a message by which we can provide the message itself. Now we're getting the password, and after the password value we should be happen to get another value which can combine the value of the concatenation of that from acceptance. So now as you can see we are happen to be getting the checkbox for that. Of course we need to getting the components from there. Okay, checkbox. Now the checkbox itself, so it will be checked once the value gonna be entertaining over there, so the terms should be accepted. So the checkbox filtered value, what is there, value, or it can be false, or instead of false can be undefined. Okay, anyway, we're gonna see what kind of error is getting. So now the checked change is gonna be creating that field on change disable whenever it's loading, and then in the from control we're gonna providing that I agree to the terms not from there, should be coming from next link. And then if we can also view the privacy terms and privacy policy, you can see it can just directly open and go. Okay, so that's the combination for that. Now after that, once we are happen to grab it, so as you can see right now we're gonna have another motion, so motion.div, and in the motion we're gonna have a button, so not this button but actual button. Over here in the button we will make that one should be, let's say, gonna be an span tag, gonna be happen to be a login icon, and then it's gonna be simply pass that sign in. So that's the one which gonna be there. So let's go in our motion tab parameter. We're gonna provide some of the class name over here, or the animation here, the scale and others. You see on C hover gonna be a little bit bigger. So now the button, the button type is going to be a submit button, and also gonna be provide a class name which should be full, right? So now it's gonna take the entire display parameter. So I'm gonna just provide those things in a very similar fashion. Okay, what's the matter we did wrong? Okay, we have the class name. I think I have been, okay, this is the class name. Oops, why this auto correction is okay, you see, whenever I'm selecting is getting that directly, that's why I happen to be get the problem. Okay, so this is the same combination of that. So right now also, okay, cool. So right now what we need to do here in this span tag, we're going to provide a class name. As you can see, we need to make that flex item should be center and gap should be 2. So this is the value by which it can be the sign in, but there should be another value by which you can see it's going to provide that separate value parameter. Like we can combine that. If the is loading value is there, then it's going to provide something. Otherwise it's going to provide this parameter. So I'm going to keep it here. And if it's providing the sign in, it's in the span tag, it's gonna be getting that loader to icon, and then it's gonna also saying that signing in, right? So right now I'm gonna just make it a formation here. So now for the class name, so class name flex item center gap should be 2. So now you can see that's coming together. And in this span tag loader here, put a class name, let's say animate spin, so that you can see it's signing in. So I think that is saving the purposes whenever it's gonna be making its loading parameter, right? So now we are happen to be grab those things, and also it's gonna be like the button gonna be a disable. We're gonna make it disable, like once we are doesn't having that accepted. Like if we click that, you see button gonna be disable. So that's the one you can see. And also it disable, we don't want to be make that one as, or I'm gonna keep it, let it be, yeah. So whatever it is there, keep it like that. So now over here on that disable property, so after that especially finishing those card content, we should also be happen to be another portion here which going to be providing that card footer. Okay, so that's the value gonna be in that parameter. As you can see, we are happen to be getting that those things. So after the finishing the card content here, we're gonna just simply pass that the card footer, and in the card footer we're gonna have the value. You see that don't have an account, you can directly go in the sign up. So this is the value which gonna combine. So don't have an account, go sign up. And also we can provide another parameter here. So I'm gonna go and just getting those things here. So after that p tag, we're gonna happen to get the card description. So in the card description, we're gonna provide some more value property which can really make things nice. You see our address and other property which can really be cool on that. So I'm gonna keep everything together. So, or I think we can make it directly on that. Let's say gonna be flex column. I think flex column, and then we're gonna make that item should be center and space y gonna be 4. Okay, you see no, it's not. I think the sign up, okay, yeah, don't have an account. So this is the one putting the value property here. So this value justify center flex column need to be provided, yeah. And then I'm going to provide a gap of 5. Let's say gap of 5. Okay, now cool. So now what we are gonna we're gonna trying to make a logins function right now, so that we're gonna see if it's working or not. So we're gonna directly go in the from property to make the sign in instances. So let's go in the from. So that is our from here. We're gonna make that, let's say on submit property value, and the from dot it gonna be handle submit function, and that function gonna name as on submit. We didn't create it, but it's gonna be like so. And also in the from value, everything I think cool. So now we need to create that on submit value, on submit functionality. So let's copy, let's go at the top, should be const on submit. And in the on submit value, it's gonna providing that, let's say the data, and data should be that login form data. And also after that, it's gonna be providing that a promise. So let's say not like that promise, and the promise should be passing as a void. So should be passing as void, and then it's gonna be coming as an asynchronous function. We're gonna get the data itself, and then we're gonna declare our functional property value here. So now we should be able to make things done. Now what we need to do, we in that on submit value property, first of all we're gonna make that set is loading as true. Then const success value gonna be coming from is equal to await. We're gonna make that login function not like that. So login function whenever we're gonna get the data, right? So now we doesn't have that login function. We need to create the login function. So on top of that function, we're gonna make that a login functionality to be created. And here it will be an asynchronous function where it's gonna take the data, which data gonna be a login from data, and the data itself gonna be creating a promise. So let's say we're gonna get that promise, and the promise should be getting to be grabbed as a boolean property, and then we're gonna just simply inject the function. Okay, so now here we're gonna make that try catch property value. So in the catch property, you see if we happen to be get the error, we're gonna provide that. So in the error, we can provide the error here. So we're gonna just simply make we can log any error if it's happen to be there. So what's this is the first try we have, right? So we can just simply pass that. Let's say we're gonna make that console.error. So we're gonna make that login field providing the error, and also we're gonna provide that toast.error. Then login failed, try again, right? And then we're gonna make that return as false. So now after that, as we set back together, so now we can make that one in a very better and visualizable way. So now we're gonna go to create the login. So the const should be providing the response should be is equal to await, and we're gonna make that not directly fetch. Auth API you're gonna handle on that. Then we're gonna create direct auth API dot, we're gonna use that post method from there, and directly we're gonna use that /auth/login, right? So in that parameter we're gonna provide the data. So the email should be data.email, and the password not like that, pass-through should be password. So the password gonna be data.password. Okay, so these two provide we're gonna two things we're gonna provide. Now if we have that response dot success as we're gonna providing from the API, and we're gonna have that response dot data. If we have the two certain value, then we're gonna make that const. We're gonna like destructurize the get the token, and then we're gonna say it, and we're gonna do a lot of other things. We're gonna get that token, or we can just first get grabbing that should be coming from the response to data, and on the data we're gonna get that token value. Also we're gonna get that user data, right? So these two distinctive value we're gonna get, right? And from there we're gonna make that, let's say, set out token, which need to be coming over here, should be coming as token. And after that also we're gonna make that update user. So let's go update user, which is going to be passing as the user data. Okay, I'm gonna just log in successful, or we can just keep that. We're gonna handle it not here, but we're gonna handle it at the bottom, and then we're gonna make that return true, right? So now everything is good to go. We can return the true, and if we doesn't have that data layer here, you see it can make the fail again. We can just pass that toast.error. So like that, there should be no messages here, so invalid. Or you can just make that like you can go with that. Let's say it should be login failed. Okay, that's it. So a login failed, and also it's gonna be passing that return not like the tree, should be return as false. Okay, so now we are gonna happen to be get the success from that login data. So if we have the success, like if we have the success, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that, let's say toast dot success log in successfully, and also we're gonna make that router dot push. Okay, router dot push. Right now we're going to simply push in our home route, and also we can make that set is loading as directly as false. So this is going to handle predefined in a proper method. So let's just go and try. It can be failed because that's our first attempt. So I'm going to open the console just to be measure it in a proper way. I'm going to remove everything, and I'm going to go with my admin user, which already happened to be get in my our database. If we try, okay, that should be true. If we try to sign in, voila, you can see we get the auth API where we get the card token, which is true. So everything is good to go. So right now, once we logged in there, it should be happen to get the data, right? So what I'm gonna do, because right now if I reload, I should be happen, no, it will not get. So now first of all, we're gonna go in our header. So let's go back to our header. So should be header in the source admin client header. So in the client header, I think it should be coming within the user button. So we can now access the user button to check how we can consolidate on there, right? So now we can get that property value from there, should be coming from user store. And from there, we will get two value. First of all, we're going to get that is authenticated, and also you're going to get that auth user, not auth loading, but auth user. Okay, so these two value, we're gonna grab it from there. Okay, once we use that two value, you see that's the client side interactivity, because on that you need to make that use client. And the beauty of the Justin is that right now we are not using any kind of wrapper itself there, right? So now I'm gonna log that through the to data is authenticated and auth user. So if we logged, you see the is authenticated is true, and we're getting the data, we're grabbing the user data address and others because it's a live database we connected. So we're getting everything, we're getting a role and others, so everything is good to go. So now we can use those data to show the data value, right? So right now, as you can see, the link parameter or the welcome and sign in sign up method is whatever we are passing here. It can need to be relocated over there, right? So instead of that, we can directly putting, like, I'm going to remove that, no need to remove that. We're going to just put that like the combination here. So it should be similar of that. If the authenticated user is there, auth user / profile. So now if we click, it should be taking to me the profile. You see the user profile, but right now we doesn't have the profile, so it's just providing the error. And also we are gonna providing us two more variable over here. You see we are having the user icon. That should not be coming the case on that, because there you can also use that image from the next image. So image need to be coming from the next image. And also getting the next image, you see the missing width and height. So I'm going to provide the width of, let's say 50, and height of, I think 100 by 100 gonna be good. And also we need to provide that, you see the avatar, we are using that. So in the next config.js, we need to access to our database credential. So that's why we're just all right, we can go in the next line here. So we can just utilize that one here. So this is the remote pattern, which we use that for the culinary. I will use another one, not like that. Should be coming to be another protocol. Let's just copy that protocol and then use that. So now we're gonna use that one itself. So that is my database credential. So that would be right here. Okay, that's the S3 bucket with Amazon, which we imported there. So now if we reload here, it should be able to see that. You can see the icon, it will be coming here. Okay, cool. So now also we need to provide one more property here, which can really be good on that. So this is the avatar which we are using. Now we also need to be, as you can see, the welcome message here. So we also need to be concat over here, which can make a scenario a little bit better. So instead of the span, we can simply pass that. If I think we can use a div here, and then we can use that, not the span tag but the p tag. I think that would be good. So now you see welcome, and then if we click on there, it will automatically get that user / profile page, so that it can, now we know that actually those things are working and it's really remarkably adapting on that. So what I'm gonna do, in especially for that app, so as you can see in the app, I'm gonna create another, let's say that should be the user parameter, and then it's gonna be happen to be the user, and then another route, not route, gonna be a file, let's say profile page.tsx rfce, gonna be user profile, so should be profile page. Okay, it's safe. You can see right now we can directly come back to the profile page. So means our application layer is actually working, sign in form is working, and sign in is working. That's good to go. So now if we directly go in the profile, we can try something different. So let's go in the profile. In the profile, what we are gonna do, we're gonna try to log out, right? So that could be really a good scenario or a good segmentation of how things can be done, but we will do it, but right now, as for, no, I think better if we can do it, because it should give a good credential to go on that. So I'm gonna use that. So let's say I'm gonna just add let's go in the pages. So that should be the auth, so I'm gonna keep it in the auth pages. So let's say profile page.tsx rfce, because we need to provide that as a client-side interactivity. So I'm gonna just create it as in a client side. So profile page. Okay, so in the profile page, that should need to be as a use client flag. Later on, whatever we can indicate on there, we will try our best to be indulging on that. So let's go button, and that button should be logout, and the button variant should not the variant, okay, not this one. Okay, for the class name, padding should be, let's go just keep it 10 to make it looks better, and the variant should be destructive, not default, or destructive. Okay, so now in the logout button, so whenever we're gonna log out on that particular instances on there, it gonna be making that a logout scenario over here. So first of all, we need to be combining some sort of setup. So we're gonna make that, let's say const should be is loading, set is loading, so no need to grab those parameter. I'm gonna just make simply the state. Okay, now what we're gonna do in the button, if we have that login instances, like if we have that is loading and others, you see it gonna be loading and then providing that value, or you can say that login out. So instead of that, okay, we can simply pass in a span tag, gonna be, let's say, loader 2, and here gonna be login out, right? And the dot, okay, so it should be the dot, and we're gonna just provide a class name, animate spin. Okay, so now right now it will show nothing there. You see it's already there. Also, you just make upside down, put a class name, flex item center gap 1. Okay, so login out button is working. Now I'm going to just keep it like that. So once we click on that, instead of providing on that, we're going to just simply make an logout function. So on click, that should providing that, let's say, an handle logout button property. It should be providing on that. So I'm going to make that, let's say, handle logout. Okay, so right now const handle logout, that should be coming also an asynchronous function here. So async, and here we're gonna make that set is loading, or you can just simply make that try catch property first, and also we can simply make that set loading should be true. uh, Oops, should be set is loading should be true, and also the finally we are not like that. Finally gonna be set is loading as false, and if we have the error, we can just simply make that see the error here, logout failed, and also we can make that toast dot error that logout failed, try again later. Okay, so now over here we're gonna try on that. We're gonna make that const response should be is equal to, it should be await, and then we're gonna directly make that auth API dot post method. Yes, and in the post method we're gonna make that forward slash auth forward slash logout, and over here we're gonna pass an empty parameter here. And now if that response dot success response dot success is gonna coming from there, we're gonna make this simply a toast, we're gonna simply make that logout user. We can simply, yeah, we can simply make that toast of success logout successfully, and then router. Okay, we didn't grab the router here, so const router should be equal to use router from the next navigation, and router dot push gonna be directly as home. Okay, we're gonna keep it in the home. Right now if we go and click, you see the login out is gonna be coming at home. So okay, as you can see, we made that and log out as a home, but still we are happen to grab because those are the property. I think I need to remove some of the caching from here. Okay, so make the cache removed. Okay, but still we are happen to grab it. Even we made that logout user, did we grab, okay, we made the logout, you see, we just simply it gonna be passing that it is not actually logging out the user because we didn't provide that user property here. So we need to explore that. So const, we need to grab the object from the value from that, let's say use uh, user store. So we need to grab that, and from there we need to access that logout user, right? So that's the value we need to access. So whenever you're going to handle logout on that particular instances, we need to reconfirm, right? So if that we get the success, we will make that also the logout user from our local storage, right? So now if you go and click, you see it's done. So right now if we go directly here, if we try to use that our account, and then if we try, and you see we are here. If we try to log out, it's log out. So right now our main purpose is that to go and create the sign up page here. So as you can see in the auth, we have that auth directory here. We're gonna have that another one should be sign up, and here page.tsx. So rfce, that should be sign up page. So here we're gonna make that another form should be, let's say, sign up from.tsx rfce. So that's the form gonna be coming, let's say sign up from. Okay, so now this is gonna be a combining it all together that we can, we should be able to grab to go and make things done in a pretty decent way. So in the auth, we can now would be able to create the sign up formulation, and pretty much simple of the others like the way we create beforehand. So that one also gonna be happen to be great, grab the similar scenario. So if we go in our sign up page here, so I'm gonna close others. So close others over here. I'm gonna just embed here. So this is the combination. Okay, what's the matter? Okay, let's just see. I think, yeah, we need to, I'm gonna just combine it all together and just import that sign up from. Okay, I think we have extra div here. Okay, So right now we are happen to be get the sign up, register your email to access Babymart and others. So right now we should be happen to get a class name, and then padding should okay, so this gonna be combining. I remove one which should not be. So the first one itself, it's gonna be the middle one. Remember the one which we did before. So that could be the middle one. But instead of making things a pretty decent, I'm gonna wrap it with another div here. And the div it's gonna be put a class name, padding should be 5, and md padding should be, let's say, 10, so that the gap is right there. So we have the sign up, register email to access Babymart, register your email to access Babymart, sign up from, right? So now what we need to do, we need to bring back all the functionality to be combined to create the sign up functionality. Now in a sign up component, what we can do, we can bring back all the setup the way which we started. So first of all, we will grab something called the defining the structure the way we did for the sign in parameter, so that it can go and align it all together. We can just simply get the zod, and also we can get the data layer. So you're going to have that from data and others. So this is the combination. So the registration schema should be happen to be get the first name, last name, email, password, confirm password, and also the role. It could be by default going to be as an user, and the terms accepted. So we're going to keep it as that you must agree to the privacy policy and terms of use. And with the refined data, if the confirm password is there, it's not matched, should be that password did not match. So with the from data, we're going to keep everything as the register schema. So right now we need to configure also three other things, that what it's going to be to create that state for the loading, and also we need to get the router just to routing back, and also we need to grab our store from where we're going to get the register and other parameter. And of course, as we use that, we need to provide that use client flag, otherwise the error gonna be persisting alongside with that. So first of all, we're gonna go and bring back our setup. Now, what's how we did that beforehand? That could be the similar parameter of that. You see the sign in and sign up, that could be almost the same thing is right there. Just happen to be, you see the form, just some additional formats which going to be added, right? So in that div, we're gonna just go and align some of the class name here, which is gonna be a flex, and also the item center, justify center. We're gonna provide a width of full. Then we're gonna also provide that motion dot, let's say motion dot div. So we need to get the motion at the top, should be import motion from framer motion. Now, as we have the motion, we also need to build some of the properties for that particular motion instances, which gonna be the opacity gonna be 0 by default. Whenever it gonna animate, the opacity going to be 1, and also you're gonna provide the y value as 0, having good transition, and the class name with full padding x of 4. Then now we need to provide our card, especially over here. Then we're going to have that card content directly, as we are not going to provide the title or others. Then we're going to happen to be get the form here, which going to also be coming from the components. Then we're going to have a simple form property value, and in that property value we're going to have a div, and then we're going to create the from value, right? So overall, the first instances here, that dot from value should be aligned it all together. Okay, the from value is not created, that's why it's not finding like it doesn't know from where it's gonna just go and bring back there. So what we can do, we can initially pass a from value here. So after that register parameter, we can just call that from value. So right now from value should be coming from that react hook from, and also you're gonna get that result bar from that hook from. Now over here, what actually is resolving, we are providing some of the default values within that register schema property. We're gonna have the first name empty, last name empty, email empty, password is empty, confirm password empty, role as an user, and terms expected as true. So now, okay, terms expected, getting to the Donald Trump parameter, the terms and condition. Okay, now we're gonna be making things in a pretty decent way. So let's just go put a class name over here. It's gonna be a full. We're gonna make that shadow should be none, and border should be, let's say border should be a 0. So no border available to be passing over there. Card content is the same, and for the form itself, put a class name. space y should be, let's say, gonna be as a 6 value. And after that, as the div persisting here, we need to provide a from field, so should be from field. And in that particular from field, we're gonna need to provide that. So as you know, the how to build up the from field and how to extract those things here, so you have this idea, right? So now in that parameter here, I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller so that it can really be align all together. Okay, so now we need to grab that from item, because every from field going to be happen to be get the from item, getting the from label, and also going to be have to be the from control. And then again, I'm going to get the input value property and also the from message. And you can see the first name is right here. Now, what's actually we're doing here? In that particular from field, we are providing the from control. That name tag is very, very important, because according to that name, it's gonna get the value. The name is the first name, and the render property we're rendering a from item, and in the item we're providing the label as the first name, and then the from control we're providing the input value. You see how it's gonna be coming on focus, so that's what we are extracting over there. Then we have this input value for the placeholder as the first name. Disable gonna be whenever is loading is true, it should be disabled. And the class name border grade 300, just simple classes, and then we are spreading all other field. And if we're having to get the error, we're gonna provide the error right here in that from messages, right? So this gonna happen to get two separate from field here, so that should be another one. And this from field gonna be containing the last name, because this is gonna be a side by side. So as you can see, the first name and last name is going to be side by side. So the same parameter, just providing the last name value. So we're going to go over here at the div itself, where actually the thing's going to be happen to be there. So you're going to provide a class name going to be flex column by default, empty screen should be flex row, and you're going to provide a gap of 4. Okay, so this is the entire contradiction which we are providing. So this now combining our first argument over here, the first name and the last name. Then now we need to provide that email and password properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and bring back all the from control properties, so that it should have an idea of what's actually we are building up right here. And of course we need to grab the link here from the next link. And now let's go, also need to provide the checkbox from React UI. Not like that, should be checkbox. Okay, like that. Now if we go at the top, so we're going to start from especially from the email, right? So this is the another form field here, like as you can see here, this looks good. So in the form item, we're going to have it again the from level, which is according to the email. Then over here happen to the getting the motion and the input property, your example.com, the similar parameter the way we used to did in our login form, type email, disable is loading, and spreading the field, providing the from message. The same way password, and also providing the password and the same parameter, and also the confirm password. As you can see, the password, the same field attracted on by. And for the role is different, because as you can see the role that should be disabled, nobody can touch on there, right? So we are making the role as a disable parameter. So as you can see right now, placeholder user type text disable, so there is no value is coming as a user, and you see we are making it the cursor not allowed, and also providing the disable flag parameter. So now you can see it's disable, so you can just user can see as a user he can register over here. Then for the field here, the similar of that other one, like the login, we're getting that same as the check mark that these things can be done. So now as you can see, we're gonna just simply go in, you can just simply go directly in the login from login. Okay, so that should be y is okay, sign in form, I think so, sign in form. So you can directly grab that. You can see over here the button which actually working right there. So you can also grab that particular button, the same button, it gonna work also here. If we just come here before the particular instances, if we just pass that, we need to grab that loader 2 icon, we need to grab that, let's say sign let's say it's gonna be passing that as register, or you can see door open icon, and then also we can provide that button from the components itself. As you can see that sign in, so not the sign in, it should be register. So let's say register. or instead of that we can pass that user plus icon. Okay, so that could be also looks good. So for the loading instances, whenever it's gonna loading, instead of signing in, we can just simply make that, let's say, creating account dot dot dot. Okay, so that's gonna be for the loading circle. You can just simply check it there. So how it gonna work on that? So that is the extracting value over here. And so that, as you can see, we already providing the altogether parameter for the cart content, and after that we're going to have a cart footer value which you're going to say already have an account. Then you can directly go in sign in. If you click, it will take you to the sign in. If you click, it will take you to the sign up. So this is the way how we can combine it all together to make things better and individually align it all together. I know we're skipping a lot of things for fast forward movement because you're gonna have this entire course, so nothing to worry, free of cost, no need to pay anything. You're gonna get the entire code which we are copy pasting here, typing here, analyzing here. All the code you're gonna have it in the repo, so you can directly grab it from there. And whenever you're gonna update the code, especially on the turbo repo build gonna come, it will be already there in the branch, so nothing to worry about it. You're gonna grab it. So first of all, we need to go directly at the from value here. So this is our from at the top. So in the from, what we need to do is that we will make an on submit parameter. So let's go to create that on submit. And in the on submit value, it should be a from dot handle submit, and over here we're gonna just take a function which going to say as on submit, right? We need to create that function. So I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna go at the top here, and then let's say const on submit function, and that function it's gonna be an asynchronous function. Okay, so asynchronous function, that's it, which gonna take a parameter as a data. So whenever we're gonna run that function, it will calculate the data over here, then it's gonna start extracting the value. Of course, we're gonna make the try catch parameter, and whenever it's gonna run, set is loading should be as true. And also again, we're gonna create a finally parameter, finally. So not like that, finally. So in the finally, set is loading should be as false. So that this is gonna be extracting the value. And if we're getting that error, so let's say it should be the console.register error, and also you're gonna provide a toast message. You need to import the toast from the sooner registration failed, please try again. So that's the message which it will combine for us. Now we need to create some of the separation like that, combine first name and last name into full name for registration, right? So that should be register data. So that should be register data function, and over here we're going to combine that. First of all, we're going to combine the name, and we're going to use the backtick, and on the backtick value we're going to combine that data dot first name and then data dot last name over there, and email password and the role. Okay, not like that, till the role we're gonna keep it. So in the register data we are just providing two separate value, getting the name, which gonna be first name, and last name gonna be concatenated together using a space, then email and also the password, then the role, because confirm password is not required. Now after that, what we're gonna do, await, we're gonna register over there, and then we're gonna pass the entire register data, and we can just graph the value if you wanted to, similar way, you know, Satoshi success and also router.push, where we are pushing for the auth sign in. So this is how we're gonna combine it all together to provide a very solid and gradual value over here. Again, ignore those things, it's because coming from the dot modules and others, but your variation, it will not surplus on that. So right now what we need to do is that we will try to create a user, right? So let's say YouTube, and here gonna be user. So let's say YouTube at we're gonna provide that as gmail.com. So it will be youtube at gmail.com. Then you're gonna provide a password. So let's just provide a password, and that's it. Click on register, creating the account, so that we can make sure, okay, as you can see, register successful, please sign in. So our each user is getting to be done on that. If I just trying to sign in right now, as you can see, we have the user, and that's just coming from the localhost problem, but because there should be a showing that why a letter could be coming in a very, very good way. So right now, as you can see, we are happen to be get the registration form, we are happen to be get that sign in form. So our authentication parameter is perfectly working, and now as you can see, we are providing the gradual value. We can now go start valuing that add to cart functionality, right? Button click, it should not be like that. So if we go to create that add to cart button in the client, here we can now provide the data instances, how and why we are going to extract the data value. So right now we have the product and others. So now we can also extract the value we need to provide to create that add to get that for for use card value. Okay, get user card. Why is coming from use card value? That's we need to check. Okay, because we need to provide some of the hooks by which we can use that use card property. So right now, as we are happen to be get in the components in the hooks, we will get a separate hooks which are going to be grab the property value over here. Okay, from store type declaration, so we can directly get, let's see, store, no, where is our where we are heading our store, because we keep the store in the lib. Yeah, that's we can say. So in the lib, then / store. Okay, so now that could be card state. Is the card state is right there? No, it's not getting from there, so you can simply, okay, I think lib store card store. Yeah, that okay, that's not, I should not align in that way. Let's see what's happening. I think it was my bad. It should not be in that way, because remember we have a card for, because I make in a very wrong calculation over here. I was copying from the application layer, because we supposed to get that one as our client layer, right? Because we have multiple layer, and that is very, very problematic to grab those things like that. So now also we're gonna have that use router, not from the router, but from the navigation. Okay, so now we have three separate value. We have the authenticated from the user store. We have loading, local loading, set local loading. We have the router, set router. So this all value is right here. Now what we're gonna do whenever we're gonna handle add to card, we need to provide some of the variation. First of all, we need to provide any default parameter. So should be react dot gonna be mouse event. So here we're gonna make that simply as that e dot prevent default. So default prevention gonna be there. Then we're gonna make that if we doesn't have the authenticated value, if the user is not authenticated, then we're gonna pass some message, right? So if the user is not authenticated, it's gonna get the toast that please sign in to add items to your cart, browser push, or sign in. Then it's gonna return over there, and then it's gonna make that set local loading as true. After that, it's gonna get the try catch property value here, so should be try catch. And also it's gonna be getting that finally parameter here. So in the finally set is local loading, set a local loading should be as false. And for the catch property here, we need to provide an error value so that a user can understand that the error is going on. So it should be add to cart error, and the fail to add to cart, please try again. Now over here, whenever we're gonna click on that, we're gonna use that await add to cart. So add to cart from the lib API, and we're gonna pass that our product. We're gonna pass that a value of 1. And then if we have like added successfully, we want to pass a message here. Okay, what is saying? Product is not assignable. That should not be. Did you get the okay, we didn't use card store. Okay, it should not be coming from there. It need to be coming from our card store. So should be const, and here it gonna be is equal to use card store. Okay, so from there we're gonna use that add to cart. Okay, right now our add to cart, it will not throw any error. So as you can see, is not providing that. We need to provide the entire function as an asynchronous value. So now if everything okay, we should be able to adding a product in the cart. So let's go over here. If we add, let's see, okay, you see the added to the cart. So product is adding to the cart, but the value need to be changing over here. So we need to provide some of the loading instances. That should be just a very simple parameter. As you see that previous value should be aligning it all together, just providing a loader whenever the local loading gonna happen. So if we click here, as you can see, adding, so that it's gonna be added to cart successfully, and then you can see the description. So as you can see, according to it, we also need to be update our header where we are happen to be get our card icon. We need to provide our each and individual value here to make it properly aligned, so that it can really make things better to be go and understandable. So to do that, remember, we need to provide two particular values right here. So we need to also make that one as a use client flag. So use client, we need to get our user card store, and then also we need to provide our use state property value here. So now what we need to do as is, you can also modify that one like that way. You can make mounting parameter. If mount or not mount is because it can be problematic whenever we are using a server side property here to be get that any prevention, like as you can see, it can create any prevent any hydration mismatch by rendering card count on server. So these are the things you can use that if you are looking forward to. So if not mounted, we're going to provide it 0. If mounted, we're going to provide our count. So how can we can grab the count? Should be const total item should be is equal to card items with quantities, and from there we're gonna just simply grab the length. That's it. So this is the value is combining that number of unique products that should be instead of total quantity. Okay, so that's only the count we are going to have that, right? So now this is the total item. So href gonna be there. Okay, card icon, it should be not user card, should be user, not order, should be card. And over here we need to provide that total counts. Okay, if the total counts, let's say total items, if total items is bigger than 99, then it gonna be make the 9 and plus, otherwise total items. You can see is 2. If we click another, it's gonna be just adding 2 as the 3. So this is the value property, how we are going to working on that. So now it's working. That's perfectly aligned. Now one of the important things is that we need to fix that value ratio for the small menu, right? It doesn't have any menu, so this is the menu which we need to combine it to grab the things done, right? To create the small screen menu, what we need to do is to go back to our header, which is now in the client source components header. Now over here, as you can see, we have that component scenario where we need to provide the details and others. So they're the one where the side where it's gonna go and popping through it. And as you can see that the button over here, which circulating all other parameters. So this is the button and other consolidation. So I'm going to keep it that orders icon, wishlist icon, card icon. So even we're going to moving directly through the small screen. As you can see, we can see those value, right? So now as those much value is going to be there, this another button need to be appearing here to make things better and attractive. So how we can do that? First of all, to do that one, we need to create a sidebar. So let's just go over here, and I believe that should be within the header. We're gonna create another components which will be sidebar.tsx or fce. That should be our sidebar, right? So let's go back to the header, and over here we can keep that our sidebar, and also like that should be sidebar from the sidebar. So now, as you can see, we have sidebar, and it looks better than the design which we have beforehand, because there is the other menu need to be appearing, of course. So now we are actually happen to be in a better position. And also you can do one more alignment if you are looking forward to. You can see instead of flex center, you can just make that flex end. Items end, I think let's say bj of that. I think we can make it as a flex 1. Then it's gonna push that together to be getting much more space. So what we can do that is either we can keep that one, like to make that flex one, you know, so that it can be I think it will not get that proportion here. Yeah, it will not get that proportion. So we can do that by keeping another div here, and then we can make that flex one. You can see an item center, and now let's say bg rate. Okay, and we can make justify center to keep everything middle, but still those things is not legitimately getting the way it's supposed to be. Let's say waitful, no, why anyway, I think I'm gonna keep it the way it is right now, because it's making the popping things a bit of a different way. Or as you can see, we have that proportioning sidebar and others justify between, and MD getting the justify stars, or we can make that as justify between. And let's say I want to see what actually happening. We have that. So now the all things gonna working together. We have the sidebar, we have the logo, right? So also if we get blue, so we can see individual items. So that's the sidebar taking a prop, ups, that's the Lalo taking the prop. So I think we can, instead of the flex one, we can simply making that one as a grid value. As you can see, we can make that one as a grid, and grid calls of 3. That's it. So that's also how you can combine it together, but I'm going to keep it as the way it is right now, so that it can make a room for that. So let's go directly in the sidebar. So in the sidebar, what we're going to do is that we should be happen to get a button, right? So it should be just a simple button, and in the button we're gonna put a menu icon from the Lucid React. So that's the menu icon which we are talking about. And on that menu icon, we are going to get two separate state property. One should be coming from that, let's say, set is sidebar open, and then set is sidebar open. So it's gonna be showing that when the sidebar gonna open and how. Then we have the toggle sidebar, which gonna just make the sidebar toggle and true false. So as you can see, once we click and once we click, it just go disappear on that. So that's the one which we're gonna create. And also whenever on click on that property should be a toggle sidebar. And for the div here, put a class name MD should be hidden. So we don't want to see the menu, especially in MD screen. Okay, what's that? Use state we declare. So of course we need to provide entire segment as use client parameter. So use client. Okay, now we're good to go. So now what we can do, we can also make that left sidebar. So as it's opening from the left, so I think we can make that header left sidebar.tsx or fce. So that's gonna be our header left sidebar, which gonna properly align it together. So that should be, let's say, header left sidebar, and that's left sidebar is open, value should be its sidebar open, and also in on-close property it's gonna providing the variance how it can really make that one as on-close invariance. So on side we can make like that. Also we can make a simple contradiction is that set is sidebar open should be as false. Okay, that's it. So we are passing that two separate value directly over there. As you can see, we have that left sidebar, like the header left sidebar is already there, but we are passing two separate value, right? And in the two value, both are gonna be as like is open gonna be as the boolean value. It can be either true, false, but on close is gonna be a void, means we are passing a function, so that in both parameter can work together to pass the variation in a proper way. So we can also make that and react.fc to create that functional component parameter. So sorry, should be fc, so functional parameter, and then we can simply pass that sidebar props, and over here we can simply grab that together, that is open and on close parameter. So that's two value gonna be combining it all together. Now in the return parameter we can do so many things, and of course first of all we will import that motion which we are going to use here. So from the motion we are going to recover it. Now what we're going to do, we are going to use that motion.div here, and in the motion.div we're going to have another div, then we're going to have a link from our next link, then we are going to have our image. So let's say it's going to be image from the next image, and that's gonna be combining on that. The href should be /home, and that source gonna be passing that small logo. So that's the logo which we are talking about right now. As you can see, whenever we're gonna click, that's the logo ready to deliver. And then we have the quick links, we have the other parameter, we have login, register button. So right now, as you can see, once we logged in, that could be a different parameter also. Right now, what we need to do is that we will combine a separate parameter here, right? So what we're gonna say right now, once we click, as you can see, that will coming. If we click outside, it will disappear. We're gonna make the things to happen. Now what actually we did, we make it fixed inside y0, hide screen, left 0, z50 with full, and we are providing also a background color, which is the baby shop black. And I believe we have that 50% opacity, shadow axle, and in the transformation, which we are making that and transform value, whenever it's open, translate x is 0. If it's not open, we are making minus translate x is full. So means is that it's going to be totally inside of that parameter, right? And instead of like we have the transition transform is in out duration 300. So this is a certain setup of point how we are combining it all together. Then in that parameter over here, we should be happen, like as you can see inside that one is have a little bit of glitch of the animation here, which is pretty tiny, but you can view it as much far. And also we need to be happen to be get a reference here. So that reference should be, let's say sidebar ref. So should be sidebar ref and is equal to use that. We're gonna make that outside click. Right now we doesn't have that. We need to create that functionality by which we can make that hook over here. So I'm going to go directly in our hooks. So did we create any hooks? Yeah, and in the index we're gonna just pass that hooks called that use sidebar click. And what actually is doing here, just pretty understanding on that, whenever we click, you see this is the property here, the white screen showing the menu. If I click outside of the white screen, you see it's also closing. The similar things when we click on the cut button, that's the same thing which is actually doing those parameter. So right now there's also okay, use hydration. I think that's not required right now. So now what actually we're doing, we are making that use a sidebar outside click, and here we are just taking a callback function over here in the white. We're taking the reference which coming from the use ref, and by default we're keeping it as null. Then we're keeping as an use effect parameter, and we are making that function called handle click outside, which are going to be taking a mouse event, and if the reference dot current, and also if the not reference current contains event target as like the value, we're gonna passing that callback. It just have a notation here. If I click within that parameter, okay, then that should not be like that. If I click within that parameter, it will not close. If I click outside of it, as you can see, it's gonna recognize as a handle mouse down parameter of the handle click outside, and on the document dot even listener also gonna passing that handle click outside, and that's the reference which gonna passing directly over there. So we can now get that up directly from the hooks, by which we can now utilize that one within our application layer. And whenever we're gonna passing that, we also need to make that HTML div element. So that should be div element, the type. And then in that parameter, we're gonna pass that our on close function. So that's the function gonna run. So whenever you're gonna click outside, it will directly go with that on close parameter. So that's the one which actually we're talking about. Right now, as we are passing that, so let's say in that div itself, so I think in the div where we are making some valuable animation here, so here we're gonna passing two separate circulation, one gonna be a reference of that particular div instances. So if we click here, okay, there is a tiny bit of error which we are getting directly. That is annoying. Why on close? Okay, I think the name of the function, yeah, that's the one which we mistake. It's just gonna be appearing on that. I'm gonna just remove that. Now as you can see, we can see the view here, and also if we click here, you see the on close is just working perfectly as it is. Where's the error here? Let's see. Okay, image. Okay, no worries. We're gonna passing the value later on. So now we have those parameter because we make that minimum width of a 72. So it's gonna 72 into 4. So that max width is 96 parameter. Like the maximum 96 value. Background is getting white and text getting black. We're gonna providing Z index of 50. Hide screen, border R, and border R gonna be take orange. I think it's not right there. So border R, let's say baby shop red, I'm going to provide. You can see there is a red structure on there, flex column gap 6, and we're going to making everything as relative. So right now we're going to combine it other parameters. So this is the link and this is the image. In the image we're going to provide that the alt text should be a small, let's say a small logo. And also for the particularly for the class name here, we're gonna just make that width of 8. Okay, so that could be a very conceptual things here. So put a class name over on the div. We're gonna make it a flex item should be center, justify should be between. We're gonna make a border bottom, and then padding B should be 4 and padding should be 5. So overall it's gonna get the padding parameter. I think padding bottom is not required whenever we're gonna providing the padding. Now for the link itself, it's gonna be put a class name flex items should be items should be and also we're gonna make that one as a gap of 2 as because after the logo you're gonna have a p tag should be ready to deliver, and that p tag gonna contain put a class name text should be base, font should be medium. So that's the one which we are looking forward to. So now this is the div is done over here. After the div we're going to happen to be have another div, then another div parameter where we're going to be passing that quick links sections. So quick links section. So in that quick link section, so we need to provide some of the data layer itself. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna provide an h3 which gonna referring that quick links, right? So now you can see the value is just popping through up. We're gonna make everything flex column, and we're gonna make that justify as the between parameter, and the flex 1 parameter it's gonna take. Padding x should be 5 and overflow should be hidden. So this is the combination value we are going to adapt over here. Now for that h3 tag, we will make it a little bit better. Text should be small text, font should be semi bold, text should be gray of let's say 600. Not like that, should be gray of 600. And then after that we're gonna make that everything as uppercase. Tracking should be wider. So kind of same scenario which we are looking forward to passing back here. Now after that h3 tag we're gonna be passing that some of the parameter by which we can define our entire segment, how it's gonna be look alike and what kind of links it gonna popping up. I'm gonna taking that star icon, and by the way you can also render it from the database which gonna coming up in our turbo repo, and also you can make an array of data then passing here directly. So I'm not gonna go with that much mambo jumbo here. As you know, we are trying to fix it just a very simplistic way so that it can be fine and easy and good to go. Now what actually we did, of course before doing further I'm going to also make that this one, so should be okay. I think what I'm typing, okay, I think the class name that should be let's say it's gonna be providing that overflow y which going to be scroll, and then or instead of scroll we can make it simply an auto. Flex should be 1 and padding right should be 2. So that's going to be combination over here. Now in the quick links we have a link for the home button. You know, whenever we click it will go to the home. We have the shop button, shop all. Then also we're gonna have that new arrivals and under $50. So this is the link which you're gonna passing that you see the shop price range, it's gonna be popping up. So everything gonna be underlined in a very proper way. So now for that quick view link, so this is the h3 tag over here. So I think I'm gonna also providing that, let's say I'm gonna make that one as so I think I'm gonna wrapping everything within another div here, so that should be providing a very good sense. So we're gonna make that class name over here, and then space y should be 3, so that will be a gap in between, and margin bottom we're gonna provide as 6, right? So now this is the action button for the quick action. So that's the done of the quick action parameter. And after the quick action, we also going to have that another parameter which gonna be passing that as call that let's say it's gonna be for that shopping range for the particular the shop by age parameter. And in that shop by age, you see the newborn, we are providing that data for the newborn 0 to 6 months. We are providing that infant 6 to 12 months, toddler 1 to 2 years, and then the baby, and then for the kids for 2 years plus. So this is the one which are gonna combining those parameter to. This is just a static link setup. So you can either do it by yourself or you can make that things the way you are looking forward to. But now here we're gonna need to work in a very proper way. First of all, let's go back to in that proper mathematical situation is authenticated or other parameter, which still we didn't call it. So we are going to directly go at the top. We need to get a to separate value. So that should be coming from there is authenticated, or we're gonna just simply grab that. We're gonna passing that two separate value. One value gonna be passing that from the user store. We are going to use that authenticated parameter. And then also you're going to use that auth user, logout user, and in the logout it will automatically log out the user, and then you're going to run that on close event. Now for that is authenticated, right? So this is the value which we are gonna make things done to be there. So now what's actually going to happen? So especially for that particular instances, whenever the authentication gonna be there. So right now whenever a user is authenticated, and also we're gonna have to have that auth user, only then we're gonna do something. Let's say you're gonna have the div, and otherwise we also gonna have another div. So if the user is not aligned, right, so that's we're gonna passing a simple combination of that access your account to view orders and wish list, and now user, right? So this is the combination which as you can see, access your account to view orders and wish list. So that's the one which are passing the message right there. So we can just make that message, let's say text should be a small text, and we can just simply make that null value. So access your account to view orders and wish list. But right now, as we have the user, right, once the user is logged in, we will let user to view so many parameters, right? So what kind of parameters we are talking about? If we just go directly pushing everything, whatever we are going to let user to be focused on that, I'm going to let you see. I'm going to just get the icon right now. So the heart icon, and also we can get the package icon. Then we're gonna have to have that user circle. And after, so right now what's actually as you can see, what actually we are providing on that, we are getting that welcome back the user, we are providing the my profile, my orders, wish list, and my cart. So this is the same parameter in the my profile, getting the user profile, orders gonna passing that user orders, and every time you're gonna click on that button here, you can see the menu gonna be closed. So that's what we are dealing about and talking about right now. So as you can see, we have the orders, wish list, cart, and others. So after that, as we are happen to be providing that, we also gonna passing that help and support. So after the variation, like after passing that parameter, we also should have another for happen to be passing that other data layer. Let's say, okay, so now over here, okay, we're gonna have that help and support. So help center, shopping information, and contact us. So this is the value for particularly in that proper manner. Now after that, we're gonna also happen to be provided a very strategic data layer. So I'm gonna just minimize that help and support. Okay, after passing that help and support, so after the data, we should be happen to be passing that a fixed footer section, right? So that's going to be a fixed footer section, and we're going to pass a div, then another div, and we're going to pass that is authenticated user, and if auth user is there, then we're going to have a div, let's say going to be user, otherwise gonna have another div portion. Like if we have the user, then okay, fine, the user gonna be taking the value. If we doesn't have the user, what you want, we will show separate to button here. So that button gonna pass that, let's say it will let user to directly go and coordinate over there. So right now as you can see, I need to make that like in so far. So let's see what actually will happen to be there. We have the my account, login, register, right? So that's the one which we are talking about. So I think we can provide a margin bottom of 2. So to provide, or we can make it 1. I think 2 is good. So now as we have the user, we are not needing that, right? And of course there are 2 button is there. So I think we can pass a div and put a class name of that space y of 3. So that's really gonna be a cool parameter here. So right now no, it's not providing the statement which okay, I'm gonna removing that the way it is supposed to be, as we need to provide some more parameter here. So let's go put a class name over here that should be passing that padding y should be 4. So that's gonna be providing a room, and then we're gonna provide a border of t, and then bj should be baby shop white. Okay, so that's the entertaining parameter. Now login and register button, and we can just simply pass that, let's say for this one, margin top of 4, so that, or I can put a 2 so that we can have that other view. Now if we have that authenticated user, so in that parameter we can simply pass a let's say another a div here. No, not a div. I'm gonna just simply pass the button, right? Button. In that button we're gonna pass that logout. So that's gonna be containing over there, as we now happen to be have the user, we should be get the button. So in the button put I'm gonna provide the, let's say the variant should be outline, and also we're gonna make that a class name. We're gonna get a full width, and then padding y should be, let's say 5. Okay, providing, or we can make that 5.5 just to be clear. And then after initially providing that text should be base, font should be semi bold. And now what we can do, you can, as you can see, that's coming directly from our core, and then whenever you're gonna click on that should be handle logout functionality. So whenever you're gonna click right now, as you can see, if we click our entire logout parameter gonna happen. So right now we are logged out. As you can see, we are not used to be there as a logged in. So we can simply go with that YouTube, our particular email, and then we can log in again. Right now we happen to be that particular productivity, and we got everything together. As you can see, now it looks cool. You see, we are almost going to finish the setup, right? We are very good situation to go and make things done in a pretty decent way. Now one is the most important thing is right now to bring back lots of productive pages, which really can make our application cool and better. So let's go back in our main page here, and in the main page, as you can see, our search is our search working? Our search is not working. So we're gonna let our search bar to be finished and let it work so that it can be looking pretty nice and clean. So let's go directly in our header, where we are happen to be get everything which is related to our search input. So this is the search input. So I'm going to close all other parameters. So right now, as you can see, we have all of these values previously just taking directly from there. So now we can now initialize those values to let work together and to make those things in a pretty clear and to make it pretty decent. So now first of all, we can get the product types. Also we can get that used bounce parameter. So let's get used bounce. I think we need to get that our use debounce hook, or I think there's the package which we need to provide that. So if we just go here, import, and there we need to use debounce. So yeah, I think we need to grab that package. So let's say cd into client and pmi. We need to grab that use debounce package right here, otherwise we can't use. So once we are happen to grab that package, we can now simply use that or we can import that directly here. And then we need to also provide that use wrap from React and also that element interface here to grab the value. So right now we have that a particular scenario to get and to make things done in a very decent way. First of all, we have the set search value here, which is already working perfectly. We have the debound search to get providing a delay of 300 milliseconds. Then we're going to set we're going to get the products, and we're going to set the products directly here. We're going to get the featured products. So what is the featured products? Featured products is the products directly showing here. So that's the product which we are actually showing. Otherwise, whenever we're going to searching, like say baby, you can see the search going on, we can see the baby product. So that's how it's gonna be entertaining over there. We have two set of product, one going to be for the features, another going to be the normal products. We're gonna having the set loading and set loading value, error, set error value. We're gonna have the show results and set show results. We have the search ref, we have also the mobile input ref. And after that, our first instances, we need to get our let's say fetch. So that should be it is fetch featured products. So that should be an asynchronous function. So first of all, we're gonna make that a try catch value. So if there is the error on the console, so we're gonna simply make that a console.error fetching feature orders, and then we're gonna providing that error. Now we're gonna make that response, and the response should be is equal to await. We're gonna make that fetch data, and in the fetch data, it's the data gonna be passing as that product's response. Right now we doesn't have that entertaining parameter, so we need to define that at the top, what kind of response or what kind of product's gonna be there. As you can see in the interface, the product's gonna be coming as the product and also gonna be passing as the total number. So these two value gonna be passing that. So we can now simply pass that. It could be passing with that product's response, so should be product's response, right? And after that, we need to provide that functionality by which we can simply go with that product. So should be products, and then we're gonna also make the page like whatever the page ratio is right now. We don't want to make anything, just simply a single page, or I'm going to keep it as it is right now, okay? Because by default it's gonna provide a 10 like a certain kind of 10 parameter, so no need to provide that value, right? And let's say set feature product should be response dot products, right? So whatever the response products are getting, that should be aligning it all together. So right now we will provide an use effect parameter, use effects, and in the use effect we can now get the value here. So that should be an empty dependency. Now over here in the use effect, we can just simply get that fetch feature products, and that should be just passing that array dependency here. So right now, what's the error here? Let's see. The children not have changed pass in the same set. Okay, we will see. So right now we will just go try to check if we are receiving anything or not. So if we go and log over here, especially for that feature product, as you can see, we getting the 10 products by default. So that's the 10 initialization which will happen to be done in a pretty decent way. So we have the 10 product. Right now we can show the 10 product particularly whenever we are actually dealing with that. So I'm going to go directly over there. Now there should be a lot of other parameter. Now we're going to start from the beginning to make things done in a pretty decent way. First of all, we're going to get the ref, and the ref should be passing that, going to be passing that a search ref. That's the reference which we are going to combine. So we are going to happen to be the button and others. So after initial that, before the from here, we can make that, let's say it's gonna be passing that I think it's gonna be passing the desktop search, and in the desktop search we are going to have a button here. I think yes, we're gonna provide the button, so let's provide that. So I think that's the one which actually okay, toggle button. Okay, so I think the both parameter we are already happen to be have there, right? So toggle search menu, because that's not the desktop search, that should be the small search. Yeah, that should be the small search. So text not white, I think we can provide that the toggle search button here. We can simply run the function, because this button is already there also, but we can't be able to see here, is because that is in white color. That is the one which is happen to be grabbing the problem. So I'm gonna make that text should be baby shop black, and also the similar parameter we're gonna make that baby shop black, and you can see there is the one. So that's the one which actually happened to be providing the data layer which we mismatch. Now we can also provide a border over here to make that looks good, and padding of 2, and then we can make that rounded full so that you can see this is the one which we are looking forward to, right? So if we hover, we're going to provide a border of that baby shop sky, and whenever hover, bj should be baby shop sky with a 10% opacity. We're going to provide hover effect over here. So now this is the combination layer of that particular data and instances. Right now, as you can see, okay, cool. You can see, I think this is pretty cool. So now also we can, instead of putting that right there, we can make it as a group. So whenever we're gonna hover on that group, that thing's gonna work. And also for whenever we're gonna make that group hover, you know, those things gonna change. So now we have that. So now it's combined. So it's also right here, is there, but it's because of that color combination you can see, but it is there. So now we have this one for this is not for desktop view, this is for the small screen, right? Small screen search. So now we got this small screen search, which are gonna be passing that as a toggle value, and in the from value also we are making that on submit. We can just go with that on submit parameter on submit, and in the on submit value we can just pass a simple e value here, e dot. We're gonna make this simply as the default value. We don't want to initialize any default parameter. So right now, as you can see, everything is good to go. So right now what we need to do, whenever our this gonna be activated, right? If we click outside, it's gone. So whenever it's activated, I want that menu to be appearing right here. So we have that our parameter of the search value. So okay, good. So after that functional parameter, we're gonna have that mobile search SE search overlay. So that should be the one value, and there should be the another value which gonna be desktop search, right? So that should be desktop search results drop down. Okay, so first we're going to create the desktop menu property. So if we have that show results, and we doesn't have that set show search, so that we can now show the proper value of that instances, we're going to have a div. On the div, if there is a loading parameter going on, we're going to show that a loading icon. So means we are going to provide that if the loading is there, that should be like the loading icon gonna indicating that it is loading. You need to wait. If there is no loading, and if there is the products dot length is bigger than 0, then we're gonna have to, let's say it's gonna have to say that we have the products. And if it's like we doesn't have any products right now, so that time also we need to provide a certain kind of scenario by which it gonna be lookalike and gonna be match something in a better way. So first thing first, I'm gonna just if there is no product right now, I'm gonna go with this parameter on that, and I'm gonna just showcase that we doesn't have any product. So if we click right now, nothing happened. Like if we search for something, let's say baby, you can see nothing gonna happen yet because we are not yet rewriting those functionality and others. So first of all, right now, as you can see, after the div, I want to show the feature data, right? So I'm gonna click another div here. So I'm gonna make that feature products dot. I'm gonna provide a length if we have the length is bigger than 0, and I'm gonna showcase the product. So that should be feature products dot map, and in the map we are going to get that, let's say the item should be according to the product here. So I'm going to inline return over there. From the div, it should be passing a button here. In the button, we're going to provide a search icon, let's say the search, and after the search icon, gonna have a div here. And then I think no need to provide a div. I think just provide an h3 text here, which gonna passing that item dot name. And over here, as we are mapping through it, we're gonna provide a key, should be item dot id. So right now, as you can see, still the menu is not showing. It's because whenever our underlying parameter like show results and other parameter is not indicating when the show results gonna happen, right? So this is the combination where we need to make things pretty decent, right? So I'm going to bring back to you so that you can understand it in a pretty decent way. So we're going to make that a use effect parameter, right? So it should be coming within a use effect as that watcher gonna rerun time to time just to check. So now here we're gonna make that const handle click outside. So not like that, should be handle clicked click outside. So in that proportion here, it's gonna passing that as an event. Event should be, let's say, gonna be coming as a mouse event. And after that, after passing that event, we're gonna make that if especially by make the legitimate saying if the search ref dot current is there, and if the like if we can have that no search ref okay, search ref dot current dot contains, and if the contains gonna be passing that, let's say, event dot target, and that could be as note, and then we're gonna make that as a set a show search as false value here. And after that we're gonna also calling that to separate a variable here just to call an interlinked over there to get the function triggered together. So right now what is gonna happen, so whenever we're gonna make that gonna happen to be get that mouse down effect whenever you're gonna click outside of that particular scenario, and then it's gonna passing that. Now if we click here, as you can see, still we are not getting anything because still it's not there. So we need to provide the reference such a way so that it can be providing on that particular instances. And also we need to provide another use effect by which we can focus on that particular ratio. As you can see, set new search and the mobile input value here, the current, the mobile input. So that's the for the particularly for the mobile input value right now. But we need to go and initialize our first parameter of how we can show the search value. So now to implement that one, let's go over here. We have the search ref, right? And then also we have the toggle search value, so which actually getting everything done in a very decent way. But over here in the input, we need to also run another onFocus parameter. So onFocus, in that onFocus function, it's going to be running set show results, which we need to make it as true, so that the value going to be whenever, as you can see, whenever we're going to clicking on that, you see the way it's showcasing the result, of course, is breaking because it's not providing in such a way which need to be combined in a pretty decent way. Now for the entire result which actually we are showcasing, I'm gonna coming directly back from the div here. I'm gonna provide some of the style over here, so that's gonna be combining the proportion of the absolute top, full margin top of 1, left 0, right 0, bg white, rounded md, shadow lg, jet index of 50, max height should be maximum 70, view height, overflow y should be auto, border grade 200, lg block, and also by default it's gonna be hidden. For the smallest screen it's gonna be hidden, and LG screen it's gonna be blocked. So I'm gonna just bring back over here so that it could be easy to read. So right now if we click, as you can see, it's popping on the site ratio, right? And for the value here for the featured products, right? So first we are actually fixing that featured product. So that's the div which we are talking about for the feature itself. So right now as we have the div, right, so we can also combine to make things done. So this is the one which actually mapping to the product itself. So we are providing every product has a border segment. And after that also for the button here, so the button is gonna make that flex item should be center, so gonna be a side by side, and then gap should be 3 together, and text should be, let's say, left, and padding x should be 4, and padding y should be 3. So now you can see that's providing a very good competitive combination here, the similar of it, and this looks pretty nice. And after that, padding y3 and hover should be cursor pointer, and we're gonna make that as a hover. If I don't need to also putting that for the search value here, we're gonna make that, let's say, class name, a text should be baby shop. Let's say I'm going to provide the light text. Is it good? Yeah, it looks good. And also you're going to provide a width of 5, height of 5. So okay, cool. Now after that, h3 tag, put a class name. Text should be sm, font should be, let's say, medium, and text should be gray of 800 to provide a very good catchy text, and line claim should be 1. I think that 1 instead of that baby shop block with 60% opacity. Yeah, that looks good. So now once we click, you can see that value going to be directly redirecting to the search value, right? So we need to also implement those particular segments. So what I'm going to do, so whenever we're going to make that on-click event here, so on-click event, and over the on-click event, it's going to properly align of that, let's say, set search. So whatever the item dot name, it should be there. It could be provided set search, and set show result going to be true, as because whenever we're going to click, as you can see, the delta children are okay, there's no results, so means nothing find over there of that. This is okay because we didn't implement the search feature yet. So right now, as you can see, so as we are happen to be providing that data layer, also we're gonna provide that once we are happen to be grab the products, right? We can just simply pass the value. So in the products, it's gonna be a little bit complicated, but I'm gonna explain to you so that you can find all the scenario in a pretty decent way. So now this is the, whenever we are going to have the products dot length is bigger than 0, then we're gonna providing the search results, and then if error there is, that we are throwing the error right there, and then we're mapping through the products. And in the products, as you can see, we're providing the key of an ID, then providing just and border proportion, then we are just creating that design. So as you can see, that's the design which we create. So if we click on baby, so now this is the design. We have the image, name, price, and the company name, then also add to cart. And add to cart button gonna be the similar button parameter of the parameter which we have already, right? Now over here, the same things which we did, we are having to be get the div, and if we click on the image, it's gonna be taking directly to the single page image, or we can just simply pass that. Let's say we're going to provide a not like that, as we are getting that. So we're going to provide a width of, let's say, 32, not 32, it should be, let's say, 200, and we're going to get height of 200. I think that would be good. So then image, then we're providing the product name, and after the name we are also providing the product price itself, and then we are getting the category name and also getting the brand's name. So that's what's actually you can see over here. So this is the combination here, category and brand name. So right now, as you can see, nothing happening once we are actually like providing that property of that, let's say we doesn't have any function which you're gonna properly aligned to get the product, like fetch the products, right? So how we can combine of that? So to implement that one, especially to get the fetch product, we need to go through certain kind of commotion here. So after that feature product here, we can just simply grab a function. Const should be, let's say, fetch products, which also going to be the query gonna be passing as an instead of query, we can also make that, let's say, search term. So you're going to pass the search term, which is going to be as a string. So right now we will provide a little bit of combination. What we're going to say, if there is no search term, right? If there is no search term, so the term is not there, the trim, like we have no value here, then what we can do, if we doesn't have a search, we're going to make that set products should be empty, and then we're going to return. So means if we are not providing any search string, then it will do nothing, right? Now if we have that search parameter, right, then we're going to make that set loading should be as a true, and then also set error, we're going to provide an error property as null, and after that we're going to provide that try catch parameter. And in the catch parameter, it should be also passing a finally parameter. In the finally, we're going to make that set loading as false value, right? So now what's actually going to happen if we have that any error here? So we're going to provide the set error, which is going to be passing that fail to fetch products, please try again. And also we can make that, let's say, console.error. So the error fetching product, we can now finally passing the product. Now let's say we're going to provide two const response, and that should be await. We're going to be passing that fetch data. So in the fetch data, it will getting directly of that product response here. And after the product response, we're going to use the backtick parameter to grab that attention, should be products. And in the products should be page equal to 1. And I think we can also use the similar paradigm for using that one here. You see page 1, so that could be, and we can also set the limit, but right now I think only the single page, because by default it's gonna finally providing the 10 data. So even we are encompassing, you can see, okay, what's actually popular data, I think. Anyway, we can see, okay, it's not okay, it's calling. Anyway, I'm going to keep it like that. Let's see if we need to pass anything later on. So that the page should be is equal to 1, and then we're going to passing that limit. So the limit itself here, it's gonna be a passing is equal to, let's say it's gonna be as a 10, and then we're gonna also pass the search value. So the search value should be is equal to the value which we are going to combine, and then we're gonna make that encode URI component. Okay, and then here we're gonna pass that search term, right? So whatever the search term is we provided, that should be aligned that together, and the set product should be passing that response dot products. So right now, as you see, everything is looks good, but it's not yet done. We need to provide that use effect parameter, and in the use effect parameter over here, okay, I think we made a mistake. So in the use effect parameter, we need to make that fetch products. So fetch, not fetch data, should be fetch product, fetch products. In the fetch products, we're gonna just simply call or invoke that function, and then here we're gonna pass that our debound search, right? So the debound search value should be aligning it here. So as you can see, did we have the debound search, right? So what actually we're providing the search value, and we are passing that of the delay of 300 milliseconds. So this is the debound search, which gonna talking and indirectly calling everything. So let's say it's gonna be debound search, and also it's gonna be fetching the fetch the products in directly. So now we are happen to be get two separate calculation here. Now if we type baby, as you can see the searching value, so it's working, right? There is a minor error, we're gonna fix it. What's the error is here? We need to maximum update depth exceeded, so that could be happen because we are calling the function over here. That should not be a good practice to do so, but let's see. So baby, okay, yeah, now we get the baby, and if we click, we can now see that product added. If we click any of the product which is not there, you can see how those things implemented, right? And also let's say we're gonna make that Huggies. Okay, cool. So now our search value is working. And also if we go in the smaller screen, if we click here, right now in the smaller screen is nothing gonna be seen right now, but we will make things done. I'm gonna just go and pass that value in a very incremental way. So this is the desktop property, and here should be passing that property of that the value here. Okay, I'm gonna provide you the data layer and event presence. We also need to get the motion. Okay, motion should be okay, why the zone is imported, and also why those things imported. So animate presence, and then also gonna be getting the motion. Okay, right now we're gonna check what actually we have been done. If we click here, as you can see, this is the implementation here, which are really gonna be cool. So I'm gonna, from the top, I'm gonna make it as 20, so that as you can see right now, okay, 20, or I think if we make 0 at the top, or let's say 24 at the top, yeah, now it looks good. So 24 is the one. If we go directly there, this is also searching properly. Now here, what's actually happened to be there, we are providing an animate presence here to provide a very good animation here. As you can see, once we click, how the way it's disappearing, it's because happen to be providing because of animate presence. Now, if you just see here, we're providing a motion here. We're providing the initial value for the opacity 0 and y20. Animate is 1, opacity 1, y0, providing an exit value going to opacity of 0, that going to directly on the 20, and then transition 0.2, providing a fixed value. By default, LG devices is hidden because right now, even you click here, and if you just move to devices, you can see it's automatically disappear. So that's what's actually it's gonna be done directly here. So right now, after that, we also providing a background color here for the input value. That's a similar input value. We are directly taking that. You see the search parameter the same. We're providing the show results just in a smaller viewpoint, nothing fancy. All our parameter is the same. So we can just simply grab that image from the next image, and also we're gonna provide our next image. We can provide the height of, let's say, 200 by 200, and let's say we're gonna also provide the width of 200. So that's it. Now, as you can see, everything is good to go and it's working properly. If we type something which is doesn't available here, you can see, okay, so this is a pretty cool value here. Right now, we are making a pretty good progress here. So we have those things. Now, of course, there should be some more property here at the top. I'm gonna go in that header top, or you can say the top header. In the top header, on that, I think the top header top help center. Okay, I'm gonna add another data layer, which gonna be, let's say, shop now, which going to be passing that our shop page. Is because, as if we directly go in our shop page right now, we have no other way to provide to go in the shop page. So if we go in the shop page, you can see there is a lot of things. We have all the filters showcasing the products and others. So everything gonna be combining from here. As you can see, once we're loading, the next page is loading. So everything gonna be coming back directly from that shop page. So right now, what we need to do to create our shop page to begin with, to implement those designs. We didn't create any shop page, that's why it's coming here with the 404 error. So what you need to do first of all is to create the shop page. So I'm going to create another file which I'm going to name as a shop/page.tsx rafce. So that will be our shop page. So now let's put a p tag, should be shop page. And after we are passing that, if we just hit reload right now, it should be render our shop page accordingly. Now, first of all, we need to understand the structure, because this page is very much complicated and a lot of things gonna come here together. As far as if you see in the demo, as you can see, it gonna held up with the category segment and others. You can see how you can recede here, how you can go through all of that. So this setup we need to create by so far. Alongside with that, we need to call the data. We need to also make the filterable data structure, especially if you go in the home page, and right now if you select any brand, as you can see, the brand is selected and the product is fetched itself. So we will do all of this together. First of all, we need to start like standardizing it slowly so that we will understand it better. So first thing first, we need to create that one as an asynchronous server. So the page should be an async await, should be the server one. So I'm going to go with the brands to get the brands right here, because we need to have the brand data. So should be await, let's say fetch data, and on the fetch data we need to pass directly here as our brand. So should be our brand, and should be an array of brand, and then passing that /brand. And also we need to pass that list categories. So categories should be is equal to, and you're gonna pass that it's just gonna be a similar similar functional setup to bring back the categories accordingly. As you can see, it should be coming for the category segment here, and also we're gonna pass that the category response here. So should be not like that, should be response. Where is the category? Okay, we need to align, we need to define the interface. So should be interface, and that should be the category reference, and that will come as a category. Now you can do the single side way, you can also directly call the category like that. So I went to I went a bit farther just to show you how you can divide that. You can either call it await an asynchronous function, or you can also go with that, the similar setup. You can fetch the category and then you're gonna pass it through. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna log through over here. So first log should be, let's say it's gonna be a passing as brands, then we're gonna log through the categories. If we save, and as it's till now the server side, we should be able to see the data in server. As you can see, we have the categories, as well as if we go back at the top, first you're gonna see the brand. The best thing is to show it, I think it will be probably in the server side, in the client side rendering using this layer here. So now, as you can see, we have the category of 17, we have the brand of 11. So all the data is fetched in the server side. So whenever the page is loading, that build is done. So right now I'm gonna save it here, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a separate page which gonna interface our project tree to create a client-side presentation. So let's go in the components and also in the pages. Did we have the pages? No, it doesn't have the pages. We have the home, we have others. So I'm going to create another directory called pages, and over here that should be a shop, and then I'm going to create a component, should be shop page, shop page client.tsx. so that would be our client page. So let's hit a p tag client page. Now let's go back here. Instead of just passing everything directly here, what we need to do is that either you can put in a div, or you can just simply drag in that, which is going to be shop page and shop page client, and that's it. So now we have the client page. As you can see, this is right here. Now we will manipulate that page in a very decent way. First of all, we will send that, let's say first we're going to send the categories, then we're going to send the brands. So the both data we're going to passing as a props. Now there is a catch. You can see we fetch that data as the server side. So this data, because that data, it will always be there. Always I'm going to say the category. So I don't need to just call every time the data. I'm going to calling it, and at the same time, then I'm going to just fetching it and setting it, passing it as a prop. So my data is just fetching at a single time, and everything sit on the place at the same time. So now, as we have the categories, data, and others, it is our time to build up our very, very special page, which will be our client-side page for our particular shop client. Now, this page is gonna have separate interfaces. I'm gonna pop it up. So that should be coming for the product response, which gonna bring back our product. That also gonna bring back our category, which we are just fetching directly right now. So these two setup of data is gonna coming through. Now, if you can see here, we can simply passing the props. We can fetch the categories, we can fetch the brands together as is coming as by so far as props. And now there is another parameter, because remember, once we did that, especially as you can see, we passed the shop brand, then we are passing the brand ID. If we change again, we are just fetching especially for making the brand ID and doing that in a separate brand parameter. You can change. Now there is a tax for it. Whenever I'm changing the brand, try to change that. Okay, so you need to reload the route with a new value. That's your practice. If you can do it, you are welcome. If you cannot do it, let me know in the comments. And if you're still with me building that baby shop website, you're welcome. You are really, I'm really thankful for you people, because you people doing a marvelous job. Even I'm taking a lot of time to building that. It's a very lengthy project. What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna provide the entire source code in a single repo. It's still now in the repo, because this one I think you'll be find in the parse client part 3. So the repo is already there, but I'm gonna merge everything in a single repo. I'm gonna merge entire video in a single video. Maybe it will take time, but I'm gonna come with an up-to-date versions. And by the way, there is one more thing is that, which is a Shopcart Pro is already in live, and so many people, you got it, you people are building it. Thank you very much for using it, and it will be appreciated if you go with the upgrade to premium. If you're looking forward to, you can support the channel. Already 3 people bought it. You can support it if you're looking forward to, that's gonna be boost my morale, so to make more of a video and projects for you people, which I can provide that free. And this one also, pretty much so many things is gonna be free. And the shop, the baby shop, the entire thing is gonna be free. It's gonna be stacking in the repo slowly. Let's hit on the bit. So now, as we are building an entire thing, also we need to get our search params. So we're gonna bring that as a search params, params, and the param should be coming use a search params. So that should be coming from the next navigation. And now let's say what's gonna be coming in the search param. There should be several things which gonna coming from the search params. So whenever we are rendering the search params, we're gonna get the category. I'm gonna first bring the use state hook, and remember, whenever we're gonna using the hook, especially in the Next.js, remember by default we are using the server side configuration and we are no longer using that server side. So we need to bring back our use client flag, and in Next.js 13 Next.js 16.0 there is you can just check in that next configuration. There you can utilize that cache content, the cache component which you're going to implement later. We're going to upgrade that entire project in the latest. So maybe this will be the last build for the client, then we're going to finish our app. After that we're gonna upgrade the entire version in the latest version, then we're gonna merge it all together. I know it's a long build, but it will be provide you much more credential to go on. So now here we have the category and set category. So the category, we can just, if there is category coming from the search param, we're gonna passing that as the category, otherwise empty. Similar for the brand, similar for the search. If we are searching something, that is okay, gonna get from the search param, otherwise it's gonna be empty. So now after that initial parameter, there could be some more of those data. Of course you should take your time to write down. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it properly. I think that much. Okay. So now we have another value here which gonna bring back our products. We are getting the set products, passing that product type. We have loading, set loading. We have loading more parameter because by default you're gonna load the 10 products. Then if we load many, it's gonna be loading more to provide you that actual data in a very, very decent way. Then we have also newly loaded item and set newly loaded item products, which gonna be like we have the first page, then the second page, and the design parameter is that if we receive the entire thing here. Right now if I load more products, so it gonna attach that product, and then it gonna, okay, I think some of the caching problem maybe. If we just load some more product, what's happening? I'm gonna reload that. If we are having any problem, okay, as you can see, I will disable the add from here. Yeah, it's coming, but it's disappearing. As you can see, this is right here, and there is a lot of problem with the caching right now. Okay, anyway, we're gonna fix that too. And then also we're gonna passing the total, set total, and also the price range. We are putting on the price range, we are putting the set order, either it could be ascending or descending. Then we're gonna have the current page, set current page. We have the invalid category, set invalid category when the category is invalidated. Also we have the is filter open, set is filter open. We have the product per page at 10. So now this is the category or criteria by which we're gonna go and fetch every single data. Now we are gonna be, first of all, we will create an use effect. We're gonna have two separate use effect for particular instances to be running over here. The first instances which gonna be coming, we're gonna go to the category segment, right? Because whenever we are fetching a category module, it's gonna be from there. So it's gonna be, let's say, const category from URL, and that should be coming from the search params from our category. So should be search params dot, and we're gonna get it as category. Okay, so that would be a category from URL. So that's the one value. And then if we have the category from URL, so not like that, should be a category from URL. After that, what we're gonna do, if we have that, we're gonna do something. If it doesn't have that, we will not use the fallback value right now. If we have okay, I think I mismanipulated the name here. Okay, so if we have the okay, what is that? Should be category, not contain category. I hate this auto importing. I need to disable. I forget. Next time I will make it correct. So now we will make that if the category start. If the category from URL is there, so should be const category exists, means even you are coming with a whenever we are coming with a different category, like this category is not available, right? So we have that additional value here. So I believe we can find a category show by, let's say, sleepwear. Then we have the category. This is a search value, not the category value. So let's say okay, shop by age, shop. Okay, I think how can we find a simple category which doesn't initialize a value? Okay, if we see the travel smart, see, category table not found showing all products instead. So that's the important value, should be resilient whenever we doesn't have the category. So now if we have the category, exist should be is equal to, let's say, categories dot sum. We're gonna find or can make that sum. So should be the category, and the category should be passing off that cat dot id, and that id should be is equal to category from url. So category from url. So that should be the existing category. Now okay, should be dot, okay, category from url, that could be existed over here. Okay, so now what's we gonna do if we have that, if we doesn't have that existed category, right? So means the category is or you can say if it doesn't have the category, category exist, so the one which you're passing over here, okay, we doesn't have that category exist, then we're gonna passing the value. And I think it's also mismanipulation the naming here. So if it doesn't have the categories, this is really annoying. How I can disable? Please pass the your valuable information in the comments. I really want to disable that one. So should be const category name should be is equal to categories dot find. So we're gonna go with the find value, and from the find value again we're gonna get the cats value, and from there and from the category value we're gonna make that let's say cats dot name dot to lowercase, and that lowercase should be is equal to, let's say, should be coming for that category from from url, should be category from url dot to lowercase. Okay, so that would be like category from url should be as such. Now this is if category exists, then if gonna work, and then we're gonna also make that if there is the category category by name is there, then we're gonna make some actions which gonna be set category, which gonna be passing from that category from url. So category from url. So that's really what's category category from url. Why is the name is not matching every time I'm typing? So if a category is matched, okay, that's fine. If it doesn't match, what I'm gonna make that set invalid category, and that should be coming from category url. Set category should be passing an empty. So this is the matter. Once we are not passing any valid category, we are passing that invalid category should be that category from url, and that's where we can pass the message category travel not found showing all products instance. So that's just maintaining that instances. And for this use effect, we're gonna have to be passing the search params. We're gonna have to be passing that categories all together for that dependencies. Now after that, we're gonna also make that a function which gonna be, let's say, fetch products. Okay, and that function we're gonna wrap it using that use callback hook, so that which will be maintaining a very proper scenario. So it will be an asynchronous function. So the load more, the value over here, load more should be is equal to false. Okay, should be as false. And after passing that scenario, so the load more is equal to false, and after that pass that value. Okay, so now this will be a callback statement, and of course as we're passing the callback statement, we should be also having a fallback directory. Now what kind of things we're gonna passing over there? So first of all, as you can see, we will get the product gonna be passing a several scenario and a statement. First of all, we're gonna pass that if there is load more products, set load more loading should be true, and also the else set okay, if there is load more products, set more loading should be true. If is no load more, okay, I think we will okay, set, okay, where I'm going, okay, if there is okay, set loading should be true, and then we're gonna make that a try catch formula here to bring back our product. To in the catch value, of course, we can just simply pass the error here so that we can understand it better. So if we have any problem with the cache value, you're going to pass that console log failed to fetch products error, set total should be 0, because the count total is representing here, if you can see, the 10 of 25 products, because we have the pagination, so that really matters, especially for the total count which we are passing from our API. Especially if you go right here, if you go in the localhost 8000, so let's say localhost 8000 /API /products, and over here after the products, you can see we are providing the actual count so that the data can be populated by so. And then what we can do is that, especially after catch, we can make a finally call. So in the finally, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make set loading should be false and set loading more also should be false value. Now this is the time by which we can graph the scenario and make things done. First of all, we need to create a params method, because a lot of things can call over there. As you can see, the params can get that news URL search params. If category there, we will add the category. If the brand is there, we're going to append the brands with the params. Then if the search value is there, we're going to append the search, also the price range, because we have the price range filter here. You can see all prices, or we can go value with the 20 to 50, you know, the all price range data, which we can show right here. And then we have the page, current page, the toString. We have the limit, how many products we want to go by, and that's actually basically representing the products per page data. And then this, as you can see, is right here. We have the sort order. So now all the params is ready, right? The params is done. So now we need to make a response. So response should be is equal to, we can make that should be, let's say, product not like that, should be products response. And in the product response should be coming is equal to await, and then we're gonna call that, let's say, fetch data. On the fetch data, we're gonna call a simple scenario, right? In the fetch data, we are gonna calling that / products, and now we're gonna go with the backtick parameter. So should be coming with the backtick like that, backtick, and / products. And after the products, what we're gonna do, we also need to pass our entire params statement. So it should be coming params dot to string. We need to make it a string, otherwise the value it will not come. And then, as you can see, we're gonna just simply see, we're gonna log through the data here, how the data gonna coming. So I'm gonna log over here. So I'm gonna log on that, let's say, response. Res should be coming the response. Now okay, should be coming here. So let's go there. And for the first instances, if okay, it's gonna not work because we didn't call it, right? So what we need to do, especially for that instances, we will pass the category, we will pass the category. So the category, and then you're gonna pass the brand, search, price range, set order, current page, or I think instead of current page, we're gonna just pass that products per page. And also we need to pass the current page. So whenever those data is changing, it's gonna call. Now this fetch products function didn't call anywhere. So how we can call the product, right? So let's say use effect, and here we're gonna call our simple notation by which it's gonna go and bring the fetch products. Should be coming the fetch products, and the fetch products gonna be declining on functions, and fetch products gonna call, I'm gonna just keep it for the first instances. So you can see we have the products and total is 25, and then we have the single page product right here available. And after that value, we also gonna make that set current page as 1. So whenever we are calling that particular first instances, we are passing that as a set current page as 1. I think this is not required, even I'm gonna check whenever we are passing that. So you're gonna have the category, not the categories, we're gonna have the category brand fetch products function not required, because then it's gonna just go and make a partial loop over here. So gonna be category, brand, search, price range, set order, and that's it. And also we're gonna you can fundamentally make another setup over here, which you're gonna pass that use effect value right here. And after that parameter, we're gonna make that if the current page is bigger than 1, so means we have the lots of other pages, we can just make that fetch products as true. Okay, and on that use effect state, we can simply make that if the current page is changing, also if the fetch products we are calling, that time it can interlink that data value. And after that, we also can make some more other parameter which can come over here like that. So we can get the newly loaded products.length is bigger than 0, then it's gonna be passing a timer. We are making the search value calling, and you are just clearing the time value setup. And after that, we also need to provide some more scenario, right? One scenario is that whenever we are calling that the total page, right, how the total page is gonna be calculated, because we are having a pagination, right? So the total pages, a method cell, we are getting the total then products per page. So now you see the value. Either you can do it in your server, but those things you can also make sure to provide it in the client side. So now what we are doing, we're getting the total count, then we are dividing it into the product per page. So I have 25 product. Now I have the product per page is 25. So now if we get the total pages, let's say we're gonna get that total pages, which gonna be coming as 2.5 for sure. So let's just see what we are grabbing right here in the console. So you can see okay, it's just rendering as 0, so I'm going to reload that data. Okay, okay, total, why this is 0? Okay, math.sale, is it not working? So why is not providing that total pages? Or we can just check the total. Let's see, total is coming okay, because we didn't make set the total. Okay, so what I'm gonna go, I'm gonna do over here, you see the response we have, but we didn't do anything with the response. We didn't get the data yet. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna make that set total, which gonna be that one as that response dot total. So that's the total value. Okay, now after that also we're gonna make so we're gonna have to separate value to load or converted the data. What's gonna be, as you can see, if we have load more, so it's gonna be passing that set a new load more data, which is gonna coming from response to products, and the set product is gonna be the product. We're spreading the product, then we are passing the response dot product. So we are passing entire products data. Otherwise, the newly load more products gonna be empty, and set product should be only response dot products. So right now, if I save and if I reload right here, we should be happen to be changed. See the changes. So the pages is 3 because it's 2.5 gonna be, we're making the sale, so it's gonna be 3 pages, and we have the 25 products. So that's how we are going to show the magics. And I'm gonna also keep it like that, so whenever you're fetching, it will not make any issue. And still, what I recommend you have certain kind of way to do those, and there is the AI. You can take help of AI to just to see how you can do it in a bigger picture, right? So it's not only that I know everything or you know everything. No, we are we all are knowing something, right? So when you are maximizing with that, we can take something creative, make something greater. So that's my concern over here. If you have some good assumption, if you have some good ethic, let me know in the comments. I will implement it for sure, and I'm also looking forward to learn something more from you people. If you are sharing your knowledge, especially in the comments, and you are sharing the video, which can really help me to boost my morale. Okay, done. So now after that also, which we will make a certain kind of setup over here. So as you can see, I'm gonna go and make some of the price range value, which gonna be making, because I can also make it from the API, or I will just go to create it right here, 0 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100, and 100. That's the range which I'm clarifying for you people. If you're looking forward to provide that, especially in the in the data layer, that's up to you. And also what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pass certain kind of functionality here, because that will clear the filter. So now as you can see, this is the price range, this is the load more products. So if the has more products and lot more loading more is empty, because there's when you're refreshing, we're gonna just, or we are bypassing, like whenever you see, once we are loading, whenever you're clicking at the load at the before, if I remove that, so okay, that's the loading. So whenever we are loading, that's when those things gonna run together. And after that, we have the receipt category. So whenever you're receipting, we're keeping the set categories empty. Set current page is 1, invalid category should be empty. Set brand, putting the brand as 1. And whenever we are receipting receipt, we are making the, like we have a receipt button. whenever you're receiving, we are we are calling in the current page data in the search, and you can see we are individually receiving the data, right? And then we have the receipt price range, we have the receipt sort order, then this is the receipt all filters. That's at the top over here. Especially if you go here, you can see that's the button which gonna receive everything from there. So that's where we are doing things, making the set category empty, set brand is empty, search empty, price range is null, set order is coming the default value as ascending, set current page is 1, set invalid category which gonna be empty. Now we did a lot of things, right? It's now the time to show the data, because we are talking a lot but not showing any kind of data. So let's bring back the data together to see the actual page structure. And after that, I'm gonna put in, or I can just simply make that a class name. Padding y should be, let's provide a 10 of padding y. And after that, I'm gonna provide a div here, and then gonna come in another div. I think we should be popping up to separate div, because as you can see, we have a sidebar, like we have the top, we have in the group layer here. So that's the top layer, which gonna be, I think that's gonna be, so let's say I'm going to cut it. So I'm going to have, let's say, 2 div, right? So div into should be 2, right? So this is the 2 div. 1 div should be, let's say, top, right? So that would be the top part, and that would be bottom. So bottom part should have 2 div. So div into, we're going to just maximizing, because so many times I'm just passing there. So should be sidebar, and then should be products. So this, the entire value statement should be, let's say, class name should be flex. Now let's see, gonna be side by side. So first we're gonna build up the tag top. You can see this is the top, because here the side value, you can see that filters button and these two gonna be coming at together point. Now let's bring back to at the main part. So over here, I'm gonna just provide a bit of certain level of data, which can really helpful. So I'm gonna provide a simple div here, and the div gonna be contain an h2 tag, which gonna be make that shop products. So should be products. And also for the p tag, I'm gonna passing that, we need to pass that product length here. So once we are happen to be calling the product, like we are having loading data, if we have loading, we're gonna passing that loading. If we doesn't have the loading, we can show the data, right? So now we're gonna go with the backtick, and that's gonna be passing that showing, and from there we will pass the product data layer. So it should be products dot length, if length, and then also we're gonna pass that off, and then we're gonna show the total value of our data, and then we're gonna pass that products. So actual product 10 of 25. Why? Because we are having the per page values. So especially if you go like if you just receipt all, now this is having the 25, so we're gonna call and fetch the 25. This is having some issue, I need to fix that ASAP. So now we can load more data. You can see okay, not coming 25. Okay, we're gonna fix it in real time. Even if you're having problem, that's what we'll do for in real life time. Now what we're gonna do, especially for the particular instances here, so let's go, we're gonna make some alignment here. So put a class name, that should be, text should be 2XL, and font should be semi bold. Okay, good. And for the p-tag, put a class name, text should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a baby shop black, and from there I'm going to provide an 80% opacity, or we can provide let's say we can provide a 70% opacity, and here the font should be medium. And after that, as such as far, so we have the category, right? So now what we can do, we also can pass the message which we are having. Also you're having the invalid category, like I'm going to provide a div and then a p tag, so that you're going to see what actually we are looking forward to. So the category, and then we will pass that unquoted data. So let's say we're going to quote unquote, right? So to make the quote unquote, you're going to put and sign, then it's going to be a quote, and like that. And then we're going to pass that, let's say, invalid category name, and the similar parameter again. I think that's gonna be stacking all together. Okay, now what is the end code meaning? What I'm typing, especially the end code meaning, is that whenever we are passing that code, this is the end code, but once we are deploying, we can pass directly there, we're gonna find an error. So no products found, that could be a showing showing all products instead. So that's just an error, and of course we need to provide some of the certain value here. So for the class name, margin top should be 2, bj should be YOLO of 50, and then we're gonna make the border, and the border YOLO should be 200, and of not a border y should be not also the rate should be yellow, border yellow 200. So that's you can see right now, and that will be fixed because it get taking the whole way now. Rounded md for the p tag here, text should be small text and text should be yellow 800. Okay, done. And after that, so as we are having that, this always not be seen, right? Because in that particular div here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a class name. I'm gonna make it a margin top of 6, or I'm gonna keep it margin top as usual. I'm gonna make it a flex, so it's gonna be coming all together and justify and should be coming off that. Let's say item should be center and justify should be between. So now you can see that's coming all together, because right now after this div we should be let's say it's gonna be receipt button. So that's the button gonna be coming right there to make the receipt. You can see there is a borderline here, or you can also make that, let's say I'm gonna make it a padding. It's a padding should be 1, so that it's gonna happen to be a room, or padding y should be 1 and padding x should be 4, so that or not 4, I think 2 is enough. Yeah, now you can see that's having a very good and proper meaning, and that div gonna be only visible whenever, because we need to put a condition, otherwise every time it's gonna show whenever you're gonna have an invalid category, and you're gonna passing that div. So we're good to go. Now we need to grab that receipt button. How we can do that? First of all, we need to find a condition, right? If we have, let's say we have the category, so let's say a category or and then we're gonna pass that brand. So all the search parameter once is available, or it can be the search, and then we're gonna have the price range, or and then we're gonna also have the sort order. So and sort order is not equal to ascending, so should be ASC, not equal to ascending, and then we need to pass any other format. So and we're gonna have a button, right? And the button gonna be passing that receipt reset all filters, and then we also need to make that, let's say the variant should be should be outline, and after that the class name, the text should be small text, and also on click we're gonna make that let's say receipt all filters, which we did before, and then we're gonna make that, let's say one more thing, class name we did already. What is the pending? We will make that disable. The button should be disable once the loading gonna not loading more products, but loading gonna call. So now we have the button, we are having the products, especially whenever right now where we can see, because it doesn't exceed it on there. So now as we are having there, our that div work is done. So this is the time where we need to work with our second parameter, where we're gonna showcase our entire product structure. Now the product structure gonna be happen to be two setup, right? So you're gonna make a flex column by default, and MD should be a flex row, and I'm gonna provide a gap of, let's say the gap of should be 5 gap. It's gonna be okay with that. So now you can see there is a gap of 5, and by the way, we can also there is a we can also provide a margin top from there if you are looking forward to. Okay, I'm gonna provide that later. Okay, right now what we need to do, we need to grab some particular value to go and distribute the setup over there, because we need to provide a certain commotion of data by which we can do a lot of things to make things better. So first of all, what I'm gonna do is that I will provide a div here, of course, which I already provided. Then I'm gonna, for that particular div, gonna happen to be some of the class name, and the class name itself gonna be, as you can see, the flex column, and then also I think this one, or I can make that MB should be 6. Just provide a gap. You can put 5 or 6, I think 5 is passing through a notion. Okay, now this one having to padding 5. So you can see that's the one which we are happen to be in the sidebar. So if I just make that sidebar, you can see some data is right there. The padding 5 background color should be the baby shop white, width full, max width 64. That could be there, and min weight is 60. So minimum 60, maximum 64, and rounded LG, also passing a border. Now what kind of data it gonna head through? You're gonna have filters, you're gonna have all the categories distributed, you have all the brands, you're gonna have the price range, we're gonna have the ascending, descending. So we're gonna use the select value, which is gonna be wrapping up with the options, and that's it, done. So we're gonna do in instantly with all of the setup. So first thing first, we're gonna taking another, so this is the sidebar, so that's we're gonna take another div, and the div gonna contain let's say it's gonna contain a button. So let's go, it's gonna happen to get a button. Okay, so I think we first need to work for, especially for that's the button. Yeah, we need to first work for the smaller screen, because otherwise, or we can pass, the scenario. Let's say small devices. You're gonna come back later on there, because the small screen devices is gonna be, we're keeping it later on. Now we're gonna have a div here, and then the div gonna be an h3, which gonna passing that value as filters, right? So that will popping up our filter segment, and that div which gonna be put a class name. By default it's gonna be hidden, and md should be blocked, so that gonna stay. And that filter text, we're gonna put a class name. Text should be lg, text should be lg, and font should be semi-bold. So you can use the title which we created. So the title you can see in the components, and also we can pass that filters, right? That same you can do, but I'm gonna keep it in a very resilient way. I'm going to go in a medium way, so that you can try something new within your own parameter. Okay, text lg is not working, I have some mispronunciation. Now h3, after h3 I'm going to provide so that's the div. Why we need to have the div? That could be there. So after that, instant segment. Okay, so this is the h3 div, which gonna be md block hidden. I think we can go instantly on that particular div here, and over here. Okay, we can go by. So there should be a separate portion here, so you need to find a tuning over there. We need to show some of the value here, so that could be the filterable data value. So I'll go with the simple notation, or I'm going to just remove it from the div. I'm going to go to create a separate div. Let's see, if we have the search value, then we need to provide to show the search value is there. If we have the search value, then we're gonna passing a div which gonna provide the entire segment of the search text, remember. So that's gonna be providing the search text. I'm gonna show you how this is gonna be start and how that's gonna be ending on there. So remember that we have the search value previously. If we go, especially, okay, data is loading. If we go for that comfy, or I think the travel is smart comfy, this one, sleepwear. So now you see that's the search value sleeper. If we cut, it's gonna remove. So this is the same functionality which we create right here. You can see it will show the search value. If we click on there, it's gonna receive the search value. So this is what we did here. And if I just remove of that notation, so okay, I remove the condition, you can see that's the search value, and that's what it's gonna be done once it's gonna be happen to be in maximizing its potential to be do or clearly manipulating over there. And for that div here, we need to provide some of the division of classes. So the class is filter open gonna be blocked, otherwise gonna be hidden, and whenever the MD screen gonna be blocked, and space y should be 4. So this particularly gonna be working for the smaller skin too. So if I go in the filter, so that's it gonna be showing right here. So let's go in the Babymart, and then we're gonna coming up from the same segment and from the same scenario, and you're gonna see let's say shop sleepwear, and over here you can see that's the value. So the same key which we are showcasing here according to the data structure and the data layer. So now this is for the search value itself. So now this particular alignment gonna be for all. Now this for the search value, and after the search value we are gonna to provide the other parameter also. So now let's go pull back the category. So I'm gonna provide a div here, and in the div I'm gonna make another div, and that div gonna be passing a label, and the label I'm gonna just keep it like that, or no need for HTML. I'm gonna just go for that gonna be passing that a category. So it should be category. Okay, let me open that. So the category, and also the space was always 4, but I don't know why it's not working so far. It's there, right? So for the label, let's put a class name. Block text should be a small text. Font should be, let's say I'm going to make it a medium, and also I'm going to make a margin bottom as 2. Okay, so that could be the data structure. So now as we have the category label, right? So this structure gonna be similarly as such every time. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna also passing, so after the label itself, we need to pass the button, the receipt button once the category is selected. So the same thing gonna happen. If you see selected category, the button gonna be together. So receipted gonna be filtered by together. So I'm gonna just comment the condition here. So you should be able to see the button. So now what I need to do, especially for the label parameter, for the flex, and that should be flex, justify should be in between, and item should be center align. That's it. And you see that's working perfectly. And if you're looking forward to putting a more gap, put a gap and make that gap as the MB should be, let's say 4. That should be a bigger value over here. I think this is the filter. The filter's gonna be happen to be some more value, right? This is the filter text right here, and if we put MB as let's say 8, no, this is not getting, that's why should be coming up from the filter. So let's put a class name, not like that, put a class name MB as 4, not like, okay, where is the field? Okay, that is the top. Okay, that's my bad. I'm just putting especially in the top circulation, because there it will not be there. It's gonna be coming as on that filter. So now let's say I'm gonna provide a margin bottom of 4. Okay, now you see we're getting it. So you can just change the data layer how much you want or how you want. It's up to you. I'm gonna just go through the one again, as I told earlier, or I told several times in multiple videos, that try to be creative. Don't follow what I'm typing right now. Doesn't need to follow what I'm pasting right now. You can, whenever I'm copy pasting, don't follow it. Try to shackle your brain and try to understand. Even don't go for the chat GPT or any AI. Try to understand the magic and logic together. Why we are putting there right now, as you see, I'm doing that design. You can remove, you can do some of your design, right? That could be where the learning curve is. Everybody watching the video, but not everybody learning to make those projects together, right? It depends on how much attention you are putting on the details and how much creativity you are looking forward to having it together, right? So now as you can see, that's the div which I'm having right now, and after that div we're gonna have a select parameter. Don't forget to import that UI select, and the select should be passing to have that a select trigger. So it should be trigger, and be careful, all the things gonna be coming as the similar way, and that should be a select value, right? So select value, and in the select value should be passing a placeholder, gonna be passing a text, should be passing a text, select a category. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna keep it like such. I think so. Select a category. So you can see select a category, but once I click, nothing happened. The same, but we're gonna change the design by so far. Now we need to provide that category for to select to trigger that endpoint, trigger that point to go and make things better. First of all, we're going to provide the value. The value itself going to be two separate value. Either can be, it could be the value of the category, a single category over there. Otherwise, it can be get all the value properties from there. Now, as you can see, still nothing here because we didn't provide the category segment here. Now, after that, we also need to provide that to separate positioning here, which is going to be a function whenever we're going to change the value, and also a function whenever we are going to making it visible. When the loading is running, it's going to be visible on the when the value is changing a selected category. If the value is equal to all, should be none. Otherwise, you're going to pass the value, and the set current page 1 and set invalid category should be empty. Now for the ticker itself, we're going to provide a width of full, and going to padding should be 2, and border should be, we're going to provide a border, and we're going to make that a rounded parameter. Just put it rounded. So I think the rounded, we're going to make an MD rounded. So what's the rounded we have? Yeah, that's the MD parameter here. Okay, that's cool. Now the select value, okay, placeholder, select the category. So now after that trigger, we have the trigger, then we have the select content. Okay, so select not like that, so should be contained here. In the select content, we will pass that as a select group. So select group, and on that particular select group here, let's see, we are gonna make that a select label. So on that select label, we're gonna pass that as a categories, right? So this is the categories, you can see. Okay, fine. So now the value parameter is there. So as you can see right now, if we are coming here, like if we doesn't choose any value property right now, so you're gonna receive entire filter, we have the all categories as a default parameter, right? So we're gonna pass that too. Now we doesn't have any category segment, and still we have the categories as far for the select level itself. Now we're gonna pass the item, right? So it should be select item here. So in the select item, we need to pass a multiple value property here. So first value property should be passing as that all categories, right? And that item gonna be passing the value should be as all. So that's the all category value. That should be the first one. Then we are gonna be mapping through for the categories. So categories dot map, and every single category we're gonna pass the cat, which gonna be take a parameter of the category. And after that, we're gonna just simply pass that as a select item. So select not content but an item, and in the select item should be passing that cat, not like that, cat dot name. And also as we are mapping, we need to provide the key should be let's say cat dot id. That should be the mapping key. So right now, even we click, you see, we can now avail to see all the category segment, right? So also the parameter, okay, what's wrong here? Select value is missing, so we need to provide the value. The value should be, it's gonna be coming as a cat dot id. So that could be the value. Now every time we are changing interlog, you see the value is changing, right? So that's the today's value, and you can see because the loading instances now no product is finding, if you're just getting the receipt product, you can see the value parameter is working and the product also is calculating, but we are not seeing there. And right now, what's before finishing or finalizing the old setup itself, right now we can do something better. And before moving to grab the product, I want to share another things with you. You can hit me on the Medium with the same thing, medium.com/@react.js Now here what we are doing, here we are publishing whatever the latest news we have, whatever the blog pattern we have. We are passing or trying to build up those things definitely. Now you can see that React, how you can implement the React Native and what kind of update you're having to have, especially topmost a clear idea about focusing the latest data and also the latest technologies which we are talking about right here. So feel free to come and just follow me in the Medium if you're looking forward to have some good ideas about the new tech, have some good ideas of the changing history about the tech and how it's moving on. That can embrace the knowledges for you people, and you can also understand the things in a much better way. Okay, so now we need to show the products, right? So that we should understand a bit better. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just keep everything right here. So right now what we need to provide is that to apart from the filters, we need to maximize the scenario by which we can show the product data. So now, as you can see, we have the products layer right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put a class name, and over here, I'm gonna make that BJ should be baby shop white. So I'm gonna make simply the full white color. And after that, padding should be 5 and rounded should be MD. And we're gonna take the full width, right? So you can see that is the part which we are talking about. And also, if you want to put the border, you can put the border so that you can see the data. I think here, there is no border, but there is the inner border right there. I think what we did right now, baby shop white, but here is that the combination is not so much. I think we need to handle that manually. We're gonna do that run so that the color combination gonna be a little bit better. So right now I'm gonna keep it simple as we are gonna be showcasing the product. Now, first of all, if we have the loading, right? If we have the loading, then we're gonna provide that. Let's see if we have the loading, and also we need to combine to separate. If we have the loading and the products dot length is equal to 0, then we're gonna show something, otherwise we're gonna show something. If we have this is not equal to empty, means we have the products, and the loading and other parameter gonna coming, then let's say it's gonna be passing. Let's say I'm gonna just make that as loading. So right now we're having the product. If we select any category, you can see that's a parameter like let's say car seat. Okay, it's still not showing here because the loading, you see, that's the loading which I'm talking about. You see the loading and getting the product. So that's how we are going to be combining the data structure to follow through the scenario. Okay, now for the loading, what we can do is that I'm going to just create a simple skeleton here. Now in the components, you can just make a folder structure, should be a skeleton, and over here I'm going to just pass that should be the shop skeleton. Here as you can see, we are providing that especially the same structure ratio, providing the grid pattern. You see the grid, whatever the product card grid we are following through, that's the same grid pattern which we are passing there. So now what we'll do, instead of that loading, we're gonna pass that our central system value, which gonna be passing that shop skeleton value. Shop skeleton, that's it. So now if you just see the loading here, you can see that's the product loading skeleton card, which is gonna be timber over there. Now for this products layer here, we're gonna also take another div, then we're gonna pass that. If we have the products dot, then we're gonna map through it. So from there it's gonna be taking as the product, and also I'm gonna take the index to provide that ID. You can just pass the ID, an actual ID, that also gonna be okay if you're looking forward to. Now we're gonna manipulate some data, so that's gonna be as a newly loaded and other parameter. We can go through it. That could be then we're gonna pass the return value. In that return, we can just simply return some of the data. Let's say that should be products. Now what's actually we did here? Okay, okay, here what we need to provide the key should be, let's say the key should be we're gonna just put a backtick here. We're gonna maximize the key, and the first parameter we're gonna pass that as, let's say, gonna be product dot id, and then also we're gonna just put an equal mark on that. Then we're gonna go with index. Okay, so you can see the products. Now what actually we are doing is that product is newly loaded, so newly loaded products.sum, and then we are pushing that is equal to, we are just publishing or categorizing on that, and that could lead us an error because that's where we are looking forward to. But we're gonna fix that. We're gonna go whatever we are having in the current scenario, then if you're facing the error, we're gonna fix that in real time. Now in that parameter here, which is multiply doing the same thing, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make that as the product card. So product card, and in the product card we need to pass the product as same, so it should be passing our product value. And as you can see, we have the product, but not in good fashion, because you see the top layer of the div. I'm gonna make that one class name. We're gonna just take the width as full, and then also put a class name here. That should be, I'm gonna make it a grid, and the grid column should be by default as 2. And also running in the LG screen, grid column should be, let's say it's gonna be 4, and Excel grid column should be 5, and gap should be, let's say 3. Not so. The placeholder should be should be only a gap of 3. Okay, done. So now as you can see, we have 5 products. Okay, cool. Okay, that's really amazing. Now of course the mobile responsiveness, we're gonna bring that. Now if we select any category, let's say baby deals. Okay, you can see that's highlighting. If we select okay, I think one tiger is not happening. When you see, okay, all categories today still okay. I think one things which he commented out. Okay, anyway, we'll go one by one. Let's see if we're facing any other problem. We're gonna come back later on. Okay, so now of course we need to provide some of the class name, and also we can go alongside with the style if you're looking forward to. But if you're finding a good tune without not popping up those things, you are good to go. So we are putting a transition here. All duration is the in out. Whenever we're loading, remember it's gonna be popping from top to like below to top. So that's what we are going to encouraging here to get it. Okay, right now after that, after having the product card, also for the div itself, which actually happen to be some of the problem, I'm going to just popping those things later on so that you can understand a bit of how those things is going through. So now after that div here, okay, after the div, we're going to passing those value. Okay, so the loader to data, and that's it. So now you can see if we have more product, we are loading the product. Okay, cool, it's loading. And of course, if we happen to be like say under that, nothing, no product, baby deals, okay, that's product, you have seen it all, no more products to show. Now what could happen once we doesn't have any product or like so? So right now, if we have that, so this is the scenario, I think so. So now we need to maximize that structure. Okay, so now as we have the skeleton here, we can do something more, right? So as you can see in that layer, we can put another value. Like if we have the products dot length, if we have the length, like it's bigger than 0, then it's gonna be having something, right? So what's the something is that's the value, right? If it doesn't have the products, right? If it doesn't have the product, and also if it's not loading, right? Only then we want to pass something which gonna be, and let's say it should be empty product. Okay, so I think so that could be needed like that, not like that. Okay, let me see what we are missing. Okay, like that, div no product. Okay, I think I was manipulating in a wrong side. So this is my entire structure, right? So this is the div which okay, which we did. So if we have the 0 value, then we need to provide that. Let's say, yeah, that would be, let's say, a div no products. Yeah, it's a little bit messy, but you'll get it once you're doing. I'm not baby feeding by so far, so you need to certainly do some of the mechanism here. Okay, which every single okay, that's the no products category. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna happen to provide an empty list parameter. That's the components which I'm gonna have to have that. So in the product criteria, so in the common, not in the common, common has the pages anyway. You okay, that's the pages here. Okay, now happen to be that okay, that's the UI button component here, which need to be provided in a very good way. So now what actually that component is doing, right? So this component taking a message, and also a receipt filter button by default is popping up, and after that is just a loader icon. Then we're getting the no products found and also receipt filter. So that's the same structure ratio. If you just select the category here, nursing feeding, I think nothing here for that. You see, no, it's still also what is not here, baby skincare. So this product we doesn't have, so let's say baby skincare. Okay, so once you do that, that's the one which you're looking forward to make that. So that's the same structure. Now you can design it. This doesn't matter that you need to make the same design again. I'm exercising that maybe you'll try to provide your rights to create some very unique and a very legit design which can be really cool. And for sure, let me know in the comments, or if you did something more or better or not. If you cannot, if you're having any problem, also let me know in the comments. I know I will try to create the script file by which you can populate data for sure. Now that should be empty screen, so empty screen list data, and from there I'm going to pass the message, and the message should be no products match to your selected filters, right? And after that we're going to have a button, so receipt filters, and the receipt filter is going to be passing that receipt filter. That's the function. So now if you receive the filter, automatically all the products gonna appear, right? So right now, again, there is the certain scenario on our the segment which is still pending. So this is the product case right here. Now we need to bring back the other filter statement. So as you can see, we have the filter for the category here. Now we need to get the filter for the brand. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pop in the brand. So let's go at the top. So at the top, that's where the category is done. So I'm gonna go and popping that value. So that should be search, and that should be category, and over here that should be brands. Okay, now the brands having the brand data, the similar of the category, the same structure, same segment, just function is changed, the data layer is changed, doesn't matter at all. We have the we have that label for the brand and also for the receipt button, which is receiving right now only the brand. You can see it's only receiving the brand property and then the button here, and we are showcasing the brand instead of the category, and we are passing all the brand data. So that's it. That's go for our brand. And after the brand, we need to also fine tuning over to separate statement. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna popping that up. So after brand, we have the price range, and also we have the sort by. So two separate statement need to be coming up. So I'm gonna go and bring the price range right now. So that should be price range, and in the price range, the same thing, we're just popping up the price statement value, which gonna be popping up the prices whatever we are having right now. That's it. So after the price range, we need to provide that the filter for our sort by. So whatever the sorting data we are recording right now, we need to provide that. Let's say should be it would be okay, the price range is done. So should be, let's say, what kind of value is that? That should be sorted value. Okay, so sort filter. Okay, done. So it could be the newest first, could be the oldest first. If you go in the oldest, you can see that's getting the oldest. If you're getting the newest, it's getting the newest. So now you can also load and reload the structure. I think one of the things which we bypassing right now, especially right here, okay, that's the one. So this is the products which you are showcasing. Now if the product is equal to I think this is the condition which we are passing loading, and also the product value is equal to 0. I think I'm gonna remove that whenever the loading is done. Like whenever the loading is happening, I want to showcase that. Okay, so okay, cool. So now you see, so every time it's loading, we have that things to running here. That could be resume the error if whatever the error we are getting it. So later on we are calculating that to see the value there. So this is the structure of the shop page. Now this is not fully completed. You can do a lot of other parameter. So one thing is still pending, which I forgot of there. So this is the for the smaller devices, remember, which the filter button which we didn't done for the smaller devices. So invalid category, all filter value, and for over here we need to provide a small devices parameter, which it could be pretty simple and pretty straightforward, because now we need to just provide a button, right? So that is, we need to provide a button which can populate the data here for the smaller. So that should be the chevron up, and also that should be the chevron down to just showcase the data structure. So right now if we go here for see if it's working or not, in the filter value you see all the filter is coming up. So that's what we did. So what we did, said filter button is open, then in that filter we are showcasing all the filter. If it's done, we just hiding all the filter value available, and so on the MB screen it should be the hidden, because the data is right here in that skeleton property. So now we can view and properly align all the data structure. So this is the shop page where we did all of our magic. So right now let's go back to create something very unique. We can add to the card, right? So we need to log in. Let's say I'm going to log in with an admin. So did admin is working? I have no idea. Okay, login failed, or we can directly go to make, let's say it should be a John at gmail.com. I think we have that. Okay, yeah, registered successful. So it should be John Doe and then okay. So now we are signing in as John Doe, and John Doe doesn't have an email and others. But let's say if John Doe can add to the product in the cart. So whenever it's adding, okay, it's gonna be added to the cart, and you can see we can view the success message. If we go in the cart, we doesn't have a cart page, right? So we need to go and particularly create those pages, and there's a lot of other pages which we cannot create up from the scratch, but we can go and manipulate those things in a very efficient manner. So first of all, what we could do is that we should be we happen to be grab the pages, so many pages for the users and others. So you can see we have the user and user profile, right? So this is the profile layout for the user. So beside the profile, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another file here. And again, this things is not required actually, because as you can see right now, we happen to be grabbing the car. So we can just simply take it to the root layer. No need to exercising those empty segment, because we are only having a single layout pattern. So over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another file which gonna be, let's say it's gonna be cart and page.tsx rfce. So that could be cart page, and that could be, let's say not like that. Okay, what's wrong? That could be p, not a p tag. Okay, cart page cart, whatever is there. So now this is going to be our cart page here. So in the cart page, we will try to maximize our magic so that it can be really good to see. Now again, I don't want to make that cart page as client component, so you may feel free to create whatever the setup scenario you're looking forward to. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna in that particular page, so let's say that's the common, I'm gonna go with that page. Okay, so I'm gonna create another component which gonna be, let's say, cart page. So it should be cart page client.tsx rfce. So that should be our cart page client. Okay, so instead of passing there, I'm going to just simply drop that cart page client, because the cart pages must be client, because every single data layer and others is going to be coming to the cart page and all. And of course we are handling that our middleware which are actually exercising, or later on we're gonna like we're gonna just manipulate it as a proxy, which we're gonna do later on. Because right now in the middleware, did we create the middleware? No, not yet. So it will not support us if it's not happen to be, we need to exercise the middleware, of course. So of course, let's say in the app, beside the app we should be, so this is our client and the client doesn't have a middleware, so we need to have the middleware. So I'm gonna just popping that middleware for you people. Now what's you can just console, I'm gonna just debug log, I'm gonna keep that log so you can debug it how it's gonna be happen. So now what we did here, the middleware, you see the cart page without user, like if I just logged in right now, log out, so now anybody, if I go in the cart, anybody can see the cart, right? So this is exercising like everybody can go and see your cart. You cannot stop people that they cannot see the cart right now, they can see. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna set up the middleware by which without logged in nobody can access, especially you can see the user route. So the alt sign in, you can see they start with user is not authenticated, you know, it's gonna redirecting to the middleware. So that's how it's gonna be happen to be configured the authentication, and we need to implement that in a better way. So if in okay, the middleware is not working by so far, why this is happening? It should work. Let's see what we are missing right now. Or as we just copy paste, you know, sometimes it can happen. So what I'm gonna do, npm run dev again, so that middleware it will load. Okay, see the middleware compiled. So right now if we just load our application, it's supposed not to be passing here, but somehow it's just grabbing it. So user car is not trigger up, so somehow our middleware is not, which middleware we just copied, is it our middleware? Okay, so here what we are passing, let's see. Can we check the, can we also visit the profile? Yeah, we can view the profile, and right now there is nothing to be signed out, so the middleware must to be work properly. or instead of passing that directly, I think that's not a good practice, and middleware cannot handle those things indirectly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove it. I'm going to pouring that everything one by one so that it can be more understandable. So in the client, you see in the root, you're going to create a file called middleware, middleware.ts, and later on also you are going to moving to Next.js 16.0. Then that time it should be coming as the middleware, not middleware, you're going to be coming as a proxy, right? So we have the middleware in the client. So right now we're going to just put a systematic, just a simple completable functionality which going to be coming from the next request and then the next response. So right now we're going to export a function. So let's see, export function that could be calling as the middleware, and that middleware is going to be taking the request. That request is going to be, let's say, next request, and the next request is going to be, let's say, I'm going to just passing that return null. Okay, so now it's going to be returning null. Later on we're going to make some compromisation to go and bring those things up. But I think also if I just, okay, if we just go through the path name, let's say const, let's say the path name gonna be coming is equal to, let's say, request dot next URL. Okay, now that could be coming from the next URL, and here we're gonna pass simply just passing the path name. Okay, path name, and if we just log the path name, let's say path name should be passing the, not like that, should be passing the path name. Okay, so that need to be aligned together. If it's not aligned, it will not go and work together. Okay, and over here we're gonna simply just passing that return next response, not like that, should be next response dot next. So it's gonna be just go to provide that. So now let's go to see in our, especially if the middleware is loading or not. So no, it's not, we are not getting any kind of setup. So even especially over here, our middleware even is even a command control, so it's gonna be removing that npm run dev, so npm run dev. So we are running our middleware. You see that middleware is compiled together, but we're not receiving anything especially on that. So our middleware setup is not working somehow. Okay, so that could be a problem. Either something is happened to be in my cache or some measurement is pending. I'm gonna just keep it right now. Later on, we're gonna come back to it as soon as possible. But also we can do in a certain point, right? As you can see, we are in the shop, we're in the user, right? So what I will do, I will do create a layout, especially in that shop. Should be layout.tsx. So RAFCE should be passing that root layout. Okay, so that root layout gonna be passing, let's say we're gonna passing the children. So it should be children, and the children gonna be coming from that children react dot let's say react node. Okay, so we're gonna pass simply passing that children. Okay, so now what we can do, we can simply, if we go especially in that let's say we are now in the card, so we can see the card here. So okay, what's wrong here? Okay, I think children name which are mismanipulating children. So that could be like that, children, and here we need to pass the children. Yeah, so now we can see the card. So now what we can do right now, we can check the user, right? We can grab the user from server side and then we can pass the user. So now, especially if we go in the header, did we pass the user? So as you can see, we have the user button, so we can get the auth user, like the user, it could be there, and then we can just passing the value right here. We can check the user, especially using that API. So whatever the API configuration which we are using, then it can work in such a way. So what we can do now, instead of like, imagine we doesn't have the middleware, right? So now we think the middleware is not there. Later on, we're going to come back to the middleware because I think some caching is making problem. So you're going to come back to middleware later on, but imagine it doesn't have the middleware. So we need to set up some kind of emotion, right? So anybody can see your card. It should not be without user, that should be not there. So what we're going to do is that we're going to grab the data. Remember, we have that cookie. So cookie store should be is equal to await, and the await function gonna run that to grab the cookies, right? So that would be coming from the next header, and as a parameter we need to provide that as a asynchronous data. So now we're going to check what kind of data you're going to have in the cookie store. If we check, you can see all the details. We have the value for the cookies, we have the value, especially the token value, refresh token value. So we can now fetch everything from there. So now we're going to destructurize the token from there. So token should be is equal to, let's say, cookie store dot get, and from there we're going to just get auth token dot value, and then we're going to just simply check if we receive any token. So right now if we go at there, you can see we are okay, token is getting as implemented as an empty. So should be cookie store dot get, and we are receiving nothing. So we are getting an auth token here, okay, getting undefined, but whenever we are passing that cookie store we are having, so okay, the value is coming here, clerk active. Okay, why? This is really, and I'm going to clear my local storage for a bit. Just give me a little minute. Okay, I just remove everything from my local storage. So right now, even I try to, okay, as you can see, I believe right now it's gonna be implementing that. So let's just try to get my token. So let's see. Okay, cookie store token is undefined, but I believe that should be okay. So if means now it doesn't have a token, right? And why it doesn't have a token? Because I'm not logged in. So if there is no token, right, so I'm not logged in, I'm gonna passing some value, just return null. You're gonna see nothing. You can see even we are here in the route of user card, we're in the card, we're in the route, right? So how you can manipulate the structure, how you can customize the token, how you can manipulate the data layer. Now even especially in the card we have a text, right? If we try to grab it, you see we come in the cart, but we're returning null. We even you have the token, you can see nothing. So now what we can do, we can just passing some a try method here just to provide the data layer. So what we are doing, okay, there is okay, I think I made a mistake here. So okay, I'm going to go with the try catch, especially if in the .env file you can see we have one API endpoint, also a coming with an API route, API URL. So that's the things which we're gonna looking forward to make things work perfectly. So now in the layout, we're gonna go with the try method, right? So let's just create a try method. So in the try method, we'll not go in the catch method, just try method. So const should be the base URL. We need to set up the base URL. So what kind of base URL we are looking? Okay, so that should not be, of course, we need to get the try catch. So in the catch, once we have nothing to provide, I'm going to just pass that value as that fail and providing the error, which is null. Then if we have that, then we're going to set that as a base URL. So should be base URL should be is equal to process.env dot, and that could be coming from the API dot API underscore endpoint. So endpoint, and then we can pass the value. So that could be the endpoint. If that endpoint is doesn't available, we can just simply pass the endpoint over here. Now, of course, we need to make sure that we are passing that endpoint, especially in the real-time segment and others. Okay, so now we can just go and simply go structurize the data layer. Let's say it's gonna be structurizing there. So of course, okay, that should not be the base URL. That would be the base URL. So if we have the base URL, like response fetch, then we're gonna go with the auth profile. We're gonna get the data. You see, cache no store. We're gonna get the data in real time. If we doesn't have response, it's not okay. It's gonna be empty. If we have the user in the response, we're gonna return the user directly. Again, we are now passing the variable in a very systematic way so that we can have entire segment. Now, as you can see, what's the segment which we did earlier here? So everything we are functioning here need to be properly aligned together, right? So let's see how we can align it. You can see those functions. There is a little mistake which I did at the earlier top. As you can see, that entire statement that should be coming at the top, not here. Okay, because okay, I think we can just simply pass that. We can just get a function here, should be assigned, or we can just make that const get user, and that user gonna be, let's say it's gonna be passing that as an asynchronous function, and then we're gonna we're gonna pass that value here. So this entire statement gonna be coming as get user function. Okay, so that get user function gonna be responsible to provide me the user. Okay, now as you can see over here, it's already popping up there. We can simply get the user according to, let's say, await get user. Okay, so that's the function which gonna provide me the user. Now if there is no user, right, we can do something. If there is no user, redirect. So redirect, of course we need to provide that. I think the redirect from the coming from the next navigation, and that will be coming from auth sign in. That's it. If there is user, it will be passing the user. So that's how you can send without the middleware. You can handle it. There is a pop-up, but it will return nothing. That's the benefit. Remember last time the Next.js happened to a problem here with the middleware. So that's how you can check your route in a proper way, in a very good manner. So as we have that scenario is set, now we can go directly in our card page. Now we can start building our client, and later on we're going to talk about the middleware, why it's not set, and we're going to set that together for sure. We're gonna start pouring the things, especially for in the client page for the card. So first of all, there should be so many other parameter which can be really be handy whenever we are building this structure. And first and foremost, we need to bring some of the calculated data here. So as you can see, we need to use that. I'm gonna just import it first, so everything is only in the store, and then we also need to bring for the user store. We need to get back our user stats hook. Now you can make it more creative by using that special parameter by which you can be really go through individual layer, where you can use that cache component and others. And I'm going to show you whenever you're going to updating the parameter. First of all, as you can see, what we are bringing right here is that we're having the use card store, and from the card store I'm going to make it a little bit more bigger so you can see it. I think that will be fine. Okay, so we have the card items with quantities, remove from card properties, update card item quantity, clear card, sync card from server. And then we have the auth token, especially to get the configuration for the auth setup, and it's going to come in from our user store. We have that show clear dialog, set show clear dialog, and especially if you just go directly on our parameter here, you're going to see what's actually meaning by that. So I'm going to just try to sign in with an account here. So let's see, I'm going to go with an admin, and let's see, that could be oh no, it's failed. So I think the password that could be there. No, I think I forgot that. Let's say that could be there. Anyway, I really forget. Maybe John have here. So let's say John. So John. Okay, let's see if it's there. Login failed, so we can sign up a new user. Let's say I'm going to go with the similar name of John, because I need to show you what we are actually building over here. So let's say okay, John at gmail.com. Okay, done. So okay, registration fail is because maybe something, okay, user already exists, so means John is already there, but I maybe forget the password. So John at gmail.com. Okay, let's try. No, this is not the password. This is also okay, this is the password. Okay, so now if we go directly over here to oversee the parameter, you can see the card, right? And the clear the dialog which gonna work if you just copy paste it, you see it can clear the entire card segment. So you're gonna go prefetch that data layer to be building a startup situation. Then we have the checking a route and each checking route, so that's gonna be a boolean value. So first of all, we also gonna implement the router. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an use effect parameter here right now to call the data layer. So that would be our use effect. And on that use effect, what we're gonna do is that const initialize. So that would be a value here, initialize card, and that would be an asynchronous function here. So let's just build that function. Okay, that should be not the plus icon but the equal. And initialize icon, if we have the auth token, only then what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the try catch, right? If we doesn't have the auth token, it's just going to be that it doesn't have the user. So let's say we're going to pass that should be the console.error, so error, and here it should be the fail to sync card from server. So whatever data is there, we will sync it with the server. So now let's say await, okay, not the await icon, await, and that should be, let's say, sync card server, not why is coming sync card server, and we're gonna pass that auth token. And so that should be the auth token parameter. I think the auth token parameter not required, we just sync the server, and that should be visualizing whenever the auth token and sync occurred from server gonna be changing, it's gonna prefetch. So right now, as you can see, whenever we are logged in, we will find that we have 3 products in the cart. It's because happening for that syncing the server. So now what you're gonna do, we need to call that function. So initialize, not initialize, let's say it should be initial ini, okay, initialize called server, and that's it, that will go. So there is no loading, no other setup, just a plain scenario. And there could be another positioning where we're gonna also calculate the total item for the cart product, which gonna be calculate subtotal, and then return from the cart items with quantities. And as you can see, every single attachment is right there in user use store. So you can see whatever the value parameter which we are already passing, and you can find everything in the repo, all the code, all the items. So just go tune up something, you know, that could be a little bit haji-paji if we're just going to explain everything time to time. So take a little bit time to explore so many parameter what we explaining there itself. Now after that, there will be another parameter which going to be calculate the total price. So the subtotal is already getting the calculate subtotal. So that's the function which grabbing our subtotal value, and then we're getting the shipping cost. Right now we are providing that if subtotal is small bigger than 100, then a 0, if not, then so below $15 we are putting that like below $100 we are putting $15 as a shipping cost. If it's more than $100 we are putting that 0. Also the text going to be providing that. Now what we are doing, especially for the new build for in the turbo repo, we all are passing that one from the .env, and another we are passing from our database. We are manipulating that too. First, if we have that in the .env, those credentials, it's gonna take that. So the design is like that. First, it's gonna look forward to our database. If it's the response is coming in empty value, then it's gonna set from the env. If it's not there, then it's gonna coming on the structure. So we are holding it in a very different way. But you can also implement if you're looking forward to implement here. That's up to you. But for me, I'll just go with the first built-in version. So you can change it later on. You can update your code. Now we're gonna also pass another parameter, which gonna be, let's say we need to have that to function, which is handle remove item. So I'm gonna call that function. Let's say I'm gonna bring that at the top. So that's the function, and we need to import the toast from the sooner. So now what actually we're doing, handle remove item is actually getting that asynchronous function, which is passing that item ID as the string, and we are removing the item, and also we are removing from CRUD. It's going to remove from our local storage. It's also going to remove from our server, like the database. So this all things going to be implementing using that remove from CRUD. If you just go there, and if you can find it, that remove from CRUD is doing so many things. So let's say remove from CRUD. So as you can see, whenever we are calling the remove from CRUD, we're getting that product ID as the parameter of the props. Then we are checking the auth from the user store get state. If there is no auth authentication required, then set loading is true. Then we are trying to remove it from the CRUD API. And after getting the response, we remove it from CRUD, and you are passing that auth token and the product ID. And that, as you can see, this everything is happening in real time. So if you're digging down, you're gonna find a better solution on that. So this is how we are gonna removing from the both parameter and also handle quantity change. That's just a simple function which gonna handling in both sides. If new quantity is bigger than 1, then await handle remove item return, and then we are also await try item quantity. We're passing the item, passing the new quantity, also passing the toast message that quantity updated, and if there is error, we are passing the error so user can understand that why he can't add product in the cart. Now after that, there should be 2 separate value again, which we need to pass it right here. One is that handle clear card, which gonna also pass that set show clear dialog true. Remember how we just gonna show the clear card. Once we do that, that icon gonna that model gonna be true. And also the confirm a clear card. Whenever you're gonna click on that, it's gonna do the clear card. It's gonna close the model. It's gonna also passing a toast model card clear. And if there is an error, it's gonna passing error for us. Then there is another portion which is called the checkout, right? Now this is the function which gonna do a lot of parameter. As you can see, set is checking out should be true, and if there is no auth token, you see you must be logged in to place an order. Set checkout should be false. It's gonna return from there, and then if everything is okay, we're gonna redirect to the user.checkout and also the passing a message redirecting to checkout. If there is error, passing the error, then is set checkout gonna be false. So as you can see, if we just go proceed to checkout, you see that is where it's redirecting, and after that is coming there in the checkout segment. So this is how we are gonna building this structure. Anyway, let's go there. So right now, what we're gonna do, we can also make a loading parameter, right? If is loading is true, right? Is loading is true, and from there we're gonna return something. Let's say we're gonna return a container. So container, and in the container just pass the loading. Right now I'm gonna providing the null check value should be passing like that, and if we pass that, you should be able to see the loading parameter. No more loading. Why? So is loading. We are passing the set is loading. Okay, is loading is true, but why is not? Okay, I need to close that first. Okay, in the page we have our page client. So right now, whenever we are is loading parameter is done, let's go see what's the actual value. Is loading. Okay, is loading is true. So okay, no need to provide the null value. It should be like that. So now is loading is true, right? So we didn't make that set loading as false yet, so it's now gonna be true setup, so that it can be really it will not that much good. So as you can see, every time the loading gonna happen till so if you can come over here, okay, that's the initializing that setup. From there you can see, and after after the checking up the situation, right, if the data is available, you're gonna just make that set is loading should be as false. So after just checking the data together itself, we can just making that loading as a false value. You can see, so it's gonna take a bit of time to load the data from the server, then the loading gonna be fine, and it's gonna remove the instances. So now what we're gonna do whenever we are showcasing the loading, now you can make the data layer as you are looking forward to. I'm gonna just go with a simple constructive design here that could be really representing the skeleton here. You can create the skeleton wherever you are looking forward to. I'm gonna just keep it like here, because right now it's not doesn't matter, because you know how to design those portion. So let's see what I'm missing. I think I was missing something. Okay, yeah, I was missing that. So now what is happening here, you can now create that skeleton instead of keeping it right here. Remember, we have one skeleton file, so I can copy this entire portion here, and over in the skeleton, so in the components common, where is our skeleton? We can pass that. Let's say CRUD skeleton.tsx rafce. So over here we're gonna pass the CRUD entire skeleton. So now we can import the skeleton from the skeleton, and after that at the top we also need to import that container. So instead of passing that lots of data, we can simply pass that CRUD skeleton. That could bring a lot of things to be clear on that. If I just now putting the null value, you can see what the skeleton look like. So it's just an abbreviation of how the card gonna be look like. That's what we are passing right there. Now when everything is in places, so now we can just remove the condition here. Okay, remove that, and also we can just pass simply like that. So now we can, our cart, like the page of the cart scenario is done, and then we should be having another condition is that which gonna be if the length is 0, right? And as you can see, we are taking it globally of before the cart page client is just passing there, so that it can be highly valuable, it can be highly manageable. Now those kind of text, as still if you're building such a long way with me, so I really appreciate that. So you know how to build that by so far, so I want your creativity to go by so far so that you can do something better, especially on that scenario. Now what actually we are building right here, okay, so the length is, I'm gonna just pass that not equal to 0, so we can see what actually you're passing, that your card is empty. You may check out all available products and buy some in the shop, and then return to shop, and also high quality selection, affordable prices, express shipping. So just an idea when the cart is empty, that is the design which we have been built up here. So what I recommend, you go through your creativity to do something better aligned, and which can be really important to go and make things in a very beautiful fashion. So now what we need to do, especially here, we need to get to bring back our, let's say it's gonna be I need to pass that as the breadcrumb, so it should be breadcrumb. So, and did we have the breadcrumb? So let's say page breadcrumb. No, it doesn't have a breadcrumb. So the breadcrumb, how it's gonna be making things done is that okay, why I close that? It should be keep it open. So in the breadcrumb, as you can see, we are passing lots of data value here. So this is the card from where it's coming. We can go back to the home, and then we have the share icon, all the icon property and others. That's how it's gonna work. So first of all, let's go create a breadcrumb. So especially it should be coming as in the common. So I'm gonna call the name of that. Let's say it should be pages breadcrumb or page breadcrumb, page breadcrumb.tsx RFCE. So that would be the pages structure of the breadcrumb, so that we can really be okay, should be page breadcrumb. Okay, so now in the page breadcrumb, there should be some of the condition here. We need to provide so many data right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just define the value right here. So those kind of data we need to implement right here. So let's go, and y is coming, okay, should be something like that. And what actually we are doing, first of all, as you can see in the breadcrumb, that the item should be, so we can pass the item as an array property. We're gonna passing the current page, which gonna be card. We're gonna also make the show social share, which gonna be true, and share data. You can see how we can share the data in between of the pages. So that's how it's gonna be started. You can see it's gonna be copied, and every time you just pass the link, and you can see also check my card 3 items. So that's the property which we are calling with that property value. Now let's go back in the breadcrumb, where we're gonna do and make things done in a very better way. And the breadcrumb should have some of the interfaces, which we will just declare right here. And one interface is that coming with the breadcrumb item, which is going to be label and href, and then also going to be coming as the breadcrumb props, which going to items coming as the breadcrumb item, which going to label and href. Current page going to be string, show social icon should be the boolean value, shared data coming as title, text, and URL. And the similar parameter of there, where we are just declaring that, we can just simply pass that. It's going to be coming that as the react dot should be coming of that page breadcrumb. Okay, react dot okay, should be fc, and over here we need to provide that. So it should be coming page breadcrumbs. And as we are indicating the parameter right now, so what we can do, we can manually pass that. We can pass the items, we can pass the current page, we can pass the show social share, and which gonna be by default as an false value. So false value, and then we're going to also pass that share data, right? So this is the actual accumulated data which we are having by so far, and those data going to be coming directly on that instances. Now in the breadcrumb, what we can pass is that, so when we are having the item, we can just simply go with that shareable data. It will be a simple function by which we can share the data. So as you can see, there we are just, okay, where we are passing that. I think I didn't copy the entire thing. So should be passing here. So what actually we're doing, once we're clicking on the share data, you see, first of all, the share data should be an empty, and then we are passing that Facebook share encoded Facebook link. You can pass your Facebook link, you can pass your Twitter link, and you can pass your Instagram link. And once you did that, should be success gonna be true. Right now, as you can see in the live, we're just, I think we're keeping that. So okay, that should be there. If we just click on Facebook, you see it automatically open the Facebook. If you click on Twitter, it will automatically open the Twitter with your particular account. And if you click on the Instagram, so Instagram is not implemented yet, so that is not doing the things. So as you can see, Instagram, you can do direct URL string and others. So that's how we are setting those things done. So this is basically coming on the platform scenario to open the app, especially within your structure layer. Then now over here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have two structure, right? So the structure which we have been seeing there, that could be coming up to valid parameter. So first and foremost, there should be an one div, then should be another div, and that div gonna contain that parameter of a 2, which gonna provide the value. So this is the first entire statement which you're gonna be providing the old structurable layer. So I'm gonna pass the CSS here, which gonna be background color white. You can just simply pass that, let's say baby shop white. That's up to you. You can go with your own defined color. So right now that could be, as you can see, that could be a delighted method. So now also passing that background color is coming with that. Okay, I think one things which could be done in a better way, that I'm going to provide that some of the class name padding y should be 8, so that the gap it would be in between, and we can see those structurable layer is there. And instead of that div, we're going to simply pass that a container here, so that should be the container, so that it could be at the middle. Right now, let's go in the page breadcrumb, and over here for the first instances, so this is gonna be a containing of that the value here. Flex item should be center, justify should be between, and so the first one gonna be rendering. So we're gonna pass that simply an href, which is gonna be coming as a link, and we're gonna pass that our home icon from the Lucid React, and whenever we're gonna href on that, passing directly at the home, so that's gonna bring back the home here. And you can pass the class name within 4, height should be 4 to make it smaller. And then after those link, we're gonna also pass that, let's say it's gonna be dynamic link here, so that will parameter whatever the link we are passing there. So now what we're gonna do, items dot, and we're gonna pass a map function here, and every single thing gonna be coming as an item and index, and from there we're gonna simply return the value. Let's say we can simply pass that react.fragment, and in the fragment we can pass an span tag, which gonna be like that, and the fragment gonna be coming need to be coming to an index, which need to be passing to be a valid key. And okay, after the index parameter we have the span tag, and after span, so we're gonna simply pass that, let's say item dot, if href is available, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not available, then we're gonna pass something. If it's not available, we are just simply gonna pass that span, let's say span, and the span tag gonna be contain that item dot label, so that's gonna be there. And now if there is the href is available, then we're gonna pass that link parameter, and that link also going to be, let's say, passing that item dot label, but here it's gonna be containing as an href parameter. So href should be item dot href, so that we should be able to see the name, right? And after and also for that one, we're gonna pass the class name, and the class name gonna be, let's say once we hover, the text should be gray of 700, and then transition should be the colors, or you can just simply make that hover effect. So right now we can't see the card yet. You can see this color gonna be combining together, so this is not coming yet. So let's see what's actually happening right now. It should be adapting. So why is not showing? So this is the manipulation which we did right now. Okay, so if it's not coming, so this is the condition once the dynamic link gonna be coming, like we have the multiple link instance, and then another link gonna be coming as the current page. So that's gonna handling the current parameter. The span should be like that. So this is the span which we are passing that, then should be another span, and here we're gonna pass that current page. So whatever the current page we have, we are just gonna passing that. With the class name, text should be gray of 700, and font should be, let's say, media. Okay, so now in between, if we are passing any of the other parameter directly, it can, like if we are going through, like if we have the shopping, right? Let's see if I think it's not implemented yet. So if we go over here in the profile, no, not every pages has that, so that's why it's not showing there right in the card. So now what we can do, especially on there, as you can see, it's not coming there properly. So put a class name, gonna be flex, item should be center. I'm gonna provide a gap of 2, and text should be extra small, and also text should be, let's say it's gonna be gray of 500. Okay, that's it. So now our one part of the parameter which we are trying to create is done, and the next one is that which gonna coming according to the social effect or social. As you can see, we can pass that linked icon, we can also pass the button, and then we will need to import that Instagram icon. After that, Twitter icon, which is right now calling the X, and also gonna be a Facebook icon. Now you can manually, or you can do so many customization, you can manipulate that. When you see the copy to clipboard, if you click in the Twitter, it will automatically open the Twitter, not right here. If we click on the Twitter, it's gonna open the Twitter app. If we click on the Facebook, it will open the Facebook app. That's how it's gonna structurally work. So what you're passing that, if we have the show social share, if we like make that as a false value, it's not gonna show the social parameter. So that's how whenever we're calling the breadcrumb, we can now manually manipulate that setup and can do in a better design pattern. So now as we have the breadcrumb, after the page breadcrumb, we're gonna pass another div here. We're gonna pass an h1 tag, which is gonna pass simply the card, right? And put a class name margin bottom of 8. So let's provide a gap. And now for the h1 tag, put a class name, text should be 4XL, and font should be, let's say, bold, and also text should be Babymart shop black, and let's say I'm gonna also make that margin bottom of 2. Okay, so that is the card which we are looking forward right here. And after the card, we should be happen to have the two separate value, right? The two separate is that one, like after the div, we need to be happen to be providing a div which gonna contain two separate portion, one div, and that div which gonna contain the parameter of that, let's say, should be card items section, right? That should be one section, and then another section should be, let's say, this should be card totals, and that's also gonna be another div. So these two sections need to be aligned together to show the data entirely.
Yes, I did. Come on. I'm going to do it again. This stuff I'm going to I told you we picked that kid up your delivery like we had to do. It was cargo. You guys go south. A lot of people don't know this, but
Now, This is a fantastic look. Now we're going to bring the products right here. So in the card items, we will just simultaneously do the same thing what we did in the top. So you're going to take a div over here. We're going to just make that card items with quantities. If that is there, then we're going to map through it, and every single map should be passing that a card item. And over on that card item, which need to be passing like providing a return over here, and that return gonna be, let's say first we're gonna make that as for the mobile layout, and that should be a div, or we can just pass that a products. Okay, so for the key value here, the key should be a card product, card item, and that should be card item dot product dot id. So that should be the card value here. So right now we can see the three product is available, and that three product gonna be matched with that three product because we are handling the similar data structure, right? Now, as we are having the product, so now we can provide all the product data together. So what I'm going to do itself here at the top. So let's just put a class name. I'm going to provide a space y, which going to be coming as the 4. So instead of no need to provide that, let's say flex column, then gap 4, we can just provide that space y4. And then for the that's the positioning here for the div here, we can just simply make that we will just provide a little bit of colorful design here so that it can be look so different. So what we're doing, we're passing a border gray of 100, and as you can see, this is right there, but it's not showing that much. So if I just make of 800, that time also no, it's not showing at all. Okay, border gray rounded LG. Okay, let's see. LG border is 0, so we are just the border is coming for, let's say if we put 1, we can see that. So the border is only for the smaller screen. Now this is gonna be perfectly aligned for the mobile devices. So what I'm gonna do, so once we are coming in the mobile devices, we're gonna come back later on for the mobile devices. So first of all, we're gonna just go especially for the desktop devices, right? So that should be, let's say, desktop layout for the card product. The desktop layout, first it's gonna be coming that product info. So in the product info, let's say I'm gonna bring that. So first it's gonna be coming a div here, then it's gonna be coming a link, and after the link itself, we're gonna provide another div here. So another div, and on the div we're gonna pass that card item dot product dot if the image is there, and then we're gonna pass the image. So should be coming an image from the next image, and if the image is not there, we're gonna pass simply gonna pass a div here. Now the image tag gonna be taking the proper, let's say the source should be card item, CRUD item, let's say CRUD item dot product dot image. Okay, and for that instances we need to provide the auth parameter also that should be passing that CRUD item product dot name, so we know which product is coming accordingly. And also we're going to make that the image should be filled and the class name should be object that should be passing at as cover, right? Not contain but cover. Now if the image is not available, what we want to do, we're going to pass a simple shopping cart icon, and that cart icon I'm going to just pouring the style here a bit, so that could be similar of this parameter. Okay, so from here like that. Oh no, okay, what we're missing, I think I removed one of that key here. Okay, should be something like that. Okay, now what's the error here? We're gonna find the link. We need to provide that href for the link, and for the href we will use the backtick right here. So the backtick gonna be passing that, it's gonna pass that product product / and on that / we're going to pass that, let's say should be card item dot product dot id. So that's where it's going to routing us back. So we're supposed to get, after loading the data itself, we're supposed to get the product right here, and if there is no error, okay, you can see the image is so much bigger, which should not. So what we're going to do, especially here for the images parameter, after the link we're going to put a class name which going to be, I'm going to make it as a relative, and which should be 20, and maximum height should be 20, and I'm going to provide a background color gray of 100. And after that, rounded should be LG, overflow should be hidden, and also flex shrink should be not flex shrink, just I think they named the property of the shrink as 0. And then we also going to be making that whenever you're going to hover, scale of 105, and you're going to pass that hover effect. That's it. So now as you can see on the hover, okay, it's getting to the single page. Did we create the single page? No. But how the data is coming? That is really cool. Did he create the single page? I think so. Otherwise it should not go. Yeah, we have the product. Yeah, we created. Okay, that's my bad, I forgot. It's a long of the project, so I really forgot. And still you're with me, please do like the video and also subscribe the channel if you didn't do it yet. And okay, so after that, we are having the hover effect and other parameters. So after that link itself, once the link is done, we're going to have another div, right? On that div, we're going to have another link, which is going to provide the name of that parameter. So h3, that should be coming, let's say card item dot product dot name. Okay. And the similar, that link gonna make the same href which we are passing right here. So if we go at the below layer here, we can simply pass the href. Okay, there is extra one more, and as you can see, where is the name? We are not seeing anything right now. So the product cards parameter and the naming parameter, okay, we're not having anything. We're going to provide a class name here, should be flex item, should be center. We're going to provide a gap of 3. So as you can see right now, we have the product quantity here, and the link I'm going to keep it as it is for the h3, for h3 class, not the class but class name. We're going to make it the font of a medium, and text should be gray of 900. You can use the default color value if you wanted to. Margin bottom is 1, line clamp should be 2, maximum 2 of the line, and hover text should be, let's say, baby shop sky, and we're gonna pass that height. We're gonna pass that especially on that hover effect. Okay, so once we are clicking on that, and once we click, it's gonna do the same thing, bringing back to in the smaller screen. So now this is the combination here for the link. After that link here, we're gonna also happen to, let's say it's gonna be a remove button. So remove button, and on the remove button we should be having a div, and there we're gonna pass the button, and that button gonna say it's gonna be passing that trash to icon, and after that it's gonna say the word remove. So that's what we are looking for. You can see the remove button. So now this button should be look like that. We're gonna fix that to make that align together. And also we need to provide some of the color specification for the button. So let's say we're gonna put a class name on that. I'm gonna make it a flex item, should be center, and should be, let's say I'm gonna just make that, I'm gonna provide a gap of 3, so that could be stay together. For the button, I think that really needed, no, so because we doesn't have that. We doesn't have the gap. So I'm gonna just put the button all together. No need to have that div, right? And for the button here, I'm gonna provide a variant which gonna be a ghost. And then we also need to be past that, let's say the size should be a small size. And then once we're gonna make that on click event over here, we're gonna simply pass that. It should be handling on that handle remove item, and here we're going to pass that, let's say card item product dot id. So according to that id, it's going to remove. And also we need to pass the button some of the class name. The text should be red of 200, red of 500, so that could be good. And then hover text should be red of 600. And after that we're gonna let's say hover bg should be rate of 50, so that a little bit background notation here. Padding should be 0, height should be auto, and text should be extra small, and we're gonna pass that hover effect right now. So that would be similar that right now we can make the padding, instead of padding 0, padding 1 should be good on there, so that the button could be looks amazing. Right now, what we need to do is that, especially for this one, see the trash icon not is coming bigger and not side by side. So we need to pull that trigger to make it together. So right now, what I want to do, this is our button, right? And also this is the div which containing the button and others, right? So now what we need to do, this is the div here which containing the image. This is the div like image and the text. So now which containing the image and text, we need to provide some of the class name right here. For the class name, lg should be call span of 6 or lg should be call span of 6. We're going to make it flex, item should be center, and gap should be less. I'm going to provide a gap of 4, so that you can see is coming side by side, right? And the things that it should not be coming side by side because we are not providing any other parameter. And I think so in the desktop layout, as we're providing the 6, so this is the value here which need to be implemented. So here we're going to pass that hidden lg grid, and lg should be grid of columns of 12, gap 4, item center, padding y6, border b, border gray 100. So this is the combination, you see. And if we click any of the product, you see it's gonna be removing. Okay, so even you come here, I think in real time, if this is the product coming from there, it should be removed also. I don't know if it's connect. Yeah, it's connecting at live, so it's also removing from there. Now, as we have that, we got our card items, we got our product information, right? So as we happen to get that product information, this is our time to bring so many other parameter, like it's gonna bring the price, it's gonna bring the quantity, and also it's gonna bring up another value which gonna be coming as the subtotal. This is subtotal. So these three things need to be coming together. For the price, what we need to do to provide the price itself, so I'm going to provide a div, and then we're going to just make that, let's say we should be coming on that price formatter here, and on that formatter we will provide the value here. So the amount should be card item, card item dot product dot price. Okay, that should be the amount. And also for their class name, lg should be call span as 2, so should be call span as 2. And after that, the text should be center aligned, and also we can provide some of the class name here, and the class name which gonna contradict on that, we're gonna provide that text should be base, font should be medium, so the font should be medium, and also we're gonna provide that text of gray of let's say we're gonna keep it as 900, or you can provide the black color. So now we have the color. So this is the standard price, the similar pattern which you're following to. Now we need to have the quantity button here to show the other details, right? So to do the quantity button, we're going to go over here. Either you can bring back the quantity statement here. So you can see we have a quantity, I think, or we can just simply bring that. Okay, we can simply create those three statements. So that should be one div, which is going to be happen to be a button. Like we can just see the structure. This is the button minus one item and the plus icon. So let's say I'm going to just provide that should be the minus, right? And here after the minus there should be, let's say there should be a p tag which is going to be having a quantity, right? And then should be another div which going to be happen to be have the price. So the plus icon, so this is gonna be together the three pattern right here. So I'm gonna put a class name lg should be call span of 2, so that's what we are believing on that. Flex justifies should be center. So right now you can see the three value together is just putting on the line to having a very good standard, but we need to make things better. We need to fill things up for having some better adjustment, right? Now what we can do is that instead of providing those, we can actually mapping through over another div here so that we can pass that. And for the div, we're going to put a class name flex, item should be center. We're going to provide a border should be gray of 300. And then also we're going to provide that, let's say rounded should be LG, overflow should be hidden. You can do that in the top layer or you can do it right here, doesn't matter at all. Now what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to take, instead of the div right here, I'm going to take a button, right? That will do all the purposes. Now in the button, there should be a minus icon here, and that minus icon gonna do the player things, whatever we're looking forward, which should be 4, height should be 4. So now you can see the button is right there. Now the button should be the variant of, let's say the variant, we're gonna provide a variant of ghost variant. And then we're going to make the size of the small size. And also whenever we're going to on click on the particular button, what we are going to do is that we're going to just simply run a function which is going to be handle change quantity, not like that, handle change quantity, not why is checkout is coming, should be handle, oh, handle quantity change. And over here you're going to pass that card item dot product dot id, that should be the id where it can handle over there. And then the card item dot quantity, we're going to just -1 because it's gonna minusing the value over there, right? And also for the button itself, we can provide some of the class name, which is going to be height of 10. We're going to provide a width of 10. And then we're going to also provide a padding should be 0. And then we're going to make that, let's say hover should be bj of gray of 50. And then not like that, gray of 50. And we're going to make that border should be 0. And also rounded should be none. So this is our button structure right now, and you can see this is not so good pattern what we are looking forward to. And especially for the div, you can either keep it as div or you can put the plain value which you're gonna have. So this is the quantity structure which you're looking forward to, little bit bigger than as usual. What we are doing, we're providing height 10, width like that. And as you can see, if we put the quantity say it should be 200, you can see it's structuring over there, so it could not be more than 200 on like so. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just copy the previous button from there, and over in the div where we are gonna be passing there, we're gonna pass that instead of minus should be the plus icon here. So hit save, you can see the icon, and instead and the quantity change, what we're gonna do, instead of passing that minus, we're gonna just passing to have the icon, have the item as the plus item. Now if we go and add more, you can see whenever we click, you can see that's what we are actually getting, that we can minus the value, we can change the quantity there. Now you can do some more parameter. You can, you know, if the quantity is minus value, it's gonna remove the item from there. Now we can do to add some more products here. So we can just go simultaneously adding some more product. Now it's adding to the card. We have the entire card statement, which looks so good. You see smaller screen still not showing nothing, but we're gonna go manipulate and provide that data. Now after the parameter, we should be provide one subtotal value here, which gonna be like that, which gonna be passing that subtotal value, getting the card item dot price, product dot price into card item dot quantity, which gonna bring back our subtotal parameter. So if it's 2 product, if I make 3, the quantity gonna be changing, making 45. You can, like, whenever we are clicking on that, you can pass a loading, and you know that product should be fetched till that loading. Now if you can click multiple time, you know, so you can fetch that till it's updated. It's up to you. I'm going to keep that feature, whatever is right there, that looks perfect for me. So now what we can do as we are passing there, so this is the div here, then after the div here we should be having some card actions, right? That action's going to be implementing like continue shopping, clear card, like so. So first it should be a link, and on that link should be passing a button. On the button gonna be, let's say it's gonna be passing that arrow left icon, so arrow left, and here at the button passing that continue shopping, right? Continue shopping. Link should be passing an href parameter, which gonna be passing that shop. Okay, so now it should be coming at the below. You can see the continue shopping parameter. Now over here, we're gonna make that as a flex. Flex should be the column proportion, by default, and smaller skin fact should be raw, and then also justify should be between, and item should be stretch, and then we're going to make a small should be item should be center, and also we're going to provide a gap of 3, and then margin top should be 8. I think that would be fine, and padding top should be, let's say, 6, and also should be border should be top, and note the till should be top border T, and we're going to provide a border of gray of 200. Okay, not like that. Okay, just border gray of 200. That's it. So now it should be implementing the scenario. I think yeah, it's coming. Not yet. Why it didn't come yet? This is the structurable data. It should okay, you can see the running prettier formatting, so I think there is something is running which is not good to go. So I'm going to just provide it a little bit time while it's configuring the data layer to be go on. Sometimes it can happen once the caching is going on. If you can just simply make the reload the window, what I did here, then it will automatically fix the error for you people. Now, what's actually we're doing, we are making that continue shopping button. So the button itself needs to be aligned together. We're going to make the variant. The variant should be, let's say, I'm going to provide a variant of outline. It doesn't matter about that second bracket, okay? Either without second bracket it will work, but as it's coming, you know, just keep it. It will not make any problem for you. So it should be algae. Now after that, put a class name which should be full, and asm skin which should be, let's say, it should be auto, and also rounded should be full, and the padding act should be 8. So that is the button what you're looking forward to. Now this is the one button which we are having, which gonna be passing with the link, and after the link we're gonna having another button, right? That button gonna pass that clear cart, so that will especially clear our entire cart. The same variant we're going to use that, so the variant should be outline, and then we're going to also make the size should be LG screen size. So you can see there's a summing coming over there. Then we're going to simply pass that two separate parameter. On click is function is going on, we're going to simply make that handle clear cart, which going to open the model. Right now it will do nothing because we didn't pass the model to open, right? So this is the value where we are passing and compassing all together. Now, as you can see, we need to provide a calculation layer, like how the card value should be passing through. So the calculator, so the calculation value, as you can see, that's the value which going to be passing that card total, subtotal, shipping, tax, and your quality, you qualify for free shipping or not, total item, proceed to checkout, and little masses over there. So we're gonna just to be implementing this method. So first of all, we're going to happen to be, let's say, a div here, then coming an h2 button should be called totals. So that would be the value here. You can see this is right there. And for this one, what I'm going to put a class name LG devices should be, let's say, call span of 1. So this is going to be entire one span parameter. And then actually instead of 2, I think you can also make it within the one statement here. You can see we are not needing that particular parameter to go on. You know, it's just an h2 tag. So what we can do, put a class name text should be Excel, font should be bold, and text should be gray of 900. You can put any other text, and margin bottom should be 6. Now, as the coming call span of that parameter, BG should be baby shop white color is there. Then you're going to provide a let's say rounded of 2 axle, which is going to be like before, and I think we can provide a border gray of 100, shadow SM. I think till shadow, that is fine. Also, we're gonna provide I think the padding, yeah, padding, we're gonna provide that. And we're going to provide is as sticky, and top should be 4, not 4, but let's say I'm going to provide a 32 of top. Let's say what it gonna no, it's not handling that, or I think no need that sticky parameter. Just provide or pass the padding value, and height should be feet. So whatever the height you are passing, that height it will contain. Now this is the parameter for the totals, like the card totals, and after that we're going to have a div, and then we're going to have another div. We're going to have an span tag which is going to say subtotal value, right? Subtotal. And after the subtotal, we're going to pass that price formatter here. In the price formatter, we're going to provide that amount which is going to be passing that calculate subtotal function, and that's going to take the class name text as a base. So the text should be base. font should be medium, and then we're gonna also passing that, let's say we're gonna also pass that text of gray of 900. You can just make the black color. You can see that's the subtotal value, but we need to make something better aligned. So the first one over here at the top, we're gonna put a class name space y should be 4. So we're gonna provide a gap in between, or I think I'm gonna make things smaller here so that you can see it properly. So that's gonna be like that, a little bit smaller. Now, after that, in the span tag, what we're going to do, we're going to provide a class name. In the span tag, text should be gray of 600. Okay, that should be the text here. And this div itself, put a class name of flex. I'm going to provide, let's say, flex item should be center, justify should be between, so that it can be look better. Padding y should be 2, providing a gap. If you see the background color, you can see that padding is working perfectly. And after that, the span parameter, so I think this is looks cool. So not any problem at all. I think that could be similar of the subtotal value here, and okay, yeah, that's good. So now this is a similar parameter, and similar pattern is coming for the other parameter. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that. So this is our first parameter where we are passing the subtotal. Then we're gonna pass our, let's say it's gonna be coming as the shipping. If it's more than 500, we're providing the free shipping. And after the shipping, we should be passing to separate parameter also. So this is the div here. After this div, we're gonna have to move div itself. So one div is gonna coming with the text amount. We're gonna be calculate subtotal into that's the value which the text amount which we provide 0.8. So you can check at the top, either you can provide the key if you're looking for what you see the subtotal. So that's you can like just keep you can provide a value, like you can just simply go here, let's say cons text underscore text rate. So now what you can do, you can simply pass the text rate instead of like that. You can simply go with the text rate, and the similar pattern it can pass by here also. Instead of directly putting the static value, you can simply pass the text rate. That's it. That's how you can do work in a very good fashion. Now if the calculate for the calculate subtotal when it's more than 100, like if I make it 1000, you see that value it will not see, it not be seen. So same thing you can do, you can put in a variable, or either you can go with your .env in the client. You can provide that here also. That would be fine. That would be absolutely perfect. But I'm going to go with that. It's up to you how you, so I'm keeping the room for your creativity to shine. Now after that div here, so this is the div. So after the div, we're gonna have that separator. Okay, separator gonna be coming from UI, which gonna be coming a class name. Margin my should be 4, so that one line should be aligned there. And after the separator, we're gonna be coming, let's say it should be passing that another div, similar pattern, right? So if we just copy this portion, now this portion, let's say I'm gonna show you one thing here. If I copy this one, so let's say this the div which gonna containing the entire parameter. Now we see this coming up the text. Instead of text, we're gonna provide that total, right? Total amount, or you can just simply go with the value. And here, instead of this one, what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply pass the total value. So calculate total, right? So now it's gonna pass the total value. You see this adding this value here and just getting 637, right? So now after that to div here, what we need to do, we need to have a button which gonna happen to be, let's say that would be the two button. It's gonna coming with the coming with the parameter of if checking out. So if there is a checking out, gonna be passing something. If there is no checking out, should be proceed to checkout. So now right now you're gonna see that the proceed to checkout button is right there because it's not checking out, right? So if there is the checking out is going on, we are going to do some of the parameter which you're gonna say that creating order. If I just make that in you can see creating order, that loader gonna be go by. And for the button here, we're going to provide a size, not like that. For the button, we're going to provide the size. So the size should be LG size. And after that, we also gonna be on click, we're gonna make that handle checkout. So that's gonna be working on that. And the disable, it's gonna be disable when we are going to passing that, let's say is checking out is there, if that one is coming there, or if we have that, let's say card item with quantities is a dot length is equal to 0, means there is no item to be calculated, right? That time it's gonna be 0. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna provide some of the class name for it. Okay, that's already providing that, so remove that. So the class name, which should be full, margin top is 4, and instead of passing that black, you can simply use that baby shop black, and also similar of that, you can use that baby shop white. Okay, that could be very good. And rounded full, and padding y3, font medium, disable opacity of 500, disable cursor not allowed. So this how it's gonna render. You can see it's getting off the 404 page because it doesn't have the checkout page. Later on we're going to implement that. And after the button itself, we can also happen to be providing another div here, which just going to be having that secure checkout SSL encrypted, right? So now we doesn't have the smaller screen setup for the card product, right? So we have the bigger screen product, but we doesn't have for the mobile devices. Remember, we did it before, and we go with the layout for the desktop design, right? So over here, the similar fashion, it could be aligned together. As you can see, the card items which we are landing over here, that should be the mobile layout. Now what actually happened to be in the mobile layout, right? I'm copy pasting, but it doesn't mean there is nothing. I'm going to show you what actually we are dealing here. So first of all, first and foremost, what actually we're building, as you can see in the mobile layout, we are providing a block in the smaller screen LG. It's gonna be hidden. Everything we're keeping in flex start motion. We have 4. Now we are providing the image, the similar image, the link parameter which we did before. Then we are passing the details, and flex 1 mean weight 0. And here we are passing that of the name, like the product name, and later on we are providing the price and also the other formation. We are providing the subtotal because we are providing that total value in 3 separate canonical value. And after that, we're also putting that icon, the similar parameter which we did before. Then we happen to be get that subtotal and a remove button. And now this function, it's gonna work similar the way it's supposed to be. It's gonna work similar parameter. You can remove the product, and so once you remove, you can run in loader if you wanted to. So that's up to you and the way you are looking forward to. Now what we need to do is that, remember, we have that handle checkout. If we go like that, handle checkout function. So this is the function which are going to do so many other parameters. You see, if there is no auth token, you must log in router.push, you are going to be user checkout. We are not happen to get any checkout page, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new page called checkout page.tsx rfce. That should be checkout page. So let's just bring back to checkout. Now whenever we're gonna just directly push that value, proceed to checkout, we are now coming here in the checkout screen. So whatever we're gonna do right now, we need to go and fix things in our checkout screen because cart is okay. Now there is one thing is pending in the cart, right? Not okay yet, because in the cart, once we are making the things to make the clear cart, nothing is showing, right? It because we need to get the model for the clear cart confirmation model. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come at the bottom of the cart parameter. It's a big there, so you can remove certain position if you're looking forward to here. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass that let's say clear card. So it should be clear card confirmation model. Okay, I'm gonna pass an alert. That should be alert dialog here from the UI alert, and over here I'm gonna make that alert dialog, let's say it's gonna be content. Okay, so that would be content, and in the content I'm gonna make that alert dialog header, right? And on that header I'm going to provide that let's say should be alert dialog title. So the title would be, let's say, clear cart, right? Now even though you are passing that value, it's not going to open because in the alert dialog we need to show the open. Once it's gonna open, so show clear dialog. And how, as you can see right now, also if I just reload here, because it's getting the true value, that's why it's right there, you see the clear card. So now we're going to design a bit, so that could be a little decent one. So now on open change, so that's the value which going to be there. Also it can be open, and after that we're going to go and render the value. If that is not open, then what it's going to do, set show clear dialog should be false. So right now, how it gonna work, if you click anywhere, it will not disappear yet, but we have that feature at there. So if we clear card, we need to cancel, because that's a very clear alert. So we need to get the user pattern to go and pass that by. Now for the clear card, after the clear card, we need to have that, let's say, clear alert dialog description, right? In the description, we're going to pass that, are you, let's say, sure to, are you sure you want to clear your cart, and this action cannot be undone, and all items will be removed from your cart, right? That could be the message over there. And after that, we should be like in the footer here. So after the header, you see, after header portion, we're gonna also happen to be that alert dialog, not alert dialog footer. In the footer, we should be happen to be two button, which gonna be alert dialog cancel. So in the cancel, so that could be a button, should be a cancel. So in the cancel, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make an on-click parameter, and on the on-click event, we're gonna make that, let's say, set show clear dialog, which is gonna be false. So that's gonna be the parameter which can cancel. So let's clear card, and also we need to provide some of that parameter right there. And after that, after this portion here, I'm gonna just copy this same intuition. So that would be the second button. So here we're gonna pass that, let's say it's gonna be yes, clear card. And for that itself, we're going to provide a class name. We're going to provide the bg of red of 600, let's say a 600 color, and also hover bg of red 700. And I'm going to pass that hover effect, and I'm going to pass that text should be, let's say, baby shop. Oh, we can use that color if you're looking forward to. Instead of red directly, we can use that baby shop red, and we can use that opacity of 800, and over here we can simply pass that like that. So it should be bj. Now you see, okay. Let's say uber, it should be baby shop white. I'm gonna keep it like this. So okay, there is certain changes right there. Okay, clear. Alert dialog, baby shop rate, hover effect. Oh, there is a shadow, right? There should be shadow. Hover text should be baby shop white. That's it. So yeah, now you can see if I click yes, you can see enter cart item should be removed. Now once we are removing that, now we didn't pass the function to remove it. As you can see, that should be clearly remove that. So that would be confirm clear cart, right? So okay, confirm the clear card, and that could be done. So now once you're running the confirm clear card, you can see the clear card gonna set show dialog. Also we can pass that set loading, is loading should be true, and we can come in the finally, and then we can pass that set loading should be false. Okay, that should be true and false. Now what's gonna happen if I gonna clear card, you see it's gonna popping up that alert, which is to be good to provide that, and you can have a proper idea. In the live is not there, but you're adding it right there, and also you're gonna push that in the live, because what I'm doing right now, we are actually providing that a baby shop, especially in a different motion. So we're gonna come back in a very soon with that property. So right now, what we can do here, once we click proceed to checkout, we are going back directly in our checkout page, right? The card is done. So now every single thing needs to be handled, especially on the checkout terms, so that it can be really cool to do that. And also we can do the similar pattern. Instead of providing the data here, I don't want to make it an client side. If you want, If you want to make, you can make it. That doesn't, because what I really want that you can take some advantages from here. If you are understanding a bit better, you can find the tune. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, so bring back the common and the pages. I'm gonna create another file which gonna be checkout page line.tsx rfce. That should be checkout page client. Okay, so over here, instead of that positioning, we're gonna simply pass that checkout page, not like that, checkout page client. Okay, so you can see the checkout page client is loaded. So now what we can do, we can start building our checkout page, which gonna be a pretty much heck of a things, because there will be a lot of parameter, our payment integration, our order modulation, everything gonna be working together there. So make sure you are understanding it properly. Take your coffee, take a little bit of rest. If you're still till here, then start with me, because there are a lot of calculation, a lot of parameter you're gonna handle together. In the checkout, first we're going to start the similar pattern which we did before. So first of all, if we just come back here, this should be the page should be entirely as an use client flag. So we're going to make that one as a use client. And over here, we're going to just bring back our user state parameter. We're going to provide that our order item, like the order, which going to be order API, then also going to be coming as an order the address. The address is going to be coming from the lib API. I think the order, which this should be the order type. I believe so, not the actual API resolution here. Let me just check. That should be order. Okay, so yeah, it could be coming like that. So then we're gonna also happen to be get the use search params. We're gonna get the use router. And not the next router, should be coming from the next navigation, and also for the user store, I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it properly, and also gonna be passing that use user store. Now what actually going to be there, as you can see, we have the order. So we're gonna order set order, especially to get back the order in the real time. We're gonna passing that loading, set loading, processing, set processing. Also we are processing the order and doing the other tricks. Then we're also going to be finding that auth loading, set auth loading, selected address, set selected address, which is going to be typed as an address, and address set address value, which will be there. Should be is creating order, set is creating order. Once we're going to create, it should be boolean value, so it's going to be showing an alert model. We're going to also passing the search params. We're going to passing that router from use router, and auth token, auth user is authenticated, verify auth, passing from use user store, getting the card items with quantities clear card from the use card store, then also getting the order ID. If we are passing the order from the search params.get ID, which gonna bring back us our order ID. Now, first thing first, we need to verify our authentication, right? So what I'm gonna do after that, already it's gonna be verified from the layout, but we can go and maximize on that. So verify. So verify authentication on component mount, and there we're going to use that use effect parameter here as is the use client. So it should not be having a problem whenever we're going to using that our use client like use effect parameter. So here what we're going to do, we're going to just create a simple function which going to be like a const checkout, and set auth loading should be true. Auth token, if there is auth token and no user, await verify auth, we need to wait for verification, and whenever verified, then we can stay on that parameter, right? So should be the auth token, should be the auth user, and also the verify auth that could take in place. So right now nothing gonna happen. You can see it's gonna be just as simple as right now. And after that, we also need to be passing that. So what I'm going to do in that particular use effect, we did the verify token here. So verify the auth. And after that, we're going to having another token. So you can see we're going to do a lot of parameter, right? So let's toast. So over here, what we are going to do, I'm going to also get that things done to be there. First of all, initializing the checkout. So before that, we're going to go add the use effect, which is that if auth loading return. So if there is auth loading, means no auth, it will return the value. And also it's going to check if there is user or authentication is there or not. Otherwise, also it's going to make return. Then it's going to load the user address. If auth user dot address is there and auth user address dot length is bigger than 0, means we have that user address. Then, because if we just come back over here and go to the proceed to checkout page right there, as you can see, so I'm going to click and redirect to checkout. As you can see, this value is not founding. You can see we need to add the address. Without address, we cannot select the parameter to go to click and continue, and then we can go directly after continue to provide the value itself. So right now, this is the thing. We are loading the user address whenever it's mounting, or the first mounting we are loading the address. And if there is the address is there, it should be an array of address. We are putting the set address of user.address. And if auth user address length is equal to 1, what we do, we making that set selected address should be the first one. If a single address is there, it should be the selected, right? And if multiple address value is there, the default address should be auth user.address.find and should be address.default. And here we are setting the address as a default address, otherwise should be the auth address or 0 value. So this is the function which handling that property of to create the addresses parameter. Then also we're making the initialize checkout, which is going to be a synchronous function. First of all, set loading getting true. Try if we have the order ID, we are fetching the order directly, and const order id await get order by id, because we can land here if the order is not paid yet. We can, whenever we're gonna click to pay, that order gonna redirect back to our user checkout, from where user can see the value and can pay it, or you can directly pay using this type. Is up to you. So that value can be working out together. So here we are just getting order according to the order id and also getting to the auth token. If we have the order data, we're setting order as the order data, otherwise we're providing the error, we are pushing to the card. Else, if we have the card items with quantities.length is equal to 0, your card is empty, also you're passing that user card. Then we're passing that create a temporary order object for display. So the temporary order is coming, id should be the temporary id, user id, the auth user id, items getting for the items there, and we're mapping through the items. We're getting the product id, name, price, quantity, and the image, also getting the total value from there. Status is pending, shipping address by default getting 0, created at getting to, and the string updated, set order should be the temporary order to create that. Then we are just making it by false, and then initializing the checkout, which dependency on that order id, auth token, router is authenticated, auth user, auth loading, and third items with quantity. There's a lot of things. You can remove some of the portion to go by, and you can also act some of the portion to keep on that. Now after that, again, if I go one by one typing at all, it's gonna be take a huge time. So I'm copy pasting, but you can monitor it and you can change the criteria. You can ask yourself we're needing it or not. Then you can decipher. You can ask questions on yourself. Now you're going to have the handle address update. So the update address going to be value as an address, an array of addresses. Set address should be the updated address. Now if the updated address dot length is equal to 0, we are passing the selected address like that. So whenever we're going to selecting the address, it's going to change the value. Else if update address length is 1, so we are now getting the default value here. So this is the way we are selecting the address. That's it. Now we're going to do the same variation. Remember, I keep it multiple times so that at least you can have to be having understanding on that, because now it's a time for AI. Nobody is looking the code they are typing, so I'm keeping that, keeping some extra code, so you can have little bit of time on yourself. You can trigger your enigma and try to resolve those parameters wherever I'm putting in extra. That's the work for you. I'm keeping it. If you try, you are welcome. If it doesn't try, even the code will work. Now we're gonna have the calculate subtotal. That's how it's gonna get to order. If there is no order item, we're passing that as 0. Otherwise, we're getting the order item just reduce. We're getting the price into quantity. Also the calculate shipping item, the same shipping. What I recommend you keep in a variable at the env, and in this production layer code, this is right there already passing to an env. Then we have the calculate tax, we have the calculate total. Good, we are good to go. Then also we're going to happen to have a for especially for the Stripe checkout portion, so redirect to checkout, which need to be coming right now is nothing there. I'm going to keep it right now, so later on we're going to provide that. And also need to provide the checkout session, or what we can do, I'm going to keep it. Okay, I'm going to make that, let's say, handle Stripe checkout function. Okay, function, and we can just simply make that handle Stripe stripe checkout, we're gonna just simply pass that an empty value. Okay, handle stripe checkout. So later on, we're gonna bring that up. Okay, so first of all, remember the way we are showing the loading beforehand. We're gonna do the same trick right here also. That could be our loading. So instead of passing loading here, you can see what we did before. We can simply cut that. We don't want to keep it right here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna go in our skeleton. We're gonna pass that checkout skeleton.tsx rfce. Okay, ce. Here we're gonna pass that our checkout skeleton, and that could be passing a skeleton value, UI skeleton, and also we need to get our container. That's it. So now we can simply pass over here, should be checkout checkout skeleton. Okay, so now if I just go over here and also passing the author, you can see just a similar fashion of the card. So now you can change the design if you're looking forward to. So whenever it's loading, we're gonna pass that. And also if there is no order according to the item is right here, if some by mistake, if somebody is just planging on there, you know, we need to provide a particular data layer so user can understand they are in wrong place. So if I just go, there is no order, we can just simply pass that order not found. The order you're looking for doesn't exist or has been removed, return to cart. So there we can pass the value. The order is placed, we can remove the card once you're passing directly from there. So this is how we can really make things done. So if there is no order, we can pass the value accordingly. So right now what I'm gonna do, this is the similar structure of the card. You can see we are passing that order details, we are passing the payment method. So the design, it could be something similar, but what you can do instead of the div, I'm going to just put that, I'm going to go a little bit fast and forward, but you need to paste down the way you were understanding it. So class name padding y should be 8. Okay, done. And after that, we're going to also make that, let's say, page bedcom. And over here, we're going to simply pass that item should be, let's say, I'm going to provide an item label should be it should be cart or it should be checkout. Okay, checkout, no, label should be, yes, cart. So that could be the second parameter here, and the href should be, let's say href should be /cart. So that would be, it can go directly in the cart parameter. And then the current page should be, it should be passing that checkout page. So checkout, right? CHECK checkout. So that's the checkout page. And after that, show social icons should be false. Right now it's still, because by default it's the false value, so we no need to pass that one. Okay, so hit save. Okay, where is the checkout? Okay, I just closed that. So checkout checkout page client. So now we have the breadcrumb. Then here we can pass the simple title here, which can showcase this is the checkout, or you can see the checkout complete your order. The same thing gonna be passing it together. So one thing it's gonna be order details, another could be the order summary. So here I'm gonna maximize on that. So let's say we're gonna pass a div here, and then we're gonna pass a comment here, which gonna be passing that order details, and then it should be the div. Then another div gonna be coming here, which gonna be passing that order summary, and that div gonna be entertaining there. So two separate div which gonna be entertaining all the parameter and props. So that could be highlighting all together in a very, very good and decent manner. So right now, as we can see, we can go with the suspend boundary later on, but right now we're going to just provide the data layer to be making things done. So as you can see, we're going to go and build up all together in a very good fashion. So let's go start with that. In the first segment at the so we're going to show here the details. So over here at that particular tip, we're going to make some work over it. And as you see here, first it will be for that addresses, right? So there we're going to get the addresses, so we'll bring it up, and then we're going to also have our order items, right? Order items, so this should be aligned all together. Okay, order items, and then the both should be aligned together to make that things work perfectly. And after that, we also have to get that payment information, right? So these three things going to be coming together at the very, very left side. So first of all, before pulling that address, so I'm going to just keep it a div here. So should be addresses. Okay, so I'm going to bring it after that. Now I'm going to work with the div as we have the other credential to provide the data for all the details. I'm going to just go to bring one h2 tag, which going to say order details. So in the order details, of course, to the class name, we're going to make that text should be Excel and our font should be, let's say, I'm going to make it bold, not black, should be bold. And also I'm going to make that text gray of 900 and after that margin bottom of 6. So this could be the credential for that scenario for the details segment. And also I'm going to go with a certain commotion here, which is going to be providing that style for it. Okay, should be like not like that. I think I bring on more. So now here, as you can see, all the details having a certain kind of scenario by which it can project the data and others. And after that h2, gonna have another div, and then we're gonna make that order dot items dot map. So we're going to map through the entire item segment, and we're going to take item and we're going to take the index from there as to go through the mapping positioning here. And you're going to inline return here, you're going to return a div here. So let's say I'm going to say product, right? And also for that, he should be, let's say I'm going to index to a string. I'm going to make that to string so it can be manually. As you can see, we have 3 product, and we can get we also show that a 3 line of a setup there. So now over here it could be very a simple structure and very like a simple scenario. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop those things what's actually going to be within this parameter. So this is the div, and over here in the div we're going to have the price formatter, and of course I'm going to explain everything to you. Then we have our image. So right now what's actually we are showcasing for every single products here. Okay, credit card image from the Lucid React. Okay, I think we're done. So now we are for all the products, as we are mapping through here and bringing back together what we did particularly showing that image for that particular product. Then if there is no image, right, like if we have no image, then it will just show a card. You can see that's the design only. Now you can modify it, make it better. You can put a dummy image for your order circulation, and you can do the other things. Then we are having that h3 for the item name, and also having the quantity and also the price formatter. As you can see, you can do now, there will be no increasing, decreasing or delete button, because it's just a summary, just a viewpoint where user can view what's happening around, right? And before building on that, I also need to do some work here. As you can see, all the details right here. So over here, we need to make a positioning here for the class name. I'm going to make it a grid, and the grid column should be, let's say 1, and an LG devices grid calls of 3, and also I'm going to put a gap of 8. Now, as we did that, as you can see, we have 2 div, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make that class name over there, LG call span should be 2. So it's going to take that 2 separate email and space of type properly gonna be blended through. So, and also I'm gonna make that one better to be have 6. Okay, so as you can see, it's taking the 2 column of space, because right now is a 3 column parameter, right? So it's getting 2, and other 2 is just perfectly fine to work with. So now this is what we are building right now, actually, to go and handle all the possibilities to make things cool down. So now we have the order details. Then we're gonna also happen to be getting that. Where is the other one? We have the order items. Then we must to bring that order summary. Not the summary should be here. So we bring the order items. Okay. So now we're gonna summarize the order, like how much orders it's gonna be. So summarization gonna be coming at very later. Now, as you can see, the payment information that should be top. Okay, because the summary it would be go later on. So now what I'm gonna do here, let's just bring back the payment information, and I think that should be not here top of that. Okay, and for this one we are bringing that log icon. We are also bringing that check icon circle, and that's it. Now in the order information, what actually showcasing payment information. Either you can, by default, you can go with this Stripe checkout payment and secure payment in this Stripe, and also you can go through the cash and delivery module. That's up to you, whatever you want to following through it, but it can work both in a similar way. Now for the payment information, okay, it's already here. So for the payment information, what we're doing, we are just showing that payment information. Then we are providing a credit card and a Stripe checkout payment, just the details about to make them significantly adore what's actually we're building. Now, what we need to do, we need to provide that address selection, because remember, without providing the address, the user should not be able to get the data. So of course we need to make these things very, very aligned. So what I'm gonna do in that pages, so in the components, let's say I'm gonna create another file which gonna be address selection.tsx. so that should be address, right? So over here I'm going to bring that. So instead of this entire proportion, it's going to be address selection. So now you can see address is right there, but we're going to do something more, right? From the address selection, we need to provide some of the props. Should be, let's say I'm going to provide 4 of the props here regarding the address parameter. So first thing first, it's gonna be go through the selected address, whatever address we had been selected. Also, it's gonna be do the other proportion on select, which gonna be set selected address. So should be null value, true, false value. Then also it's gonna be address, all the address data, and on address update. So as you can see at the top here, the function is right there, which gonna be update our addresses. Now let's go back here because we need to provide the perfect typing for these interfaces. So now, right now, what we're gonna do for the address props, it's gonna be coming the type as address. So should be types there. And now what I'm gonna do in that particular significant parameter, it can go with that react.fc, should be fc, which quotationing that functional component. And after that, we're gonna simply pass that address selection props. Okay, so that's the props we are talking about. Now, as we having the props, we can now dig down to bring everything. Like we can get the selected address, we can get that on address change. So all the parameter is right there. So also you can get address update, and on address update. So now all value is right there. So what we can do, we can now work properly to align it all together. But before going further, what we need to do, we need to have certain kind of like the certain kind of state here to work with that. The first state which we are talking about to grab it for that is like the dialog open, or state is dialog open for to get the information, and also we're gonna grab it for that format data by which we're gonna functioning all the data components. Then also we are bringing the user from the user store, especially for the user and auth token, because we're gonna needing that one later on. And then we having that loading and is loading a parameter, right? So in the use effect parameter, what we can do, I'm gonna just drop those everything, then explain to you, because this is the similar functionality which we did earlier. So nothing new here, but having a different approach, right? So first of all, what we are doing actually here, let's say we are bringing that in the use effect, we are calling some of the component that is dialog open or not, which whenever the receipt form is called, the dialog should be go on that one. And we have the receipt form, so that's the first instances. So that's the receipt form. It should be making everything as an empty, and here it will call. So every time if it's at dialog open, it will receive the entire form, right? And then also we have the handle addresses by which we are just grabbing the addresses from API. So what's actually we're doing? So let's say add addresses. So now what we are doing, as you can see, so a handle address is going to be handle all the address functioning. So now first of all, what if there is no user, no auth token? If there is no user, no auth token, he might not be here. That's the first attempt. But to make sure that our function did not run even anyone just cross-passing here, we are returning that if we doesn't find the auth user, if we doesn't find the auth token, but user should be written from there. Then we're making the set loading true, and in the try catch value, you see the cache, and finally using the same quotation. And in the result, what we're doing, await add address, we are getting to the auth address dot underscore id from that auth token. Then we are updating that own address function. That's what we are running here. So now after running that, we have the toast message which gonna be handling success, set add dialog. So this is gonna just simply add our address within our database. Also, we can do the edit address, which gonna be making that update address. You can either keep it here, or best thing is that you can directly go and keep it in your profile. Now this will update, this will delete the address. From here you can also delete the address, but it's not a good practice. But for instances, we're just keeping it right here. You can do it, or you can go through it. Open edit dialog, which can open the dialog module, and that's it. So now what we can do here, so let's say instead of that div, we're gonna use a simple card property, and in the card put a class name. I'm gonna provide a full width length, right? So as you can see, that's gonna get the entire full width structure. And then we're gonna happen to get that card header. So in the card header, we're gonna have that, let's say, card title. So in the card title, it would be a shipping address, right? So you see, that's the title which we are talking about. And for the card title, put a class name, should be flex, item should be, actually this is not mandatory, because this is going to be a simple structure here. Now after that, we're going to have that cart content. So in the cart content, it's going to be mapping through all the addresses the user have. Addresses dot length, if it's there, right, if we have the addresses is equal to 0, then we're going to provide something like no addresses added. And if, then we're gonna put something at, so let's say okay, we have addresses. No, it doesn't have it. Okay, we have addresses, yes. So right now I'm gonna just putting the quotation here, like the notation. So this is gonna happen once we are having to be no addresses available, right? Okay, I think I bring something more maybe. Okay, so okay, it's gonna be like that. With some error pops because we need to bring all of those things. Okay, I'm gonna show you also what's actually happening so that you will understand. We have the dialog and dialog trigger, and of course you may slightly think that I'm just copy pasting what we are doing, but if you go through entire structure, like entire playlist, you see we did all those things, right? So I want you to trigger your creativity to do something more and do something better, to initialize how it's gonna work and how you can bring your creativity, because this is a long video, long project. So now you know that a lot of things which I'm building here, you have the idea. So I just want you to have a freedom to test what actually can be built or which need to be built right now. Okay, so right now if we go here at the top, if I just close, so right now as you can see, I'm gonna just, okay, that map pin should be available. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that as, you know, crossing down. So what is gonna happen if I just open, you see it gonna go through add a new address, which gonna like add address, and the validation is right there. And what actually we are doing here, okay, right now as we update, I can simply remove that. Okay, so here what we're doing, if we doesn't have the address, we're just showing the map pin icon that no shipping address found, this details here, then add your first address parameter. And once you click on that add your first, is you see is added, this the model gonna be open, and also add your first address and then add new address. So whenever you're gonna clicking, it will automatically start adding the address. We have the street, the city, we have the postal code, and we have country code and others. So this is the simple formation. So if you doesn't know how to do that configuration by yourself, you know, you can go through the entire code structure and then you can add it. So now what's gonna happen once we have the code, right? So once we have the code, we're gonna make that, let's say it, if the addresses dot length, if it's just one, right? If it's one, what it's gonna do, let's say div, and then it's gonna make that, let's say gonna be p tag your address has been automatically selected for shipping. Okay. Addresses. Okay, I need to remove that now check because we are happen to be have the addresses. So let's go here and remove this. Okay, so now as the first address gonna be popping up, so means we have the addresses. What we will pass a simple message, right? That your address gonna be by default as a shipping address. So put a class name, margin bottom should be 4 and a padding should be 3. BG should be green of 50 and also border should be green of 200 and rounded gonna be LG. So this is just a message passing layer. You can add some more icon here to make it more valuable or more better. This up to you. Text should be SM and text should be green of 800. Okay, something like that. And of course we can also bring a simply a icon or a text notation. So this is gonna showing here that this just gonna be as your shipping address. Now we also need to pass a radio group to select the address, right? So I'm gonna bring okay, I'm gonna get that radio group RADIO radio group from our UI. And on the radio group, we will also have a div, and on the div we can simply pass that addresses, not like that, should be addresses dot map. We're gonna go through the entire address. So let's say gonna be address, and over here in the address we're gonna just pass that another div, so should be address, right? And what we're gonna just simply passing that a key should be, or those things we did all together several times, so we can just simply pass this value. I think that can save a lot of time for your development, as right now you have access to the code. So let's go. It's gonna be open the edit model, and it's gonna also pass that radio item from the UI CRUD, and I think that would be fine. So what else? Okay, there is some okay, trash icon. We forget to bring that. Let's go icon. Okay, this should be the trash too. Okay, so now as you can see what actually happening in the shipping address. Okay, at the shipping address, so this is the address which we are talking about. Why is not okay? Addresses, if we have the address, then we're mapping through it. Not bad. Okay, I think and do one more parameter is that margin bottom is right there, but still we're not happen to be get that gap. Margin bottom is not working. Okay, margin bottom is not working. Okay, it's because our this group should be below of okay, should be below of that. So okay, I'm having some mistake somewhere. So this is the address, right? So here the div gonna be finish. So this is the div which certainly gonna okay, which gonna be finishing the entire statement here. So this is the div which containing that addresses. So if we have the addresses, and okay, this gonna be here. Yeah, it's gonna be independent. Yeah, that's why it's not getting it. So now what's actually happening, we are providing that a radio group button. If we have the multiple address and others, then we are mapping through the addresses according to the ID. And also we're showcasing the radio group button where you can, add multiple button here. And the map icon and others just for the design purposes, showing the addresses, city and others. And also we have that edit button. Right now it will do nothing. Also the delete button, which can, okay, we deleted our address. So okay, we will make another address. Let's say test route 20, and we're gonna go with that add address. So it's gonna be, you see, it's already added. Now you can go, what we can do to make sure that whenever you're gonna mapping through, like pushing through, that edit model gonna open. right? So this both model, which are going to be for the edit and add, I'm going to just circulate here. So both model can inject all together. You see, whenever you're going to click on that, it's going to just, let's say, a street 32 and house 25. Okay, and we update the address, so it will automatically update. And if we have multiple address, let's say test 2, and here again the same thing, you can see right now we have 2 addresses and that message is gone because we now need to select from the 2. Okay, also click on add address, it will automatically go popping up the data. Now there is the functionality which working perfectly. So we have the 2 models. So one model is just to go through indicating that add address parameter. So this is the add address, whatever we did at the top. Then we have the is edit model open. So here we are providing the edit address, street address and others. So all the data are going to be coming in information from the input and also for the city, for the country and for the others. And of course, let me know in the comments if you want to go and exposure side by side, because I have so many projects stacked in between and this is the biggest one, so that I want to also conserve it as soon as possible, because otherwise I cannot move through the other projects. So if you have any error, if you have any problem or confusion to go and get it done by yourself, let me know in the comments, because as I'm providing the code, so you may not have the problem, but even though if you're having it, let me know, because right now what you can do, you can get everything in the client after 3. All the code should be available right there. So right now we have the shipping address, we have the order details, we have the payment information. So what is the balance? So the balance is that, especially if we go directly within our checkout a client page here, so the balance is that, you see right now we got our like the order details, right? So we need to work on that, our order summary provision, where we can just pass all the value to do the good things for us. So now in the order summary, in the summary value, we will provide, now this one I want to go in a very slow pace because we have a lot of other things to cover, and put a class name here. So the class name should be LG, and by default it will get 1, but better I'm going to keep it to let it know that we're just functioning on that. So now after that, we're going to also happen to grab a div, and here we will pass an item here which going to be order summary. So I'm going to minimize that one so that you will see what actually is happening under the hood. So you can see the below layer which gonna be for our order summary, and also we are needing to have some kind of style here. So that should be a style for that div, okay, which gonna be basic white. You can use your theming white, and also the rounded the theming white is that if I just go with that baby shop white, you see that's the theming white. So you can go also create those segments. Now after that H2, we're going to have a div here. In the div, we're going to also have another div, because we have certain kind of conversion, span tag, which going to be, let's say, subtotal, right? So this is going to be the subtotal value. After that, we're going to also have that price formatter. In the price formatter, we're going to provide the price. The amount should be, let's say, calculate, it should be calculate a subtotal, right? So calculate subtotal, there's a function just provided. You can see that's the subtotal value. If you add it all together for 19 plus 25, so you will grab that this value here. So all the calculation you need to check one by one again, because it might have some error, but it's better if you can fix that. So space y should be 4, because some certain kind of tricks I'm keeping it so you people can tune it yourself. So class name should be flex, item should be center, justify should be between, and then also we're going to make that padding y should be 2. So this is the continuation over here. For the span tag, for the class name tag should be gray of, let's say it's going to be gray of, I'm going to provide a 600 value here. And also for that price formatter, we need to provide some of the price calculation here, not the price calculation, but some of the style here. As you can see, text based from medium, text gray of 900. So as we did that, the other property gonna be come align all together, right? So I'm gonna just copy the other parameter. So after that div, we should be happen to get 2 more divs, which going to get our, like say, it's gonna be the shipping fee, and the shipping fee which gonna be coming the calculate shipping fee function. As you can see, you can also keep it here, or you can move it for you directly in your env file or in your database layer. Now after that, we also happen to get the text, which gonna be also calculate the text value. And after that, let's say if we have that calculate shipping, right? And the calculate shipping, let's say, is equal to 0, like no shipping is allowed, okay? Like no fee is just getting to be added. Then what we can do is that we can simply show it the message, right? Then a p tag. So we can just simply pass that particular divisioning message here, which will say, let's say it gonna just pass, okay, it gonna just pass that you are you are qualified for free shipping. As you can see, we are not happen to because it's more than 100 or 2 or 1000, whatever the ratio you are adding for your project. It will work in the similar way to make it done in a proper ratio. So now this address is qualified for free shipping. Now after that, we also going to be putting a separator. So should be separator, and on that separator it's going to be providing that just a line here. So in the separator, I'm going to provide a class name, should be my should be 4. So it's going to sorry, not py should be okay, y is capital, my should be 4. Okay. Now after the separator, we also going to have some more parameters. So now it's going to happen to get the total value, right? So whatever value you're having right now, it's going to get the total value. So the total value is coming from adding the 445 and adding the tax value, adding the shipping value if available. Then we are providing the other total parameter. And after that, after end of that structure, we happen to get a button, right? And the button gonna be taking a lot of things, lot of parameter gonna be. So right now I'm gonna keep that, let's say, pay with Stripe. Okay, just a simple button. Now of course we need to redesign it to make it better, and here we will design it a pretty similar way. First of all, the size, I want the button should be a larger button, and of course I'm gonna provide some of the class name. I want the full width should be aligning together, margin top should be 6 to make it done at the lower, and then I'm gonna go with the bj blue of 600 and hover bj, or you can go, I think better is not to go with the blue. So the bj or the effect, I think the simple, yeah, I think the initial button design is okay. Okay, so padding y whatever is that, so I'm going to go with that disabled parameter, or font should be medium. I think medium is by default right now, so we can just make that semi bold as the button is right here. And of course on the hover, okay, hover text should be baby shop sky, and should be passing that hover effect. So okay, oh, not baby shop, right? Should be okay, so it will be fully white. You can see just a certain commotioning going on. So now after that, once we are disabling that button, I want to make it that let's say once disable, opacity should be 50. So it will be like if we just make that disabled, you can see the value, it will not work. So also you can check other parameter, like to go and do the other certain things. And also when it gonna be disabled, it will be disabled if we have that, let's say if we have the processing parameter running on, and also if we have that is creating order is running on, and also we having that if there is no select order, select add address, selected selected address. So this 3 times, if it doesn't have the address selected, you can't pay. If you're running the payment processing, you can't do anything. You can have, if it's running is creating order, it will also not work in a proper way. So now we are going to contradict with some kind of segment here, style ratio and others. First of all, if we are having that processing, right? If we have processing, I want to pass something, right? And if we have the, let's say if we have the processing, then it's gonna be, let's say I'm gonna right now just see processing, right? And by default, if it's getting that by default value, it will be there. The default, it will be, let's say pay, default will be pay with Stripe. Right now it will be showing that pay with Stripe. Now if we just put that null value, it will show the processing parameter. So this actions we are actually triggering by default, so that every time we are running any of the icon and others, like if it's loading, the loading instance is going to be seen. If it's just initializing the other, it will show other parameter as well. So now if we have that, let's say okay, why I think make a mistake. Okay, I might have bought something which not needing here. Okay, circle. Okay, done. So what's actually we're doing, we're passing if the order is on processing, if the processing is actually working, it will show processing. If is creating order is open, it will show creating order, the message. So you're going to have a proper view. If we have no selected address, it will just pass select address to continue. And also the log, if we have a log button and others, that it will show the payload stripe. You see, once you do that, it's going to be working on make those things done. Now we need to provide the function, right? So once you're gonna click on that, or I can just make it here, it should be under stripe checkout. So let's go back to the stripe checkout. Right now it's totally empty because we didn't create anything for that handle checkout segment. Handle stripe checkout should work as a dynamic function. Whenever I'm going to trigger that function, it's going to directly come over here. As you can see right now, it doesn't have an API, so we need to create an API. So it's going to hit directly through the API, and there should be also means eval. We need to also provide a route here, which is going to be a handle to create those setups. So I'm going to create another file which is going to be coming as, and let's say we're going to provide a name for that, create checkout. Okay, so that should be the function. So create checkout, I think that would be, or we can also make that session, it's up to you. And also we need to get a file over here which is going to be route.ts. now this is the function, this is the file where all the magic gonna happen. I'm going to come it later on, but first let's just finish covering whatever the mandatory here to just go by and put everything is required as much as possible. We're going to just keep the value here. Now the first thing first, we will check some of the portion, right? So we're gonna just go directly on there. As you can see at the top, we have something called order, right? Which we are setting right here. So this is the set processing and also the order. And now whenever we are just landing here, you can see within that initial checkout, we are setting everything as an order directory. So first of all, let's see if we can grab the order here. So let's go down here. I know it looks messy, but that would be fine. So if we just log here and we're going to say if we see any order available here, order, and I will just go in my console. And over here, let's just, whenever we're going to click, you can see our entire order structure, the shipping address, items, everything is right there. So now we will write a condition. Okay, so there the condition it's gonna be if. So first one is that if no order, right? So if there is no order available, we will directly return from that function, means it will not trigger. Now I can click here because as you can see, if it's no order, it will automatically return. It will not do any kind of action, as it's gonna be like similar as a visible property. Now after that order parameter, we're gonna go on like another route parameter if like the order is available, right? Everything is good to go. If there is no selected address, then we're gonna also provide something which gonna, let's say, toast.error, which gonna be, let's say, please select a shipping address, and then it's gonna return. So this is just a simple scope, not a global scope, just an individual scope parameter. And if we are having, like if we are having the addresses, if we go here, as you can see, we have one, or should be, there is one address, so that error it's not be there. Right now, if we just keep now check right there, if we just put that, you can see select a shipping address. So means it's working perfectly. Now what you're going to do after, whenever you're going to happen to have the address, you're going to make that set not like that, set processing should be as true. Okay, now over here we're going to create a try catch parameter. Okay, in the catch parameter, of course, you're going to catch the error and other property, and it will go on and on and on. So first of all, we're going to go catch property and other. For right now, I'm going to just provide the error. So log, let's say, gonna be stripe payment error, and we're gonna just provide the error. Okay, now in the try value, we will do some of the things. Let's a final order. Okay, final order, and that order gonna be is equal to order. Either you can manage that the order is so because we need to make a temporary order to be calculated in a proper fragment, right? What we're gonna do, like if we're gonna just make that if this is a temporary order which gonna be, let's say, from CRUD which is happening, then we're gonna create it gonna create the actual order first. Okay, so that's gonna be the maturity of there. So we're gonna just check if the order dot id, so order dot id, and that id is going to say it gonna be as a temporary order. That time it gonna go take it as a temporary order. It should be underscore id. Okay, so in the temporary order, let's just set is creating order, which is gonna be as true because it's gonna create the order, and after that, const should be the order items. So order items, and the items gonna be, let's say, card items with quantities, and then we're gonna go and map through it. So map, and from there we're gonna take everything as an item, and within the function, not like that. Within the function layer, we're gonna wrap everything. So like that. Now here we're going to provide some of the variation. First of all, we're going to just make a simple connotation here. We're going to give in the ID. The ID should be the product ID, name should be the product name, price should be the item.product.price, quantity should be item.quantity, image should be item product image. So now this is a product variation which we are happen to be grabbed that if that is an quantity parameter, and also we're going to make that as a response. So the response should be response should be is equal to await, that should be create should be create order from CRUD, and here we're gonna pass everything. We're gonna pass the auth token. So we're gonna pass the auth token. We're gonna pass the order items, the items which we just now tackled, and also we're gonna pass that selected address. Now within that tree value parameter, if we go okay, we doesn't have the auth token. Why? So the auth token, you can also make the null check, or you can just simply say add a string. That's the same connotation over here. It's gonna pass. Okay, so right now, why the selected address? If there is no selected address, we are returning. So that should be okay. It should be there. You can say anyway. We can pass that. No, the selected address, it would be there. Now we also, you can see we're getting a response at which is going to be creating order from the card. This is the one which going to be making that /orders, and it will do all other tricks which going to create the order. Now over here, what you're going to pass that if there is the response is that if the response is not coming, like say response dot, let's say it's not success, okay, and also response is order, so means the no order is there. So in the response, no order there. In the response also, the no success there, means we are failing to create that, and then it's gonna provide that response and other error. Okay, so now this is the order for the particular parameter here, and also it's gonna be making that after this connotation, it's gonna also pass that final order, which gonna be response.order, and set order should be the final order. You can make the clear cat. You can also make that is creating order as false. This could only happen if we have the temporary order, right? But right now, it doesn't have a temporary order. We're in the card. This could be like whenever you are like providing the order from the card and then coming by. This is a too simple scenario having a two separate contradiction. Now we're going to go for that, let's say, Stripe payment. Stripe payment. And here we're going to also, first thing, we're going to make that a convert order items to for the Stripe payment, because it's the not same format is coming here. And to do that, we're going to simply make that, let's say, Stripe, and that should be the items which going to be, we're going to pass that Stripe. I think does it it doesn't have that. Does it have that? Stripe okay, Stripe, there is that one. So I think we are already happened that at the top. Yeah, so it's coming from the Levi stripe. Yeah, name, description, amount, currency, quantity, images. So this is fine, this is working perfectly fine. So now let's go and we're going to provide that visualization here. So from the stripe, from the item here, because that item gonna be as an array of item, so the stripe item can be an array of item, and that item should be is equal to, let's say, the final item, final order item, which you're getting, that should be that items dot map. And from there we're going to take everything as an item, and from the item the similar conception it's going to have within the function, we're going to just return in between, and here we're going to define whatever the parameter we want to pass it by. We're going to just destructure the name, which is going to be item.name. The description, it's going to be for the, we're going to put the quantity on the description as just to passing by, and also amount going to be as the cent parameter, because whatever the price is there, then we're going to multiply into 100, and then currency USD, quantity item.quantity, and then images item.image. Actually, why we are passing that quantity? I think this one not suit on that. Item dot should be description. Does it have description? Description should go like that, right? It's a misconception. So description should be string. Yeah, that should be okay. So item dot description. So the stripe items, it doesn't have the description, really. Okay, we're gonna see, maybe we're not passing the description for there. Okay, now this is our stripe items, which we're gonna pass directly to make the payment. So what we're gonna do, first of all, we're gonna create the checkout session. So create the checkout session, we're gonna make that const response, and the response we're gonna shoot out, we're gonna make that an await, which gonna be, we will fetch directly, and the fetch gonna be coming from /API/create checkout session. Okay, so there we're gonna fetch directly, and from there we're gonna make the method. The method is gonna be as a post method, and header should be the let's say it should be the content.json. Sorry, it should be the content type application.json, and this is gonna be a post request. Make sure this line, the create checkout session, should be properly aligned with that. If there is a misspelling here, or you are missing some case, you will find a very legit error, and which is gonna be make some confusion. Now in the body, we're going to pass everything. So in the body should be coming, we need to make that json.stringify, and on that stringify method, within the stringify, not this, no need to make that like that. On the stringify, you're going to provide that item should be the stripe item. So whatever the items we are providing, and the customer, let's say customer email, email should be of the user email. If there is no of the user email, it should be as an empty. And we're also going to provide some of that other segment, which going to be success URL, and then we also going to be providing that okay, there is two. So the success URL should be window.location.origin, and then it's going to go directly /success. We doesn't have a success page right now. Does we have it? No, it doesn't have that. So we will create a success page to host that one later on. And also, if there is a cancel parameter, it's going to go directly on the single order parameter, because it's already the order is placed, something like that. And the metadata are going to be the final order ID, and shopping address also going to be the selected address. So first of all, after passing that data, right, this is the response we got entirely. And after the response, we're going to also grab the URL from the response, right? And there should be a wait. Now, right now, we're going to not get, I'm going to just make that, let's say, I'm going to just simply log that. The log should be, let's say, response. And here, we're going to simply pass the response, right? So now this is the place where we need to tuning up, and of course in the meantime, well, it's just because later on what we are actually going to do is that if we are having the response directly, I'm going to just provide that okay, should be, yeah, I'm going to just make it comment here, because we're going to individually plot that later on. So now let's go back to our route here, because that's the place where all the magic gonna be happen, right? So first of all, we're gonna make that, let's say I'm gonna needing a two separate import, and that import gonna be coming from next, and that should be coming from the server, right? Next server. And from the next server, it's gonna coming that next request and also that next response. These two requests I need, and also I need to import that Stripe, and that Stripe gonna be coming from Stripe. Okay, so now overall we can just pass that Stripe value should be is equal to new Stripe, and here we need to pass the key, and that key gonna be providing an API version. Of course, this manual version will not work. If you just put comma, it's gonna suggest whatever the available version right now. So this is the Stripe secret key you need to have in your .env file. And also we will make a simple interface which gonna be passing that as a checkout item, which gonna be name as a string, description as a string, amount is number, currency is a string, quantity number, and images should be as an array of images. Right now, as we have everything, so we will declare our function here, which gonna handle our route, should be export async, and that should be simply a function. And we're gonna name the function as a post because it's gonna be coming as a post request and should be coming as a next request here. And from there, we're gonna simply define that. So whenever we're gonna get that, we're gonna also use the try catch. In the catch, we're gonna provide all the error property here. So whatever the error we are getting, we're simply gonna passing within the catch property, like it's gonna be passing that console error. You're gonna log in console, and also in the response, you're gonna pass that which gonna be status 500 failed to create checkout session. Now on that try value property, first of all, I'm gonna just simply make that one, let's say const. I'm gonna simply whatever value we are passing, metadata and others, which gonna be a request, not request, yeah. So whatever the request we are passing, right? Now we're passing that item, success URL, cancel URL, customer email, metadata, right? We're passing everything, and also I'm gonna log everything here, which gonna be passing that item. So there should be the items and the success URL, cancel URL. Let's log everything just to see, and customer email. Not like that, should be customer email metadata. So okay, what's wrong here? Okay, this is gonna be like that. So customer email metadata, and before passing that, also I need to return a response, otherwise it's gonna be collapsed. So next response, and that should be coming for that, let's say next response dot JSON. And from there, I'm gonna just provide JSON, and here we're gonna simply pass that, let's say success, which gonna be as true. So this the message gonna be aligned on that. So let's open our client here, and as well as open our browser here, so that we will thoroughly can see what's happening. So I'm gonna just click on that. Okay, so whenever I'm gonna clicking, did I receive anything, especially in the client? No, nothing popping up. So what's wrong? Did it connect it on that? Okay, no. Oh, please select a shipping address. Okay, let's go back here. I think we are missing is that's the selected address. Okay, I need to provide the null check. Remember, we just manipulated that one before. So if we click right now, as you can see in our Stripe over here, so you're gonna have everything, and the details gonna be coming through in a pretty so much. You can see the item, we're having two items here. We have the like the checkout route for the cancel route as well. We have the address and also the other parameter, and as well as I think both okay, that should be if we click again because it's disappear. So the response is coming here, which is success okay 200, and as you can see the processing is going on because we didn't make it visible later on. Because if we go directly in our checkout segment here, you see after that we can also make that as a finally tab. So finally, and here we can make that set processing, which can be not like that, set processing which can be as false. Okay, so now if we just click here, and if the request is getting success, it will close by itself. So you see, that's done, that's like it. So now as we are having all the mechanism here, so from the route we need to do a lot of other parameter. What kind of parameter we are talking about? Remember, we are passing all the items in the request.json, right? But we cannot directly pass that. So what we need to do, we need to make that one in a significant way. I think this is fine. Yeah, significant way that we need to go to create the line items. So create line items. for Stripe checkout, and that would be the situation to go and create the line item. And the line item going to get from the item, and each item we are going to set a price data. The currency gonna be USD, and the product data should be the item name, item description, and the image is gonna be the array of images. So that you need to make sure. And also the unit amount should be the item amount. Also the quantity should be the item dot quantity. So this is the line item which we can directly pass to our Stripe. Then we have the create the checkout session, which we need to do that. So the const should be the session, and the session should be await, and that gonna be coming from that Stripe. So it should be Stripe dot checkout, and from there dot sessions, so that there could be multiple sessions, and dot we will create the session. In the function we're gonna just go and prevail that. Now we need to pass a several mechanism. The payment type gonna be CRUD and other parameter, and also we will make sure that you see the line items we need to provide. So the line items gonna be that line items which are happening. Mode gonna be payment mode, and success URL should be passing that the success URL which you are coming back. The customer, the cancel URL should be the cancel URL, customer email should be the customer email, and metadata, if there is metadata, it's okay, otherwise gonna be 0. And also the billing address collection, we're gonna provide it as auto. Okay, so now if we do pass that, we will get a session, right? And in the next response we're gonna pass that session. Instead of the true, we can pass the success true, and as well as we can also pass that as a session ID, which gonna be session.id. Now if we are going through that particular instances to go and inspect all the variable over here in the console, if we click right now to grab the data here, we should be able to see a response here which gonna be coming as a payment. We have an URL which gonna be the checkout segment here or other property, but this is not what we are looking about, because our response trigger we are not taking it properly. That's why we are receiving that. We need to make that response.json so that we can actually grab the actual value. So now if we click here, we should be getting that, okay, and we need to make that promise should be coming an await promise, because it will take a time to fulfill the request. So if we click right now, you see success is true, we're getting the session ID, right? So this is the way we can manipulate to go by and make the session ID, but we are not looking forward to have the session ID. Because right now, as the session ID, which is gonna be working for the previous segment, the way it's the previous route where you need to go to have that publishable key and others to make the payment intention. But as we are now providing that within the API, we are no longer of happen to be grab that session ID. So what we're gonna pass that, remember, whenever those things is coming by, we also gonna be, let's say, we're going to log the session, whatever the session is providing. So let's say session, and here we will make that session dot URL. I think there is an URL. So if we just cover up here, if we click right now, we should be able to see. You see that URL. If we just click on that URL, if we open it directly, we should be happen to be grabbed. See, okay, this is our details here. So if we just make this one, let's say bigger, we can see 2 items, we can see the order details, and we can see the payment mechanism. So now this is the URL which we need to handle properly to initialize all the value and others. So what we are going to do is that right now, instead of the session, we're going to pass that URL, and that should be the URL of the session.url. So URL. So we can just simply remove that session ID. And remember, we already construct those value here. So if we just remove those here, should be passing by the const URL should be await.json. If URL window.location.href should be URL. Now we can directly passing by if we go in the pay with Stripe, and here as you can see we can now make that 4242, and of course we can make a payment here 1235 and 123. Now we can go and make the payment. Now after making the payment it will be done, but we doesn't have a success page to contradict with it, so we will get a 404, right? So right now what we need to do to create a success page, so we will go and make that setup to be done. To implement that one, I'm going to go in my root layer, so that should be shop, and here we're going to take a route shop and page.t not shop should be success page.tsx. So RAFCE, that should be, let's say, success page. And here we will make that, let's say, I'm going to go in the pages and I'm going to take another page, should be success page client.tsx RFCE. So that should be our success page. Okay. And over here, instead of this one as the success page gonna be a client side, we can simply pass that success page client. So now you can see our page is right here. Now this is the time what we are actually inducing here. We can now directly pass that value here. Now in the success page, we can do a lot of variation, and whenever we are also handling, now especially if we go in our admin, we can see if anything is happening. So cd into admin npmi, I think I need to reinstall everything. Okay, I'll just open that our admin. So our admin is running. What I did that John, I make it the preview list for the admin. So now simply we can just log in it is his account as an admin. And now in the users, we can find all of the users. In the orders, we can find the all orders value according to the users. So right now, those segments need to be apart to like combine it all together, so we can do it as soon as possible. So as you can see, this contradiction, whenever the order is payment, you know, the in success page is coming. Now you can design the success page as it is. And now also, instead of that baby shop, now right now if you are not using this again, so better you can go with that babymart.reactivity.com, which is the latest application layer, which is having a much more complication here, because in the sign in you can find a lot of other, you can see the OAuth, those things all are working. We're gonna just make it work in a perfect and good module. And there is the one thing, as you can see, you can now roll back to the success, your order is saving in the admin. So there is the basic structure. What you need to more engaging on that, like what's the more you need to learn of that is that especially if you see in the Next.js, there we have the vulnerabilities which is just recently added to. We need to upgrade our entire application to that segment. So what I recommend you better to upgrade that next as 19.1.2. The React should be 19.2.1 and the next should be that 16.0.7, just to go find out that vulnerabilities issues. So you need to go and make these things to work. So what you can do is that, especially for right now, I'm gonna close my client here. You can go you can also make it manual. So you can go 16. Let's say 0.0.7, and also for the React should be 19.2.1, just to passing that vulnerabilities case. So also the DOM need to be updated. So this is the segment you can do, and after doing so, you just need to remove that package.log.json file, and here we are now within the client, so we can just remove that and npm I. So automatically it's gonna reinstall all of the setup, and this is happen because especially if we go to the react.dev and over in their blog here. So in the blog there you can see the critical security vulnerability is happening. So to go out that you need to update that one. And also for the nextjs.org is similar. You can roll back to the blog, and here the advisory, the same thing is advised here to update as latest as possible. This is the one. So right now if we go over here, and I'm gonna just check one. Okay, so if I find one, let's say find that React. Okay, so I'm going to go with the exact match here. So exact. Okay, too much React here. Okay, React 19. Okay, maybe next. Yeah, you can see 16.0.7 and 19.2.1. So both are invalid. So now, especially if we run that npm run dev, let's see if our client is running or not. If it's running, means we are in good shape. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's good to go. So now this is the whole entire segment here right now, because this video is getting a much more lengthy, because as you can see, we provide the client, admin, and the others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create and support a repo. You already have that repo, which you're gonna get every code on that particular repo instances, which is gonna be available client F4. But aside apart from that, there should be another repo should be added in the description, where you can get the all other code and all other parameter related to that Babymart, and you can start with that. And if you're looking forward to start like that from the default. You can also and enter video. I'm going to compress and pass that all together. Hope you can do that. So all the very best, and I'm going to see you in another video.